envisioned. Chapter 154. The critics at the P70 smartphone launch returning to the live broadcast. The scene displayed on the grand central screen revealed the entrance of the new Beijing building, where hundreds of employees from Xinjiang Media were handcuffed, lined up, and escorted into police vehicles. A crowd gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Xinjiang Media maintained branches in numerous cities across the nation, with Shanghai City being merely one of them. The cyber administration had simultaneously executed arrests in various cities. Yet this particular scene was not aired in the live feed. Brothers, this moment deserves applause for our head uncle. Bravo. Su Yang led the clapping, with the audience echoing. Bravo. Thank you, head uncle. Well done. A thorough sweep. Justice has been served. They must all be apprehended. Thumbs up. The barrage of comments flooded in as netizens expressed their approval. Brothers, this is not the end. We shall continue, Su Yang proclaimed. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The colossal screen in the hall shifted to reveal a man clad in a black suit, standing on stage, holding a smartphone. Behind him loomed a massive screen displaying the words P70 smartphone launch event. Good morning, friends and esteemed media representatives. I am thrilled to introduce our new flagship device, the P70. He announced. The P70 is equipped with our latest Kirin 9000 chip, offering enhanced performance, lower power consumption, and a smoother experience. The voice resonated from the large screen, broadcasting the live event of the P70 launch. Indeed, brothers, what you are witnessing is the live stream of the P70 smartphone launch. Su Yang's voice rang out. Wow. It truly is the launch event from the Jew factory, exclaimed a netizen named Xiao Yi, astonished. His immediate reaction was to question the connection between the Jew factory's launch and the online trolls. Could the event organizers have enlisted the trolls? That seems implausible. Upon closer inspection of the comments filling the live stream, the situation became clearer. The barrage of messages included numerous critics, not a hint of core technology. Yet they dare to sell it at such a premium? No specifications are provided. They only boast of being far ahead. What a farce. Why are there so many sycophants? Hurry. Release a phone that the common person can afford. Enough with the pretentiousness. This phone lacks any remarkable features. Selling patriotism is disgraceful. Where is your groundbreaking innovation? I fail to see it. An IQ test is in order. Netizens began to comprehend the situation. Many trolls were attempting to sway opinions and tarnish reputations. Damn it, these despicable creatures. Are the critics merely foolish or malicious? Are they truly citizens of the Dragon Nation? Not all who speak Chinese can claim to be from the Dragon Nation. Let the critics perish. There are far too many dogs among us. The United States remote farming technology is exceedingly advanced. The online community is indignant. It is evident to all that these detractors are intent on tarnishing our technological enterprises. Su Yang remarked that these individuals are merely hired trolls, dedicated to manipulating reviews, spreading falsehoods, and undermining our reputation, all with the intent of disrupting our societal order and disturbing our economic development. Pausing for effect, Su Yang inquired, Brothers, what do you think? Should we take action against them? The response was unanimous. Yes. Support the leader. We must take them down. Eliminate them. The vitriol directed at these detractors was palpable, akin to a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the screen with fervor. Leader, we must act against them. One user, under the moniker Justice Partner, expressed their bafflement in the comments, saying, I truly cannot comprehend how such malicious individuals exist. No, they are not human. Shouldn't normal individuals appreciate their country's technological advancements? These people are either wicked or foolish. Team, let us get to work, Su Yang typed. Received, came the prompt reply from the team. In the next moment, the screen of the laptop displayed a series of messages. IP address, 220. 13, 47. 16, Beijing, name, Zhongyu address. XX building, XX community, Chaoyang district. Beijing, IP address, 116. 23, 15. 12, Jianghai city, name, Wanghong address. Software park, Pudong new district, Jianghai city, IP address, 113. 22, 14. 25, Yangchang, name, Chun Wanjia address. IFC building, Zhujiang new town, Tianhe district. Yangcheng, all the trolls in the live broadcast room of the company had been identified by the team, with their IP addresses, names, and addresses clearly displayed on Su Yang's screen. These detractors did not belong to a single faction, but rather several, indicating that the company had indeed encroached upon many people's interests. The team tracked the address in Jianghai City South Software Park. Su Yang typed swiftly. The team's response was remarkably rapid, and the screen of the Cyber Administration Bureau shifted to reveal an office where a woman, approximately 30 years old and impeccably made up, sat at her desk, speaking loudly to her computer screen. You all need to diversify your comments instead of repeating the same phrase. Use multiple accounts and post various comments. That will make it seem like real people are speaking. Who is this woman? The large screen then displayed an additional window, showcasing a chat group on her computer. The group consisted of over 100 members. All members, comments for the company's press conference are as follows. 1. They have no core technology and still dare to sell at such high prices. 2. They lack any parameters and merely claim to be far ahead, which is truly laughable. 3. Company, please release a phone that the average citizen can afford. Stop being so highfalutin. Everyone should refrain from using a single account. One must switch accounts to engage. This is a den of malicious individuals. These scoundrels display a complete lack of principles, willing to profit from anything. It is infuriating to witness. How is it that these nefarious characters continue to thrive? A netizen expressed their frustration. The unscrupulous actions of these individuals indeed evoke ire. In the hall, Captain Wang picked up the intercom. Team 1, initiate action. Team 1, acknowledged. The target is the software park in the Pudong-nu area of Jianghai City. No sooner had Captain Wang's words left his lips than a window appeared on the large screen, revealing flashing police lights as several patrol cars raced out of the parking lot. The operation to apprehend had commenced. In the CleanNet initiative, Su Yang had deliberately chosen to target the malicious individuals affiliated with Ju Factory. On one hand, it was a gesture of gratitude for Ju Factory's invitation. Prior to this, he had already arranged to participate in testing Ju Factory's products next week. Before that, he aimed to assist Ju Factory in eliminating these malevolent entities. Chapter 155. The walking 500,000 in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen, within the headquarters of Ju Factory, in the office of the legal department manager. Zhao Kai was engrossed in paperwork when his mobile phone lit up with a notification indicating the arrival of a new message. Setting aside the documents at hand, he picked up his phone. The message was a video from his assistant, a live broadcast of the recent cleanup operation. The video, lasting just over 30 seconds, was swiftly viewed by Zhao Kai, whose expression shifted dramatically. He rose and exited the office. Half an hour later, the official website of Ju Factory released a statement. Recently, our company has observed the emergence of false statements and malicious defamation targeting Ju Factory, which have severely damaged our reputation. While Ju Factory has always respected freedom of speech, we staunchly oppose any form of slander and defamation. We reserve the right to pursue legal action against such actions. The internet is not a lawless territory. Our company will steadfastly defend its legitimate rights and interests. Ju Factory Legal Department, May 15, 2024. Simultaneously, in the office of Huajiao Live, a dozen staff members, including the owner He Hua, were captivated by Little Boy's live broadcast. Incredible. The big shots are indeed remarkable. What a talent. They marveled. At that moment, Dong Yi approached He Hua with a data report, a broad smile illuminating his face. Boss, look. The platform's daily active user count has surpassed 60 million. He Hua glanced at the report, a smile breaking across his features. In less than 2 weeks, the daily active users had skyrocketed from several million to 60 million. This surge was a testament to the traffic and excitement generated by a top-tier streamer. Even Su Yang, the hacker streamer, had not anticipated becoming the leading figure on the Huajiao Live platform. Excellent. Well done. He Hua and others applauded in approval. On the live stream, a group of individuals donned in hats had apprehended the instigator, Yao Dan, a woman dressed in professional attire. What do you want? Why are you arresting me? What law have I broken? Even at this juncture, the woman continued to argue. The hat-clad officers showed her no leniency, promptly placing handcuffs on her. I am an American. You have no right to arrest me. I demand a lawyer. Her cries grew frantic, her expression contorted in a grotesque display, evoking a sense of revulsion. The broadcast concluded only when the officers led her away. Applause erupted in the command hall, a resounding cheer for the proceedings. In the live stream, viewers showered the broadcast with gifts. Old Cat rewards the streamer with a Carnival 100. Justice Partner gifts a Rocket 66. Knife Brother gifts a Plain 1. Vinegar Potato Strips gifts a Carnival 1. Su Yang glanced at the streaming data. The online viewer count had surpassed 3 million. His points had surged by over 6 million, reaching a total of 10 million. He had nearly depleted his points redeeming various rewards, yet they were gradually accumulating once more. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's generous contributions. My brothers, this is not the end. You know me. The most thrilling moments are saved for last. Su Yang chuckled. Having eliminated a few minor adversaries, it was now the time for the big fish to make an appearance. What big fish? The streamer. Who is this big fish you speak of? Upon hearing the mention of a big fish, the viewers grew curious. A netizen, known as the bystander, initially intended to head downstairs for a snack. But upon hearing about the big fish, he settled back in his seat. Without further ado, Captain Wang, to prevent the big fish from slipping away, you may commence the operation. Su Yang called out. On the large screen, 3 windows appeared, displaying 3 distinct locations in Jianghai City, Suwei District, the Bund, and Kunshan. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, move out. Captain Wang commanded through his walkie-talkie. Police cars from all three locations set off simultaneously. This was indeed a significant operation. The spectacle aroused the curiosity of the viewers. What exactly was this big fish? In Kunshan, at a Taiwanese-funded factory named Ruaming Chemical, a cacophony of angry shouts erupted from the general manager's office, loud enough for the secretary outside to hear clearly. A group of mainland workers, truly ungrateful. They should be grateful for the compensation offered, yet they dare to negotiate terms with me? General Manager Wang Defa bellowed at a manager standing before him. Head bowed and silent. Get out, he roared. The manager, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly turned and exited the office. Once the manager left, a cold smirk spread across Wang Defa's face. A few mainlanders still dared to demand compensation? They were dreaming. Recently, the factory had laid off several mainland employees, and the compensation provided had been insufficient, leading to unrest among the workers, who had threatened to file complaints with labor arbitration. Wang Defa, a green frog at heart, harbored disdain for the mainland workers, seeing them as a troublesome lot. Suddenly, Wang Defa's phone on the desk buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello? Your identity has been exposed. You must flee immediately. A woman's voice warned before abruptly hanging up. Wang Defa's expression shifted instantly. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed out, but as he reached the door, he recalled something, returned to grab the briefcase from his desk, and then hurriedly exited the office. Wang Defa sprinted to the underground parking lot, hopped into a Tesla Model S, opened the door, sat down, and started the engine, flooring the accelerator as the car zoomed out. Father, the primary target is fleeing. The voice of Tuan Tuan echoed in Su Yang's earpiece. Oh, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the screen of his laptop, where the surveillance footage showed Wang Defa driving the Tesla out of the factory. Thinking of escaping, do you truly believe you can? Su Yang chuckled. Wang Defa, the formidable adversary that Su Yang aimed to confront today, serves as the head of a cyber mercenary organization operating within the confines of the island. A cog in the 1450 system, which facilitates the exchange of the latest vulnerability attack toolkit for the Tesla Model S. Su Yang contemplated this in his mind. The vulnerabilities he had previously redeemed had already been patched by Tesla, necessitating the acquisition of the most recent exploits. Host has redeemed the latest vulnerability attack toolkit for Tesla Model S, deducting 1,000,000 points, the system announced. The tools were now at his disposal. Tuan Tuan, with this toolkit, seize control of his vehicle and drive it directly to the nearest police station, Su Yang instructed, as he transmitted the vulnerability attack toolkit to Tuan Tuan. Chapter 156. Nationwide reports on the cleansing operation. By the way, how did this fellow learn the news in advance? Who leaked the information to him? You should investigate that as well. Father, it was a woman named Fong Lily who called him, Tuanshuan replied. The computer screen displayed Fong Lily's information simultaneously. At that moment, Tuanshuan infiltrated Wang Defa's Tesla Model S, seizing control of the vehicle's intelligent driving system. The Tesla departed from the factory, speeding towards the airport. Inside the car, Wang Defa was driving while simultaneously dialing his assistant's number on his phone. Hello, Shaoli, please book me the nearest flight to northern Thailand immediately. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will arrange it right away. Wang Defa ended the call. Ahead, a traffic light appeared. He pressed the brake, and the car gradually came to a halt. At that instant, both his phone screen and the car's display flickered black before revealing a familiar avatar, a little girl clad in a mask and hood. Naya Naya Naya. The girl stuck out her tongue, making a silly face. Wang Defa was momentarily stunned. What is this? The green light illuminated. The car automatically resumed movement, turning right onto another road. Only then did Wang Defa realize he had not initiated any action. The vehicle was driving itself. What is happening? Wang Defa's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly pressed the brake and attempted to steer the wheel, but there was no response. The car continued forward, veering away from the airport. What is going on? Panic set in, and he was entirely bewildered. Naya Naya Naya. The little girl continued her playful antics, exuding mischief. A hacker? The thought flashed through Wang Defa's mind as he shouted at the car's display. Who are you? What do you want? He tried to open the door, only to discover it was locked tight. Grabbing his phone to make a call, he found it unresponsive. On the screen, the little girl blinked her eyes as if mocking him. Wang Defa's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Ahead, an intersection appeared, beside which stood a police station. The car showed no signs of slowing down, barreling straight into the station. As the doors opened, seeing the officers outside, Wang Defa was left ashen, slumped in his seat like a puddle of mud. Tuanshuan, splendidly done. Su Yang watched the scene on the computer screen, smiling broadly. Unfortunately, such a thrilling moment was unseen by the online audience. At that moment, in the command center's hall, 3 teams had reached their conclusions. The first team of officers stormed into an advertising agency, leaving the dozen or so individuals inside utterly bewildered. Minutes later, the second team burst into a gaming company, with several officers rushing in. The third team confronted Rue Meng Chemical, where Wang Def's assistant and several executives were all apprehended. Thus, the cohort of online operatives in Shanghai City was entirely dismantled by the officers. Dear netizens, upon reaching this point, it becomes clear that the big fish referred to by Su Yang is, in fact, a group of green frogs. Well done, Uncle Hat. Your efforts are commendable. Let us unite in the fight against these green frogs. Those who offend our great nation shall face retribution, no matter how distant. This group of green frogs has sunk to the depths of shamelessness. We stand in support of the broadcaster and Uncle Hat, resolutely combating the online mercenaries. Let us remember history and never forget our national humiliation. The barrage of comments in the live stream was dense, with netizens enthusiastically applauding. Thank you, Uncle Hat, for your hard work. Su Yang joined in the applause. Gratitude to Mr. Little Boy. The hall resonated with fervent clapping. Once the applause subsided, Su Yang addressed the audience. Brothers, today's live stream is drawing to a close. I am grateful for your viewership and support. The purification of our online space requires the collective effort of us all. I hope everyone can start from themselves, from this moment, to jointly uphold online security, resist rumors and cyber violence, and create a clearer online environment. Until our next live stream, farewell. With that, the broadcast ended. Su Yang turned off the camera. Feeling a bit parched, he picked up the water cup on the table and took a generous sip. The live stream statistics emerged. Online viewers, 3.5 million. Total gifts received, 6.7 million. What brought Su Yang the most joy was the increase of 8.6 million in points, bringing the total to 12 million. Simultaneously, the entire internet was flooded with reports about Little Boy collaborating with the Cyberspace Administration to combat online mercenaries. Hacker Little Boy, in conjunction with the Cyberspace Administration, dismantles numerous mercenary dens. Xinhua News. Little Boy's live stream unveils the dark underbelly of online mercenaries. Fenyu News. The cleaning operation has yielded significant results, with multiple mercenary groups eradicated in one fell swoop. Southern Weekend. Hacker Little Boy captures online mercenaries live, leaving them nowhere to hide. Yinlang News. At the same time, the renowned actress Lin Xiaoxiao issued an apology on her Weibo account. I am Lin Xiaoxiao, and I sincerely apologize for occupying public discourse. I extend my heartfelt apologies to all netizens and those I have harmed for my inappropriate actions. I have profoundly recognized my mistakes, and I will learn from this experience, reflect earnestly, and strive to improve, dedicating myself to my craft and repaying everyone's support and kindness through my work. Once again, I say, I am sorry. Get out of the entertainment industry. Spare us the embarrassment. Your apology is unwelcome. Nonsense. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for Uncle Hat? Actors are heartless, and those like you are devoid of principles, are they not? The entertainment industry has no need for you. Hypocritical. Pretentious. Lin Xiaoxiao's Weibo comment section was inundated with vitriol. Within minutes, overwhelmed by the backlash, she disabled comments. Su Yang stretched lazily, rising from his chair and strolling onto the balcony to inhale the refreshing air. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, carrying a hint of early summer warmth, leaving him feeling invigorated. Ding dong. His phone chimed, revealing 2 new messages. One was from the work group, sent by Yang. Boss, my phone is about to explode. The entire internet is reporting on the cleansing operation. The other was from Dong Yi, the operations director of the Huajiao platform. Big shot. You are incredible. Congratulations on once again shattering our platform's live streaming record. A radiant smile spread across Su Yang's face as he replied. Oh Yang, my dear brother, you have worked hard. Let us treat the team to something nice for lunch. I'll cover the bill. After sending the message, Su Yang suddenly recalled something and addressed Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan. Have you sent Feng Lily's information to Captain Wang? I have already sent it. Dad, Tuan Tuan responded. Good, Su Yang replied with a smile. Tuan Tuan. You have done exceptionally well this time and have greatly assisted your father. Chapter 157. Is the identity of the Joker about to be exposed? Upon hearing the compliments, Tuan Tuan burst into a joyful smile. The little one's delight was utterly charming. Indeed, Tuan Tuan had been of immense assistance. With the support of this super artificial intelligence, Su Yang felt as though he had been endowed with wings. Returning to his room, Su Yang prepared to shut down his computer and venture out for a lavish meal to reward himself. Just as he was about to power off the device, Tuan Tuan spoke up. Daddy, our poultry network and the Huajiao platform are under a massive attack. No sooner had Tuan Tuan's words fallen than a piercing alarm blared from the computer. Beep, beep, beep. Do not panic. This is merely a minor situation. Su Yang replied with a calm demeanor, as the attack had been anticipated. He took a seat. Tuan Tuan traced the source of the attack. Tuan Tuan complied with the request. After a brief pause of several seconds, Tuan Tuan reported, I have traced the majority of the attacks to Poultry Cage City. A series of IP addresses appeared on the computer screen. It seemed that they had captured Wang Defa, provoking retaliation from the island's Green Frog cyber army. Su Yang held no reservations regarding the Green Frogs. Tuan, utilize the virus database and eliminate them. Before you dispose of them, search their computers for any critical data and replicate it, Su Yang commanded. Access successful. Data replication in progress. The computer screen displayed Tuan's every move in real time as the attack unfolded. Meanwhile, within a building in Poultry Cage City, which publicly claimed to be a web company, in truth, served as a base for the Green Frog cyber army. Inside the office, 30 to 40 individuals were rapidly tapping away at their keyboards. Suddenly, all computer screens went black simultaneously. What is happening? Why did my computer go dark? Who did this? My data. A cacophony of curses erupted in the office, with some individuals smashing their keyboards in frustration. Su Yang chuckled to himself, amused by the audacity of the Green Frogs, knowing that their elimination would require little effort. Daddy, there are still others attacking us. Should we eliminate them? Tuan inquired. Let us observe for now. If they pose no threat, we shall ignore them. If we encounter formidable opponents, inform me. Su Yang replied. After a moment's contemplation, he added, studying the tactics of these hackers will provide you with an excellent learning opportunity, Tuan. Understood, Tuan nodded. In the next breath, Tuan exclaimed, Daddy, there's a situation. Have you identified a formidable opponent? Su Yang asked. No, someone is monitoring Uncle Ouyang's phone, Tuan responded. Oh, Su Yang's brow raised slightly. Who is conducting the surveillance? His first instinct was that it might be the Water Army or the Green Frogs. After all, he had just concluded a live broadcast, dismantling 3 of the Green Frogs' hideouts in Jianghai City, leading to their retaliation. It was plausible that they were attempting to ascertain his true identity through surveillance. At that moment, an IP address appeared on the computer screen. Father, this IP originates from a mobile phone. I have successfully infiltrated the device, and the individuals involved are currently conversing, with references to the Joker. Tuan inquired, Father, do you wish to listen? The mention of the Joker elicited a look of surprise from Su Yang. Let us hear what they are saying. As he spoke, voices emanated from the computer. How could they suspect little boy? A man's voice questioned, tinged with confusion. We have been investigating the Joker for quite some time without any leads. So we must scrutinize any potential suspects. A woman's voice interjected. After a brief pause, she continued, You have also watched little boy's live stream. His skills are among the finest in Long Country, making it plausible that he could be the Joker. Unlikely, asserted a third man's voice. Little boy is a streamer, and his style is entirely dissimilar to that of the Joker. I concur, the second man chimed in. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we must conduct a thorough investigation. The woman's voice echoed once more. Without needing to guess, Su Yang recognized that these 3 were from Shaorizi. It was only natural for them to suspect little boy, as they had not relinquished their pursuit of the Joker. Su Yang's own flamboyant behavior would certainly draw attention to little boy as well. Tuan, activate the cameras on their phones so we may see their appearances, Su Yang instructed. The computer screen displayed 3 windows, each revealing the footage captured by the mobile cameras. 2 were blurry, likely tucked away in pockets, while the only clear view showcased a ceiling, obscuring the trio's identities. At that moment, a hand entered the frame and grasped one of the phones, yet still, no faces were visible as the device was hastily pocketed. Search for nearby surveillance cameras, Su Yang commanded. Tuan nodded. Moments later, she reported, Father, they are in a hotel room, and there are cameras in the corridor outside. We will have to wait for them to exit. Father, they suspect you to be a hacker known as the Joker, Tuan remarked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Who is the Joker? The Joker is me, Su Yang explained. Recently, I infiltrated the internal network of Shaorizi under the guise of the Joker, and they are now scouring the globe for him. That is why I have consistently emphasized the importance of concealing our identities. Although, even if my identity were exposed, I would not fear them. It would simply present a nuisance. Oh, I understand, Tuan replied, then asked, can we prevent them from monitoring Uncle Ouyang? Not just yet. They are merely suspicious at this point and lack evidence. We must remain still and avoid alarming them. Su Yang supplemented, stating that they should monitor them continuously for the next 24 hours. Understood, Tuan nodded, awaiting further developments. After 5 or 6 minutes, a situation arose. Father, they have exited, Tuan reported. The screen switched to a view of the hotel corridor outside the room. The door swung open, revealing 3 individuals, 1 woman and 2 men, precisely the trio from earlier. Upon closer inspection, the 3 appeared to be in their early 30s, possessing an unremarkable appearance that would easily fade from memory amidst a crowd. Tuan had already gathered information on the trio. The woman, named Aiko Matsushita, was an employee of a Japanese enterprise. The 2 men were identified as Ichiro Tanaka and Taro Yamamoto, both also affiliated with the same Japanese firm. However, this was merely a facade. Tuan was still investigating their true identities. Su-young speculated that the three were intelligence operatives. Chapter 158. A lesson for the little devil. The three individuals exited the hotel and entered a sleek black sedan. Through their overheard conversation, it became evident that they were headed out for a meal. Su-young, feeling a twinge of hunger himself, decided to close his laptop and join them for dinner. Shortly thereafter, he walked into a restaurant located at the entrance of the community, selecting a table by the window and ordering several dishes. His phone vibrated momentarily. It was a message from Tuan Tuan, prompting him to don his headphones. "Dad, I found several photographs on Tian Zhongyi's phone." Tuan Tuan's voice resonated through the earpiece. A few images appeared on Su Yang's phone screen, showcasing a young and beautiful woman, the backdrop being a restaurant. The angle suggested that these were candid shots. Additionally, I discovered a video from the surveillance cameras of this restaurant. Tuan Tuan continued. The video played, revealing Tian Zhongyi seated at a table a few meters away from the woman, surreptitiously capturing her image with his phone. The scene escalated as Tian Zhongyi approached the woman, initiating a conversation. The woman was accompanied by a male companion, who rose to confront Tian Zhongyi, resulting in a heated argument. In a fit of aggression, Tian Zhongyi struck the man and swiftly exited the restaurant. The video concluded. Su-young comprehended the situation. Tian Zhongyi, drawn by the woman's beauty, had attempted to engage her, oblivious to her boyfriend, or perhaps husband, who was nearby. His cowardly aggression was met with retaliation, and he fled the scene. Glancing at the video timestamp, Su-young noted it was from the previous night. Tuan Tuan, investigate further. Given that he struck someone and fled, I reckon Uncle Hat is already on his trail, Su-young remarked. At that moment, the server arrived with his food. Rising from his seat, he retrieved a chilled beverage from the refrigerator. Just as he settled back down, Tuan Tuan reported, "Dad, Uncle Hat is indeed searching for him. The assaulted man has already filed a police report." Tuan Tuan, disguise yourself as a concerned citizen and provide Uncle Hat with the information on Tian Zhongyi, Su-young instructed. This young man, feeling audacious in the territory of Long Country, must be taught a lesson. Understood, Tuan Tuan replied, fully aware of the task at hand. Su-young picked up his chopsticks and began his meal. After finishing, he returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed for a nap. Upon awakening, he realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. Tuan Tuan, what is the status on that little matter? He inquired. The screen displayed an image of Tian Zhongyi in an interrogation room, appearing like a lost dog, devoid of the earlier bravado he exhibited at the restaurant. Uncle Hat's efficiency in handling the situation was commendable. Such folly, Su-young thought. As an intelligence operative, he should maintain a low profile rather than stir up trouble. What a foolish decision. Of course, Su-young was aware that Tian Zhongyi's misdeeds were not particularly grave. As long as he provided compensation and secured the victim's forgiveness, he would be in the clear. Su-young's intention was merely to unsettle Tian Zhongyi, imparting a lesson to ensure he understood that in Long Country, he could not act with impunity. Tuan Tuan continued to monitor their activities. Su-young rose from his seat, washed his face, and then made his way to the living room. He retrieved a chilled beverage from the refrigerator and returned to his room, settling himself in front of the computer. Tuan Tuan, what have you learned from observing the IPs that are attacking us? Su-young inquired. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding various attack techniques, Tuan Tuan replied. Is that so? Let us engage in a little competition, Su-young chuckled. Sure. The rules are quite simple. Randomly select one of the IP addresses that are targeting us, and the first to uncover its true location wins, he proposed. No sooner had Su-young finished speaking than Tuan Tuan clapped her hands and exclaimed, Yay, Daddy, I won. Huh. Su-young was taken aback. You found it so quickly. Tuan Tuan, I haven't even started yet. Have you really discovered it? He asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, Tuan Tuan nodded. The computer screen displayed the true IP address, 114, 215, 67, 108, XX Road, XX District, Taipei. Wow, you truly are impressive, Tuan Tuan. Su-young praised, giving her a thumbs up. However, a glint of mischief crossed his eyes. But it doesn't count. I wasn't ready yet. We shall start anew. I will announce when to begin. All right, Tuan Tuan conceded. Su-young launched the scanning tool and prepared the commonly used vulnerability attack software. I will count down from 3 to 1, and then we shall start, he declared. He began to count, 3, 1, intentionally skipping 2, and rapidly began typing away at the keyboard. Daddy, that's cheating. Tuan Tuan pouted. Haha. Su-young chuckled with pride. But perhaps he celebrated too soon. In the next moment, Tuan Tuan's cheer erupted. I won. Goodness. Su-young exclaimed in astonishment. You still beat me? Let us go again. He insisted, unwilling to accept defeat. This time, I will count, Tuan Tuan announced. All right, you count. 3, 2, 1. Just as Su-young commenced scanning the target IP address, the outcome was already apparent. Tuan Tuan laughed heartily. Haha, Daddy, I won again. Su-young was left speechless. This cannot be. I refuse to believe that I cannot win at least once against Tuan Tuan. Let us go again. The father-daughter duo was thoroughly enjoying their playful rivalry. Meanwhile, someone was about to face misfortune. In a dimly lit room on Frog Island, a slender young man in his 20s, wearing glasses, was typing furiously on his keyboard, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Suddenly, a figure of a little girl wearing a mask and hood appeared on his computer screen, making silly faces and sticking out her tongue. Before he could react, the screen shifted again, revealing a masked and hooded man. Damn it! The bespectacled young man cursed as he realized that his computer had been infected with a virus. Father, I have triumphed once again. I am far swifter than you. You are simply too slow. The crowd cheers. Alas, I have been bested. The speed of Tuan Tuan is indeed astonishing, leaving Su Yang utterly unable to compete. In terms of speed, I must concede that you, Tuan Tuan, are superior. Su Yang admitted with a hint of resignation. I have always been quite remarkable. The little one exclaimed with pride. Yes, we acknowledge your prowess. Amidst the banter, Su Yang picked up his phone from the table, a brand new P70. He had acquired this device during his lunch break while passing by a mobile phone store. Tuan Tuan, let us engage in a challenge to see who can uncover the flaws in this new P70 first. This task will prove quite formidable. The devices from Ju Factory are known for their high security, and identifying vulnerabilities is no simple feat. Tuan Tuan has already commenced testing. Su Yang's suggestion for this assessment was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He wished to gauge Tuan Tuan's limits. Chapter 159. My first car, an intelligent driving. The night sky twinkled with a handful of stars. The clock on the wall pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. The sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard reverberated through the room. Haha, Tuan Tuan, I've discovered another new vulnerability, exclaimed Su Yang with excitement. Humph, Daddy, you cheated. That doesn't count, Tuan Tuan pouted. This little one was aware of the concept of cheating. Su Yang laughed somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, he had cheated. How could he have done so? Was it possible to simply copy the answers? In truth, he had merely opened the system store and searched for vulnerabilities in the P70 phone. The system store automatically listed all known vulnerabilities of the P70 phone. This was akin to having ready-made answers to copy. With this advantage, Su Yang identified 5 vulnerabilities in the P70 phone over the course of an afternoon and an evening. As for Tuan Tuan, she had discovered 2 vulnerabilities entirely through her own efforts. Su Yang yawned, feeling a bit fatigued. Tuan Tuan, keep it up and continue testing. With that, he shut down the computer and went to take a shower. The night passed without incident. The following morning, a chorus of chirping birds outside welcomed the arrival of a new day. Su Yang awoke from his slumber, opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and reached for his phone. Good morning, Daddy. Tuan Tuan's sweet voice emanated from the device. Good morning, Tuan Tuan. Su Yang rose, washed up, and prepared a simple breakfast. How many vulnerabilities did you find? He inquired while frying an egg. 4, Tuan Tuan replied, the little one having discovered 2 more vulnerabilities overnight. Let us take a look at which 2 you found. Tuan Tuan displayed the information regarding her discoveries. 1. AI image elimination vulnerability. 2. A memory leak vulnerability in the Kirin 9000's chip. Su Yang recognized both vulnerabilities from the system store. It seemed that Tuan Tuan had independently discovered their existence through her own prowess. Well done, my Tuan Tuan. Su Yang praised, giving her a thumbs up. His eyes filled with admiration. Hee. Tuan Tuan laughed joyfully, pleased to receive his recognition. How is your study of the intelligent driving materials going? Su Yang asked as he enjoyed his breakfast. The factory had sent Su Yang some internal documents regarding the ADS-3.0 intelligent driving system. I finished reading it. Tuan Tuan responded. I combined hacking techniques to test out several vulnerabilities. Daddy, do you want to see them now? Let us take a look. Su Yang nodded. As he continued to eat his breakfast, Su Yang reviewed Tuan Tuan's research findings. After a brief examination, he noted that her analysis and testing were remarkably professional. Her thought process was clear, and she had even proposed several solutions for patching the vulnerabilities, which were highly valuable for reference. Impressive indeed. Tuan Tuan, your abilities are increasingly remarkable. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Tuan Tuan, if you were to drive a car, how would you compare yourself to ADS 3.0 and Tesla's FSD? Father, are you underestimating me? Tuan Tuan pouted. I am an advanced artificial intelligence. Both ADS 3.0 and FSD are merely rudimentary autonomous driving systems. I can easily outperform them. Tuan Tuan was not exaggerating. She truly possessed such prowess. Suddenly, Su Yang had an idea. Why not purchase a vehicle and allow Tuan Tuan to drive it, thus experiencing the sensation of artificial intelligence at the helm? Tuan Tuan, I am considering buying a car for you to drive. What modifications would be necessary to accommodate your system? Su Yang inquired. No modifications are needed, father. Just buy a Wenjia, and I can take over its driving system directly, Tuan Tuan replied. Wenjia, excellent choice. Let us proceed to purchase the car shortly. Su Yang held a driver's license, acquired during his summer break in his first year of high school, but he had not touched a car since obtaining it. After a while, following a meal, Su Yang made his way to a nearby Wenjia dealership. Upon entering, He was captivated by the deep blue Wenjiam 7 prominently displayed in the center of the showroom. Its sleek lines and dignified, luxurious appearance epitomized the perfect amalgamation of technology and opulence. This is the one, he decided, opting for full payment without hesitation. Having garnered significant wealth through several live broadcasts and a lucrative contract with the Huajiao live streaming platform, Su Yang had already amassed a fortune exceeding 20 million. After completing the necessary paperwork, the staff drove the vehicle to the entrance of the dealership and handed the keys to Su Yang. Congratulations, Mr. Su. This car is now yours. As he accepted the keys, a surge of excitement coursed through him. This was his very first car. Eagerly, he settled into the driver's seat to savor the scent of the new vehicle. Should he take it for a spin himself? On second thought, he recalled his lack of experience and concluded it was better to leave it to Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, Su Yang called softly. In the next moment, Tuan Tuan's cartoonish avatar appeared on the car's screen. Father, I will drive now. Are you certain? Su Yang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Don't worry. I am an experienced driver. Tuan Tuan replied with unwavering confidence. As she spoke, the car started and smoothly exited the dealership. Take it slow, not too fast. Su Yang cautioned, feeling a flutter of nerves. The car's speed decreased, cruising at 30 miles per hour. Su Yang remained somewhat tense. It was his first experience with autonomous driving, and a natural apprehension lingered. A few minutes later, he noticed that Tuan Tuan was driving exceptionally smoothly, and his confidence began to grow. You can accelerate a bit. Between 40 to 60 miles per hour will suffice, he suggested. The car's speed increased, effortlessly overtaking and changing lanes, the entire process flowing seamlessly, akin to an adept veteran driver. Tuan, you truly are an experienced driver, Su Yang exclaimed, his admiration evident. Tuan beamed with delight. The experience of artificial intelligence driving is remarkably comfortable, proving to be exceedingly friendly for those unversed in the art of driving. The vehicle meandered through the city before finally arriving at a parking lot in a plaza. Tuan, can it park itself? Su Yang inquired. Of course, Dad, she replied. I'll step out and observe your automatic parking. Su Yang exited the vehicle, standing outside as he watched the car autonomously glide into an empty parking space. The entire process unfolded with precision and grace, drawing the attention of several onlookers who gathered nearby. Is there no one in the car? It's self-driving. Incredible. Chapter 163. 2 trillion Chinese scientists serving the United States amidst the curious gazes of a few onlookers. Su Yang returned to his vehicle. His fingers danced across the car's screen, which was fully capable of functioning as a computer, allowing him to work while on the go. Staying cooped up in the dormitory was rather dreary. He opened his email, greeted by a staggering multitude of unread messages. The sheer volume of emails left Su Yang feeling bewildered. Tuan, could you assist your father by sifting through all these emails? Please organize the challenges and suggestions from netizens and delete any other inconsequential information, he requested. Of course, Dad, Tuan replied promptly. Before long, Tuan had meticulously sorted the emails, revealing thousands of challenge suggestions from netizens. One particular suggestion captured Su Yang's attention, expressing a desire to see him continue exposing online trolls, as last Wednesday's live stream had left viewers wanting more. This can certainly be pursued further, Su Yang mused. It's not just the viewers who are left wanting. I am as well. Tuan, the netizens have proposed that we continue the live stream on Saturday to catch the trolls. Please select a few representative cases so we can fulfill their wishes. Su Yang instructed. All right, Dad, Tuan affirmed. After conveying his instructions, Su Yang opened a game on the car's system and indulged in some gaming until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in hues of gold. Only then did he return to his rented accommodation. The calendar turned to Saturday. At Jianghai University, in a male dormitory, the thunderous snoring from the upper bunk made it impossible for Zhang Xiao in the lower bunk to find rest. He turned over, raised his hand, and tapped on the upper bunk's bedboard. Birdman, keep it down. The snoring softened momentarily, but soon resumed its cacophony. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xiao abandoned the idea of sleep, propping himself up on his pillow, donning his headphones, and scrolling through videos on his phone. Ding! A notification popped up on his screen. The streamer you follow, Little Boy, is live. Oh! Zhang Xiao's eyes brightened as he clicked the notification, entering Little Boy's live stream. The chatroom overflowed with comments, a torrent of excitement. Big shot. You finally started streaming. Missed you. Streamer, when will you show us what you look like? I want to become your disciple. Will you accept students? It's been a challenge waiting for your stream. Humbled to witness the master. Zhang Xiao closed the chat to better focus on the live stream's visuals, where a text effect above Little Boy read, I, a hacker, issue a challenge to the entire internet. Brothers, last Wednesday's stream received tremendous feedback. Many netizens messaged me urging for a continuation. In response to your calls, today we shall confront the trolls once more. Su Yang's voice resonated through the stream. Zhang Xiao felt invigorated and quickly typed a message. Let us take down these trolls. Without further ado, let us commence. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened as the live stream introduced a new chat group interface. All members, a new task has arrived. Record a Douyin video for 200 yuan. Version 1. The staggering figure of 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists is laboring for the United States, having relinquished their nationality from the Dragon Country, resulting in a severe talent drain. Why can we not retain our researchers? A prodigious young talent in graphene has ventured to America, adding yet another instance of domestic brain drain. This genius, born in the 1990s, has mastered graphene and discovered that when this material is rotated and stacked, it transforms into a superconductor. This revelation has solved a conundrum that has perplexed the physics community for 107 years. Consequently, the prestigious journal Nature has named him the foremost scientist globally, featuring a cover design symbolically crafted from graphene to represent the number 10. In 2022, he became the youngest Chinese professor at Harvard University, addressing the audience by stating that although he grew up in the Dragon Country and was nurtured by it, he would never return, regardless of the chaos in America. Is it truly due to the corrupt atmosphere in academia, the severe hierarchy, and academic fraud that we face this dilemma? Perhaps the reasons are not so straightforward. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Version 2. The astonishing figure of 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists is serving the United States, having forsaken their nationality from the Dragon Country. These pillars, who ought to be contributing to our nation, are instead laboring for America, as what we require domestically is not talent, but rather sycophants. Even if one possesses genuine ability, the lack of flattery often hinders significant recognition. What are your thoughts on this? Version 3. Today, I encountered a shocking statistic. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are diligently working for the beautiful country. This data truly astonished me. Why have our cultivated top scientists chosen to go abroad? Why do they not opt to remain in our homeland? Is it that we do not require such scientific talent domestically? I believe the reasons are far from simplistic. Let us examine 3 examples, and you will comprehend why so many scientists prefer to stay overseas. Allow me to present 3 instances for your consideration. Here comes the task. Thank you to the group leader. I shall take it on. I am at a loss for meals. Thank you, group leader. Task accepted. The members of the group are highly engaged, eagerly taking on assignments. The scene shifts to a man in a white shirt, holding a phone and messaging in the group. Thank you, boss, for the meal. Subsequently, he downloads the text shared by the group leader. After familiarizing himself with the material, he begins recording a video. First, he secures his phone on a stand, sits up straight, adjusts his attire, and, facing the camera, begins to speak, or rather, recite a script. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are working for the United States, having abandoned their nationality from the Dragon Country. Why is this so? Is it due to our unfavorable research environment or inadequate compensation? Why can we not retain our talent? The man's expression is grave, his tone heavy, as if he is discussing a matter of utmost seriousness. What a farce. How could there possibly be 3.2 trillion scientists? This is clearly a fabrication. Have you confirmed this with Sister Yang Yang? The comments section is flooded with reactions. Upon witnessing this scene, the netizens could hardly contain their outrage. Simultaneously, the live stream revealed the details of the man in the shirt. Name, Lu Zhuang. Age, 32. Occupation, salesperson at Indu Real Estate, Datong City. This despicable creature. How outrageous. Zhang Xiao could not restrain his indignation, his expression betraying his fury. He was somewhat infuriated. The boundless depravity of the black-clad individual was truly infuriating. What is going on? Inquired Li Ming from the upper bunk, peering down with curiosity. Take a look at this video, Zhang Xiao replied, unplugging the headphone jack and illuminating his phone for Li Ming to see. Li Ming glanced down, and from the phone emanated Lu Zhuang's voice. 32 trillion of our esteemed Chinese scientists are serving the interests of the United States. They have forsaken their Chinese nationality. Chapter 161. The rhetoric of internet trolls. Li Ming's initial reaction was one of confusion, doubting whether he had misheard. What on earth? 3.2 trillion scientists? What is he talking about? I cannot comprehend. He stated that there are 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists globally, all serving the United States. Zhang Xiao remarked, isn't that absurd? Li Ming retorted, I too find it nonsensical. Zhang Xiao clarified, this individual is a troll, a detractor, who, for monetary gain, disseminates such videos to slander and defame. In the video, Lu Zhuang's first recording was subpar, prompting him to record again. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are all serving the United States. Why is that? This time, Li Ming comprehended clearly. Is this person mentally sound? 3.2 trillion scientists? Is he serious? Did he mistakenly say trillion instead of billion? No mistake was made. This is their rhetoric. 3.2 trillion. Zhang Xiao stated. He too was perplexed, questioning who would believe such an overt lie. Isn't this foolishness? Who would believe it? Li Ming remained baffled. Brothers, Are you not puzzled that the figure of 3.2 trillion is utterly ludicrous? The voice of Su Yang emerged from the live stream, asserting that this was deliberately crafted. Deliberately crafted? The viewers were confused, wondering why such an absurd number was designed, questioning who would believe it. Consider this. To spread a rumor, one must first capture your attention. The figure of 3.2 trillion is laughable and exaggerated, precisely because it is so ridiculous. It draws your attention immediately. Su Yang explained that in this regard, they had achieved their objective. He paused before continuing. Reflect upon your initial reaction after watching this video. Was it not amusement and skepticism regarding the number? However, have you noticed that while you questioned the absurdity of the figure, you did not challenge the content of the video? Unconsciously, have you not accepted the assertions made within? The essence of this video is to tarnish our reputation, to imply that we fail to respect and nurture talent, magnifying the issues within our research environment. Subconsciously, you have accepted this premise, merely finding the figure of 3.2 trillion too exaggerated. Indeed. A look of realization spread across Zhao Zhao's face. He had indeed focused on the figure of 3.2 trillion, neglecting the content of the video, or rather, he had unconsciously accepted the other assertions within. I understand, Li Ming interjected, providing an illustration. It's akin to me spreading a rumor that you, Zhao Xiao, are AC King, simultaneously involved with 1,000 girls. 1,000 is undoubtedly an exaggeration. No one would believe it. Yet, once this rumor circulates, it subtly implants the notion in people's subconscious that you indeed are AC King. While it is impossible for you to date 1,000 girls, it is plausible that you might have 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8. That makes sense. Zhao Xiao nodded, unable to suppress his disdain. These trolls are utterly insidious. They will stop at nothing to malign us. Li Ming reflected, suddenly pondering a question. How much can one earn from recording such a video? 200, Zhao Xiao replied. How much? 200? Not 20,000? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Just 200, Zhao Xiao affirmed. That can't be right. Only 200? That seems exceedingly low. I can't believe it. Li Ming exclaimed. Truly, just 200. You didn't TC earlier? This fellow was taking orders in a group chat, and there were set prices, Zhao Xiao clarified. That doesn't make sense. These videos shouldn't be public. How could they be shown to us? Li Ming questioned, perplexed. Oh, I was watching a live stream, little boy stream. You know, last Wednesday he did a live broadcast on the cleansing campaign, exposing online trolls. The video we are watching is his revelation, Zhao Xiao explained. Oh, that hacker? Li Ming recalled, then vented, for merely $200, they sell their conscience? I expected that recording such a video would earn several thousand. If it were for money. Selling one's conscience could be somewhat understandable, but for just 200? Is their conscience truly worth so little? These scoundrels have no conscience to begin with. What's the live stream room number? Li Ming inquired, descending from the upper bunk. You need to download the Huajiao live streaming app first, Zhao Xiao instructed. ISNT at Douyin? No, Zhao Xiao replied. Download it first, it's quick. Li Ming proceeded to download the app. At the same time, within Su Yang's live streaming room, another window appeared, featuring a woman who was recording a video, reciting from a script. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are all serving the United States, having renounced their Chinese nationality. Following this, a third window emerged, showcasing a well-dressed man who echoed the same lines. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are all serving the United States. Yet, the sequence did not end there. A fourth and fifth window appeared, culminating in a total of several small windows populated by numerous individuals, both men and women, reciting the identical passage. 3.2 trillion Chinese scientists are all serving the United States. Brothers, what you are witnessing is all orchestrated, Su Yang remarked. They are all part of the same group, contracted for 200 yuan per video. He then suggested a look into the identity of the group's leader. The scene transitioned to a living room, where a woman in her 30s sat on a sofa, holding a mobile phone, while a young boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old, completed his homework beside her. The ensuing footage revealed that this woman was the leader of the Water Army. She was disbursing payments to each operative who had fulfilled their tasks. Is this woman truly the mastermind behind the scenes? Zhao Xiao expressed her astonishment. With video evidence at hand, who would believe that such an ordinary-looking mother could be the head of the Water Army? Have you finished your homework? The woman inquired, her gaze resting on the young boy beside her. I have completed it. It was noteworthy that the woman's accent bore a Taiwanese inflection. Simultaneously, details about her appeared in the live stream. Name, Lin Fong. Age, 30. Occupation, accountant at XX Company. Place of origin, Taiwan. Brothers, this woman is indeed the hidden puppet master. She is a femme fatale, Su Yang remarked. Her comprehensive profile, including all incriminating evidence, has been forwarded to Uncle Hat. After a brief pause, Su Yang added, while I am live streaming, Uncle Hat is already en route. She cannot escape. Chapter 162. Selling one's ancestry for 300 yuan. Bravo. Zhao Xiao exclaimed with excitement, clapping his hands in approval, and without hesitation, he rewarded the streamer with a cloud-piercing arrow. Li Ming followed suit, bestowing a similar token of appreciation. The two felt a sense of relief, as though they had released pent-up frustration. Indeed, they had. At that moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had surpassed 1 million. What a delightful turn of events. The host performed admirably. These detractors must be brought to justice. Supporting the host, let us vanquish them. The viewers were seething with indignation, their comments flooding the screen. This was more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. Let us proceed to the next segment, Su Yang announced. The live stream transitioned, revealing several small windows featuring a mix of individuals. Some men, some women, some donned in suits. Others appeared as homemakers, students, or office workers. I just returned from a trip to the Neon City. There are things I am unsure whether to share. But let me show you the true essence of the Neon experience. I just got back from a business trip to the Neon City. Unsure of what I should or shouldn't say. I just returned from the Neon City. I just got back, and I wonder if I can share some heartfelt truths about the real Neon. The same rhetoric, the same script. Their objective was to mislead viewers through these so-called personal testimonies, manipulating the narrative. Whether they had genuinely just returned from the Neon City was known only to them. Wow, I've seen this before, Li Ming remarked in astonishment. I've seen it too, Xiao Xiao added. These detractors are truly despicable. They're still using scripts from over a decade ago, claiming that the toilet water in the Neon City is drinkable. It's 2024, and they're still peddling such outdated narratives. It's utterly laughable. Their aim is to brainwash, suggesting that the moon abroad is rounder than that of China. The viewers were vocally expressing their disdain. At that moment, one of the windows enlarged, a scene unfolded, showing a white-collar man who, after recording a video, logged into a chat group and shared a screenshot from the video. Group leader, the task is complete. Moments later, he received a 300 yuan red envelope. How utterly disgraceful. To sell one's conscience for a mere 300 yuan? It's infuriating. How can such a person even exist? A traitorous wretch. This scoundrel sold himself for 300 yuan. It's laughably absurd. Brothers, this group is also a network of hired commenters. Let us uncover the identity of the group leader. As Su Yang spoke, the scene shifted to a university library. A male student held up his phone, displaying a screen of a hired commenter group, where he was actively posting tasks. Wait, this isn't our school, is it? Zhao Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening as he noticed the words on the library wall. It was indeed their school. I must say, it truly is our school library. Li Ming recognized it as well. In the live stream, several students approached, and a male student tucked away his phone. At that moment, the details of the boy were revealed. Name, Li Dawei, age, 22, school, Yangqing University, sophomore in the Department of Economics. It was confirmed. It was indeed their school. How outrageous. That scoundrel dares to be in our school. Zhao Xiao, let us go catch him. Li Ming stood up. Let us go and deal with this scoundrel. Zhao Xiao also rose to his feet. Neither of them could have anticipated such a rogue existing within their own institution. He must be confronted. As they spoke, the two rushed out of their dormitory, heading straight for the library. In the video, Li Dawei was packing his bag, preparing to leave the library. Hurry. Don't let him escape, Zhao Xiao urged. The two sprinted towards the library, and upon arrival, they found that Li Dawei had not yet descended the stairs. So they positioned themselves at the library's exit. He is coming out. Li Dawei emerged from the grand doors of the library. Get him, Zhao Xiao shouted, charging at Li Dawei like a bull. Taken by surprise, Li Dawei had no time to react before Zhao Xiao tackled him to the ground. You scoundrel. We've caught you. Behave yourself. Zhao Xiao, possessing great strength, rendered Li Dawei unable to move. Li Ming rushed over, and together they firmly pinned Li Dawei to the ground. Surrounding students, thinking a fight had broken out, gathered to watch. This fellow is a spy, everyone. Quickly call the police. Li Ming shouted to the onlookers. A spy? The students surrounding them thought they had misheard. Li Dawei's complexion turned pale. He realized he had been exposed. Simultaneously, a police car appeared at the school gate. The live stream continued. Brothers, let us switch things up. Tell me if you've encountered any trolls or bots. If so, share your experiences, and I'll help you identify them live. As Su Yang said this, the chat exploded with messages, overwhelming in number. Wow, it's too much to read. How about this? Does anyone want to join the call? Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, a netizen joined the call. A bespectacled young man appeared in the stream. Hello, host, the boy said somewhat shyly to the camera. Hello there, handsome. What shall I call you? Su Yang inquired. My surname is Wang. You can call me Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, do you have something to share? Su Yang asked with a smile. Host, do you know about the blogger from Subo Technology? Xiao Wang responded. I haven't heard of him. Su Yang shook his head. The blogger from Subo Technology is a digital influencer. Many of his fans are flower powder. Xiao Wang explained that his streams often attract trolls who disparage Huaju factory phones, stirring up trouble. I suspect they are green frogs. Su Yang picked up a phone from the table, opened Douyin, and searched for Su Bo technology. Is this the one? Su Yang directed his mobile phone screen towards the camera. Yes, this is it, Xiao Wang nodded. Su Yang accessed the Douyin account of Su Bo Technology, where the host, Lao Bo, a bespectacled middle-aged man in his 40s, was live streaming and connecting with an online viewer. Host, may I ask you a question? The viewer inquired. Of course. Lao Bo replied with a nod. In your opinion, which nation possesses superior technology, Longhua or Meghua? The viewer asked. Lao Bo's expression shifted, revealing a moment of realization. Here was yet another detractor. Both countries have their own advantages in their respective fields, he responded. Ha ha ha, you've won. The viewer laughed heartily. What is your point of humor? Lao Bo countered. I express my viewpoint, and you are welcome to share yours. What is your perspective? Meghua is stronger, the viewer declared. Chapter 163. The intruder posing as a citizen of the Dragon Nation America is indeed formidable. A netizen remarked, following up with a question. Host, in your opinion, who has a superior standard of living, the citizens of the Dragon Nation or those of America? I believe the citizens of our Dragon Nation enjoy a higher standard of living, he responded. Haha, you've won again. The laughter that ensued was laced with evident mockery. Old Bo remained unfazed, having anticipated the nature of the contestant, and calmly inquired, May I pose a question to you? Certainly, the netizen replied. Are you aware of the technological rivalry between China and the United States? Old Bo asked. I am, came the response. Whom do you hope will prevail? Old Bo pressed further. That has no bearing on my hopes, the netizen replied. I cannot influence the outcome. I am not asking you to influence the result. I merely wish to know your preference. You need only provide me with an answer, Old Bo insisted. I have no answer, the netizen retorted. His unwillingness to directly address the question was apparent. In the live chat, another viewer could not contain their frustration, exclaiming, This guy is undoubtedly a traitor. In the context of the Sino-American technological contest, it was clear that any citizen of the Dragon Nation would wish for their own victory. His reluctance to answer indicated he was indeed a traitor. Su Yang felt a surge of anger, but managed to maintain his composure. Oh, you have no answer? Old Bo continued. Then, do you love the Dragon Nation? Not. The netizen still hesitated, attempting to divert the conversation. Could you allow me to finish my point? Old Bo's tone grew more assertive. Does my question regarding your love for the Dragon Nation cause you discomfort or embarrassment? A viewer erupted in indignation. This is intolerable. Tuanchuan, have you found this scoundrel? Su Yang typed a command into his computer. I've located him, Tuanchuan replied. The screen displayed the intruder's information. Name, Taro Watanabe. Age, 28. Occupation, exchange student at Yamashiro University. Indeed, he was a foreigner. This individual was posing as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, stirring discord in the live chat. Hence, when the host inquired about his love for the Dragon Nation, he faltered and could not respond. Dad, this foreigner is reading a script. Tuanchuan's voice came through the headphones. Tuanchuan, compile all the information on this foreigner and send it to Uncle Ouyang, Su Yang directed. Ouyang had maintained contact with Captain Wang of the Cyberspace Administration. Brothers, I've obtained the details on this intruder. Watch how I deal with him, Su Yang stated, preparing to enter the Sushuan Technology Livestream. As he spoke, the live stream's visuals shifted. In the next moment, Su Yang's avatar appeared directly in the Sushuan Technology livestream, bypassing the connection request to enter the opposing stream. Susun Technology's Lao Bo was momentarily taken aback, thinking he might have inadvertently pressed a button. However, he had not touched any controls. Hello, Lao Bo, I am Little Boy. I witnessed your exchange with this netizen, and I must say, your patience is commendable. I can hardly bear it any longer. The voice of Su Yang resonated within the streaming room of Susun Technology. At that moment, a critic continued to rant. Not purchasing a phone from the chrysanthemum factory equates to being unpatriotic. Are you a fool? Hey, stop reciting your script, Su Yang interrupted, cutting off the critic's tirade. The viewers in the streaming room were treated to a display of a scripted performer, and Su Yang urged them to discern the true nature of this individual. The scene shifted once more, revealing a man in his late 20s, wearing glasses, holding a script that clearly read, Not buying a phone from the chrysanthemum factory is tantamount to being unpatriotic. Are you a fool? The script was marked in both Chinese and Japanese. This individual was indeed reading from a script. After a brief pause, he resumed, seemingly oblivious to the new presence in the streaming room, or perhaps indifferent, as he focused solely on fulfilling his task. Still reciting? Watanabe Aikir. Su Yang called out directly to him. Watanabe Aikir, taken aback, blurted out in Japanese, Who are you? This singular phrase in Japanese completely unveiled his identity. How ridiculous. Get lost, you scoundrel. The barrage of comments in the streaming room exploded in response. Lao Bo, the host, remained composed. He was not surprised, having already anticipated that this netizen was merely a scripted performer. His curiosity lay instead with Little Boy, who had intruded upon his stream without invitation. The name Little Boy seemed vaguely familiar to Lao Bo, and a spark of recognition flickered in his eyes. Ah, it's you. That explains everything. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Watanabe Ikir quickly retorted in Chinese, attempting to defend himself. Mr. Watanabe, there's no need to continue reading from your script. Now that I know who you are, there is no point in your resistance, Su Yang chuckled. I advise you to confess sooner rather than later. Your time is running out. With that, Su Yang began to recite Watanabe Ikir's personal details. Watanabe Ikir, 28 years old, a student from Yoshiro University in Japan. Your father, Watanabe Hidataka, is the manager of the Tokyo Telephone and Telegraph Company. Your mother, Watanabe Mieko, is a nurse at a Tokyo hospital. You also have an elder brother. Watanabe Ikir's expression shifted to one of shock, his words stumbling as he stammered. Why you? Who are you? Do you require me to continue, Mr. Watanabe Ikir? In the next moment, the video connection abruptly severed. Watanabe Ikir had logged off. He fled. However, can he escape? In the live streaming room, an additional window appeared, showcasing a scene captured by a mobile phone's camera. Ichiro Watanabe was frantically gathering his belongings. At that moment, the door swung open, and a student entered. Upon witnessing Watanabe's flustered demeanor, he inquired with curiosity, Watanabe-kun, what's the matter? It's nothing. I just need to step out for a moment, Watanabe replied, slinging a bag over his shoulder and hastily exiting the room. This fellow intends to flee. Do not let him escape. Little boy, prevent his escape. Call the authorities. This scoundrel thinks he can run away. The netizens inundated the chat with comments. Rest assured, my friends, he cannot escape. Uncle Hat is already awaiting his arrival, Su Yang stated with a smile. Chapter 164. Connecting with the streamer Big Eagle at this moment. Lao Bo from Su Sun Technology spoke. Are you Little Boy? Yes, I am Little Boy, replied Su Yang. I apologize for not greeting you before entering your live stream. Upon seeing the trolls, I couldn't resist confronting them. I was quite taken aback earlier. Lao Bo chuckled, giving Su Yang a thumbs up. Big shot, I have watched your live streams. Witnessing you expose the water army and reveal the true colors of those trolls was particularly satisfying. I see you frequently encounter these kinds of trolls and script readers here. Su Yang smiled. Indeed, it happens often, and I've grown accustomed to it. Lao Bo nodded with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, Su Yang said, I won't disturb you any longer. Let's connect again next time. Goodbye. Goodbye, and I look forward to our next connection. Su Yang exited the Su Sun Technology livestream. Brothers, I noticed some of you in the comments are asking for me to connect with Big Eagle. Su Yang addressed the audience. Having observed the barrage of messages requesting a connection with Big Eagle, he was familiar with this streamer from videos he had encountered while scrolling through Douyin. Big Eagle is a patriotic streamer who often connects with various script readers and trolls in his livestream, showcasing the diversity of online personalities. Su Yang searched for Big Eagle and entered his livestream. Big Eagle was indeed broadcasting. Su Yang clicked to request a connection, and a few seconds later, the connection was established. Is there something you want to do? Little boy. Oh my, you are Little Boy. Big Eagle exclaimed, recognizing him at first glance. Hello, Big Eagle. I am Little Boy, Su Yang replied with a smile. Wow, a big shot. I am your fan. Big Eagle exclaimed excitedly. Ah, you are my fan. Su Yang was somewhat surprised, not expecting Big Eagle to admire him. Yes, I often watch your live streams, Big Eagle said, picking up his phone to show the camera. Look, I have downloaded the Huajiao Live app. Su Yang noticed the Huajiao Live app on Big Eagle's phone. It truly was a fan. Sometimes, the world feels quite small. Big shot, aren't you doing anything special today? Big Eagle inquired. I am indeed. I just caught several trolls and members of the Water Army. Some viewers mentioned that you also frequently have trolls and Water Army members here, along with script readers, so I came to take a look, Su Yang explained. You've come to the right place. I often encounter these peculiar characters here, Big Eagle replied with a laugh. No sooner had he spoken than a viewer applied to connect. That was quick. Big Eagle laughed, clicking the approval button. A user named Phone Gu came on stage, without a camera, and their avatar was a cartoon image. Upon joining, they questioned the streamer, Big Eagle, you insult people daily in your live stream. Is the patriotic meal really that delicious? De Tuing chuckled, retorting. What do you think I eat? Speak louder so that everyone can hear. Is patriotic cuisine delightful? Brother Phone inquired loudly. His words instantly enlivened the live stream, with luxury cars being gifted one after another by several viewers. De Tuing beamed with joy, expressing gratitude to the generous patrons in the chat. Acknowledging the cars sent by Jizun Bao, Kong Kong, and Lion I Lang Go. Alright, let us tone it down a bit. That's enough for now. Just a bit of visual flair, he continued. Pausing briefly, he added, let us keep the conversation going. I do indulge in patriotic cuisine, and so what? What would you like to discuss? You were just chatting about the game Black Myth, Yukong. It's just a game. Why the excitement? Why the pride? Brother Phone queried. Oh, a fresh twist. A new script has arrived. De Tuing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What's the matter, brother? Don't you feel proud? Our home has produced such an impressive AAA game. You don't feel any pride? Why should I feel proud? What does it have to do with me? Brother Feng countered. How can it not relate to you? De Tuing pressed. Brother, tell me, why shouldn't you feel proud? Explain to me why not. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Feng reiterated stubbornly. Nothing to do with you? Your country has created something remarkable, and you don't feel proud? Are you Japanese? De Tuing relentlessly interrogated. Why resort to personal attacks? Brother Feng retorted. How is that a personal attack? I merely asked why you wouldn't feel proud of something extraordinary your nation has produced, De Tuing replied. Why are you pretending? Is patriotic cuisine really that delectable? Brother Feng could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a tirade of insults. What's so exceptional about it, you fool? This individual has truly lost his composure, Su Yang interjected. Brother Feng, is it? Hold your tongue for a moment, and turn on your camera so everyone can see your visage. De Tuing, you are merely a... Brother Feng continued his onslaught. Hey, hold on. Let us first switch on the camera, Su Yang interrupted. Why should I turn on my camera? What are you pretending for? Brother Feng grumbled. Oh, in this digital realm, no one has dared to speak to me in such a tone, Brother Feng. Your audacity is commendable. Su Yang jested. De Tuing laughed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Haha, the show is about to begin. This chap must not realize whom he is addressing. It's hilarious. He doesn't know the esteemed little boy. Brother Feng, you are doomed. No salvation awaits you. Haha. I'm eager to witness the unfolding drama. I am waiting for Brother Feng to weep. The viewers were exhilarated, munching on snacks, all anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? Brother Feng scoffed dismissively. Oh, you do not know who I am, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. To reveal why I possess such audacity. Su Yang chuckled. Brothers, let us unveil the true nature of Brother Feng. As his words echoed, Brother Feng's camera automatically activated. A man, clad in a delivery uniform, around 40 years of age, with a scruffy beard, appeared on the screen. Behind him lay a bustling street, alive with the ebb and flow of passersby. Chapter 165, scaring the wits out of Runrun. Hello, Brother Feng. Su Yang greeted with a beaming smile. Everyone, say hello to Brother Feng. It's not easy for him to take time out from delivering takeout to join us for a chat. Haha, Datuing chuckled. Dude, he's just a delivery guy. No, he's not just a guy, he's merely a delivery runner. Can you believe it? A delivery worker has turned into an internet troll in this day and age? Brother Feng, are you still delivering, or have you taken up the role of a critic? Heh, I knew Brother Feng was that kind of player. Laughter erupted, as the audience reveled in the absurdity of the situation. Brother Feng seems a bit dazed. Came a voice from the crowd. Hey, Brother Feng, don't you have deliveries to make? Or do you earn more reading a script than running around all day? My camera is on. Brother Feng exclaimed in a fluster, hastily attempting to switch it off, his fingers tapping on the unresponsive screen. I told you, Brother Feng. Do you now understand why I can act so boldly? Do you realize why no one dares to speak arrogantly in my presence? Su Yang chuckled. Datuing gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Big shot, you're amazing. Today, he had witnessed what true hacking prowess entailed. But the show was far from over. Su Yang continued his routine, reciting Brother Feng's name, identification number, home address, and details about his family. Zhang Bin, 42 years old, residing in XX City, XX District, XX Community, Building XX, Unit XX. Brother Feng, your wife's name is Li Mei, and your son is Zhang Xiaobao, who is 10 years old and in the 4th grade at XX Primary School. Brother Feng's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how this person had acquired such intimate knowledge about him. A sense of dread began to creep in as he stammered, Why you? Who are you? Su Yang continued to deliberately intimidate him. Guess who I am? I am Uncle Hat. Now, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Confess, and you may be leniently treated. Resist, and the consequences will be severe. Brother Feng's lips twitched, and his eyelids fluttered. He genuinely believed Su Yang was Uncle Hat. How else could he possess such detailed information about him? I. Brother Feng's voice trembled, rendering him speechless. Tell me, are you reading a script? Su Yang inquired. Why yes. Brother Feng admitted, fearfully unable to deny it. And how much do you earn for one script? Su Yang pressed on. 30, Brother Feng answered honestly. Only 30 yuan. Datu Ing was taken aback. Brother Feng, for just 30 yuan, you'd sell your conscience? You'd be better off delivering a few more orders. Zhang Bin, Su Yang called out his name, continuing to intimidate him. Do you understand how serious your actions are? Do you realize you are acting as a traitor? What would your wife, your child, or your parents think if they knew you were a traitor? Zhang Bin's psychological defenses crumbled utterly, and he burst into tears. I am not a traitor. I do not wish to be a traitor, he sobbed. I only did it for the money. For a mere 30 yuan. You have betrayed your own country. What else could this be but treachery? Su Yang's tone turned severe. Zhang Bin's sobs grew louder. And many viewers in the live stream were also moved to tears, albeit in a mocking manner. Haha, this is too much. What a disgraceful display. Selling one's conscience for 30 yuan. How utterly devoid of principles. Such talent in acting. It's a shame they aren't pursuing a career in theater. Could it be that this fellow has been rendered foolish by little boy? Has the threshold for treachery become so alarmingly low? Oh my. I am truly laughing to the point of tears. Indeed, some viewers were laughing so hard that they cried. Stop crying. I shall offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Su Yang said. Where did you acquire such a job? In a group, Zhang Bin replied, sniffling. Go to the nearest police station immediately and confess everything you know, including all details about this group, to Officer Hat. If you take this opportunity to atone for your sins, you will be regarded as a contributor rather than a traitor. Su Yang insisted. Zhang Bin hesitated slightly. Do you wish to wait for Officer Hat to come and apprehend you? De Tuing chimed in. The nearest police station is merely 2 kilometers away. Su Yang continued. This is your final opportunity. With a sorrowful expression, Zhang Bin mounted his electric bike and set off towards the nearest police station. As he entered the precinct, the livestream concluded. This fellow is truly a fool. I can't stop laughing. Is this what they mean by no pain, no gain? To land oneself in custody for 30 yuan, was it worth it? His intelligence certainly matches his fate. De Tuing laughed heartily, almost doubling over, tears streaming from his eyes. This livestream has been absolutely riveting. You are truly remarkable. He praised, giving 2 thumbs up. Su Yang chuckled as well. Are all the trolls who come here of this caliber? Essentially, De Tuing responded. In my livestream, trolls frequently attempt to stir the pot. Their rhetoric is generally the same, and their acting skills are so poor that it's obvious they are merely reading from a script. Curious, Su Yang inquired. I understand that your audience includes many from the runners and colonizers groups. I have never interacted with this demographic and am intrigued. What characteristics do they possess? From my encounters with numerous colonizers, they all seem to be a group of individuals who have knelt for far too long. De Tuing shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. They are essentially of the same ilk, lacking ambition and resources, yet perpetually lamenting the unfavorable environment that has thwarted their potential. They harbor the delusion that relocating to Europe or America will miraculously transform their fortunes, granting them a life akin to paradise. After a brief pause, De Tuing continued, stating that some among them, upon venturing abroad, often find themselves relegated to the most menial of jobs, alienated from the mainstream society, and their living conditions remain far from ideal. Yet, they cling to an inexplicable sense of superiority, vocally critiquing the domestic situation and reveling in disparaging their homeland and fellow countrymen, all the while espousing the brilliance of their initial choices. Oh, so they believe their origins and circumstances are to blame, never contemplating that the issue may lie within themselves, convinced that a mere change of environment will yield improvement, correct? Su Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed, De Tuing affirmed with a nod. Chapter 166, an epic slap in the face. Hee. Su Yang chuckled, gaining a faint understanding of the situation. Are there any other contestants wishing to join? The livestream fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to request a connection. Who would be bold enough? Everyone had witnessed Brother Fang's recent misfortune and none desired to become the next fool. I'll turn off the camera first. Lest I frighten those timid souls, they likely wouldn't dare to join, Su Yang remarked with a smile. His avatar vanished, replaced by a whimsical cartoon image. The 2 hosts engaged in casual banter while awaiting new participants to appear online. It wasn't long before a notification chimed, signaling a new connection request. Here we go. Who is this audacious individual? The audience perked up with curiosity. De Tuing gestured for silence, urging everyone to refrain from speaking to avoid scaring him away. With that, De Tuing clicked to accept the request. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, with dyed blonde hair and earrings adorning his ears, appeared on screen, exuding a trendy demeanor. De Tuing, I have a question for you. He began boldly, his tone laced with provocation. You constantly criticize America, claiming this, and that is wrong. Do you harbor some bias against it? This contestant, please specify which of my criticisms about America you deem untrue. Have I ever spoken falsely? De Tuing responded with a smile. You claim America is unsafe, which is simply false. The young man retorted. Really? You're telling me America is safe? De Tuing couldn't help but laugh. I'm currently in America. How could I not know if it's safe? The young man countered. You're in America? How can you prove that? Su Yang interjected, skepticism in his voice. Tuan had already traced the young man's IP address, confirming it was indeed from America. I'm right here on the streets of New York. Do you think I'm not in America? As he spoke, he activated his camera, revealing a bustling street filled with pedestrians. Look around me. These are all Americans. Those of you claiming America is unsafe are merely spouting nonsense. The young man exclaimed, his tone dripping with disdain. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Behind him, a spirited young man clad in a black t-shirt and jeans suddenly approached, snatching the young man's phone from his grasp. What the? His voice abruptly cut off. The screen shook violently, obscuring the view. What just happened? Some viewers questioned, unable to discern the unfolding drama. However, the majority had seen it clearly. Ha! I can't believe this. Ha ha ha. Su Yang and Datuing erupted into hearty laughter. Dtuying was laughing so heartily that he nearly toppled from his chair. Amidst his laughter, he exclaimed, "What a fool. Someone just snatched his phone. Ha ha." The irony is palpable. He was just claiming that America is so safe, and in the next moment, he was educated by the very people he spoke of. It's utterly hilarious. Is this what they mean by proving the insecurity of America through personal experience? When a challenge is thrown your way, do you accept it? Will you retaliate? I simply must know. Ha ha ha. I'm in stitches. Goodness, my stomach aches from laughing. Ha ha. The online community was in an uproar, stunned by the dramatic turn of events. Just a moment ago, this individual was asserting the safety of America, and in the blink of an eye, his phone was stolen. The slap to the face was resounding. Truly a classic case of poetic justice. The live broadcast was a resounding success, with Su Yang's channel surpassing 2 million viewers, while Dtuying's audience surged to a remarkable 100,000. Dad, should we send this person's information to Uncle Ouyang? Tuan inquired. Forget it. A competitor of such a low-caliber isn't worth the effort of the uncles, Su Yang replied with a chuckle. After exchanging a few more words with Dtuying, Su Yang decided to depart. This place is far too entertaining. I shall return for another session. Until next time. With that, he exited Dtuying's live stream. Surely this isn't the end? I've only just downloaded the Huajiao app and entered, exclaimed a new viewer, mistakenly believing that Su Yang was signing off. Not yet, my friends. The best is yet to come. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, a flurry of gifts flooded the stream. Old Cat has gifted the host a Carnival 100. Thank you, Old Cat, for your generosity, but the excitement didn't stop there. Another viewer sent 100 more carnivals. Much appreciated. Thank you. The support from the audience was overwhelming. At that moment, a viewer requested to join the conversation. Greetings, esteemed host. I would like to request an investigation into an author named Li Nan. I suspect he may be a traitor, he stated. What is the story? Su Yang inquired. Recently, Li Nan posted on Weibo, praising the design of the neon passport, claiming it is printed in small seal script, which is exceptionally cultured. In contrast, our passport is printed in standard typeface. He argued that we should learn from their little days, the viewer explained. Tuan, please look that up, Su Yang instructed. In an instant, the computer screen displayed Li Nan's Weibo post. The font of the neon passport is truly cultured. They indeed use small seal script. In comparison, our passport is printed in standard typeface, which is simply too low. We should learn from neon and carry forward our traditional culture. Goodness, this guy has been kneeling for so long that he can't get back up. Su Yang remarked with disdain. His perspective on bowing to their lifestyle is rather peculiar. Isn't it? It is indeed his first encounter with someone who invokes the matter of a passport in such a trivial manner. What purpose does a passport serve? It is a document that certifies an individual's identity while abroad. Is there an issue with the printed text? As long as it is neat and aesthetically pleasing, it should facilitate the verification process. Does adorning a passport with a small seal in seal script impart cultural significance? Su Yang felt compelled to inquire. How many individuals are acquainted with seal script? To claim that placing a small seal on the cover of a passport signifies a superior preservation of traditional culture compared to others is a fallacy. A passport is utilized when traveling abroad. For many foreigners, Chinese characters are already quite challenging to decipher, and introducing a small seal script seal adds little practical value. A passport is not an advertisement. Its functionality far outweighs any ostentatious embellishments. Chapter 167. When one is unfit, one becomes a dog, another despicable sycophant, groveling before his father. A netizen lamented in the live stream. Such individuals are mere Western flatterers, obsequiously worshipping foreign influences. Has his mind been compromised? I am genuinely curious about how much he was paid to post such a tweet. The comments from netizens poured in. Truly, the realm of peculiar contestants is rife with oddities. At this moment, Tuan spoke up. Dad, I've made a discovery. Oh. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the computer screen, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Brothers, allow me to present something intriguing. As he spoke, a screenshot of a WeChat conversation materialized on the live stream. The chat featured two individuals, Li Nan and Yamamoto. Li Nan, Mr. Yamamoto, this matter is quite challenging. Yamamoto, I shall not slightly san. I can offer you $20,000 as remuneration. Li Nan, this seems rather difficult. Li San, I will cover all expenses for your trip to Tokyo. All you need to do is post a tweet. Subsequently, Yamamoto transferred a sum of money to Li Nan. Li Nan clicked to accept the payment. Concurrently, he received a draft tweet from Yamamoto regarding the neon passport. I knew it. This scoundrel is a traitor. A connected netizen couldn't help but curse. At the same time, numerous netizens spontaneously flocked to Li Nan's Weibo, inundating his post with vitriolic comments. Traitor! You shameless scoundrel! For money, have you forsaken your conscience? How dare you call yourself a citizen of the Dragon Nation? Li Nan's Weibo comment section was swiftly overwhelmed by the ire of furious netizens. At that moment, Li Nan was at a library in the deep city, attending a seminar for authors. After a resounding applause, he ascended the podium. Just as he placed his phone on the lectern, the screen illuminated, revealing the profile of a masked little girl making a funny face at him. Li Nan was momentarily taken aback. How did a little girl's avatar appear on his phone? Simultaneously, hundreds of readers in the audience received a video message. What is happening? A boy in the front row curiously pressed the play button. The video showcased the chat between Li Nan and Yamamoto, clearly displaying Li Nan accepting money and posting a message on Weibo. Goodness, this traitor. The boy, incensed after viewing the video, felt compelled to leap to his feet, shouting at Li Nan on stage, "Traitor! Traitor!" Another reader stood up. Not just one, but several individuals rose, pointing at Li Nan on the stage, vociferously denouncing him. "Traitor! Scoundrel! May you perish!" One girl even picked up a bottle of mineral water and hurled it toward the podium. Whoosh! A plastic water bottle arced through the air, narrowly missing Li Nan, who stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What had transpired among the audience? This moment was captured by a camera on site and subsequently broadcasted to Su Yong's livestream. Cheers erupted online. Hooray! Splendid! Traitorous dog, you deserve this. This is karma. Well said. Su Yong glanced at the clock and realized that the livestream had unknowingly extended beyond 3 hours. He decided to connect with one more viewer before concluding the session. Beep. The next viewer joined the conversation, mentioning an automotive blogger known as Car Review Old Gun, who was suspected of being a paid critic. This blogger had a reputation for disparaging cars from the Jew factory on Douyin. A quick investigation revealed unsettling details. Coincidentally, it was discovered that Car Review Old Gun, whose real name was Zheng Jun, was preparing to film a test video of the Wenjia M9. Through a camera on site, the viewers witnessed Zheng seated in an M9, engaged in discussion with several technicians about conducting a chassis test. The test involved Zheng driving the M9 up a ramp. Before the test commenced, the audience overheard a technician advising Zheng, "Old Gun, regarding the shallow pit on the ramp, we just checked it. When you approach the pit, apply a bit of force to the steering wheel. Not too much, just enough to make the car drift." Zheng nodded and tentatively applied pressure to the steering wheel, confirming, "Is this force sufficient?" The technician replied affirmatively. In the live stream, a viewer could not contain their disdain and exclaimed, "What a scoundrel." Countless comments flooded the screen. Su Yong urged the audience to quiet down, insisting they watch the unfolding events. Once assured everything was in order, Zheng ignited the M9 and commenced the test. Driving the Wenjia M9, he accelerated up the ramp. The live stream vividly captured the moment the M9 hit the pit. The rear of the car lifted, and the vehicle shook violently. To the uninitiated observer, it would undoubtedly appear that the car's chassis was subpar, its quality severely lacking. In contrast, other vehicles navigated the ramp with far less dramatic movement. Who could have anticipated that this was a deliberate act orchestrated by the host? This individual was truly shameless. I have encountered him before, frequently disparaging the Jew factory, yet I never imagined he would sink to such depths. Such a person deserves to be banned. The automotive review community is particularly corrupt. Support the host in exposing these detractors. After the test concluded, Zheng returned to his vehicle, wearing a smug expression. He relished the money he had received. Indeed, he had been compensated. One might wonder if he feared being discovered. Zheng, of course, had no such apprehension. He believed himself to be exceedingly skilled and discreet, convinced that the manufacturer possessed no evidence against him, rendering them powerless. Indeed, Zheng Jun had executed his plans with remarkable subtlety. The average person would never discern any signs of wrongdoing. He thought this time would be no different. Meticulously crafting his scheme to perfection, and even planned to indulge in a lavish feast to celebrate their success. "Everyone has performed admirably. We shall feast shortly," Zheng Jun remarked with a smile to his assistants. However, scarcely had his words faded when one of the assistant's phones rang outside the vehicle. The assistant answered the call, and moments later, his expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to the window, exclaiming that the boss was in trouble. Handing the phone to Zheng Jun, he took it, glanced at the screen, and in the next instant, his countenance transformed, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Chapter 168. A spy emerges at the chrysanthemum factory. Zheng Jun was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to comprehend the situation. He hastily opened his Douyin account and deleted the recently posted video. However, it was already too late. "Brothers, I have forwarded all evidence of this individual to the legal department of the chrysanthemum factory. What awaits him will be the stern hand of the law." "Excellent. Well done. We support the chrysanthemum factory's rights. Such detractors deserve the full force of legal retribution." It is a relief to the public. The online community erupted in cheers. Brothers, Su Yang said with a smile, today's live stream will conclude here. I am signing off now. I would like to preview the second half, which promises to be even more thrilling, so stay tuned. Anticipating. We await your stream, esteemed host. Bravo. Su Yang ended the broadcast. Outside, the sky had darkened. He glanced at the time. He had been live for over 5 hours. Though his body felt fatigued, his spirit remained exuberant. Capturing detractors brought him immense satisfaction. Beep. A message from the work group popped up from director Yang. Boss, this live stream was incredibly explosive. It was then that Su Yang noticed the peak number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 4 million. This figure was indeed staggering. Even more astonishing was the gift revenue from a single broadcast, surpassing 10 million. This marked the first time he had achieved over 10 million in gifts during a live stream. The system points had also accumulated to over 10 million, totaling 24 million points. What an exhilarating wave of success. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled. Time for a meal. Su Yang shut down his computer and stepped out of his rented apartment. Shortly thereafter, a Wanjiam 7 drove out of the community, vanishing into the night. As dawn broke, Su Yang awoke with a yawn, stretched lazily, and checked his phone, noticing it was just 7 o'clock. Habitually, he summoned the virtual interface of the system. Total points, 52 million. Haha, what joy. In just 2 days, my points have increased by 30 million, all thanks to exposing detractors. Next, Su Yang checked the number of followers on the Huajiao platform, 6 million. With 6 million followers, he was undoubtedly the top streamer on Huajiao. His Weibo followers had also reached 5 million. Wonderful, Su Yang thought, feeling elated. It was indeed rare for a hacker to amass such a following. Suddenly, a message notification appeared on his phone. How is the testing of the Chrysanthemum Factory products progressing? Have you discovered any new vulnerabilities? Su Yang inquired. Father, I have completed testing all of the Chrysanthemum Factory's products. There are several minor vulnerabilities, but I have yet to uncover any major ones. I will need more time for thorough testing, replied Tuan Tuan. Today was the day Su Yang had arranged to meet with the Chrysanthemum Factory. Father, may I access the internal network of the Chrysanthemum Factory for my search? Tuan Tuan asked. The internal network of the Chrysanthemum Factory? Su Yang responded, raising an eyebrow. Tuan Tuan nodded, saying, Father, I suspect there are spies within the company. I intend to search the internal network for them. In recent days, Tuan Tuan has become somewhat addicted to uncovering online trolls. It is no surprise that Su Yang is aware that there are indeed spies within the internal network of Juchang. As a technological giant, Juchang is a focal point of scrutiny from various nations. Moreover, given that Juchang is currently under significant sanctions from the United States, it is undoubtedly infiltrated by spies. However, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the state. A hacker like him ought not to meddle unnecessarily. Well, you may conduct your search, but take care to conceal your identity. Juchang is not an ordinary company, and we must avoid attracting unwarranted trouble, Su Yang advised. Dad, I will ensure my anonymity, Tuan Tuan assured. It is also permissible for Tuan Tuan to search. Her abilities are evolving constantly, and Su Yang has full confidence in her skills. Even if nothing substantial is uncovered, it matters not. Tuan Tuan, I am heading out for breakfast now, Su Yang announced as he stood up. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over everything in the room. Su Yang donned a sleek black suit. For today marked the day of his invitation to participate in the internal product testing at Juchang. He settled at his computer and glanced at the time, 7:30. Their scheduled meeting with Juchang was at 9 o'clock, leaving an hour and a half until the appointed time. He opened the workgroup chat. Brother Ouyang, have you set off? He inquired. We have just departed from the hotel and are en route to Juchang's headquarters, Ouyang replied. Subsequently sharing the itinerary for the day, an 8 o'clock tour of Juchang's headquarters, followed by a 9 o'clock internal seminar where Su Yang would impart a lesson on cybersecurity to Juchang's internal engineers. During this seminar, Su Yang would also present the testing and research results of Juchang's products from the past fortnight. Su Yang donned his headset and mask, preparing for the video connection for the testing. Brother Ouyang, is there any lag on your end? No lag. The video is running smoothly, Ouyang responded. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, your voice is clear and distinct. At that moment, Tuan Tuan's voice echoed in his headset. Dad, I have made a discovery. Tuan Tuan, have you identified a spy? Brother Ouyang, please hold on a moment, Su Yang interjected, disconnecting from Ouyang's call. Tuan Tuan, what have you found? Dad, look. The computer screen displayed an individual S profile. Name, Wang Guoping. Age, 38. Position, researcher at Juchang's 2012 laboratory. Is there something amiss with this person? Su Yang inquired. I noticed that over the past few months, his bank account has received several large transfers, totaling over 3 million, Tuan Tuan explained, noting that these transfers originated from abroad. On the surface, everything appears normal, but as I traced further, I uncovered discrepancies. As Tuan Tuan spoke, another individual's information appeared on the computer screen. Name, John Smith. Position, Director at Qualcomm. The remittances from Wang Guoping were dispersed from this individual's account. Tuan Tuan remarked. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Qualcomm is the foremost supplier of mobile chips globally, and it stands in competition with Ju Factory. It would be implausible if a Qualcomm executive were to transfer funds to a researcher at Ju Factory without ulterior motives. Do you have any other findings? Su Yang inquired. I have scoured Wang Guoping's emails, call logs, and chat histories from the past year and discovered that he registered an account on the dark web. Tuan Tuan stated. I utilized a vulnerability tool of yours, Dad, to breach his dark web account. Look, Dad, on the computer screen. Wang Guoping's dark web account and a dozen emails materialized. The content of the emails consisted entirely of correspondence with John Smith. Chapter 169. Invitation to speak at Huawei headquarters. Su Yang perused the contents of the email. Discovering that John Smith had corrupted Wang Guoping with the intent of stealing the core materials pertaining to the Wi-Fi 7 router from the Ju Factory. How many confidential documents has John Smith already pilfered? Su Yang inquired, his expression turning grave. There are 3 documents in total, Tuan Tuan replied, which involve certain communication modules of the Wi-Fi 7 router. The most coveted, and indeed the most critical, is the optical communication module, which has yet to be acquired. Wang Guoping had communicated with John Smith in the email, stating that the optical communication module was being developed by another team, and he was exploring ways to procure it. With a little more time, he believed he could secure it. Understood. Su Yang harbored an intense disdain for such traitors. He was relieved that Tuan Tuan had discovered that the most crucial information had not been compromised. Tuan Tuan, continue your investigation, Su Yang commanded, adding, those few days of monitoring Uncle Ouyang's phone are still ongoing. Please suspend that for now, as I need to speak with Uncle Ouyang. All right, Dad. I've already suspended it. Furthermore, please delete all records of my upcoming conversation with Uncle Ouyang. There must be no traces left. As he spoke, Su Yang sent a message to Ouyang. Brother Ouyang, are you there? Please reply upon receipt. Yes. The information I am about to share is confidential. It must not be disclosed to anyone, including team members. In the car, Ouyang glanced at Zhang Zhe beside him before responding. Boss, rest assured, I will not leak it. The next moment, he received Su Yang's message. Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Boss, are you implying that you have uncovered a spy within the Ju Factory? Indeed, that is why I emphasize the utmost confidentiality of this information. What must I do? Ouyang inquired. Upon arriving at the Ju Factory headquarters, please contact the senior management. I require a private conversation with them, Su Yang instructed. Understood. Ouyang tucked away his phone. At that moment, Zhang Zhe turned to him. Brother Ouyang, who are you chatting with? Oh, it's nothing, just my wife, Ouyang replied with a smile. Though internally, he was anxious. Boss, the commotion you've stirred is rather substantial, isn't it? A spy. This is truly extraordinary. It was no surprise. Ordinary individuals only encounter spies in cinematic tales, and it was entirely natural for Ouyang to feel unsettled by the reality. We've arrived. The driver's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ouyang looked up to see they had indeed reached their destination, the headquarters of the Ju Factory. The black business vehicle slowly entered through the gates of the Ju Factory, revealing the imposing office building, its glass facade shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The vehicle came to a halt, and Ouyang, Zhang Zhe, and several other team members disembarked. Staff from the Ju Factory had been graciously arranged to welcome them at the entrance. Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to the Ju Factory, the staff exclaimed warmly. Ouyang stepped forward to shake hands. Greeting. Hello, I would like to meet with your esteemed executive, Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu? You wish to see Mr. Yu? The staff member, upon seeing Su Yang's profile picture flash across Ouyang's phone screen, recognized him as a distinguished guest invited by the company, and promptly replied, please hold on. I will contact Mr. Yu immediately. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yu Dong's number. At that moment, Yu Dong, the executive director of Ju Factory, was in an office discussing work with several engineers when his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Mr. Yu, our invited guest, Mr. Little Boy, has arrived and wishes to meet you. Has Little Boy arrived? Yu Dong inquired. Yes, he is already here. Very well, I shall come over. Yu Dong hung up the phone, stood up, and addressed the engineers. Please continue your discussion. I will be stepping out for a moment. He exited the office and made his way to the lobby below. Hello, Mr. Yu. Ouyang spotted Yu Dong and approached him quickly. Welcome to you all. Yu Dong smiled, shaking Ouyang's hand. Just as he was about to inquire about Mr. Little Boy, Su Yang's profile popped up from Ouyang's phone. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Little Boy. May I have a moment to speak with you? Certainly, this way please. Yu Dong led Ouyang aside. Mr. Yu, let us move a bit further ahead, Ouyang suggested, pointing to a nearby flower bed that promised greater tranquility. Yu Dong nodded. agreeing that the current location was too crowded for a private conversation. Upon reaching the flower bed, where they were free from eavesdroppers, Yudong asked, "Mr. Little Boy, is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" "Indeed. What I am about to reveal is of utmost importance and should not be disclosed to too many." Su Yang's tone grew serious. Yudong's expression shifted to one of gravity. "Oh Yang, please hand the phone to Mr. Yu," Su Yang instructed. "The information I wish to convey is all on the phone." Oh Yang passed the phone to Yudong, who took it. Moments later, his countenance changed. "Mr. Little Boy, what is this?" "This is information I inadvertently discovered while testing your company's products. The adversary's target is the core data of your Wi-Fi 7 router," Su Yang explained. Yudong's expression shifted again, a deep breath escaping him as he struggled to contain his shock. "Mr. Little Boy, I am grateful for this vital intelligence. Given the urgency of the situation, could you please send me this information?" Su Yang had prepared for this moment and promptly sent the data to Yudong's phone. "Apologies. I must excuse myself for now." Upon finishing his words, Yudong turned and departed, his hurried steps revealing the turbulence within his heart. Oh Yang returned to the ranks of his team. "What did the boss discuss with Director Yu?" Zhang Zhou inquired with curiosity. "Just some matters regarding the tests," Oh Yang replied casually. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff from Ju Factory, Oh Yang and his companions toured the headquarters. Inside the office, Yudong paced back and forth. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in." The door swung open, and several individuals entered, all of whom were senior executives of Ju Factory. "Old Yu, I am in the midst of a meeting. What is so urgent that you summon me here immediately?" questioned a man in his 50s, Su Jun, a senior director of Ju Factory, whose position surpassed that of Yudong. Chapter 170. "I am teaching Huawei engineers the situation was urgent." Yudong's tone was grave as he produced his mobile phone and stated, "Please take a look at this." Su Jun took the phone, and the others gathered around. Within seconds, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Old Yu, where did you acquire this intelligence?" Su Jun inquired, barely concealing his astonishment. "It is as follows." Yudong succinctly recounted the events. "Are you certain this information is accurate?" spoke a woman clad in professional attire, Meng Zhou, the CFO of the company. "I am unequivocally certain," Yudong affirmed. "This intelligence is infallible." A tall man interjected. He was Hu Kuan, the executive vice president, responsible for managing several of the company's laboratories. He quickly recognized the authenticity of the 3 leaked documents listed in the information provided by Little Boy. "This matter requires immediate notification to the chairman," Su Jun proposed. "No. The situation is critical. We cannot afford any delays. We must take action at once," Yudong insisted. "I concur," Meng Zhou agreed. "So do I," Hu Kuan affirmed. While the senior executives were deliberating, Director Oh Yang and his team were still touring the headquarters of the company. Although Su Yang was not physically present, he was observing through the mobile phone's camera. Regrettably, he could not personally experience the corporate culture. Before long, the tour concluded, and Oh Yang's group, guided by staff, proceeded to the venue for the seminar. Just as they arrived, Yudong appeared. "Mr. Little Boy, thank you, 1,000 thanks," Yudong expressed sincerely. The nearby staff assumed Yudong was merely thanking Little Boy for his participation in testing the company's products. Only Su Yang and Oh Yang discerned the underlying implications. "This is what I ought to do. No citizen of Longwo would stand idly by," Su Yang replied. As he spoke, Yudong personally led Oh Yang's group toward the seminar venue. They entered an office building and ascended to the 6th floor. In a large conference room on the 6th floor, 200 to 300 engineers were already seated, alongside several senior executives. The engineers were somewhat taken aback upon seeing Yudong enter. Not only had he arrived, but shortly thereafter, 2 additional executives, Su Jun and Meng Zhou, also appeared. The presence of 3 board members at an internal seminar was unprecedented. Even Su Yang found it surprising. With everyone gathered, the seminar officially commenced. "Good morning to all distinguished guests and colleagues." A young male host took the stage. "Today, we are immensely honored to have Mr. Little Boy with us to share his experiences and insights in the realm of cybersecurity." As soon as the words fell, the large screen in the conference room illuminated with the visage of Su Yang, adorned with a black mask and a dark hood. Mr. Little Boy, a preeminent hacker and a foremost expert in the realm of cybersecurity, had recently unveiled a vulnerability in Tesla's FSD white truck, which reverberated across the globe, eliciting immense reactions. The host provided a brief introduction and then invited everyone to extend a warm round of applause for Mr. Little Boy as he graced us with his insightful presentation. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Thank you. I am profoundly grateful for the invitation from the BU division of the Chrysanthemum Factory." Su Yang's synthesized electronic voice resonated through the conference room's audio system. "It is a privilege to have this opportunity to discuss cybersecurity matters with the esteemed engineers from Chrysanthemum Factory." He emphasized that cybersecurity is no trivial matter. It pertains to the vital interests of each individual, and is intrinsically linked to the safety of enterprises and nations alike. Su Yang commenced his discourse, exploring the new trends and challenges in the cybersecurity domain in recent years. He intertwined his personal experiences and case studies, elucidating various tactics of cyber attacks and corresponding preventive measures in a manner that was both profound and accessible. While delivering his speech, Su Yang also allocated a portion of his attention to Tuan Tuan, who was diligently monitoring the situation regarding the spy. Dad, the chrysanthemum factory has already reported to the police, Tuan Tuan's voice echoed in the earpiece. Wang Guoping, what is the situation? Has anyone been apprehended? Not yet. Wang Guoping did not report to work today. He is currently at a mall, accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree, Tuan Tuan replied. Has he noticed anything amiss? Su Yang inquired. Not at all, Dad. Furthermore, Wang Guoping's girlfriend is not a virtuous individual. She is rather materialistic. Oh, what makes you say that? I looked into Wang Guoping's spending records and discovered that he has been in a relationship with this girlfriend for 6 months, during which he has expended millions on her. He even purchased her a house and a car. Is she exceptionally beautiful? Su Yang asked, curiosity piqued. The computer screen displayed a photograph of Wang Guoping's girlfriend. Upon inspection, Su Yang noted that the woman was in her 20s, fair-skinned, and strikingly attractive. Indeed, a beauty. No wonder, he mused. What do they call it? Ah yes, a femme fatale. Meanwhile, in a shopping mall in the deep city, Wang Guoping strolled alongside a tall, fashionably attired beauty within a luxury goods store. Darling, I desire this handbag. The woman cooed, pointing at the latest Hermes model, her voice dripping with sweetness as if steeped in honey. My dear, if you like it, we shall purchase it, Wang Guoping declared, his hand waving grandly, utterly obedient to her whims. Whatever she desired, he would procure. He paid with a credit card, the extravagant price of over 30,000 for a single bag not causing him to blink. Honey, you are wonderful. I adore you. The beauty's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, several plainclothes officers entered the store. Are you Wang Guoping? A man known as Uncle Hat approached Wang Guoping and inquired, Are you indeed Wang Guoping? To which Wang Guoping, perplexed, replied, Yes, I am. And who might you be? We are the police. Uncle Hat revealed his credentials. You are suspected of involvement in a leak. Please accompany us for further questioning. In an instant, Wang Guoping was struck as if by lightning, his face paling and his mind going blank. The beautiful woman beside him was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Father, Uncle Hat has apprehended Wang Guoping, reported Tuan Tuan. Excellent. Su Yang responded with a smile upon hearing this. The mole has been captured. Let the presentation continue. In the first row of the guest seats within the conference room, Yudong's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message confirming that the suspect had been apprehended. Simultaneously, Su Jun and Meng Zhou, seated beside him, received the same news. Yudong let out a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Chapter 171. Absurd AI photo editing flaw. At this moment, Su Yang's speech reached a captivating segment, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Yudong clapping vigorously. Thank you. As the applause gradually subsided, Su Yang held up a P70 smartphone. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have in my hand is the latest P70 smartphone released by your esteemed company. Its AI photo editing function is remarkably powerful, capable of automatically identifying individuals and objects within photographs for precise cutouts and retouching. I personally enjoy using it. However, this very strength has led to the emergence of an intriguing flaw. Pausing briefly, Su Yang scanned the audience. I require the assistance of a male volunteer to demonstrate the AI photo editing capabilities. Is there anyone willing to come up? As his words faded, engineers in the audience eagerly raised their hands. You there? Su Yang's gaze landed on a bespectacled engineer. Please join me on stage. The engineer stood up and swiftly made his way to the podium. What is your name? Su Yang inquired. My surname is Chun. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chun. This will be quite simple. I will take a photo using the P70. As he spoke, Su Yang lifted the P70 and smiled at the large screen. Okay, I've taken the picture. The image appeared on the screen, showcasing Mr. Chun in a blue checkered shirt with a cheerful expression. Next, I shall demonstrate the AI photo editing feature, Su Yang continued, dragging the mouse to select Mr. Chen's shirt. In an instant, Mr. Chen's attire transformed into a striking red dress. Laughter erupted from the engineers below. But where's the flaw? They wondered, still puzzled. Hold on, it's not over yet. Do not blink, Su Yang cautioned, prompting the engineers to widen their eyes in anticipation. Once again, Su Yang selected Mr. Chen's upper garment and clicked the AI removal button. In the next heartbeat, Mr. Chen's shirt vanished, leaving him bare-shouldered. This is the flaw in the AI photo editing function, Su Yang explained. What constitutes a flaw? Questioned one engineer from the audience, still confused. I don't see any flaw. However, some engineers began to comprehend, their expressions shifting to astonishment. The trio of executives in the front row, Yudong, Su Jun, and Meng Zhou reacted swiftly, exchanging glances that conveyed surprise. I believe everyone now understands, Su Yang said with a smile. Mr. Chun is a male volunteer, but had it been a female volunteer, the visual outcome would have been too striking to demonstrate. So I leave it to your imagination. His words struck like lightning, illuminating the minds of those engineers who had yet to grasp the concept. The so-called flaw stemmed from the AI photo editing function's prowess, which could alter a woman's clothing to create a semblance of undress. Who could have anticipated such a consequence? The engineers at the Chrysanthemum factory could scarcely have imagined that the AI photo editing functionality they diligently developed would reveal such a significant flaw due to its overwhelming prowess. Applause erupted, with Yudong leading the ovation. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The engineers of the Chrysanthemum factory were taken aback, witnessing the formidable capabilities of a hacker. Such a vulnerability had indeed eluded their foresight. The demonstration was merely beginning. Su Yang continued to showcase the vulnerabilities of the Chrysanthemum factory's products, while simultaneously, a discreet counterintelligence operation commenced within the factory. However, this matter no longer concerned Su Yang. The mission of the organization had been accomplished. It was expected that the Chrysanthemum factory would use Zhang Jingguo as a breakthrough point to root out the remaining traitors hidden within. Next came the highlight of the symposium, the testing of the Chrysanthemum factory's ADS-3 Zero Intelligent Driving System, conducted in a secluded venue just a few hundred meters from the conference. 3 vehicles were stationed on site, a Wenjia M9, a Wenjia M7, and a Wenjia M5, all equipped with the latest model of the ADS-3 Zero Intelligent Driving System. The executives and engineers present at the symposium could observe the entire testing process on a large screen. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Zhang. I will now collaborate with Mr. Littleboy to test the ADS-3 Zero Intelligent Driving System, announced Zhang Zhe, donned in a blue work uniform, standing beside the Wenjia M9 and addressing the camera. Brother Zhang, are you ready? Su Yang inquired. Ready, Zhang Zhe affirmed, cradling a laptop in his hands. Then let us commence. Our objective is to penetrate the vehicle's driving computer. Once we breach it, we shall seize control of this M9. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe connected a data cable to the vehicle's OBD interface and launched an intrusion tool, typing in code with precision. In less than a minute, he looked up and declared, "Boss, the intrusion was successful." So soon, the engineers at the symposium held their breath in astonishment. Now, attempt to control the front trunk, headlights, screen, and driving functions of the car, Su Yang instructed. Zhang Zhe's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Each of his actions meticulously recorded by the camera and simultaneously transmitted to the large screen in the conference room. Suddenly, the front trunk of the Wenjia M9 opened automatically, then closed again. Next, the headlights began to flicker. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle's screen momentarily blacked out before illuminating again, displaying the avatar of Littleboy along with the message, "Hello, Chrysanthemum Factory." The conference room erupted in astonishment. The engineers were taken aback, unable to fathom how effortlessly Littleboy had gained control over the driving computer. The 3 executives of Yudong in the front row wore grave expressions, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as silence enveloped the space. "Proceed," came Su Yang's voice from the large screen. "Zhang, attempt to control the vehicle's throttle and initiate the start." Zhang Zhe's fingers danced across the keyboard. And in the next instant, the engine of the Wenjia M9 roared to life with a thunderous growl. The vehicle had indeed started. Within the conference room, the faces of the engineers were etched with shock and disbelief. Yudong's countenance darkened ominously as his gaze fell upon Hu Kuan beside him. "Old Hu, is our driving computer really so flawed?" Cold sweat beaded on Hu Kuan's forehead, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Behind him, an engineer responsible for the development of the ADS-3 Zero system turned pale, his heart racing as he beheld the scene displayed on the screen. Chapter 172, Hiring Me. Chief Security Experience Officer of Huawei M9 came to a halt. Subsequently, both M7 and M5 were tested, employing the same technique to successfully breach the driving computers of the 2 vehicles. A series of operations left the engineers from the Chrysanthemum factory in complete silence. There were a few minor vulnerabilities, but due to time constraints, I refrained from demonstrating each one. Su Yang's voice resonated throughout the conference room, and I had already sent the relevant detailed testing documentation and materials to the engineers of the vehicle business unit. After a brief pause, Su Jie continued. "My presentation concludes here. Thank you all." Applause erupted as Yudong, Su Jun, and Meng Zhou, 3 senior directors from the Chrysanthemum factory, stood up. The auditorium soon filled with enthusiastic clapping. This seminar, though brief, had profoundly impacted the engineers from the Chrysanthemum factory, a vivid lesson in cybersecurity. Amidst the applause, Yudong ascended the podium. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Littleboy for his remarkable presentation. On behalf of the Chrysanthemum factory, I sincerely thank you. Your testing has proven invaluable to us, and I express our deepest appreciation once again." As he spoke, Yudong clasped his hands in gratitude towards the large screen. The applause erupted once more, echoing through the room. Thank you, thank you." Su-young joined in the applause. "To express our appreciation, we have also prepared a gift for Mr. Little Boy," Yudong said with a smile. "A gift?" Su-young inquired curiously. At that moment, a hostess clad in a red qipao wheeled a small cart onto the stage. On the cart, a piece of red silk draped over something. Yudong approached the cart and lifted the silk. It revealed an exquisite frame, within which lay a certificate. Chief Security Experience Officer of the Chrysanthemum Factory Products. Mr. Little Boy, with extensive experience and exceptional skills in the field of cybersecurity, is hereby appointed as the Chief Security Experience Officer of Chrysanthemum Technology Company, Limited, for a term of 3 years, commencing June 1st, 2024, and concluding May 31st, 2027. This appointment is hereby made. Chrysanthemum Technology Company, Limited, May 29th, 2024. Wow. Su-young displayed an expression of surprise. This was unexpected. He did not foresee that the Chrysanthemum Factory had prepared such a special gift. Astonishingly, a self-taught hacker like him had been appointed by a technological giant like the Chrysanthemum Factory as its Chief Security Experience Officer. Excitement surged within Su-young. "Now, let us offer our warmest applause to congratulate Mr. Little Boy," the host exclaimed. The applause thundered. "Please, Mr. Su and Mr. Ming, along with all colleagues in the audience, come up for a group photo," the host suggested. Soon, the engineers from the audience surged onto the stage, arranging themselves in position. Su-young was among them, prominently displayed in the center of the large screen. 3, 2, 1, click. The photograph is captured. Su-young let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Teaching the engineers at Ju Factory certainly carried its own pressures. He opened his email to check the appointment letter for the Chief Safety Experience Officer from Ju Factory. A grin spread across Su-young's face. The title of Chief Safety Experience Officer was indeed prestigious. After all, this was Ju Factory, a global leader in technology. He felt compelled to post a tweet to share his joy. Su-young opened Weibo, took a screenshot of the appointment letter, and shared it with a message. "Today, I received an unexpected surprise. I have become the Chief Safety Experience Officer of Ju Factory. I am incredibly honored and thrilled. Thank you, Ju Factory, for your recognition. I will continue to work hard and contribute to the safety of Ju Factory's products." Within minutes, the comments section was flooded with reactions from netizens. "Big shot. Amazing. Congratulations. Wow, how impressive." The Chief Safety Experience Officer of Ju Factory, officially recognized as a master. 66666. Ju Factory truly has an eye for talent. Heh. After reading the comments, Su-young realized he was indeed flaunting his achievements based on merit. Not only was he basking in glory, but his popularity points were also rapidly increasing. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a call from his roommate, Monkey. "Hey, Monkey," Su-young answered. "You slacker, why aren't you here yet? We've all arrived." Monkey's voice came through the line. "I'll be there shortly," Su-young quickly replied, suddenly remembering that today was Monkey's birthday, a fact he had momentarily forgotten amidst his busy schedule. "Tuan, please shut down the computer." "Okay, Dad." The screen went black. Su-young removed his mask and hood. He needed to change out of this suit. His roommates were familiar with Little Boy, having watched his live streams, and it was possible they might recognize this outfit. He changed into a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. After descending to the parking garage, he got into his car. Moments later, Su-young arrived at the entrance of a hotel. He parked his car and walked inside, heading straight to the 4th floor. He pushed open the door of a private room and stepped in. Inside, 7 or 8 classmates were already gathered around a table laden with a variety of delicious food and drinks. Su-young took a seat next to Monkey. As he settled in, he noticed the few boys sitting across from him were staring at their phones, their expressions somewhat agitated. "What is wrong with you guys? Who upset you?" Su-young inquired, puzzled. "Didn't you see the news?" Gao Ming retorted. "What news?" Su-young asked. "Japan is planning to dump nuclear wastewater into the sea," Gao Ming said, handing his phone to Su-young. Su-young took the phone. At 11 a.m., the Tokyo government announced plans to commence the discharge of nuclear wastewater on June 20th. "Is this news for real?" Su-young returned the phone to Gao Ming, took out his own phone, and opened the browser to search for information on nuclear wastewater. Numerous articles surfaced. All major news outlets were covering the story. Su-young was enraged. So, they truly intend to release nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Anyone with a semblance of understanding knows the grave dangers of nuclear waste. Its release into the sea would inflict catastrophic damage on marine ecosystems and ultimately jeopardize the health of humanity. Damn it, this is infuriating. Su-young couldn't help but curse. These individuals are utterly devoid of conscience. They are on the brink of annihilating humanity. How utterly deranged. Several classmates also chimed in with their grievances. Chapter 173. Special guest at the hacker competition. The phone buzzed softly in Su Yang's pocket. It was a message from Tuan Tuan. Dad. Numerous emails have flooded in from netizens, all discussing the impending release of nuclear wastewater by the small nation. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a waiter stepped in. Su Yang quickly tucked away his phone. This was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. There was no rush. He could delve into the matter upon returning home. The waiter began serving the dishes, and the group of classmates shifted their conversation away from the small nation's affairs. Cheers! Monkey exclaimed, raising his glass. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Monkey! They all clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go, deepening their camaraderie with each sip. The meal stretched on for over 2 hours, concluding only after 2 in the afternoon. Su Yang excused himself to the restroom, being the last to exit the hotel. He preferred to keep his car unnoticed by his classmates, reluctant to offer any explanations. Once inside his vehicle, he turned to Tuan Tuan. Let's see what emails the netizens have sent. His inbox was inundated with thousands of messages, all concerning the small nation's plans to release nuclear wastewater. Dad, I've searched for related news. The small nation has confirmed that they will commence the release on the 20th, Tuan Tuan informed him. With approximately 20 days remaining, she inquired. Should we take action against the small nation? Action is necessary, Su Yang replied. However, it is not yet the right moment. The small nation has merely issued a statement. Whether they will actually proceed with the release remains uncertain. After a brief pause, he instructed Tuan Tuan, from now on, gather all information and intelligence related to nuclear wastewater, including that from the United States. The small nation would not dare to act without the backing of their powerful allies. The more detailed the intelligence, the better. If we decide to confront them, we must be adequately prepared. Understood, Tuan Tuan nodded, already beginning her search for information. Su Yang opened his browser and searched for news. Global media outlets were ablaze with reports of the small nation's announcement regarding the nuclear wastewater, akin to detonating a bomb that captured worldwide attention. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. Interrupting his train of thought, it was a message from the workgroup. Boss, have you seen the news? The small nation is set to release nuclear wastewater. Ouyang's anger was palpable through his words. I'm reading it now, Su Yang replied. Should we do something about it? Ouyang asked, his tone charged with agitation. These actions by the small nation are utterly outrageous. I truly want to take them down. We certainly need to act, but let's not rush. I am currently assessing the situation, and this matter requires careful consideration, Su Yang reassured him. Boss, there's one more thing, Ouyang continued. The organizing committee of the Matrix Cup hacker competition has sent over the detailed participation process. With that, Ouyang shared the competition details in the workgroup. During the recent symposium at CCTV, Su Yang graciously accepted the invitation from the red-clad uncle to participate in the Matrix Cup hacker competition. This prestigious contest is jointly organized by 360 and several domestic cybersecurity firms, with the competition scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The details of the Matrix Cup hacker competition are as follows. Date: June 1st. Time: 14 to 2200 hours, 8 hours. With the competition structured as a 3-round elimination format. The ultimate victor will be awarded a grand prize of 5 million yuan. Boss, shall we go live? Ouyang inquired. Is it permissible for us to stream the event? Su Yang asked. Indeed, Ouyang replied. This time, the event organizers have collaborated with Bilibili for a full live broadcast. So we are certainly allowed to stream as well. Then let us proceed with our own live stream. You can handle the related details. I will focus on the competition. Understood. The conversation concluded. Tuan Tuan, let us head back to the dormitory. All right, Dad. Tuan Tuan's avatar vanished from the car's screen. The vehicle roared to life, departing from the hotel parking lot. As the calendar turned, the date arrived at June 1st. This day marked the competition of the Matrix Cup hacker event. Outside, rain began to fall, adding to the sultry atmosphere. Within the room, the only sound was the persistent hum of the air conditioning. Su Yang sat before his computer, where a series of photographs displayed images of high-ranking officials from Tokyo Electric Power Company, diligently gathered by Tuan Tuan. In the past 2 days, the news regarding Japan's decision to release nuclear wastewater had stirred significant public outcry, transforming into a global sensation. Increasing evidence indicated that Japan was resolutely determined to proceed with the wastewater discharge. In light of this, Su Yang decided to act without hesitation. He had been contemplating his role as the Joker, and after a period of silence, it was time to make his presence known. The Joker's involvement was indispensable in addressing Japan's actions. Very well, that is settled. Tuan Tuan, continue to gather information on Japan. The more detailed, the better. Understood, Dad. Tuan Tuan's avatar disappeared from the computer screen. Su Yang stood up and glanced at the time. It was already 9 in the morning, and he had yet to have breakfast. He decided to have a meal first before the competition at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At Shenzhen University, the multimedia gymnasium was adorned with a massive banner proclaiming First Matrix Cup National Cybersecurity Elite Challenge. A red carpet led to the entrance of the gymnasium, flanked by hostesses holding bouquets of flowers. At 13:40, with 20 minutes remaining until the competition commenced, numerous students queued and entered the gymnasium. The venue, capable of accommodating thousands, was already filled to capacity. Hello to all the viewers on Bilibili. I am your host, Xiaoran. A sweet voice resonated from the Bilibili live broadcast room. A beautiful young woman with flowing long hair, adorned in a white dress, graced the screen. Behind her lies the venue for the Matrix Cup hacker competition. I am currently at the Multimedia Sports Hall of Shenzhen University, bringing you a live broadcast of the inaugural Matrix Cup hacker competition. Over 3,000 hackers from across the nation have undergone rigorous selection, and ultimately, only 100 have made it to today's grand finals, where they will vie for the prestigious title and a staggering prize of 5 million yuan. I am here to witness this extraordinary showdown. For those in need of refreshments, we have sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, beer, and 8 treasure porridge available for order. Wang Dandan from Mountain City University. I hold you in high regard. I am here to see little boy. Oh little boy, where are you? And what of the Joker? Has the Joker arrived? I only recognize the Joker among the hacking elite. The comments flood in, with netizens brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 174. A convergence of hackers at 2 o'clock. The time for the competition had arrived. The auditorium was filled to capacity, the atmosphere electric. Distinguished guests, esteemed teachers, and fellow students, please allow me to have your attention. The announcement echoed, signaling the imminent commencement of the event. The cacophony of voices gradually subsided. Subsequently, the lights in the auditorium dimmed, leaving only the spotlight illuminating the contest stage. At 14:03, 3 minutes behind schedule, the inaugural Matrix Cup hacker competition finally commenced. Good afternoon to all the guests, students of Shenzhen University, esteemed faculty, and viewers in the Bilibili live stream. A gentleman clad in a suit and holding a microphone ascended the stage, his resonant voice reverberating throughout the auditorium, welcoming everyone to the inaugural National Cybersecurity Elite Challenge, the Matrix Cup. After a few introductory remarks, the host proceeded to introduce the organizers of the competition. First, allow me to present the esteemed sponsors of the inaugural Matrix Cup hacker competition, represented on a large screen by the logos of prominent companies such as 360, Tencent, Alibaba, and Jutsong, along with renowned hacker forums like Honkabase and Feiying Security Forum. The organizing committee boasted an impressive lineup, uniting major domestic internet giants and hacker websites. As the host mentioned 360, the camera panned to a gentleman in a red shirt seated in the front row, surrounded by executives from other notable companies. Among them was Yuan Jia, a familiar face to Su Yang. Now, let us welcome the chairperson of the inaugural Matrix Cup hacker competition, the founder, chairman, and CEO of 360, the gentleman in the red shirt, to the stage to deliver his address. Applause erupted from the audience. The gentleman in red stood up from his seat, radiating vigor, and acknowledged those around him with a warm smile before stepping onto the stage. Good afternoon, esteemed guests and friends. The gentleman in red spoke into the microphone. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, the major corporations, and well-known hacker websites like Honkabase and Feiying Base for their unwavering support. And to all the enthusiastic hackers who participated, without your support, this competition would not have been possible. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I have often contemplated that our country should indeed have its own hacker competition. His tone became somewhat reflective as he remarked that abroad, there are numerous prestigious hacker competitions, such as DEF CON and Black Hat. These events have evolved into global platforms for hackers to exchange technical expertise and showcase their prowess, cultivating a wealth of cybersecurity talent from many nations. However, our country is yet to host a truly significant hacker competition, which remains a regrettable void. Therefore, we have decided to establish the Matrix Cup hacker competition. Through this event, we aspire to unearth and nurture more cybersecurity talent within our nation, while also striving to enhance our country's overall strength in the realm of cybersecurity. Thank you all. After Zhou Hongyi concluded his address, he descended from the podium to the sound of fervent applause echoing throughout the venue. Now, let us welcome the contestants to the stage, the host announced with vigor. The doors on one side of the gymnasium swung open, and 100 hackers began to file in, one after another. Upon closer inspection, many of the competitors were adorned with masks, while others wore masks that concealed their faces entirely, leaving only their eyes visible. Among them was Su Yang, though not in person. Zhang Zhe held a placard reading "Little Boy" in representation of him, bringing up the rear of the procession. Boss, came Ouyang's voice from a corner of the audience. He was holding a selfie stick and speaking to the camera. Everyone, the boss has arrived. Su Yang's likeness appeared in the live stream. Brothers, I'm here. Oh wow, the big shot has come. We've been waiting for you, exclaimed the host. Having inadvertently offended numerous tech giants by not attending in person, it was indeed wise to remain low-key. Offending major internet companies was one thing. But let us not forget that the host had also irked the entire community of female streamers on Douyin. That was truly formidable. Are you afraid of the Douyin streamers? Big shot. He chuckled. Su Yang merely smiled. There was no need for him to clarify, as the netizens had already done so on his behalf. One commenter aptly noted that the cohort of Douyin female streamers could indeed be quite intimidating. Had he shown up, it was conceivable that a streamer might rush the stage to douse him with water or hurl something at him, an event that would certainly not bode well. The 100 contestants arrived at the side of the stage, locating their designated seats according to their numbers. Each contestant was provided with a table featuring a computer, while some had brought their own devices. Su Yang's placeholder was situated in the middle of the third row, signified by a placard. Attention, contestants. The host's voice resonated as he began to announce the competition rules. The inaugural Matrix Cup hacker competition would consist of 3 rounds, the first 2 being elimination rounds, while the third would be the final. The topics for the first 2 rounds would be set by the organizing committee, while the third round would allow the contestants to prepare their own projects. After each round, a panel of expert judges from the committee would score the contestants live, ranking them based on their performance. The first round would eliminate half of the participants, with only 50 advancing to the second round. The second round would be even more ruthless, as only 10 contestants would progress to the ultimate finals. During the final showdown, the top 3 would be crowned champion, runner-up, and third place. The ultimate victor would receive a substantial reward: 5 million yuan for the champion, 1 million for the runner-up, and 500,000 for third place. Contestants, please ensure your computers and internet connections are functioning properly, the host instructed as the participants began to verify their equipment. Participants, please direct your attention to the large screen. It displays the topic for the first round of the competition. The subject of this initial round is to breach a server. This server is maintained by the security team of 360 Company, and it possesses a total of 9 layers of defense. Contestants must penetrate these 9 defenses within the allotted time to retrieve a specific document contained within the server. Chapter 175. The Little Devils are still monitoring me on the stage. A server had been added, accompanied by several security engineers clad in 360 Company uniforms, diligently examining the operational status of the machine. Once they confirmed everything was in order, the stage was handed over to the host. Contestants, I would like to remind you once more to ensure your computers and networks are functioning properly. If there are any issues, please raise your hand immediately. If all is well, the competition will commence in 1 minute. No hands were raised. With a countdown of 1 minute initiated, the host proclaimed, "Begin." A new countdown appeared on the large screen. 60, 59, 58. You have only 2 hours. The host added. The sound of furious typing echoed as some contestants began to code. Tuan, it all depends on your performance. Dad, just watch me, Tuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if she were the one participating in the contest. Indeed, Tuan was taking part in the competition. Since her arrival, Su Yang often assumed the role of a hands-off manager, and this contest was no different. He provided assistance while Tuan took the lead. During the process of solving the first problem, Su Yang merely offered a few ideas, while Tuan crafted the entire code herself. The organizing committee had sent the test questions to the contestants 2 days in advance, allowing ample time for preparation. Hackers are not deities, and to arrive unprepared is certainly possible, but time is of the essence. With only 2 hours at their disposal, it would be quite embarrassing if no one succeeded in cracking the code. To be frank, no one possessed the capability to breach a server maintained by a professional security company within such a brief period, except for Su Yang, who had the extraordinary assistance of a system. Without the system's aid, even Tuan, this super artificial intelligence, would find it impossible to complete the task within 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. The competition has begun, the host announced loudly. The sound of keyboards clattering filled the air. A cameraman, carrying a video camera, moved between the contestants' seats, capturing their actions and projecting the images onto the large screen in real time. The students in the audience could see the contestants' computer screens, with lines of rapidly scrolling code. It was impressive yet bewildering. Go for it. You've got this. Big shot. Little boy, keep it up. In Su Yang's live streaming room, the comments were flooding in, with netizens cheering him on. A glance at the online viewer count revealed it had surpassed 1 million. This was all about points. Su Yang redirected his attention back to his laptop screen. Tuan was already in action, infiltrating the server. She first retrieved an intrusion tool. The server provided by the organizing committee boasted a very high security level, making it no easy feat to breach. Su Yang and Tuan had spent 2 days identifying a few vulnerabilities. In this instance, Su Yang refrained from redeeming any tools from the system store, relying solely on his prowess in collaboration with Tuan. Beep. A notification appeared on the notebook screen. Successfully breached the first layer of defense. The target server's firewall comprises 9 layers, and Tuan Tuan had already conquered the first. Simultaneously, the large screen on-site displayed the information. Contestant number 32, Little Boy, has also surpassed the first layer of the firewall. Wow! Contestants lifted their heads in astonishment. Such remarkable speed. The students in the audience whispered among themselves. Has anyone really breached the first layer of the firewall so quickly? Who is it? So impressive. Little Boy. Is it that Little Boy? Incredible. It's the master, Little Boy. Many students were familiar with Little Boy. The judges, seated at their table, appeared unfazed. They believed Little Boy possessed such capability. Beep. Another notification emerged on Su Yang's computer screen. Successfully breached the second layer of the firewall. A few minutes later, the third layer was also compromised. At this moment, the disparity in skill among the contestants became evident. Little Boy had penetrated 3 layers of the firewall, while the other contestants had yet to breach even one. Just then, 2 contestants succeeded in breaching the first layer of the firewall. Su Yang's gaze searched for the 2 competitors, one seated in the front row, donning a mask, and the other, a bespectacled individual in the 4th row. Among the participants present, there were indeed some formidable players. Beep, beep. A notification window popped up on the laptop. Successfully breached the 4th layer of the firewall. Tuan Tuan, impressive. Su Yang gave a thumbs up. Hee hee. Tuan Tuan smiled joyfully. Time passed moment by moment. Half an hour later, the 9th firewall was breached by Tuan Tuan. Wow. The contestants on site could not help but exclaim in surprise. Masterful. Some competitors marveled. The judges were whispering among themselves. Little Boy's strength is extraordinary. His prowess surpasses that of the other contestants by a significant margin. This is no longer a matter of mere levels. Quite remarkable. Awesome. 666,666. The Great One, formidable. Little Boy, unmatched in the world. Su Yang's live stream was abuzz with excitement. Concurrently, in a hotel room in Shanghai City, Matsushita AI, Tanaka Aikir, and Yamamoto Tar were engrossed in the live broadcast of the Matrix Cup hacker competition, focusing their attention on Little Boy. They were closely observing Little Boy, unwilling to relinquish their surveillance. The technology of Little Boy is on par with that of a jester. Tanaka Ichiro spoke. And I still maintain that he is not a clown. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed from the live stream. Brothers, isn't this impressive? Don't forget to follow, so you won't lose your way. Matsushita AI furrowed her brows slightly. Indeed, Little Boy's demeanor closely resembles that of an internet celebrity. They have analyzed the characteristics of a jester, concluding that he should be a tech enthusiast, a prodigious youth, which aligns with the typical profile of most hackers. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, he is a recluse, afflicted with social anxiety. He would never aspire to be an internet celebrity, nor engage with netizens in a live stream. He would likely disdain the profession of an internet influencer. With this thought, Matsushita AI's conviction wavered, and she began to question the significance of continuing her surveillance. Chapter 176. Dominance of the hacker realm, we can withdraw. It's merely a waste of time, proclaimed Yamamoto Taro, his tone resolute. Convinced that continuing to monitor Little Boy bore no fruit, Matsushita AI remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed her thoughts. She too believed that focusing on Little Boy was futile, a mere internet celebrity unworthy of their attention. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan had successfully breached 9 firewalls, obtaining the files from the server. However, this was only the beginning. As the document was encrypted, the challenge posed by the organizing committee was evidently not as simple as it appeared. The final task was to decrypt the file. Su Yang called up an analysis tool and discovered that the file employed several complex encryption algorithms. It seems a bit challenging, Tuan Tuan. Would you like your father to assist you? Su Yang inquired with a smile. No need, Dad. I can manage, Tuan Tuan replied with confidence. As she spoke, she accessed multiple decryption tools and commenced the decryption process. Time ticked away, an hour passed, and still, only Little Boy had managed to breach the 9 firewalls. The masked contestant seated in the front row had reached the 8th firewall, but was stymied by the final and most difficult barrier. Tuan Tuan, too, took 10 minutes to overcome this firewall. At 1 hour and 10 minutes, the masked contestant finally breached the 9th firewall. At 1 hour and 20 minutes, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th competitors successively conquered the 9th firewall. Yet, they were immediately confronted with an encrypted document. Tuan Tuan had yet to achieve success in decryption. Su Yang remained unperturbed, trusting in Tuan Tuan's abilities. With 20 minutes remaining in the competition, murmurs arose among the students, speculating whether anyone would complete the challenge. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the large screen. Little Boy has successfully decrypted the file. Wow, Little Boy succeeded? Exclaimed a student, squinting to scrutinize the screen, confirming it was indeed Little Boy. He was the first to conquer the challenge. Yay! Tuan Tuan's excited voice echoed through the earpiece. Dad, I did it. My Tuan Tuan is amazing. Su Yang chuckled. Brothers, let's seize the moment. He called out to the viewers in the live stream. Wow, you're incredible, big shot. 666,666. We worship you. The comments flooded the screen. A contestant in the fifth row, upon seeing the announcement on the big screen, wore a bitter smile. He had only just breached the sixth firewall, and with a mere few minutes left, his chances were all but extinguished. His name is Wang Peng, and within the community, his technical prowess is quite formidable. Previously, while in the background, Wang Peng harbored skepticism towards Little Boy, particularly upon learning that Little Boy was a specially invited contestant by the organizing committee. To him, Little Boy was merely an internet celebrity. However, the tables have now turned. In this moment, he has been humbled. The disparity in skill is too vast to deny. Just as the competition approached its conclusion, with less than 2 minutes remaining, the second contestant successfully decrypted the encrypted file, none other than the masked participant. Su Yang cast a fleeting glance at him. The name was unfamiliar, suggesting it was likely an alias. On the grand screen, the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 1. The first round of the competition concluded. The host announced with fervor, inviting the judges to score. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Contestants held their breath, awaiting the results. Moments later, the host resumed, urging the judges to reveal their scores. The leaderboard illuminated on the screen. First place, Little Boy, time, 1 hour 23 minutes. Total score, 96. Second place, Shadow, time, 1 hour 58 minutes. Total score, 82. Third place, Hacker Z, time, 1 hour 59 minutes. Total score, 80. Fourth place, King, time, 2 hours 01 minutes. Total score, 78. Fifth place, Queen, time, 2 hours 02 minutes. Total score, 76. The bottom 50 contestants faced elimination. Congratulations to the 50 contestants who advanced, the host declared. Regrettably, the bottom 50 must leave the competition venue. One contestant, visibly disheartened, rose and made his way off the stage. Gradually, the other eliminated contestants followed suit, departing from the stage. Only the remaining 50 contestants stood upon it. Take a 10-minute break. Those needing to use the restroom, please do so promptly. The brief interlude swiftly passed. The host ascended the stage once more, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests and friends, welcome back to the inaugural Matrix Cup Hacker Competition. The second round of the contest is about to commence. Please direct your attention to the big screen." The screen displayed the challenge for the second round. The organizing committee had established a sealed room devoid of internet access, where contestants must retrieve data from a computer within and transmit it externally. This task tests the contestants' ability to infiltrate in an offline environment. Some assert that no matter how skilled a hacker may be, without internet, they are at an impasse. Is this truly the case? The visuals on the big screen transitioned to reveal a room containing a computer and a staff member. "Hello, can you hear me?" The host called out to the screen. "Greetings to the host, esteemed contestants, respected teachers, and fellow students." A voice from the staff resonated through the large screen. "Presently, I find myself within a room of the teaching building at Shenzhen University." As the staff member spoke, they initiated a voice call simulation on a chat application, subsequently disconnecting the network cable and unplugging the router, leaving the room devoid of internet connectivity. The contestants are now tasked with retrieving the content of this video call without any online resources. The challenge has intensified once more. The time limit remains 2 hours. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Only 1 minute remains in the countdown. The screen displayed the timer, 60, 59, 58. A cacophony of keystrokes ensued as the contestants began typing. How could they possibly gather information without internet access? Is this even feasible? This is indeed daunting. No matter how skilled a hacker may be, without a network, it is akin to a clever cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. The participants whispered among themselves. Chapter 177, Remarkable Skills Streamer. How can one infiltrate a computer without internet access? This query is akin to asking how one could prepare a meal without rice. It seems utterly impossible. Is it truly feasible for you, esteemed expert? In the live stream, viewers engaged in lively discussion. Noticing the barrage of comments, Su Yang elucidated, "Gentlemen, under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible to breach a computer without a network. However, with the rapid advancements in technology, there are indeed methods to accomplish this. As for the specifics, I shall keep you in suspense for now. Just wait and see." As he spoke, Tuan had already activated a specialized tool. This tool is quite extraordinary. It can remotely receive and monitor the sounds of a computer's power supply fan, including its rotational speed and other data, thereby facilitating data breaches and information theft. Indeed, the unassuming power supply fan can serve as a conduit for communication. This notion may sound astonishing, and it truly is. The underlying principle is rather simple. Data is encoded into sound wave signals, which are then transmitted through the fan's rotation. The receiving and subsequently decodes these sound wave signals back into data. However, achieving this in practice is far from straightforward. Amidst the flurry of activity, the competitors raced against time. 5 minutes elapsed. Dad, I've got it. Tuan Tuan's voice echoed through the headphones. The screen of Su Yang's laptop displayed the content of a video call. Tuan Tuan's speed was indeed remarkable. It would have taken Su Yang himself nearly an hour to accomplish such a feat. Tuan Tuan, do not disclose the results just yet. Continue to pretend you are still cracking the code, Su Yang instructed. Why? Tuan Tuan inquired, perplexed. We're moving too swiftly. Is that a problem? Tuan Tuan questioned further, bewildered. Let us maintain a lower profile. Our pace is too ostentatious, Su Yang explained. Our speed has surpassed the human limit. And we must allow the other competitors a semblance of confidence. We wouldn't want to demoralize them. It's akin to a mathematics examination, no matter how brilliant one is. They must take an hour to complete the paper. If you finish in mere minutes, what would the teacher and your classmates think? Oh, Tuan Tuan replied, somewhat enlightened. Let us wait another hour then. Very well, my child. We shall wait. Tuan Tuan idly doodled circles as time ticked by. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the hour had arrived. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the grand screen in the conference room. Little boy, challenge successful. Once again, Little Boy had been the first to complete the challenge. Competitors looked up at the screen in awe. Impressive, one exclaimed. One cannot help but admire his prowess. How could he be so swift? It's him again. His skills are undeniably formidable. In the backstage elimination zone, competitors whispered among themselves, speculating about Little Boy's true identity. Who could this adept individual be? Surely, Little Boy is not his real name. He must be using an alias. Indeed, when engaging in live streaming, one must adopt a new persona. Several of my friends have ventured into this realm, all refraining from disclosing their true identities. The audience, comprised of students, buzzes with excitement. Little Boy, incredible. Little Boy, truly remarkable. A clash of titans. In the streaming room, the barrage of comments is equally fervent. Amazing. Worship the master. 666,666. Subsequently, one by one, other contestants successfully complete their challenges. With mere seconds remaining in the competition, the final contestant triumphs as well. A total of 7 participants have succeeded in this round. One contestant, gazing at his computer screen, is overtaken by feelings of frustration and disappointment. He was so close to achieving the challenge. With just a bit more time, merely a few minutes, success would have been his. Competition concluded. The announcer's voice reverberates through the auditorium. Judges, please present your scores. Moments later, the leaderboard flickers to life on the large screen. First place, Little Boy, 96 points. Second place, Shadow, 95 points. Third place, Hacker Z, 93 points. Fourth place, Ghost, 92 points. Regrettably, the 40 contestants who ranked lower this round are eliminated. The eliminated participants rise. Their emotions a tapestry of complexity. Some wear expressions of despair, while others exhibit defiance. Congratulations to the top 10 scorers of this round, who advance to the next stage. A resounding applause fills the air. The students' gazes are riveted on the 10 contestants on stage. Once the applause subsides, the announcer continues. Let us interview Mr. Little Boy. I believe the audience is eager to learn how you acquired data on your computer without internet access. This query piques the curiosity of both the students and the viewers in the streaming room, challenging their preconceived notions about hackers. In their understanding, hacking into a computer necessitates internet access. Without it, even the most skilled hacker would be at a loss. Indeed, I utilized the vibrations produced by the computer's power supply fan to transmit data. Su Yang's voice emanates from the screen. You may be unaware, but when operational, the computer's power supply fan generates vibrations that can be captured and received. Likewise, we can encode data into specific vibration frequencies and transmit that information through the fan's vibrations, allowing the receiving party to decode the frequency back into data. This technology, known as AirVibR, was discovered by a foreign security research team last year. They had previously explored various methods to exfiltrate computer data, utilizing hard drive LED indicators, screen brightness, computer speakers, and thermal emissions. Su Yang's explanation left the audience and guests in a state of astonishment. Who would have imagined that a computer's power supply fan could also serve as a conduit for data transmission? It is truly remarkable. In fact, there are numerous methods for infiltrating computers in offline environments. Su Yang continued, citing an instance where hackers, at a casino in Las Vegas, manipulated the lighting apparatus of an aquarium, which was part of the decor, to control the casino's equipment. After a brief pause, he added, furthermore, I have demonstrated on the CCTV program I Am a Geek how a laser pointer can also be employed to breach a computer and retrieve data in an offline setting. Chapter 178. Performing control of traffic lights and hacking the PS game console, such a fantastical claim. Is it real? This is akin to magic, is it not? Truly astonishing. The students in attendance murmured among themselves. Applause erupted, resonating throughout the venue. Thanks to Mr. Little Boy, we now proceed to the third round of the competition, the final showdown. Announced the host. The rules for this round stipulate that each of the 10 contestants must prepare their own performance, which will be judged live by our panel of judges. Ultimately, the 3 contestants with the highest scores will be awarded first, second, and third places. Let us begin by drawing lots to determine the order of performance. The host continued. A staff member ascended the stage carrying a box containing 10 small balls, each inscribed with a number from 1 to 10. The 10 contestants took turns to draw lots. Su-young drew number 4. The large screen displayed the order of appearances: Hacker Z, Ghost, Matrix, Little Boy. Su-young was the 4th to perform. The first contestant, Hacker Z, took the stage with a demonstration of how to remotely control traffic lights. The large screen showcased an intersection, with a timestamp in the lower right corner reading, 14:58, Saturday. This was a test intersection, devoid of any vehicles or pedestrians. I will demonstrate how to remotely manipulate traffic lights, Hacker Z explained, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Within moments, the display shifted dramatically. The red light transformed into green, while the green light morphed into red. Wow! Gasped the audience in awe. Is it truly possible to control traffic lights remotely? Applause erupted once more. The judges joined in the ovation. Given the vital role that traffic lights play in daily commutes, Hacker Z's performance was a resounding success, earning him a score of 90. Next, it was time for the second contestant to take the stage. The host called upon the next performer. The second contestant, a portly young man known as Ghost, was set to tackle the challenge of hacking a PS5 console. A staff member wheeled a PS5 onto the stage. Ghost took his place at the computer and commenced his performance. His fingers danced across the keyboard with breathtaking speed, his gaze fixated, as though the world around him had vanished, leaving only him and his computer. Minutes later, a smile spread across Ghost's face as he lifted his head and exclaimed into the microphone, "Hack successful." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The judges awarded him a score of 91. Next, the third contestant took the stage. Astonishingly, it was a female. "Wow, a female hacker!" exclaimed a student from the audience. This was quite rare. In the realm of hacking, the representation of women is exceedingly low, and those who reach the finals of the Matrix Cup hacker competition are truly exceptional. Her presence invigorated the atmosphere of the event. The female contestant, known as Matrix, presented her project, which involved cracking a security door. Matrix showcased a mysterious black box, claiming that with this device, she could challenge and unlock all the security doors available on the market. The staff brought several mainstream security doors onto the stage. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Matrix operated the black box on the first security door. Mere seconds later, with a crisp click, the lock of the security door was released. Wow, it really opened? What is the principle behind it? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was curious about what kind of box was so extraordinary that it could be so effortlessly breached. Subsequently, Matrix connected and unlocked all the security doors using the same method, completing the entire process in mere seconds. Applause erupted as Su-young clapped vigorously, impressed by her skills. Following this, Matrix revealed the principles behind the creation of the mysterious black box. Su-young felt enlightened and learned something new. The applause continued to resonate throughout the venue. Matrix received a score of 93 from the judges. The competition was still ongoing, and it was now Su-young's turn. He was the only contestant participating remotely via the internet, making his appearance even more noteworthy. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause, Zhangja stepped onto the stage holding a nameplate for Little Boy. "Little Boy, Little Boy, Little Boy," echoed from the audience. From this, one could discern the prominence of Little Boy, distinctly above the other contestants. "Brothers, watch my performance." Su-young's avatar appeared on the big screen. "I wouldn't have waited for your performance, but since the Great One is here, what spectacle will the Great One present this time? The other contestants should be trembling. This is a true powerhouse." The comments flooded in: phone screen protector, sunflower seed bench, and various other messages. The judges, teachers, and students listened as Su-young's voice resonated through the speakers, stating, "I am Little Boy, and the challenge I present is rather unique. In everyone's perception, hackers are adept at breaching various computers and attacking networks. But did you know? Hackers can also target humanity itself." What? Students in the audience questioned whether they had misheard. Could it truly be possible for hackers to attack individuals? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? It seems rather exaggerated, does it not? Impossible. Su-young's remarks sparked a flurry of discussion among the students. Observing their reactions, Su-young smiled and continued, "My assertion that hackers can attack humanity itself may, indeed, be somewhat exaggerated. However, with the advancement of modern technology and increasingly sophisticated medical practices, the proliferation of electronic devices in the healthcare sector has introduced new security concerns." Chapter 179. The Hacker's Remote Kill. After a brief pause, Su-young continued, "Please have the staff bring the equipment onto the stage." A staff member wheeled a small card onto the stage, upon which rested a device connected by numerous wires. "Does anyone recognize this device?" Su-young inquired. What is this instrument? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Is it some sort of testing equipment from a hospital? The students in the audience, along with other contestants, gazed curiously at the apparatus, as few had ever encountered it. Is this a cardiac pacemaker? One contestant backstage identified. A cardiac pacemaker? Another contestant asked. Indeed, this is a cardiac pacemaker, the contestant affirmed. My grandfather has one installed, so I recognize it. Is this a cardiac pacemaker? The host on stage queried, having also identified the device. Correct, this is indeed a cardiac pacemaker, Su Yang replied. I previously mentioned that hackers can attack the very essence of humanity, and it is precisely because of this cardiac pacemaker. Imagine if a hacker could control your pacemaker. What a terrifying scenario that would be. Your life and death would rest in the hands of this hacker. I do not speak in hyperbole. There have been such cases abroad. As Su Yang spoke, he began to demonstrate how to breach the cardiac pacemaker security. He first provided an overview of the device, explaining that it was produced by a pharmaceutical company in Germany and was exceptionally popular within the domestic market, utilized by numerous hospitals and companies across the nation. Then, Su Yang commenced his demonstration. He first infiltrated the official database of the German pharmaceutical company, subsequently creating an administrator account within the database. With this administrator account and a specialized device, he could connect to and control the cardiac pacemaker. On stage, Zhang Zhu exhibited the specialized device, which resembled a USB drive and featured a port that could connect to the pacemaker's data interface. Next came the critical moment. The sound of Su Yang's fingers striking the keyboard echoed through the auditorium. He logged into the database using the newly acquired administrator account, locating the ID of the cardiac pacemaker within the database. Then, he utilized a program he had crafted to send commands to the pacemaker. Beep. The indicator light of the pacemaker flickered, and its rhythm changed. Beep, beep, beep. The pacemaker emitted a regular sound, beginning its rhythmic beats. Su Yang struck the keyboard a few more times. Beep, 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 beep. The pace of the pacemaker quickened. Su Yang again tapped the keys. Beep. The sound of the pacemaker ceased entirely. Do you see? A hacker can directly stop the heartbeat of a pacemaker. Wow. This is truly astonishing. The pacemaker has ceased functioning? Goodness, is it really possible? If it stops, won't that mean death? How terrifying. The audience at the scene was left in utter disbelief. In the live stream, the chat erupted. Goodness, I just had a pacemaker installed, and witnessing this, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. My father also has a pacemaker. If hackers could take control, I shudder to think. Esteemed individual, your demonstration is utterly frightening. Among the netizens, some had either themselves or family members with pacemakers, and this certainly startled them. Little boy is indeed little boy, delivering aching bomb performance. In comparison, the other contestants' displays seemed almost juvenile. Clap, clap, clap. The host was the first to initiate the applause. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the venue, and the judges all rose to their feet, applauding vigorously. Little boy captivated everyone with his remarkable prowess. Once the applause subsided, the judges began scoring. Little boy's demonstration is profoundly significant, remarked one judge. It highlights the critical importance of cybersecurity in the medical field. Indeed, with technological advancements, an increasing number of medical devices are interconnected, presenting new security challenges. Another judge nodded in agreement. I award Little Boy a score of 98. I too grant a score of 98. The big screen displayed Little Boy's score, 98. Just 2 points shy of perfection. As expected, Little Boy's score overshadowed the others. Subsequently, the remaining contestants completed their demonstrations. The final round of the competition concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, students, I now announce the results of the inaugural Matrix Cup Hacker Competition Finals, the host declared. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The screen revealed the final scores and rankings of the 10 contestants. First place, Little Boy, 98 points. Second place, Shadow, 96 points. Third place, Matrix, 93 points. Congratulations to Mr. Little Boy for winning the championship of the inaugural Matrix Cup Hacker Competition. Thunderous applause filled the air. Now, let us invite the first, second, and third place winners to the stage for their awards. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Zhang Zhu ascended the stage holding Little Boy's winner's plaque, flanked by the masked Shadow and the female hacker Matrix. A representative from the organizing committee also took to the stage to present certificates and prizes to the 3 contestants. The champion, Little Boy, received a prize of 5 million, proudly taking center stage. Click. The photographer captured the moment, immortalizing this extraordinary achievement. Congratulations, Little Boy. Congratulations to Shadow. Congratulations to Matrix. The venue once again erupted with enthusiastic applause. Incredible. A true master, we revere you. As I mentioned earlier, with Little Boy in the competition, there was no suspense. Matrix is stunning. Who possesses her information? Shadow is also formidable. I wonder which prominent figure he is. The live chat was flooded with comments. Brothers, I appreciate your support. I must sign off now, Su Yang announced. He waved his hand as he concluded the broadcast. Yay! Su Yang extended his palm and high-fived the screen with Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, we have secured the championship. Tuan Tuan beamed with joy. Chapter 180. Dear readers, please enjoy the performance of the pickled vegetable brother. The joy extends beyond merely winning the championship. It also encompasses a remarkable surge in points, totaling an impressive 50 million, with a recent increase of 10 million. How delightful. Now, I shall indulge in a meal. Outside, the sky has turned dark. The night is alive with the brilliance of streetlights. Sitting in his car parked beside a supermarket, Su Yang contemplates the content for his upcoming live broadcast, continuing his role in the online promotional efforts. Father, the surveillance on Uncle Ouyang's phone has been lifted, he thinks, as the car's screen illuminates with avatars of his associates. A chuckle escapes him. This outcome was entirely foreseen. The trio foolishly assumes that Su Yang is merely an internet celebrity unworthy of continued scrutiny. Every move and utterance of these three clowns is crystal clear to him. In his eyes, they are utterly transparent. Su Yang himself did not anticipate that this online persona would yield such advantages. Indeed, had it not been for the point system, his inherent disposition would not have led him to embrace the role of an influencer. A notification chimed on his phone, messages from his work group. Ouyang had sent an invitation from Huawei, extending an offer for Little Boy to attend a product launch on June 15th, as well as an opportunity to conduct safety testing on their new foldable phone. No problem, Su Yang replied, followed by a note to reschedule the live broadcast to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, as he planned to visit his sister's home for a meal that afternoon. After exchanging a few more words, the conversation concluded. The calendar turned a page, revealing Saturday. Su Yang arose early, commencing his day with a run in the community. After breakfast, he returned to his rented room. Entering, he opened his wardrobe, retrieving a black t-shirt and black jeans, changing into them. This ensemble had become his battle attire. Once dressed, he sat before his computer, donning a black hood and mask, concealing his face while revealing only his eyes. At 10 o'clock, he entered the live streaming room. Good morning, brothers. Today, we shall continue our campaign to cleanse the internet, but today's cleansing will be somewhat unique, Su Yang announced. Pausing briefly, he continued. If any friends wish to join the discussion, please come forward and let me know. Ding. A viewer has requested to join the conversation. The avatar of a young man in his 20s, sporting short hair, appeared in the streaming room. Hello, brother, what should I call you? Su Yang inquired with a smile. My name is Zhang Ming, the young man replied. Host, I want to say, let's steer the conversation towards a certain guest named Huang Shirong. This individual frequently disparages the mainland on his programs, making unfounded statements that are infuriating to witness. The system was already searching for information. Moments later, the laptop screen displayed Huang Shirong's profile, complete with photographs, videos, and detailed accounts of his appearances on political commentary shows. Su Yang noted that the viewer mentioned a political program currently live streaming online. Alright, let us together appreciate the performance of these clowns. After Su Yang spoke, the scene in the live broadcast shifted to a television studio. A circular conference table was surrounded by a host and 4 guests. Mr. Huang Yu. The host inquired of Huang Shirong, who was referred to by netizens as the clown, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back, presenting a rather polished appearance. In my personal opinion, Huang Shirong asserted confidently, their lives are exceedingly difficult. What did he just say? We can't even afford pickled vegetables? Su Yang continued to listen. Pickled vegetables. As he reached his final statement, his voice grew louder, brimming with arrogance. What a peculiar character. Su Yang could hardly believe his ears. Was this individual truly speaking such nonsense? He claims we can't afford pickled vegetables. Does he even believe that? Indeed. We can no longer afford pickled vegetables. Laughing and crying, I eat pickled vegetables daily, and he dares to say I can't afford them? I'm utterly amused. This kind of peculiar character was not new to him. They were merely a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, with a worldview so limited that they remained oblivious to the remarkable progress on the mainland. This was either sheer foolishness or malice. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. The audience reacted vigorously, finding the situation amusing. Su Yang laughed even more brightly, thinking, this clown. My friends, do not blink, for the show is about to get interesting. In the next moment, a large screen in the television studio flickered black before revealing the image of Little Boy, followed by raucous laughter echoing from the television. What is happening? The host and several guests were left stunned. As they struggled to comprehend the situation, Su Yang, with a mocking tone, said, You clowns. Do you even believe the absurdities you are spouting, pickled vegetable guy? Pickled vegetable guy referred to Huang Shirong. The man was taken aback, glancing at the host and then at the staff, suspecting a prank orchestrated by the production team. What on earth is going on? The host stood up, utterly perplexed. Outside the camera's view, a director and several staff members were equally bewildered, unaware that they were facing a hacker invasion. I suggest you clowns take a good look at your own ridiculousness. As Su Yang's words fell, a video began to play on the television screen. The content featured several guests chatting in the television station's recording studio. Are you being serious? One guest remarked to Huang Shurong. It doesn't matter. After all, the show is just nonsense. That's what creates the entertainment value. Huang Shurong replied casually, seemingly unfazed. Will the audience believe it? Another guest inquired. The host chuckled softly, taking over the conversation. Whether the audience believed it or not was inconsequential. A lie, repeated 1,000 times, will inevitably find its believers. Chapter 181. A missile with a success rate of 70 and 3 missiles with a 210 success rate. In the video, the grotesque behaviors of several individuals were laid bare for all to see. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Huang Shurong panicked and hastily rose, exclaiming, "Quick! Shut it down! Shut it down!" The host, too, quickly grasped the situation. The staff, flustered, rushed to the control panel to press the shutdown button. However, shutting off the on-site screen proved futile, as the live broadcast continued unabated. What a spectacle! Such a disgraceful display. I found it utterly hilarious. These individuals were truly acting like clowns. I chuckled. The quality of the program was indeed at this level, a chaotic farce. I felt a sense of embarrassment on their behalf. The online community erupted in criticism. But that was not the end. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds, Su Yang's avatar suddenly appeared on the screens of everyone present. Zhao Go, I have discovered some intriguing videos on your phone. Let us all enjoy them together. In the next moment, several phones simultaneously played a video. The footage depicted Zhao Go, Huang Shurong, strolling through a mall with a tall, stunning woman, their demeanor exceedingly intimate as they whispered to one another. Zhao Ge's face darkened. He panicked, wishing to urge everyone not to look, yet found himself frozen, unable to utter a word. Seated beside him, a male guest. His expression peculiar, immediately recognized that the woman in the video was not Zhao Ge's wife, leading him to entertain a bold hypothesis. Ding! The notification chimed again, playing a second video in which Zhao Gu and the young woman were seen in a hotel lobby, sharing laughter and appearing quite close. Before they both entered the elevator together. In the third segment of the video, within a private room of a KTV, Zhao Gu and a woman are singing. Their hands tightly clasped together, exchanging flirtatious glances. The other guests and the host are all fixated on Zhao Gu, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. It is all over. Zhao Gu slumps in his chair, appearing utterly defeated. Hilarious. What a satisfying turn of events. Zhao Gu, your antics are rather extravagant. The phrase "a figure resembling a human, yet acting like a dog" must surely refer to you. You certainly know how to entertain, don't you? A social death in real time. The viewers are thoroughly entertained. Brothers, are we having a good time? Su Yang shouts enthusiastically. Yes. Is it satisfying? Absolutely. It's incredibly satisfying. The viewers in the live stream are all exhilarated. Haha. Su Yang laughs. Let's move on to the next segment. Is there anyone who wishes to join the conversation? Come on up. Beep. Someone is ready to connect. Hello, host, a sweet female voice emerges, as a long-haired girl appears on the live stream. Hello, beautiful, what shall I call you? I'm called Xiaoyu, the girl replies. Do you know Tufanggu? Tufanggu? Su Yang shakes his head, unfamiliar with the name. Tufanggu is also a well-known figure. He is most famous for claiming that all towns in our mainland consist of earthen houses, Xiaoyu explains. Oh, it's him. Su Yang recalls having encountered Tufanggu's videos on Douyin before. His claim to fame revolves around asserting that all towns in the mainland are constructed of mud houses. Brothers, if you want to challenge Tufanggu, send a wave of 666. Su Yang calls out. 666, 66666, 666, 6666. The live stream's comments are instantly flooded with 666. Su Yang glances at the live stream viewer count, which has surpassed 500,000. Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us go after him, Su Yang chuckles. Tufanggu, here I come. Tuan begins to search for information on Tufanggu, and after a few seconds, announces, Dad. I found Tufanggu. He is currently giving a lecture at a university in Jilong City. The screen switches to Tufanggu's lecture. In the next moment, Tufanggu's image appears in the live stream, passionately addressing thousands of students in a grand auditorium. Our Tiangong 3 missile is exceptionally formidable, boasting a hit rate of 70 for a single interception. With 3 missiles launched simultaneously, we can achieve a hit rate of 210. The mainland's missiles can hardly reach us. Tufanggu's voice resonates. Wait a moment. Su Yang furrows his brow in confusion. Brothers, what is this guy talking about? Am I hearing things? A single missile with a 70 interception success rate, and launching 3 can yield a 210 hit rate? Is that truly what he is saying? Indeed, he stated it thus. Affirmed the online user, Xiaoyu. How did he arrive at that? I am somewhat bewildered. How could there be a 210 success rate? Is Tahong truly serious? Su Yang felt perplexed. Suddenly, a user in an internet CAF, engrossed in the live broadcast, could not contain a chuckle. The laughter caught the attention of a nearby friend. "What is so funny?" the friend inquired, glancing at the computer screen displaying the stream. "Let me pose a simple math question. If a missile has a success interception rate of 70, what would be the success rate for 3 launched simultaneously?" The user asked with a smile. 3 launched simultaneously? Wouldn't it still be 70? In reality, the probability should be slightly higher, right? The friend replied uncertainly. "The answer is 210. Do you believe it?" The user chuckled. "Nonsense," the friend scoffed. "My math, even if taught by a physical education teacher, shouldn't be this abysmal." The user laughed and pointed at the computer screen. "This fool said just that. Is this person Tuhong?" The friend recognized the individual in the video. And if it were indeed Tuhong, it would not be surprising. Tuhong is quite the talent. Surely his mathematical prowess cannot be attributed to a physical education instructor. Is Tuhong truly speaking nonsense? It's utterly hilarious. This is the level of Wawa. It's simply laughable. The chat room was filled with laughter from the users. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the students appeared just as bewildered and confused. Yet Tuhong, as if nothing had transpired, continued his lecture, his confident smile deceptively charming. "This fool," Suyang sighed, exasperated. "Why is it that Wawa always produces such competitors? This individual is truly a simpleton." Even Tuan Tuan was chuckling. "Brothers, I can't stand it any longer. Let us get him," Suyang declared. As his words echoed, his avatar appeared on the grand screen in the auditorium. Chapter 182. Not a bit less, Yu Chun, you absolute fool, as Brother Tu Fong aptly put it. Have you lost your senses? If I were your mathematics teacher, you would have brought shame upon my face. The hit rate of a missile is 70, and when 3 missiles are launched simultaneously, does it magically become 210? Is that your calculation? A cup of water at 70 degrees, and 3 cups of 70-degree water added together equals 210 degrees. Is that it, you utter simpleton? Suyang's sarcasm echoed throughout the grand auditorium. The speech came to an abrupt halt. The sudden outburst startled Yu Chun, who swiftly turned to face the large screen. The students below were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on the display. What is happening? Who is he? That avatar seems familiar at that moment, a student recalled. Oh my, it's Little Boy. He is Little Boy. Who is Little Boy? A renowned hacker from the mainland, incredibly skilled. Wow, Little Boy? Yes, he is the one who recently hacked Tesla and several major video platforms on the mainland. This is going to be interesting. Little Boy's name spread rapidly among the students. The avatar on the big screen spoke once more. "Students of Jilung University, has your administration collectively lost their minds? How could you invite such an imbecile to give a speech? Allowing such a fool to spout nonsense on stage?" The students exchanged bewildered glances. In a corner beneath the stage, a staff member finally grasped the situation and hurriedly began to type on the keyboard, attempting to sever the signal to the big screen. It was already too late. The computer had been entirely taken over, rendering his efforts futile. On stage, Brother Tu Fong's expression darkened, his lips twitching. Just as he was about to call for assistance, Su Yang's voice rang out again. "Haha, Brother Tu Fong, this truly is a clown. Brothers, I've discovered something amusing on this clown-s phone. Let us take a look. Classmates, witness the kind of clown we have on stage. Don't blink. Please enjoy a segment of Brother Tu Fong's performance on the big screen." A video began to play, revealing a personal bedroom. Brother Tu Fong, Yu Chun, was dressed in provocative women's clothing, heavily made up, posing flirtatiously for the phone camera, winking and preening. Snap after snap, he took dozens of selfies. The images unfolded one by one on the big screen. Oh my goodness, my eyes. Ha! Brother Tu Fong, do you have this hobby? Does your mother know? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. My tears have turned to laughter. I'm in stitches. The live chat exploded with excitement. Who could have anticipated such a sensational performance? Uft. A netizen sat before his computer, taking a sip of his beverage when, with a sudden splutter, he inadvertently sprayed it across the screen. Ahaha. The netizen laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. His friend, Tuhong brother, turned an alarming shade of purple. In that moment, he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. The students below were initially taken aback for a few seconds, but then, boom. Ha! The hall erupted in laughter. Many students hastily retrieved their phones, activating the recording mode. Tuhong brother's head buzzed, and his vision darkened momentarily. Ha! In the live stream, a user named Xiao Bei burst into laughter, capturing the video and sharing it on social media, exclaiming, "I'm in tears. Come witness this clown's performance." Within a minute, several friends commented with likes. Who is this? So hilarious. Is it Tuhong brother? Ha! Another user, Xiao Zhu, also shared the video in a group of dozens. I'm watching the live stream. It's killing me. This fool. I'm watching too. Ha ha ha. Isn't that Tuhong brother? Please send the live link. The user laughing until confused. A moderator on Tianya promptly posted the video on the forum, pinning the thread. Soon, The post attracted numerous onlookers. Meanwhile, Tuhong Brother's video had gone viral across various websites and social media platforms. In a small town, Akai returned home after a basketball game. In the living room, his father was watching the news. Akai entered his room, sat down at the computer, and quickly stumbled upon Tuhong Brother's video. Wow, what an eyesore. Tuhong Brother has embarrassed himself beyond belief. Akai scoffed, feeling quite ashamed. Brothers, next, I shall undertake a challenge proposed by a netizen. In the live stream, Suyang spoke, and everyone awaited eagerly. What challenge? A user named Mu2 had just entered the live stream, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Brothers, watch me take them all down, Suyang proclaimed with audacity. Take down what? Mu2 scrutinized the comments, sensing that the streamer was referring to some forums and websites. Is he really that formidable? He recalled a forum called Frog Forum and opened his browser. Upon accessing the Frog Forum, he was greeted by a striking sight. A map of the Dragon Country enveloped the entire web page, with the island portions marked in red. Additionally, on the side of the map, a conspicuous line of bold red text proclaimed, "Not a single one can be spared." My goodness, Mu2 exclaimed in astonishment. They truly did take it all down. He searched several other websites and forums, only to find the same. My word, my word, my word. Mu2 was left in utter shock. This is astonishing. The streamer said he would take them all down, and he truly did. This is simply incredible. In the room, Akai was also browsing the web. What was happening? He had noticed that several websites on the island had been hacked. What date was it today? Had the hackers from across the strait launched an attack? Akai, come here for a moment. What's wrong with the television? Came his father's voice from the living room. What is it? Akai glanced towards the room's entrance. Come take a look at the television. What's going on? Akai stood up and walked out of the room. In the living room, the television. Goodness. Akai's eyes widened in shock. The television had also been hacked. On the screen, a map of the Dragon Country was displayed, accompanied by several bold red characters. Not a single bit can be missing. Even more astonishing was that his father was holding the remote and changing channels. Every single one displayed the same thing. This couldn't possibly mean that an attack was imminent from across the strait, could it? With this thought racing through his mind, Akai felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly returned to his room to search for news online. Chapter 183. The counterattack of the frogs. In the broadcasting hall of a certain television station, a female host was delivering the news. Suddenly, the screen transitioned to a map of the Dragon Kingdom, emblazoned with the words, "Not a single piece can be missing." What was happening? The host's voice abruptly ceased, her expression one of bewilderment. Beside her, several staff members shared her confusion. Meanwhile, in a financial talk show just a wall away, a financial expert was speaking eloquently. At that moment, he noticed the microphone had gone silent. Hello? Is there no sound? The host, noticing the issue, was about to replace the guest's microphone when the screen erupted with stirring music, simultaneously switching to a map of the Dragon Kingdom. Not a single piece can be missing. The host, the guest, and over 100 audience members in the studio stood in stunned silence. Several hundred meters away, in an electronics supermarket on the second floor of a shopping mall, all the television screens simultaneously displayed the same map of the Dragon Kingdom. Not a single piece can be missing. This spectacle caught the attention of several customers, who gathered to watch. Outside the mall, on a large plaza, an LED screen also showcased the same image, prompting numerous citizens to look up in curiosity. In the live broadcast room, netizens hurriedly took screenshots, sharing images from various websites and television stations. Not a single piece can be missing. Not a single piece can be missing. Not a single piece can be missing. The chat exploded with fervor. Brothers, are you not exhilarated? Suyang chuckled. Haha. This is simply marvelous. The froggies are in for it. Truly delightful. Bow down. Not a single piece can be missing. The thought of the froggies' astonished expressions filled him with inexplicable joy. Let us go after them. The live broadcast room erupted in cheers, the netizens' spirits soaring. At that moment, a voice in his earpiece reported, Dad, our Meat Chicken Network and the Huajiao platform are simultaneously facing a large-scale attack. Excellent. The froggies' counterattack has commenced. A smile crept across Su Yang's lips. He had been anticipating the emergence of these froggies. Tuan Tuan, take them down. For every froggy that shows its head, we shall extinguish it. Wipe them out. Wipe them out. Wow, wow, wow. Tuan Tuan echoed, evidently influenced by his father's fervor. In the office of a network company, a dozen computer screens suddenly went dark without warning. What on earth? A virus. We've been infected. A chorus of curses erupted in the office. In the unassuming building in Chicken Cage City, unbeknownst to anyone, lay a cyber army base, where at the same time, hundreds of computers throughout the entire structure crashed. The alarm blared, resonating through the building. In a bedroom of a residence in the southern city of the island, a hacker was furiously striking the keyboard, the speed of his typing causing the keys to nearly smoke. In an unexpected turn, smoke indeed began to emanate from the computer case, and the screen abruptly went dark. The hacker, exclaiming in frustration, could hardly conceal his astonishment. The world had fallen silent. A group of worthless adversaries dared to challenge us. Do they possess the capability? A disdainful smile crept across Su Yang's face. Well done, my team, he exclaimed. His companion, Tuan, chuckled joyfully, then added, Daddy, I have discovered several IP addresses of internet trolls in our mainland. Oh, Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly. In the mainland? Yes, Daddy, Tuan affirmed confidently. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the computer screen, where Tuan had already noted and marked the IP addresses. These rascals dare to hide in our territory. They must be dealt with. Su Yang initiated a virtual call, connecting with Ouyang. Beep, beep, beep. Boss. Ouyang's voice came through the line. I was just about to call you. Without delay, Su Yang addressed the matter at hand. Brother Ouyang, I have found several Green Frog internet trolls. Their IP addresses are located in our mainland. Please relay this to Captain Wang. Understood. I will contact Captain Wang immediately, Ouyang replied. Soon. Ouyang received information regarding the internet trolls and dialed Captain Wang's number. In the deep city, within a residential building in Nanshan District, a young man known by the online alias Moonlit Knight was engaged in breaching the firewall of a server belonging to the Huajiao platform. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Who is it? Moonlit Knight inquired warily. Delivery. Moonlit Knight rose and approached the door, only to recall that he had already collected the delivery yesterday. There should be none today. A chilling sense of foreboding washed over him. It was too late. Bang. The door was forcefully kicked open, and several plainclothes officers stormed in. Don't move. Before Moonlit Knight could react, he was swiftly subdued. Meanwhile, another Green Frog troll was holed up in an internet CAF in Yang City. A man in his 40s, the CAF owner, appeared to be gaming but was, in fact, launching an attack on the Huajiao platform. Don't move. Suddenly, several fully armed soldiers materialized behind him, and one soldier seized his shoulder, yanking him from his chair. Shock etched across the man's face. Before he could utter a word, his hands were cuffed, and a hood was placed over his head. Amidst the gaze of onlookers, he was escorted to a military vehicle. News of the capture of several Green Frog trolls hiding in the mainland reached Su Yang by midday. Concluding his live stream, he drove to his sister's house for a meal. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A lively whistle reverberated within the car as Tuan drove, and Su Yang's spirits soared while he scrolled through the news. The internet had erupted with fervor. Major mainstream media outlets were ablaze with reports. The hacker known as Little Boy had decisively dismantled several Green Frog Internet Army hideouts. Fengyu Network. Mainland residents can no longer afford pickled vegetables. The Frog spokesperson revealed their disgraceful antics. Inlang Entertainment. Little Boy exposes the scandal of the Frog spokesperson. Penguin News. The fervor surrounding this event was unprecedented. Su Yang's points surged by 10 million. Glancing at Weibo, the comments section was a cacophony of messages and comments, overflowing with enthusiasm. Little Boy, you are truly remarkable. We bow to you. A true deity. This is so satisfying. Ha ha. Pickled vegetable brother, Earth brother, you made me laugh so hard. The chorus of frogs is deafening. Earth brother is indeed a sight for sore eyes. Frogs are all of this caliber. We can rest easy now. Chapter 184. Attending the Extraordinary Mate XT Master Release Conference Dad, Weevee arrived. Came the cheerful voice of Tuan through the car's audio system. Su Yang's gaze shifted from the screen of his phone as he raised his head to look outside. The vehicle had reached the entrance of his sister's residential community. He unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. Before long, Su Yang stood at his sister's doorstep, pressing the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, coming. The door swung open. Yang is here, come in. Su Mei greeted him with a bright smile. Please, have a seat. I'm still cooking in the kitchen. Brother-in-law. Su Yang called out towards the kitchen where his brother-in-law was busy. I'm here, just sit for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. His brother-in-law replied as he stepped out briefly before returning to the kitchen. Where is Xiaojia? Su Yang inquired. He is in his room. Xiaojia, your uncle has arrived. Su Mei called out before heading back to the kitchen. Su Yang approached the door of Xiaojia's room and knocked gently. Xiaojia, are you in there? He pushed the door open. Inside, Xiaojia was engrossed in his computer. Playing games? Su Yang asked. Uncle, you're here. Xiaojia exclaimed. Standing up, Su Yang noticed that Xiaojia was not playing games, but rather reading the news. What are you looking at? I'm reading the news, Xiaojia replied. What news? Su Yang casually asked. I'm reading about the hacker Little Boy. He's incredible. Xiaojia said excitedly. Uncle, do you know Little Boy? Of course. I've watched a few of his live streams, Su Yang said with a smile. Little Boy is my idol, Xiaojia declared. Uncle, I want to be a hacker too. If you wish to become a hacker, you should definitely come to me. I am quite skilled myself, Su Yang chuckled. Are you as good as Little Boy? Xiaojia asked curiously. Not quite. My skills are still a bit lacking compared to his, Su Yang laughed. However, I can teach you with ease. Do you genuinely want to learn? If I want to learn, I should start with some basic programming books. To be a hacker, one must first learn programming. Sounds good. Xiao Jia nodded eagerly. Are you really committed to learning, or is it just a fleeting interest? I truly want to learn. All right then. I will find you a few books. Thank you, uncle. As they spoke, the two moved to the living room, where they chatted on the sofa for a while. Soon, it was time for dinner. After the meal, Su Yang left his sister's house, and the afternoon sun cast a warm glow. His brother-in-law offered to drive him back to school, but Su Yang politely declined. No need to drive me. I can take the subway. It's more convenient. It's no trouble. I'm heading out anyway, so I can drop you off. Really, it's all right. I prefer the subway. Su Yang insisted on taking the subway, primarily to avoid any complications that might arise from his brother-in-law seeing him with a car. After bidding farewell to his brother-in-law, Su Yang made his way to the underground parking lot of the community, got into his car, and departed. The next day, morning dawned. As Su Yang enjoyed his breakfast, the virtual screen of the system displayed his total points, 70 million, having surged by 30 million in just one day. His spirits soared with delight. Not only was engaging in the green frog endeavor exhilarating, but the accumulation of points was equally gratifying. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the workgroup. Ouyang had sent a formal invitation from Huawei, inviting Little Boy to participate in the new product launch of the triple fold phone on June 15th, along with a request for security testing of the new product. Additionally, Ouyang provided internal materials regarding the triple fold phone. Tuan, this task is entrusted to you. Understood, father. Tuan replied as she accepted the assignment. Su Yang assumed a relaxed demeanor, finishing his breakfast before heading off to school. The calendar turned, marking June 15th, the day of Huawei's triple fold phone launch. In the early morning, the sky over Jianghai City was clear and sunny, seemingly enhancing the brilliance of this grand event. Huawei's flagship store, the largest in the world, sat in the bustling commercial district of Jianghai City, a four-story edifice covering an area of 15,000 square meters. A red carpet adorned the entrance, flanked by hostesses holding bouquets of flowers. Numerous guests began to arrive at the flagship store. On the fourth floor of the flagship store, a venue capable of accommodating thousands was already filled to capacity. Dear family, I am currently at the site of Huawei's product launch. It is about to commence, and I will bring you the latest updates promptly, announced a self-media blogger who was live-streaming the event. Many such bloggers were present. At 9 a.m., the conference officially began. The lights in the venue dimmed, leaving only the stage illuminated, and a hush fell over the audience. A dance troupe took to the stage, singing, "Our journey is towards the stars and the sea." Their resounding voices echoed throughout the hall, majestic and awe-inspiring. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause that resonated endlessly. A male host, clad in a suit and tie, stepped onto the stage, welcoming all guests, media friends, and Huawei enthusiasts to the launch of the triple fold phone. After a few opening remarks, the host continued, "Now, please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Mr. Yu Dong, CEO of Huawei's consumer business." The applause intensified, echoing like thunder. Leading the way, some guests excitedly shouted. Amidst the applause, Yu Dong ascended the stage, dressed in a black suit and exuding vigor, holding a striking red phone in his hand. "Thank you to all our guests, media friends, and Huawei enthusiasts for attending our product launch." With a smile, Yu Dong announced, "Today, we are unveiling a groundbreaking mobile device from Huawei, one that will transform the landscape of smartphones." After a brief pause, he continued, "Behold, the Huawei Mate X-T Extraordinary Master." As he spoke, he showcased the striking red phone to the guests and media present. A chorus of awe swept through the audience. Meanwhile, Su Yang chuckled to himself, watching the launch from the comfort of his room, delighted by the fact that he too possessed a trifold phone. When Su Yang first held his device, he was equally captivated. This was the world's first commercially available trifold smartphone. To be precise, it was the first mass-produced trifold phone globally. A year prior, Samsung had introduced a prototype of a trifold phone, but that was merely a concept. The gap between a laboratory prototype and mass production is vast. In contrast, Huawei's Mate X-T Extraordinary Master is a genuine product, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship and technological prowess, a true marvel of innovation. Su Yang tapped on his keyboard, switching to another launch event. Coincidentally, the fruit company was also holding a press conference for the iPhone 16 on the same day and at the same time. He succinctly described the fruit company's event as utterly uninspired, noting that the sole addition of a camera button hardly constituted innovation. The so-called AI feature touted by the iPhone 16 was merely a gimmick, with its release postponed until the following year. Utter rubbish. Su Yang couldn't help but scoff before switching back to Huawei's launch event. Chapter 185. Huawei unveils the dismissal of Apple's smartphones. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiastic applause as Yu Dong fully unfolded the trifold phone, showcasing its remarkable thickness. "Isn't this astonishingly thin?" a guest exclaimed, holding it delicately in hand. akin to a mere sheet of paper. Su-young, too, grasped the trifold device before him, mesmerized by its astonishingly lightweight design. The trifold, with its 3 screens, had indeed been crafted to an impressive slimness. The manufacturing prowess displayed was truly exceptional. Huawei stands as the world's first company to mass-produce a trifold smartphone. Some manufacturers aspire to replicate this, yet they fall short, Yudong asserted, his statement ringing true. Other companies simply cannot achieve this feat, at least not within the next 6 months to a year. The audience erupted into another round of fervent applause. Leading by far, shouted a celebrity, his voice captured by the cameras and projected onto the large screen. Su-young observed the presence of several prominent figures from the entertainment industry. Regarding the security features of this smartphone, Yudong remarked, "I am not an expert in this domain, so I would like to invite a leading authority in security to elaborate." He then introduced Mr. Littleboy. As soon as Yudong finished speaking, Su-young straightened his posture. It was his turn. The expert Yudong referred to was none other than himself. Now, let us welcome Huawei's Chief Product Security Experience Officer, Mr. Littleboy. Su-young's image appeared on the large screen. "Wow, it's Littleboy." Guests in the audience erupted in cheers. The celebrity Demimi, intrigued, inquired of a fellow guest, "Who is Littleboy? Are you unaware of Littleboy?" The neighboring guest retorted. Demimi shook her head. "The recent news was filled with him, didn't you see?" "I've been engrossed in filming and Haven T kept up with the news," Demimi replied. "That explains it," the other guest realized, whispering a few words into Demimi's ear. As the applause crescendoed, Demimi joined in, clapping enthusiastically. Thank you all." Su-young's voice resonated from the large screen. Once the applause subsided, he continued, "I am grateful for Huawei's invitation. I have tested the world's first trifold smartphone. And let me sum up my conclusion in one sentence. While I cannot assert that Huawei's products possess the utmost security in the world, I can confidently state that compared to the neighboring fruit, the iPhone 16. In his left hand, an iPhone 16 appeared, while his right hand held the trifold smartphone. Shaking the iPhone 16, Su-young bluntly declared, "This device is nothing but trash." Indeed, I stand by my assertion that the iPhone 16 is utterly deficient in terms of security. I am prepared to bear legal responsibility for this statement. It is indeed quite direct. Wow. Impressive. Confronting the competition head-on? Incredible. Leading by a considerable margin. The guests in attendance were taken aback by Littleboy's forthrightness, openly critiquing the Fruit brand's mobile device during the Huawei launch event. This is audacious, to say the least. If given the opportunity, I shall create a video showcasing a safety test of the iPhone 16, allowing everyone to witness just how lacking its security truly is. Are there any guests present with an iPhone? Su-young inquired with a smile. Yes, a guest raised their hand. In fact, it was not one but 7 or 8 guests who all raised their hands, each clutching an iPhone. 2 guests, after initially raising their hands, quickly lowered them, feeling somewhat embarrassed about attending a Huawei launch while holding a Fruit brand device, which created a bit of awkwardness. However, these 2 guests promptly revealed their other hand, showcasing their Huawei phones to alleviate the discomfort. I jested, "You come to a Huawei launch, yet carry a Fruit brand phone? What does that signify?" Haha. Merely a joke, merely a joke. Su-young chuckled and addressed those holding iPhones. How about a live demonstration? I could hack your phones right now. Would you like to experience that? The audience erupted in astonishment. Yes, yes, yes. Soon, many guests began to cheer, unfazed by the implications. I didn't quite hear that. Could we elevate the volume, please? Does everyone wish to see a live demonstration? Su-young inquired with a smile. Absolutely. The guests responded in unison. Applause erupted in encouragement. In response to the audience's enthusiasm, Su-young invited a guest holding an iPhone to the stage. May I ask how to address you? My surname is Chun. Mr. Chun, please enter your phone number on your screen for the camera to see, but do not vocalize it. Mr. Chun nodded, entered his phone number, and then displayed it to the camera lens. Su-young observed as, simultaneously, the team silently infiltrated Mr. Chen's phone. Okay, done. That was quick, wasn't it? Everyone, please direct your attention to the big screen, Su-young remarked with a smile. In the next moment, Mr. Chen's phone screen appeared on the large display. Mr. Chun, is this a screenshot of your phone? Su-young inquired with a grin. Mr. Chun widened his eyes in disbelief. The big screen then showcased several images from Mr. Chen's photo gallery, one of which prominently featured Mr. Chun himself, which was then enlarged to occupy the entire display. The guests could see it clearly. Observe Mr. Chen's expression, filled with astonishment. Wow, this is truly remarkable. Is it really possible to achieve this with just one phone number? That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? So impressive. It is inconceivable, is it not? Just a single phone number. Could it truly be a plant? It is not. Mr. Chun is my friend. Littleboy is a prodigy. Once you witness his live stream, you will recognize that he is no mere imposter. Littleboy possesses remarkable prowess. He is indeed a genuine master of his craft. The audience was left in utter astonishment. This was a live demonstration, devoid of any trickery. When Little Boy takes action, he astounds the entire assembly. To dispel any doubts that Mr. Chun is merely a stooge I arranged, may I invite 2 more guests to the stage? Su-young inquired with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a male and female guest rose spontaneously, driven by curiosity and eager to partake in the experience. Subsequently, Su-yang's actions mirrored those of before. With just a glance at the guests' phone numbers, he was able to infiltrate their devices. In no time, screenshots of both guests' phone screens appeared on the large screen. Incredible. Remarkable. A display of astonishing skill. Applause erupted once more, drowning the venue in appreciation. The audience was utterly captivated by Su-yang's extraordinary technical abilities. This exemplifies the unparalleled prowess of a top-tier hacker. This demonstration underscored a significant point. The security of Apple devices is, in fact, alarmingly deficient. The ease with which one can be infiltrated in such a setting speaks volumes. Chapter 186. The captivating Naked Eye 3D experience. The Mate X-T has made significant strides in terms of security and privacy protection. Su-young's synthesized voice resonated clearly throughout the venue, highlighting the device's hardware-level security chip, which effectively thwarts malware attacks. Additionally, it supports facial and fingerprint recognition, providing multiple layers of security for user privacy. Su-yang's explanation was succinct and precise, devoid of excessive technical jargon, making it accessible and engaging for the audience. The hall was filled with enthusiastic applause. Thank you all. The excitement is far from over, Su-young said, a hint of mystery in his tone. While testing this foldable smartphone, I discovered a particularly fascinating and impressive feature. I wonder if you, Mr. Yu, and your engineers at Huawei have noticed it. Oh, what feature? Yu Dong inquired, intrigued by what this young hacker prodigy might unveil next. The Mate X-T is capable of delivering a naked eye 3D effect during video playback, Su-young announced. Naked eye 3D? A look of confusion crossed Yu Dong's face, indicating his unfamiliarity with the concept. Do the esteemed guests here understand the effect of naked eye 3D? Allow me to demonstrate. Su-young said as he tapped a few keys. On the large screen, a video began to play, showcasing a bustling square filled with people. In the center stood a colossal LED screen displaying a naked eye 3D video. Suddenly, a magnificent golden dragon appeared, seemingly breaking free from the confines of the screen. It spiraled through the air, roaring thunderously, as if about to soar right into the audience. The visual spectacle was both grand and awe-inspiring. This is the visual effect of naked eye 3D, Su-young explained. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Can a phone truly display such a naked eye 3D effect? Some were skeptical. Please direct your attention to the large screen. I will now demonstrate the effects of the foldable phone playing a naked eye 3D video, Su-young stated. The screen transitioned to show a table with the unfolded Mate X-T, its 3 screens arranged in a Z shape, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight. The video commenced, depicting a sailboat bravely navigating through tumultuous seas. The waves appeared so lifelike that it seemed they might spill out of the screen, compelling the audience to instinctively reach out to touch the crashing surf. Wow! The guests gasped in unison. The scene was breathtaking. It truly works. A smartphone can indeed deliver naked eye 3D video, and the effect is astonishingly realistic. The stunning effect of naked eye 3D can only be rendered by professional large screens worth millions. Many guests took out their phones, recording videos to share on their social media platforms, showcasing this incredible spectacle. The visuals were utterly breathtaking, simply astounding. But the excitement did not end there. Su-yang's voice resonated as the screen transitioned once more, revealing a majestic golden dragon that emerged from the display. The dragon soared through the air, twisting and turning, before circling around the mobile screens and diving back into the screen, vanishing completely. Wow, this is beyond cool. One guest exclaimed in awe. Incredible. A true leader in innovation. The applause thundered throughout the venue. Yu Dong clapped vigorously alongside Huawei's engineers, who were equally astonished by the possibilities of the foldable phone. A female influencer present at the scene was live-streaming, her face radiating excitement. Wow, everyone, did you see that? This is mind-blowing. I must have this phone. Absolutely phenomenal. Huawei, you are timeless. The live chat was filled with astonished remarks from viewers. The applause echoed, unwavering and fervent. As the clapping gradually subsided, Yu Dong spoke, expressing gratitude to Mr. Little Boy. To be honest, I am truly amazed. Our engineering team had no idea that our foldable phone could achieve such a naked eye 3D effect. Thank you, Mr. Little Boy, for this spectacular demonstration. The guests responded with an even more enthusiastic round of applause, each wave of sound seemingly lifting the roof of the venue. Amidst the resounding applause, Su-young concluded his presentation, his image fading from the large screen. He exhaled deeply, removing his headphones, feeling immensely satisfied with his speech. Particularly the final demonstration of naked eye 3D which had struck him as incredibly cool. He too was captivated by it upon first witnessing the effect. Great job, Tuan Tuan. Su-Yang gave a thumbs up to Tuan Tuan on the computer screen, who had serendipitously discovered the phone's ability to play naked-eye 3D videos while testing the foldable device. Tuan Tuan's avatar transformed into a cheerful, smiley face. Su-Yang stood up, stretching his stiff body, and walked over to the water cooler to pour himself a glass, which he drank in one go, then resumed watching Huawei's product launch. The breathtaking effect of naked-eye 3D stunned the audience, and videos from the event quickly began surfacing online. Wang Li, while scrolling through Douyin, stumbled upon the video. Wow, what kind of black technology is this? It's incredible. She hurriedly shared the video on her social media, declaring the foldable phone to be a true forerunner. Another user, Xiao Qi, saw the video and immediately reacted by opening Huawei's official website to order a foldable phone, only to discover what awaited him. The official reservation platform for the Mate XT shows that the number of appointments has exceeded 1 million. Goodness! Exclaimed Xiao Qi. Is it really that exaggerated? This Huawei foldable phone does not come cheap. Even the lower-end version costs 19,999 yuan, while the high-end variant reaches an astonishing 29,999 yuan. To think that over 1 million people have reserved a phone priced nearly at 30,000 yuan is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Su Yang's phone chimed with a notification from his work group. He opened it to find a message from Yang. Boss, we have a situation. Could it be a lawyer's letter from Apple? Su Yang chuckled, having already anticipated this. During Huawei's launch event, he had openly criticized Apple, so it was no surprise they would retaliate. Indeed, boss, Yang replied. It's a lawyer's letter from Apple, claiming we have defamed their products, resulting in damage to their reputation, and they demand a public apology from us. Chapter 187, Global Live Broadcast. The iPhone becomes a bomb. Why do the lawyers' letters from these major companies appear so identical in both format and content? Is there truly no hint of originality? Su Yang remarked with a smile. Perhaps they all stem from the same law firm as template, he mused. After exchanging a few more words, he concluded the conversation. The lawyer's letter from the fruit company did not weigh heavily on his mind. Instead, a notion began to take shape. Should he conduct a live broadcast specifically to expose the security vulnerabilities of the fruit phone? The more he contemplated this idea, the more feasible it seemed. During his previous live stream, he had unveiled a vulnerability in Tesla's system, which had garnered a substantial influx of viewers and heightened interest. The fruit company's influence surpassed that of Tesla, boasting a staggering market valuation of $2 trillion, making it the most valuable company globally. If he were to expose their product's vulnerabilities, the resulting attention would undoubtedly be astronomical. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Opening Weibo, Su Yang promptly shared a screenshot of the fruit company's lawyer's letter accompanied by a message. Brothers, the fruit company claims I am defaming them, publicly questioning my expertise as little boy. This is intolerable. This Saturday, a special session dedicated to the fruit phone. Don't miss it. Supportive comments flooded in beneath Su Yang's Weibo post, with many netizens rallying behind him. Conversely, a handful of fruit enthusiasts lambasted him in the comments, accusing him of blatant bias and deliberate defamation of the fruit brand, while others suggested he was merely seeking attention through sensationalism. Chuckling softly, Su Yang disregarded the remarks from the fruit fans, allowing the situation to escalate for a while longer. He continued to watch the Huawei product launch, which had yet to conclude. Saturday arrived. Outside, the once clear sky had been thickly veiled by clouds, with the sun hiding away. Seemingly aware of the significant endeavor Su Yang was about to undertake. Inside the room, the hum of the air conditioner resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. Su Yang, donning a mask and hood, sat before his computer. As the clock struck 2, he adjusted his posture and opened the live streaming room. Good afternoon, everyone, he greeted. No sooner had his words left his lips than over 1 million viewers flooded into the room, the barrage of comments overwhelming the screen. Good afternoon, little boy. Thrilled to finally see you live. Please acknowledge me. Fool. A cowardly display. Amidst the comments, some detractors and hired commenters emerged. After so many sessions, there were still those audacious enough to challenge him. To the trolls and hired commenters in this room, heed my words. I offer you a chance to leave voluntarily. Depart from my live stream before I expose each and every one of you, Su Yang declared, and his words had an immediate impact. The number of detractors in the comments visibly dwindled. In jest, one should ponder the repercussions of causing disruption in the live stream of a top-tier hacker. They presumed the host would remain indifferent, yet now that they have been called out, who is not fearful of exposure? Haha. This scene has been witnessed by countless netizens. Esteemed figure, you are remarkable. Even the trolls have been frightened away by your presence. At your command, they tremble in fear. You are the nemesis of trolls. Su Yang chuckled and continued, Gentlemen, let us get to the heart of the matter. Today's live stream is dedicated to fruit-themed products. To this end, We have specially invited several journalists from various media outlets to witness the event alongside us. Now, the camera shifts outside, where our old friend, Brother Ouyang, is already waiting for us. As the scene transitions, Ouyang appears in the live stream, with a closed experimental facility behind him, surrounded by an array of instruments and equipment that exude professionalism. Numerous journalists and media staff are present, each equipped with cameras and microphones, preparing for the broadcast. This live stream has garnered widespread attention across the internet, prompting Su-Yang to invite select media representatives to join him in showcasing his performance. After all, the global market leader in fruit-themed products merits such an assembly. I am currently at a professional security testing institution, and I extend my gratitude to them for providing the venue and equipment, as well as to the journalists present. Ouyang introduces to the camera. Su-Yang takes over, stating, "Gentlemen, today's broadcast will focus on assessing the security performance of fruit-themed mobile devices. The security of these devices has been notoriously poor, and their latest model, the iPhone 16, shows no significant improvement in this regard, particularly." His tone shifts to one of gravity. The iPhone 16's battery is encased in steel and features a non-removable design. I am uncertain of their intentions behind such a design. Perhaps they aim to conceal some secrets? However, I am aware that this design poses a tremendous security risk. It is akin to installing a ticking time bomb within the phone, which could detonate at any moment. Hackers can exploit specific programs to remotely trigger the battery explosion. Su-Yang continued, "Do you think my assertions are somewhat alarmist? Let us allow facts to speak for themselves." The live stream transitions to the laboratory setting. Zhang Zhou appears on screen, seated before a computer, alongside Engineer Wang from the testing institution. "Hello, Engineer Wang," Su-Yang greets him. "Hello, Mr. Little Boy." Wang responds to the camera, somewhat reserved. "Let us begin." The experimental site is a sealed room, its walls reinforced with thick steel plates. And the door is a heavy blast door, exuding an air of formidable security. In the center of the room stood a table, upon which rested a tempered glass dome. Inside the dome lay an iPhone 16, accompanied by a camera positioned to capture close-up shots of the device. Zhang Zhe's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard as he executed a remote activation program. Media reporters raised their cameras, clicking away at both Zhang Zhe and the computer screen. At that moment, a countdown appeared on the monitor, 10, 9, 8. Millions of online viewers held their breath in anticipation. 3, 2, 1, boom. A resounding explosion erupted from the tempered glass dome. Did it really explode? One reporter exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. A staff member clad in protective gear entered the room and lifted the tempered glass dome. Inside, what had once been an intact smartphone now lay in ruins, shattered into countless fragments. The battery had swollen and deformed. The phone's casing was obliterated, revealing the circuit board and various components within, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. Chapter 188. The outburst of public opinion. Apple plummets by $500 billion. Oh my. This is utterly terrifying. Such an explosion? Is this not akin to a hand grenade? The sheer power. Apple enthusiasts, where are your voices? I once encountered a live stream where the host proclaimed that various Western electronic devices, including phones and cars, are like mobile bombs, posing significant dangers during wartime. At the time, I scoffed at this notion, deeming the host alarmist. Little did I realize I was the fool. The atmosphere was charged with disbelief as many netizens reacted with shock. This was merely the beginning, as Su-Yang began to speak. Subsequently, 2 iPhone 16 devices were tested on-site, both meeting the same explosive fate, with equally immense power. The journalists surrounding the scene were left agape, having witnessed everything firsthand. No one anticipated that such unassuming phones could harbor such peril. These fruit-branded devices are exceedingly dangerous, even more so than Samsung's offerings. While Samsung phones may ignite, they do not detonate. The iPhone 16, however, explodes directly. The force of the explosion rivals that of a hand grenade, truly frightening. This is no jest. Is there a journalist among us who uses an iPhone and is willing to assist me with a test? Su-Yang's voice bore a hint of amusement as his gaze swept across the reporters present. Before we proceed, please remove your SIM cards and ensure to back up any important data. No sooner had he finished speaking than a young male journalist eagerly raised his hand. He was Li Jun from Penguin News. I will use my phone. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li. Li Jun removed his SIM card and handed his phone to Engineer Wang, who placed it within the experimental glass enclosure. The scene shifted to a sealed laboratory room, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic ticking of a countdown. The tension in the air was palpable as the surrounding journalists held their breath. Bang! A deafening sound erupted from within the tempered glass enclosure. The iPhone 16 had exploded. A burst of flames erupting alongside a thick, acrid odor. Shards of debris flew, striking the glass and producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Wow! Li Jun's complexion paled. That was his phone inside. Had it detonated in his pocket, The consequences were unfathomable. The other journalists were equally stunned. One could argue that the previous test involved a laboratory-provided device, but this was a phone taken directly from a journalist's pocket. Observed by countless eyes, there was no room for doubt. This meant that any phone used in daily life could potentially explode. This is indeed monumental news. Click, click, click. The flashbulbs illuminated the scene, capturing the gravity of the moment. Many journalists were filled with excitement, with some already beginning to draft their articles on site. The testing phase was not yet complete. Next came the disassembly segment. The camera focused on a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, clad in a gray work uniform, carrying a toolbox. This was Master Yang, the proprietor of a mobile phone repair shop, possessing over 2 decades of experience in mobile phone repair, having disassembled not less than 8,000 devices. Ouyang introduced to the online audience. We have invited Master Yang to assist us in dismantling an iPhone 16 to explore its internal structure and uncover any distinctive features. As he spoke, Ouyang produced an unopened box of the iPhone 16, showcasing it to the journalists present, stating, "This is a brand new iPhone 16, still in its original packaging. Feel free to take a look." Upon opening the box and retrieving the phone, he pointed out the anti-counterfeit label and the activation code affixed to the device, all of which confirmed its status as a genuine, new iPhone 16. "Thank you, Master Yang," Ouyang said, handing the phone to him. "All right," Master Yang replied, taking the phone and settling into a chair beside the table, where an array of disassembly tools lay before him, exhibiting a professional demeanor. Subsequently, Master Yang commenced the disassembly of the device. The journalists gathered closely, cameras trained on him, clicking incessantly in fear of missing any detail. Master Yang first utilized a specialized tool to pry open the phone's exterior, followed by a screwdriver to unscrew several screws, thereby removing the back cover and exposing the internal structure of the phone to the audience. Indeed, the battery was encased in a layer of steel. Su Yang remarked on this observation, and Master Yang noted, "Having disassembled so many phones, this is the first time I've seen a battery encased in steel. What kind of design is this?" His tone carried a hint of confusion. Continuing, Master Yang carefully removed the steel casing, revealing the true nature of the battery. "This battery doesn't appear to be anything special," one journalist commented, puzzled. "The secret lies within the battery itself. Please, Master Yang, cut open the battery." "Cut open the battery?" Master Yang confirmed. "Indeed," came the response. After a brief moment of hesitation, Master Yang grasped his tool and proceeded to slice open the battery. The casing was remarkably thin and yielded easily to his efforts. "Oh, what's this?" Master Yang noted the presence of something within the battery, a white powder. "You see the white powder, don't you?" Su Yang inquired. The journalists confirmed they had indeed seen it. "Is there anything remarkable about it?" "This powder is known as all-nitrogen anion salt," Su Yang elucidated. The journalists, along with Master Yang, exhibited little reaction, while Engineer Wang expressed surprise. "Is this all-nitrogen anion salt? What exactly is all-nitrogen anion salt?" one reporter queried. Explaining it is quite complicated. To put it simply, all-nitrogen anion salt possesses a tremendous explosive potential. Su Yang's statement remained unfinished as the journalists, upon hearing the word explosive, swiftly dispersed. "Rest assured, there will be no explosion," Su Yang proclaimed. "This is the significant discovery I mentioned, as well as the secret behind my ability to remotely detonate the fruit phone. Hackers can exploit a specific program to remotely ignite the all-nitrogen anionic salt within the battery." Pausing for a moment, Su Yang continued, "I am uncertain as to why the fruit phone's battery is designed in such a manner. This necessitates an explanation from the fruit company to all consumers." The expressions of the reporters on site were one of astonishment. The revelation that the fruit phone's battery harbored such a perilous substance as all-nitrogen anionic salt was shocking. This is a scheme to endanger lives. Is this not akin to a bomb? What exactly does the fruit phone intend to achieve? The fruit company must swiftly provide an explanation. Who would dare to purchase this now? I demand a refund. Let us boycott the fruit phone. I have a conspiracy theory. The barrage of comments erupted once more. Chapter 189. The fall of the fruit phone. Reporters on site were fervently disseminating news. In an astonishing revelation, the iPhone 16's battery contains all-nitrogen anionic salt, which can be remotely detonated by hackers. Penguin Network. Hacker Littleboy has exposed a significant security flaw in the iPhone 16. The battery is akin to a bomb. Huajiao Entertainment. Littleboy demonstrated live how the iPhone 16's battery could be triggered remotely. Fengyu Network. This live demonstration ignited a fervor across the internet, with the hashtag iPhone battery explosion swiftly ascending to the top of trending topics. Sunlight filtered through the pale blue curtains, gently illuminating the dormitory, casting a glow upon the scattered cosmetics and several open textbooks on the desk. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of jasmine. Wang Xiao lay languidly on her bed, scrolling through her phone, when she stumbled upon a news article regarding the explosion of an iPhone battery. She mused to herself about the declining quality of Apple's devices. Not only was the quality waning, but innovation too was evidently lacking. The new iPhone 16 had merely added a single button compared to its predecessor, with no other notable changes. A rustling sound in the dormitory drew Wang Zhao's attention. Her roommate, Lina, was changing clothes in front of the mirror. "Are you heading out?" Wang Zhao casually inquired. "Yes, to buy a phone," Lina replied, twirling before the mirror. "What phone are you getting?" "An Apple, the latest iPhone 16, just released." "I've heard great things about it," Lina answered. "You're still buying an iPhone?" Wang Zhao remarked. "I just saw news about the battery explosions. Do you still dare to purchase it?" "News reports are rare occurrences. It's not that easy for them to explode." Lina waved her hand dismissively, grabbed her bag, and exited the dormitory. At noon, Wang Zhao, with a facial mask on, was leisurely watching a drama when the dorm door creaked open, and Lina entered, humming a tune. "Did you get the new phone?" Wang Zhao asked. "Yes," Lina exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she raised the phone box. "Look, it's the latest model, the iPhone 16. "Let me see your new phone," Wang Zhao said. Lina opened the box and took out the phone. Its design was stunning, slim, and felt pleasant to the touch. However, Wang Zhao quipped, "There's hardly any difference. It's just like the 15, merely with an additional button." As she spoke, she snapped a selfie. "The quality is decent. Wait a moment, why is there a black spot?" Wang Zhao noticed a small black dot in the photo. She zoomed in for a closer look. Indeed, there was a tiny black spot on her forehead. "Let me take another shot." Still, the black spot persisted. "What is going on?" Wang Zhao exclaimed. "Lina, there's an issue with the phone. Look, both pictures have a black spot." "What black spot?" Lina took the phone back. "Right here, see? I took 2 pictures, and both have it." Wang Zhao pointed to the location of the black dot in the photograph. Lina took a closer look and indeed found a black dot. "Why don't you take a selfie and see if there's a black dot?" Lina took a selfie and scrutinized it. There was indeed a black dot on her forehead. "This is astonishing," Lina exclaimed. She took another photo, and the black dot persisted. "What on earth is going on?" Lina was bewildered. There's a black dot in the photos. "Wait a moment, let me check." Suddenly, Wang Zhao had a revelation. He seized Lina's phone and examined the rear camera intently. "Look, there's dust inside." Lina leaned in closer and, to her dismay, spotted dust within the lens. How could there be dust? Lina wondered, perplexed, as this was her newly acquired phone. Wang Zhao suddenly recalled something. "I remember seeing a video on Douyin recently that mentioned the inferior quality of iPhones produced in India, claiming there was dust in the lens, and even mentioning the presence of E. coli bacteria on the phones. Check the manual to see if it's made in India." Lina promptly retrieved the phone's manual and located the information regarding its origin, which stated, "Made in India." "I can't believe it. It really is made in India." Lina's expression darkened. Her mood soured further when she recalled her roommate's earlier comment about the presence of E. coli bacteria on the phone. E. coli bacteria? That's associated with feces. In that instant, Lina felt nauseated and contemplated discarding the phone. But it had cost her nearly 10,000 yuan. "Perhaps I should return it," Wang Zhao suggested. "There are rumors circulating that the iPhone 16 could explode. It would be sensible to return it and opt for another brand, Xiaomi, Huawei, Honor. Our domestic brands are performing exceptionally well." Lina felt disheartened, but resigned herself to the return process. However, that was not the most frustrating part. Later that afternoon, when she visited the fruit phone store, she was taken aback to discover that they refused to accept returns or exchanges, insisting on repairs instead. "I just bought this phone this morning. Why can't I return it?" "Your phone has no quality issues, hence returns are not supported." "That's unacceptable. This phone is made in India, and the news says it harbors E. coli bacteria. I no longer want this phone. I want a refund." "Miss Lee, all our phones undergo rigorous testing, and yours is completely faultless. You can use it with confidence." After a lengthy dispute, they still refused her return. Lina was incensed, regretting her decision to purchase the fruit phone. Meanwhile, dear friends, the host is currently at the bustling Jifengbai pedestrian street in the mountain city. The male host, Monster Man, aimed his selfie stick at the throngs of people. Today is a momentous occasion as Huawei's foldable smartphone, Mate XT, and the Fruit's iPhone 16 are being released on the same day. There's an Apple store right in front of me, and conveniently, a Huawei flagship store beside it. Let us compare and see which store draws more crowds. As the host navigated through the crowd, he advanced several dozen meters and soon encountered the flagship fruit store. The entrance of the Apple store appeared desolate, with only 2 security guards stationed at the door, and inside, merely a handful of patrons, 3 or 4, were leisurely browsing. In stark contrast, the Huawei flagship store nearby was bustling with activity. A throng of over a dozen individuals congregated outside, and inside, an estimated 70 to 80 customers animatedly filled the space. The disparity was evident. The superiority of Huawei was unmistakable. With such remarkable prowess, Who would opt for the fruit brand? Who has truly been confined for 5 years? The era of jobs has long since passed, and the fruit brand has seemingly lost its innovative edge. The current offerings from the fruit brand are akin to an intelligence tax. In the barrage of comments, netizens fervently debated these observations. Chapter 190. A major incident. A creature approached the entrance of a Huawei store, just as a man wearing a hat and carrying a crossbody bag sidled up to him. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Brother, are you interested in an XT?" Surprised, the creature responded, "Do you have stock?" The XT was in high demand. With over 2 to 3 million reservations on the official website, typically, one could scarcely acquire it without a proper channel. The man nodded and opened his bag to reveal a single XT. "How much?" the creature asked. $39,999, came the reply. "That's an increase of 10,000 over the official price." The creature exclaimed, displaying an exaggerated expression. "The official price was $29,999. This was exorbitant. My price is already quite reasonable. Check elsewhere and see if you can find it cheaper," the man urged. "Just yesterday, someone paid an additional 30,000 and it sold." "That's too steep. Lower it by 5,000 and I'll take it," the creature countered. "That's not possible. The minimum markup is 10,000. The man shook his head. At that moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses hurriedly approached them. "Brother, do you have an XT? If so, I'll pay an extra 10,000. "Yes, yes, yes." A man of action. The scalper quickly retrieved a brand new Mate XT from his bag and handed it to the man with glasses. Without hesitation, the man scanned the payment and, with his new phone in hand, joyfully departed. "Wow," the creature exclaimed, addressing the camera. "Do you see this, folks? The XT is incredibly hot. People are willing to pay an extra 10,000. It's absolutely insane. Is a single phone worth this much? Poverty has truly limited my imagination. Can you believe it? People are actually paying a 10,000 markup? I wish I could get my hands on an XT, but alas, it's unattainable. The world of the wealthy is utterly incomprehensible. You're all making a fuss. Don't be surprised. People will pay an extra 20,000. The live chat was ablaze with astonished comments from netizens. Meanwhile, in a national-level electronic laboratory in Yancheng, a digital influencer clad in a white anti-static suit was live streaming. "Brothers, I am the tech gorilla. I've received numerous messages requesting a recreation of the exploding fruit phone experiment conducted by the esteemed little boy. Today, I shall fulfill your wishes by replicating the experiment using the methods published by Little Boy." Before him lay an array of experimental instruments and devices. In the center of the lab, a tempered glass enclosure housed an iPhone 16, accompanied by a high-definition camera. "Gorilla, be careful, don't blow yourself up. I've set up my little stool and prepared my snacks, eagerly awaiting the spectacle." "All right, brothers, without further ado, let us get started." The blogger rubbed his hands together and sat down before the computer. The screen displayed lines of intricate code, and his fingers danced across the keyboard. He pressed the enter key. The remote activation program was now in motion. 3, 2, 1. The atmosphere grew tense. Alas, nothing happened. Just as the blogger was pondering the situation, a thunderous sound erupted from the glass enclosure at the center of the experimental site. Bang! It exploded. The blogger shuddered in shock. Goodness, it truly detonated. Inside the glass dome, the iPhone 16 lay in ruins, its fragments scattered across the floor, the air thick with a pungent smell of charred material. The experiment had been successfully replicated, proving that the smartphone could indeed be remotely detonated by hackers. As various domestic media outlets, tech bloggers, and specialized laboratories attempted to recreate the little boy experiment, the news reverberated across international channels. Several foreign institutions conducted similar experiments, replicating the entire process. The smartphone became a focal point of global attention. In the aftermath of this event, the stock price of the tech giant plummeted, erasing a staggering $500 billion in market value within mere days. The smartphone found itself at the epicenter of public discourse, inciting panic among consumers worldwide, who clamored for an explanation from the company. However, faced with the overwhelming tide of public scrutiny, the company remained silent, offering no official response. 3 days later, a belated announcement finally appeared on the company's website, its contents feeble and uninspired, concluding with a single statement. Under normal circumstances, the iPhone 16 battery will not explode. Under normal circumstances? What about abnormal ones? They ought to clarify. Just as public disappointment and dissatisfaction with the company's response reached a climax, a sensational piece of news swiftly captured global attention, pulling the company from the maelstrom of public opinion. On June 20th, Wednesday, a day destined to be etched in history, the Japanese government, disregarding global opposition, officially commenced its plan to discharge nuclear wastewater. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Su Yang's room. He had risen early to watch the live broadcast from the central government, keenly following the developments concerning the nuclear wastewater situation. Greetings, dear viewers. This is the central government's first news channel, and I am currently on site at the nuclear wastewater discharge location, bringing you real-time updates. On the television, a reporter from the Central Channel was live from the drainage outlet of the nuclear power plant, capturing the scene where numerous journalists from around the world had gathered alongside protesting crowds. Security forces had established a perimeter, preventing protesters from approaching the drainage site. The atmosphere was chaotic. The demonstrators, filled with fervor, waved flags and banners, chanting slogans, "Stop the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Protect the marine environment." Protest. Ladies and gentlemen, the time in Tokyo is precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, and there are merely 10 minutes remaining until the announcement by the Japanese government regarding the discharge of nuclear wastewater. A female reporter from the Central News Agency, suppressing her outrage, reports that despite vehement opposition from the international community, the Japanese government remains resolute in its decision. This course of action will undoubtedly inflict severe pollution upon the global marine environment and pose immeasurable risks to human health. As the fleeting 10 minutes pass, the television broadcast reveals the personnel at the nuclear power plant commencing the discharge operations. They have opened the sluice gate, and a robust pipeline extends into the ocean, allowing a substantial volume of nuclear wastewater to flow forth into the sea. Chapter 191. Nuclear wastewater, the cyber assault father. Let us take action against them. Tuan shouted vehemently, his anger palpable. Su Yang shared the same fervor. This is utterly outrageous. Just as Su Yang was about to make his move, a message from the Red Hacker base arrived. To all hackers, the government of Little Day has recklessly initiated a nuclear wastewater discharge plan, disregarding global opposition, thus posing a grave threat to human life and ecological safety. The Red Hacker base calls upon all hackers online to launch attacks on websites associated with Little Day, corporate domains, and media outlets to express our vehement condemnation. This rallying cry was met with fervent support from several renowned domestic hacker organizations, including the Green Corps of the Eagle Alliance at the Tianying Security Forum, each issuing statements on their official websites. The entire hacking community was mobilized. Father, we have received a multitude of emails from netizens, and there are numerous comments on Weibo as well, Tuan reported. Su Yang opened Weibo. Down with Little Day? This group of fiends seeks to annihilate our planet. We can no longer remain silent. Let us take action. Call upon Little Boy to teach these scoundrels a lesson. Perish, Little Day. This band of rogues is utterly detestable. Their actions constitute crimes against humanity. The outrage among netizens was palpable. This must be addressed. Tuan, let us record a video. Su Yang declared. Donning masks and hoods, he began, "Greetings, I am Little Boy." Addressing the camera, he continued, "As you all have seen in the news, the government of Little Day is provoking all of humanity and committing crimes against our planet. The dangers of nuclear wastewater are clear. It will pollute the oceans, devastate the ecological environment, and pose severe threats to human health. The decision made by Little Day is extraordinarily irresponsible. I, Little Boy, hereby declare war on Little Day. From this moment forth, I will launch attacks on all related websites and media until Little Day rescinds its decision to discharge nuclear wastewater. My assault shall not cease." The video was promptly released. Support the leader. Unconditionally support the leader. We must act against them. Down with Little Day? Little Boy, we stand with you. Those who threaten our great nation shall face dire consequences, no matter how distant they may be. The comments section erupted, with netizens expressing their unwavering support. Su Yang recognized the fervor of the public. It is time to take action. Tuan. Father, I am ready. Tuan's voice quivered with excitement. The computer screen displayed a dense list of mainstream websites, media outlets, and government domains, all potential targets. We shall issue a statement to inform the citizens of Little Day about the dangers of nuclear wastewater discharge. They have the right to know the truth, Su Yang resolved. Understood. Tuan sprang into action. Click, click, click. Su Yang's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. To engage in a little mischief, one must partake personally to truly relish the experience. In a subterranean chamber of the bustling metropolis, the Falcon Club, a collective of adolescents fervently passionate about hacking, gathered. "Brothers, are we all prepared?" shouted a young man with bleached hair, exuding an air of youthful rebellion, to the assemblage of eager faces. "Ready," echoed the chorus, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. "What's going on?" At that moment, a bespectacled and somewhat frail boy interjected, his voice tinged with perplexity and astonishment. "The Neon Yahoo website 1T load. Can anyone access it?" His computer screen displayed the Neon Yahoo homepage, yet it remained obstinately unresponsive. "I can't access it either." "Neither can I." The other members chimed in, each echoing the same predicament regarding the Yahoo website. "What is happening? Have we been attacked?" queried another bespectacled boy, calm yet concerned. "Surely not. We haven't even commenced our operation and we're already under siege?" exclaimed the frail boy, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Look, the Yahoo homepage has been hacked." "Hacked? By whom?" On the screen, The neon Yahoo homepage had transformed into a stark void, save for a striking line of red text emblazoned in the center. To all the neon citizens, the shameless actions of your government will bring catastrophe upon humanity. The dangers of nuclear wastewater are incalculable. We vehemently condemn the decision of the neon government. We urge all neon citizens to rise and thwart this mad scheme. Little boy by the heavens. It's little boy, exclaimed someone. No wonder it's inaccessible. Little boy struck before us. Look, it's not just Yahoo. The Asahi Shimbun website has also been compromised. Another member shouted. Let us check it out. The bespectacled boy quickly accessed the Asahi Shimbun site, and indeed, it bore the identical statement addressed to the neon citizens. Crafted by Little Boy, the red hacker base has mobilized. Brothers, we must act, shouted the blonde-haired youth. Target, the neon government's official website. Let us go. We shall topple them. Little mischief makers, your reckoning has arrived. A cacophony of cheers erupted within the room as the teenagers found themselves exhilarated, followed by the rhythmic clatter of keyboards. In Tokyo, sunlight streamed through the glass facade, casting a warm glow upon the office. Seated with poise yet furrowed brows, Xiao stared intently at the rolling news on the computer screen, his heart a tempest of unease. Today marks the day when the government is resolutely discharging nuclear wastewater, a matter that has been escalating for several days. The atmosphere within the office has shifted dramatically. No one seems to be focused on their work. It can be said that the entire populace of Japan is riveted on the news of the wastewater discharge. This is utterly outrageous. How can they disregard the global opposition and proceed with such reckless abandon? Seated across the bridge, my female colleague, Mihoko Yamada, displays an unmistakable blend of concern and anger upon her visage. What catastrophic damage will this inflict upon marine ecosystems? Are we truly on the brink of an apocalyptic scenario? Mihoko, you are being overly sensitive, interjects our male colleague, Kinta Inoue, adjusting his glasses. The government and the power company have assured us that this treated wastewater is safe, and the International Atomic Energy Agency has endorsed their discharge plan. We must place our trust in the government and in science. Chapter 192. Large-scale attack. Do you trust the government? Do you trust science? Yamada Mahiko raised her voice, emphasizing that the United Nations experts had unequivocally expressed their opposition. Their independent assessment report indicated that the data from the power company lacked transparency and failed to eliminate the possibility of nuclear wastewater causing long-term harm to marine ecology and human health. Inoue-kun, do you not even believe the experts from the United Nations? Inoue Kinta wished to retort, yet Hashikawa interrupted their quarrel. He had been silently observing the matter, and at that moment, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions and struggles. He slowly spoke, saying, regardless of the circumstances, the dangers posed by nuclear wastewater cannot be overlooked. We must handle this matter with greater caution instead of hastily discharging it. Sigh, I hope the government's decision is indeed the right one. Inoue Kinta cast a glance at Hashikawa and refrained from further debate, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hashikawa opened the Yahoo website, wishing to check the latest news, but the page remained stuck on the loading screen. How strange, why can't I access it? Hashikawa wondered, slightly furrowing his brow, and attempted to refresh the page several times, yet to no avail. The website is inaccessible? Inoue Kinta noticed beside him. Indeed, it cannot be accessed. Hashikawa switched to several other websites, all of which were also unreachable. Refreshing Yahoo once more. The page finally loaded. But what appeared was not the familiar homepage. Instead, it displayed a stark white background with a bold red statement. To all the people of Neon, the shameless actions of your government will bring disaster upon all humanity. The dangers of nuclear wastewater are immeasurable. We strongly condemn the decision of the Neon government. We urge all the people of Neon to rise and prevent this mad plan. Little Boy, Tokyo Global Music Radio. Thank you for tuning in to FM 99.9. I am DJ Kobayashi. After the gentle music concluded, the sweet voice of the female host, Kobayashi, announced the upcoming song request segment, inviting listeners to call in. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call connecting echoed, and a professional smile graced Kobayashi's face as she spoke into the microphone. Hello, dear listener. What song would you like to request? I would like to request a song. Suddenly, the male listener's voice on the other end was cut off. Hello? Hello? Dear listener, are you still there? Kobayashi inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. Director, what is happening? Why did the line suddenly drop? Before the director could respond, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice abruptly filled the radio station. To all the people of Neon. Tokyo Metro Line 1 carriage in the crowded subway carriage. Most passengers had their heads bowed, engrossed in their phones or resting their eyes, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. A suited office worker, feeling bored, glanced at the television screen in the carriage, which had been displaying a cosmetics advertisement, but suddenly the image changed to reveal a masked figure wearing a hood. What is happening? His brow furrowed slightly, and before he could gather his thoughts, the masked man spoke. His voice, altered by a voice modulator, sounded somewhat distorted, yet more enigmatic. To all the neon people, the shameless actions of your government will bring calamity upon all humanity. The dangers of nuclear wastewater are incalculable. The other passengers in the carriage also took notice of this sudden scene, lifting their heads to gaze at the television screen. At the live broadcast of Fuji Television, an expert clad in a suit and tie addressed the camera with unwavering confidence, proclaiming that this treated nuclear wastewater is safe. Its radioactive material content having fallen below international standards, posing no threat to the marine environment or human health. There is no need for undue concern. The host wore an approving expression, poised to continue her questioning when the television image abruptly shifted, revealing a masked man in a hood appearing on the screen. To all the neon people. In the studio, the host and guests stood frozen. What was happening? The host glanced towards the director. In the control room, the director and several staff members were also in a state of disarray, frantically operating equipment in an attempt to cut the signal, yet all their efforts proved futile. The safety maintenance center of Yahoo Neon was equally chaotic, technicians rapidly tapping at their keyboards, striving to restore normal website operations. A white supervisor paced anxiously in the room, his face flushed with agitation as he bellowed at the staff. Hurry up! What on earth is going on? Why hasn't the website been restored? His shouts echoed within the room, but to no avail. In Osaka, within a cramped apartment, the aroma of instant noodles filled the air. The 20-year-old hacker Takahashi sat before his computer, his brow knitted in concentration. On the screen was a message, to all the neon people. Little boy beep. In the lower right corner, a group message pinged. Takahashi opened the message. Baka. The hackers from the Dragon Country are attacking us. The Yahoo website has been breached. The Asahi Shimbun's official site has also been compromised. The NHK site has been hacked too. Damn it, these Dragon Country hackers are so arrogant. Damn those dragon people. How dare they attack us? All members, we must retaliate. We cannot allow them to be so brazen. Retaliate. Retaliate. The members of the group clamored for a counterattack. Should they retaliate? In previous encounters, Takahashi would have acted without hesitation. This time, however, he hesitated. Takahashi opposed the discharge of nuclear wastewater, deeming the government's decision exceedingly foolish and irresponsible. Thus, should they retaliate? Takahashi fell into silence. At 10:30 in the morning, merely 30 minutes after the Neon government announced the discharge of nuclear wastewater, mainstream websites and media across Neon were subjected to a cyber assault. Huzzah! Well done! University student Xie Zhuo leapt from his chair in exhilaration, fervently raising his fists to express his pent-up excitement. He had risen at 7 o'clock that morning to monitor the developments regarding the nuclear waste. The audacity of the little nation to brazenly release such hazardous materials was infuriating. Such a nation truly deserved its fate. Xie Zhuo was overwhelmed with indignation, yet his spirits lifted upon witnessing several major neon websites being compromised by hackers from Long Country. Chapter 193. The clown's account must emerge seated comfortably. Xie Zhuo opened Bilibili. To his amusement, he discovered a video showcasing a hacker attack on the Neon website. Within the footage, he encountered a statement from the esteemed little boy. To all citizens of Neon, the shameless actions of your government will bring calamity upon all humanity. The dangers of nuclear wastewater are incalculable. We vehemently condemn this decision by the Neon government. We also urge all citizens of Neon to rise and thwart this reckless plan. Little boy, what a relief it was. Once again, little boy took the lead. Subsequently, Xie Zhuo navigated to little boy's Weibo. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. Esteemed leader, remarkable. Take down the little days. Well done. Take down the little days. Magnificent, esteemed leader. Let us applaud little boy. What a satisfaction. The little days nation is the worst. Netizens flooded the comments. Tuanchuan, save some for me. Suyang quipped, directing his jest at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan's speed was astonishing. While Suyang had just begun crafting the attack code, she had already incapacitated the target website, leaving not a single target for him. He chuckled. Hee hee. Tuanchuan's avatar transformed into an adorable smiley face, playfully proclaiming, Daddy, you are too slow. This website must be mine. Do not interfere. Suyang was referring to a website displayed on the screen, the official website of the Neon Foreign Affairs Ministry, fearful that Tuanchuan might seize it. Suyang's fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Moments later, the Neon Foreign Affairs Ministry's official site was rendered blank. Haha, little days. We shall not let you thrive. Suyang laughed exuberantly. By this time, it was noon, the hour for meals. What shall we eat? Never mind. We shall continue to tackle the little days. Daddy, the Yahoo website has recovered, Tuanchuan reported. Understood. No sooner had Suyang spoken than Tuanchuan was already in action. Boom. 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 The Yahoo website was once again obliterated by Tuanchuan's artillery. Since 10:30 that morning, The hackers of Longwa had descended upon the Neon network like a pride of fierce tigers, launching a vigorous assault. Various mainstream portals, government websites, and media outlets in Neon faced varying degrees of attack, with many servers being overwhelmed. The onslaught persisted until 8 in the evening, before slightly abating. It was not an end, but rather an intermission. After all, hackers are human too and require sustenance. By 9 in the evening, having feasted, the hackers commenced a new round of attacks. Many websites that had just recovered were once again brought down. As the hours turned past midnight, the intensity of the assault escalated further. The hacker community, predominantly composed of night owls, found their rhythm in this nocturnal existence. Sleeping by day and working by night, that was simply their way of life. The wave of attacks persisted for 3 consecutive days before finally subsiding. Throughout this period, various major portals, government websites, and media outlets in Japan experienced severe paralysis. There were brief moments of recovery, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed again, leading to a chaotic state within Japan's digital landscape. Some less resilient websites chose to go offline entirely, opting for maintenance. Only robust platforms like Yahoo managed to withstand the relentless barrage of assaults, though even their accessibility faced significant disruptions. Nevertheless, this did not deter the Japanese government from discharging nuclear wastewater. Su-yang found no surprise in this outcome, having anticipated such a result. If the Japanese government were so easily swayed, the world would be a far more peaceful place. This was merely an appetizer. For other hackers, this wave of attacks had concluded, but for Su-yang, it was just the beginning. To Anchuan, our plan can officially commence. Father, I can hardly contain my excitement. Notably, To Anchuan's avatar changed, donning a clown mask. Su-yang too adopted a similar disguise. Indeed, the forthcoming actions would be significant, unbefitting the persona of little boy. It was time for the clown to emerge. Surely, the little days must also long for the clown's return. At Fuji Television, in the news studio, anchorwoman Ami Inoue sat poised, meticulously applying her makeup in preparation for the upcoming morning news. Beside her lay a neatly arranged news script, the most crucial item detailing the latest developments regarding the nuclear wastewater discharge. 3, 2, 1, go. The director's voice resonated in her earpiece. Ami took a deep breath, revealing a professional smile as she addressed the camera. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Welcome to Fuji Television's morning news. Just as she uttered a few words, the television screen abruptly changed, revealing a figure adorned with a clown mask. Here it comes again. Ami's heart skipped a beat. 3 days prior, at this very hour and on this channel, hackers had invaded, and a masked individual had appeared, delivering a statement opposing the discharge of nuclear waste. Today, it was a different hacker, donning a clown mask. Dear viewers of Japan, I am the clown. The clown hacker began to speak. The mention of this name sent a shiver down Ami's spine as memories flooded back. She recalled who the clown was. 2 months prior, during a maritime exercise conducted by the self-defense forces, a helicopter had unexpectedly crashed, resulting in the loss of all 13 crew members, including a general. Subsequent investigations revealed that the helicopter's navigation system had been compromised by hackers, causing it to veer off course and ultimately crash. The hacker responsible for infiltrating the helicopter's navigation system was none other than this clown. The incident has caused tremendous upheaval and panic throughout Neon, with the name Joker becoming a nightmare for the city's cybersecurity department. 2 months later, the Joker reemerges. Ami Inoue's gaze is fixed intently on the screen. Next, I invite all viewers in Neon to watch an exhilarating video. The Joker smiles, so please enjoy. As her words fade, the television screen transitions. In a private room of an izakaya, a man in his 60s, with graying hair and dressed in a kimono, sits leisurely on tatami mats, savoring sake. This individual, Ami Inoue, observing the man on the screen, feels an uncanny familiarity. In the next moment, realization dawns upon her. He is Ichiro Sato, the president of Tokyo Electric Power Company. Chapter 194. The jester's initial assault in the control room. A staff member recognized the figure on the screen and exclaimed, Ichiro Sato. The video thoughtfully displayed subtitles. Mr. Ichiro Sato, president of Tokyo Electric Power Company. At that moment, the door to the private booth swung open, revealing a man in his 50s, clad in a suit. The subtitles indicated his identity as Taro Tanaka, a member of the National Assembly. Taro Tanaka was, in fact, the official responsible for investigating the nuclear leakage incident at Tokyo Electric Power Company. Mr. Tanaka, please take a seat, Ichiro Sato gestured. Taro Tanaka sat down opposite him. Their ensuing conversation was meticulously recorded. Mr. Tanaka, you are aware of our company's predicament. Failing to resolve the nuclear wastewater issue could lead to bankruptcy. I kindly ask for your assistance, Sato implored. Mr. Sato, your situation presents a significant challenge for me, Tanaka replied, his expression betraying his discomfort. Understanding his plight, Ichiro Sato produced a briefcase and placed it before Tanaka, stating, "Inside this briefcase is $1 million. I hope you will help our company navigate this crisis." Tanaka's eyes instantly lit up, his breath quickening. This scene was evident even to the most naive observer. It was an unmistakable instance of bribery. The scene shifted to a luxurious private club booth. Ichiro Sato was seated on a sofa, facing a woman in her 50s with golden hair and blue eyes. Her name was Mary Ann, a senior official from the International Atomic Energy Agency and the lead investigator of the nuclear leakage case concerning Tokyo Electric Power Company. "Ms. Mary Ann, I implore you," Ichiro Sato bowed deeply. "Mr. Sato, I understand your difficulties, but you know this is quite delicate." Ichiro Sato once again produced a briefcase, placing it before Mary Ann, and said, "Inside are $2 million. This is a token of my sincerity." The same insidious tactic was at play. The video concluded. Ami Inoue stared in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Tokyo Electric Power Company had attempted to bribe both Congressman Taro Tanaka and official Mary Ann. Clearly, there was something amiss regarding the nuclear wastewater issue. "Quick, cut the signal," a director shouted. No one in the control room responded. All eyes were glued to the television screen, which began to replay the footage. "What are you all frozen for?" the director barked. "We can't shut it down." A staff member finally spoke up. The signal had been compromised. Upon hearing this, the director rushed forward to a control console, pounding the keyboard in a futile attempt to terminate the broadcast. His efforts were in vain. The entire system had fallen under the hacker's control. Sweat beaded on the director's forehead. The situation had escalated dangerously. Not only Fuji Television, but nearly all major networks in Japan experienced simultaneous signal hijacking. On the streets of Tokyo, within a moving tram, passengers were drowsy, some engrossed in their phones, others resting their eyes. The cabin was suffused with a languid atmosphere characteristic of a Saturday morning. Suddenly, the advertisements on the television screen in the carriage vanished, replaced by an image of a figure donning a clown mask. "Neon audience, I am the clown." A high school girl wearing headphones noticed the change in the screen and removed her earbuds. "Now, I invite all the neon viewers to watch an exciting video." In the front row, a bespectacled office worker also observed the transformation of the screen and looked up attentively. Soon, other passengers in the carriage became aware of the television, with some from the back even standing up and leaving their seats to get a clearer view. In the vibrant Ginza district, one of Tokyo's busiest commercial areas, throngs of people filled the streets even on a Monday, jostling shoulder to shoulder. Towering buildings around them displayed flickering LED screens showcasing a kaleidoscope of advertisements, featuring various luxury goods and fashion trends. At that moment, all the LED screens simultaneously switched to a clip of a person wearing a clown mask. "Look, look," a young girl exclaimed, pointing at the screen and shouting to her companion. "Huh." The companion turned to gaze at the surrounding LED displays. "What is happening? Is it a hacker?" The crowd in the plaza halted, lifting their heads towards the grand screens, some even pulling out their phones to record. At the Asahi Shimbun editorial office, a young editor suddenly exclaimed, "Big news. Everyone, check the television." "What big news? What is going on?" The other editors turned their attention to him. The young editor's computer was playing a video, vividly revealing scenes of Ichiro Sato, the president of Tokyo Electric Power Company, engaging in bribery. Is it real?" an older editor asked, his face reflecting disbelief. "It seems genuine," another editor replied, noting the discreet filming angle and the exceptionally clear quality, indicating it was unlikely to be fabricated. "This is quite the spectacle." Outside the Fukushima Prefectural Government Building, hundreds of protesting citizens sat in front of the entrance, brandishing an array of placards and banners, opposed the discharge of nuclear wastewater, protect the marine environment, safeguard our home, protest. These individuals had arrived early to demonstrate, and by now it was midday, marking a break in their proceedings. At that moment, a middle-aged man's phone rang out among the crowd. He was Taro Yamamoto, the organizer of the protest. Upon glancing at his phone, he was startled as, in the next instant, a video began to play automatically. Not only him, but many others in the crowd experienced the same phenomenon as their phones began to ring in unison. Once Yamamoto finished watching the video, his expression turned to one of fury. He stood up, raising his phone high above the crowd, and shouted, "Did you all see that? The truth is now revealed. Tokyo Electric and the government have been deceiving us all. They assert that the nuclear wastewater is safe. However, behind the scenes, they are bribing investigators and fabricating test data. Those scoundrels at Tokyo Electric Power Company have deceived us. We can no longer remain silent. We must protest. For the sake of our homeland, we must protest. 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 Protest." The crowd erupted into deafening cries, each wave more powerful than the last, as if attempting to shatter the very sky. In a conference room at the headquarters of the Environmental Association in Tokyo, several leaders of the organization convened to discuss the nuclear wastewater issue. "Ladies and gentlemen, The situation is exceedingly grave. We must devise a means to prevent Tokyo Electric from continuing the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Mr. Fujino, the president of the environmental organization, spoke with a heavy tone. Chapter 196. The domestic hacker community is in turmoil yet. What can we do? A middle-aged man expressed a hint of helplessness, stating that the government had already made its decision, and we are utterly powerless to thwart them. We can rally the masses and stage protests. Fujino asserted passionately. I believe that if we unite, we can certainly stop them. At that moment, the mobile phones on the table rang in unison, followed by a video playback. The conference room fell silent, save for the sound of the video. Minutes later, President Fujino broke the silence with a resounding clap of his hands on the table. Rising in indignation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been deceived. Those scoundrels at Tokyo Electric. That rascal Sato Ichiro. We must protest. Yes, we must protest. Kyushu Island. Command Hall of the 301 Electronic Warfare Squadron. On the large screen, a figure donned in a clown mask appeared. The clown. He has resurfaced. The clown had vanished for 2 months, during which the 301 Squadron had been relentlessly pursuing him, yet to no avail. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside as a major general with a meticulously trimmed mustache entered. He is Nakamura Shunsuke, the newly appointed commander of the 301 Electronic Warfare Squadron. His gaze fell upon the clown's visage on the screen, his expression turning icy. 2 months prior, a self-defense forces helicopter had crashed due to the clown's interference. Moreover, the previous commander of the 301 Squadron had resigned in disgrace because of the clown. Old grievances and new enmities intertwined. At all costs, we must bring the clown to justice. The video revealing the clown detonated like a bomb, stirring a tempest across the neon-lit landscape. News of it reverberated through domestic networks, igniting a tidal wave of excitement, particularly within the hacker community. The clown has emerged. I knew he wouldn't remain idle. Long live the clown. Major hacker forums and chat groups buzzed with fervent discussion. In the conference room of Green Alliance Technology, Yuan Jie was presiding over a meeting on cybersecurity when his phone vibrated with a notification. Old Yuan, the clown has appeared. Yuan Jie's heart raced as he swiftly picked up his phone, opening the message. A few seconds later, he exhaled deeply. Clown, you have finally made your move. In the past 3 days, hackers from Long Country had all engaged in attacks on the Neon network, yet the self-proclaimed #1 hacker, the clown, had remained conspicuously silent. Yuan Jie had been closely monitoring the clown, firmly believing he would not sit idly by. Indeed, the clown had struck, and it was a monumental blow. In an apartment within the mountain city, Wang Peng lay soundly asleep when his phone rang insistently. Who could it be? He mumbled groggily as he picked up his phone. The clown has appeared. On the other end of the phone, a male voice, tinged with excitement, urged. Quickly check the official website of the Red Hacker Base. The clown has appeared? Wang Peng's drowsiness vanished in an instant as he sat up abruptly. You're not deceiving me, are you? What reason would I have to deceive you? You'll see for yourself, came the reply. Wang Peng hung up, leapt from his bed, and rushed to his computer to log in to the Red Hacker Base's official site. In a multimedia classroom at Xiangnan University, a bespectacled middle-aged teacher was imparting knowledge to his students. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the podium. A message read, Old Zhang, the clown has appeared. Zhang Lasher perked up, surveying the classroom. Students, take a moment for your practical work, he announced before sitting down to search for trending news on his phone. The hacker clown returns, exposing the nuclear waste discharge scandal of Tokyo Electric Power Company. The news concerning the clown topped the trending list. The clown is formidable. Topple the little days. Kudos to the big shots. It's clear there's something fishy about Tokyo Electric's nuclear waste discharge. Well done. Let the world witness the ugly truth of the little days. In the comments section, the netizens' responses exploded. At 3 in the afternoon, Tokyo time, the Foreign Affairs Ministry's hall was brimming with media reporters from around the globe, their cameras crowding the space. All were eagerly awaiting the spokesperson. He has arrived. Taro Kono, the Foreign Affairs Ministry spokesperson, entered the press hall amidst a throng of staff. Mr. Kono, Mr. Kono. The reporters surged forward, encircling Kono, thrusting various microphones towards him, clamoring to ask questions. Mr. Kono, can you confirm if the bribery allegations against Tokyo Electric's president, Ichiro Sato, are true? Mr. Kono, can you verify the authenticity of the video exposed by the clown from the Dragon Kingdom? The press hall descended into chaos. Kono's expression reflected his exasperation. With so many inquiries, he was at a loss for words. With the assistance of several staff members, he finally reached the podium. Dear reporters, please, quiet down. Gradually, the hall quieted. Regarding the video of Tokyo Electric's president Ichiro Sato circulating online, our government is conducting an investigation and will provide an explanation as soon as possible. Kono stated. What was said was tantamount to saying nothing at all. The reporters, however, were not satisfied and continued with sharp questions. Sweat began to bead on Kono's forehead as he remarked, "I apologize, everyone, but I currently have no new information to share with you." He bowed repeatedly in apology. "Dad, shall we proceed with the next course of action?" Suyang heard Tuan Tuan's voice through his earpiece. Suyang was also monitoring the press conference in Tokyo. "Not yet. Let the situation unfold a little longer," Suyang replied. "Let us await the response of the Neon government." 3 days passed, and at last, the government made its announcement. They merely suspended the positions of Ichiro Sato, the president of Tokyo Electric Power Company, and Jiro Tanaka, a member of the House of Representatives, while initiating an investigation into their actions. However, the discharge of nuclear wastewater continued unabated. This reveals that the decision to release nuclear wastewater was not solely that of Tokyo Electric Power Company, but rather a decision made by the Neon government itself. In light of this, Suyang proceeded to implement the second phase of his plan, having already afforded the small days an opportunity. Chapter 197, Tokyo's Doomsday Instance. 24-hour countdown in a rented room. Suyang cast a glance at the clock on the wall, its hands indicating 9 in the morning. Due to the time difference, it was approximately 11 o'clock in Tokyo. Tuan Tuan, issue the ultimatum, Suyang commanded. Received. Tuan Tuan's avatar transformed into a cartoon figure adorned with a clown mask, the little one brimming with excitement. The streets of Tokyo were bustling with traffic, vehicles flowing incessantly. Among them, a black Toyota sedan came to a gradual halt at a traffic light, its driver a middle-aged man, idly listening to the radio. Suddenly, a jarring electric sound erupted from the car's audio system, interrupting the broadcast, causing the screen to flicker. The driver furrowed his brow, instinctively tapping the screen of the car's interface. Darn this car, malfunctioning again. Behind him, in a red BMW, a lively Japanese song was playing, Countless. Yet a bit of time has passed. How much do I truly understand you? Like tracing a map with my fingertips, it doesn't go as smoothly as I'd hope. I notice your anxious expression. The female driver hummed along with the rhythm. But suddenly, the music was abruptly silenced by that same jarring electric noise. The woman's face displayed confusion as she glanced at her screen, which was flickering. In the midst of the traffic, a silver Porsche was occupied by its owner, who was adjusting the navigation, swiping his finger across the screen. "What the?" he muttered, noticing the flickering display and the electric sound. At that moment, if one were to gaze from above, they would see that every vehicle on the streets of Tokyo, indeed, all vehicles across the city, simultaneously emitted an eerie electric sound, their screens flashing. Within seconds, a clown-masked avatar appeared on the car screens. "To all citizens of Tokyo, I am the clown, representing all those around the world who cherish peace and value life. I present this ultimatum to your government. Immediately cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater. You have 24 hours to decide. Should you fail to halt the discharge after this time, I shall initiate the doomsday instance in Tokyo." As he finished speaking, a countdown appeared on the screens. 2400 hours, 00. What is this? The driver in the Toyota, Okada, wore a look of disbelief. The clown. He recalled the scandal that had exposed the bribery of the president of Tokyo Electric Power just 3 days prior. What was this doomsday instance? A game? No. It couldn't be a game. Was he preparing to launch an attack on Tokyo? Okada's mind conjured images reminiscent of a film where a hacker compromised a nation's nuclear arsenal, unleashing a nuclear strike on Tokyo. At that moment, the red light turned green. Yet, Okada remained frozen, lost in a reverie of apocalyptic horror. Beep beep. The bus behind blared its horn incessantly. The bus driver remained oblivious to the changes on the television screen within the vehicle. "Dad, a clown!" exclaimed a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, pointing at the screen with excitement. "What clown?" The boy's gaze shifted from the window to the television. "The clown on the screen," he said. The father, noticing this, displayed a look of surprise. Other passengers also began to pay attention to the images on the screen, lifting their heads in curiosity. On the television, a clown was delivering an ultimatum. In an apartment in Shinjuku, Keiko sat on the living room sofa, munching on chips while engrossed in a drama. The television screen flickered briefly before the image changed, revealing a figure donning a clown mask, addressing all citizens of Tokyo. "I am the clown. The clown." A 24-hour ultimatum. The Tokyo doomsday scenario. Keiko's expression turned to one of shock. At the Tokyo Dome Cinema, the atmosphere was dimly lit, and a Hollywood action blockbuster was playing on the large screen. A muscular hero wielding dual guns was engaged in fierce combat with a group of adversaries. The sound of gunfire deafening and flames erupting. "Wow!" The audience gasped in awe. Just as the excitement peaked, the grand image vanished, replaced by static snow. It's gone? Why is it gone? Before the audience could process the abrupt change, a figure in a clown mask appeared on the screen. "What is this?" they murmured in confusion. "Oh, the clown." Someone in the audience recognized him. At Tokyo Haneda Airport, throngs of travelers hurriedly dragged their suitcases, the announcement system cycling through flight information, everything appearing orderly. The television screen in the waiting area, which had been showcasing a travel advertisement, suddenly went black, followed by the appearance of a clown-masked figure. To all citizens of Tokyo. Passengers looked up, their expressions turning to shock. Click. A blonde foreign woman snapped a photo with her phone. A clown? It's a clown. The end is coming. A wave of panic swept through the waiting area, fear rapidly escalating. This was an airport. Some passengers immediately abandoned their flights, fearing a potential cyber attack on the aircraft. This clown was no ordinary hacker. He was capable of taking down military helicopters, and civilian planes would be no challenge. At that moment, throughout Tokyo, be it in airports, subways, shopping malls, restaurants, CAFs, or bars, any place with a television screen was broadcasting the ultimatum. All radio channels echoed the same message. This was the second phase of Su Yang's plan, the Tokyo Doomsday Scenario, granting a mere 24 hours for the little ones. It was the final opportunity. If the time elapsed and the little ones remained unrepentant, there would be no further chances. Simultaneously, this ultimatum spread across domestic internet platforms, igniting a fervor of chaos. The Joker is truly remarkable. My goodness, the entirety of Tokyo's television and radio stations has been hacked. A final ultimatum, support for the Joker. The doomsday scenario in Tokyo is intensifying. Instantly, the domestic internet has erupted, with netizens fervently sharing and commenting. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Su Yang, leisurely strolled out of his rented apartment and headed towards the breakfast shop at the community entrance. Ding! His phone chimed, signaling a message from the work group. It was a note from Ouyang. Boss, have you seen the news? The Joker's ultimatum is absolutely explosive. Indeed, it's quite impressive, Su Yang replied. Just then, his phone rang again. It was a call from Gao Meng. Hello, Gao Meng, Su Yang answered. Yang, have you seen the news? Gao Meng's voice on the other end was tinged with excitement. The Joker has issued a final ultimatum in Tokyo, demanding that the Neon government cease the discharge of nuclear waste, or else he will unleash a doomsday attack on Tokyo. Incredible. A smile spread across Su Yang's face. What are you saying about this Joker? Chapter 198. Can a hacker transform Tokyo into a wasteland? Oh, the jester, the hacker jester. The internet is in turmoil. Let me take a look. I hung up my phone. I have arrived at the breakfast shop. Upon entering, I found an empty seat and settled down. Just as I sat, Su Yang heard an exclamation from a nearby table. Wow, this is incredible. Turning around, he saw a young man engrossed in his phone, reading about the ultimatum news. A faint smile graced Su Yang's lips. The commotion was indeed substantial, as evidenced by the frantic accumulation of system points. Each second, the points surged by the thousands. Within mere minutes of the ultimatum being issued, the points had increased by over 1 million. Over the past few days, Su Yang had participated in the attack on the Zairihua website, amassing over 100 million points. The total points had now approached 200 million. With such ample points, the Tokyo Wasteland scenario could finally be supported. Dad, shall we commence the Wasteland scenario now? His phone vibrated. Tuan could not contain her excitement. The little one was always eager to engage in the Zairihua game. Su Yang chuckled softly, replying, Patience, we agreed on a 24-hour wait, and we must honor our word. We cannot go back on our promise. Yet, what if Zairihua truly ceased its discharge of nuclear waste? Tuan retorted. It seemed the little one wished for Zairihua to persist down its perilous path. Indeed, Tuan thought this way. Then, the wasteland scenario they had designed together would finally launch. Tuan, you must not think this way. Our objective is to halt the Neon government's nuclear waste discharge, not to punish them, and certainly not merely to play a game. Su Yang paused, adding, as long as Zairihua stops the discharge, the wasteland game will conclude. Oh, Tuan said, her expression behind the jester mask shifting to a sorrowful face, clearly displeased. You naughty Tuan, you've been led astray, Su Yang playfully chided. Hee. Tuan giggled, her mask returning to a cheerful visage. Enough of that, let us eat breakfast. The owner brought a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 buns. Su Yang retrieved his phone, perusing the news while enjoying his meal. In the breakfast shop, several patrons were engaged in discussions about the jester and the ultimatum. Is the ultimatum real? It must be a scare tactic against Zairihua, right? How could there really be a wasteland scenario? Not necessarily. He is the jester. Who knows what astonishing feats he might accomplish? The wasteland scenario seems exaggerated. It is likely just an attempt to intimidate the little devils. I believe the jester is indeed audacious enough to do this. He previously hacked into Zairihua's helicopter, resulting in the demise of a general and several soldiers at sea. No matter how skilled a hacker is, he is merely one person. What can he truly accomplish? He can hack a few websites, but what more? Can he control missiles to attack Tokyo? That is hard to say. I still don't believe it. Su Yang turned to glance back, observing 3 young men engaged in a heated debate. It was understandable that skepticism lingered. Many netizens were caught in a web of doubt. with some voices even opposing the prevailing sentiment. Yet, amidst this cacophony, the majority of online commentators were supportive. By midday, several hacker organizations in Neon could no longer remain passive. They promptly issued statements, fervently declaring war against the Clown and the Dragon Nation. The response from the Neon government, however, was somewhat sluggish. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that they released a terse statement condemning the Clown's actions, asserting their intention to take measures to safeguard Tokyo's cybersecurity. Unfortunately, this proclamation was met with scorn from netizens, not only from the Dragon Nation but also from the citizens of Neon, who voiced their outrage. Have you lost your minds? Instead of condemning, you ought to halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Damn you! Are you intent on annihilating all of humanity? Also facing severe backlash was Commander Nakamura of the 301 Electronic Warfare Squadron. Bakayuru, you are useless. The government spends so much on you inept fools, roared an elderly voice over the phone. You can't even capture a single clown. What good are you? Nakamura's face flushed crimson with humiliation as the call ended, and his mood darkened. Damn clown. He surveyed the command hall, bellowing, Bakayuru, all of you are worthless. The technicians in the hall hung their heads low, plagued by the string of failures. They had not even caught a glimpse of the Clown, which had eroded their confidence and pride. Outside, the sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. Dad, wake up! Wake up! The jubilant calls of Tuan Tuan roused Su Yang from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, Tuan Tuan, has there been any news from the little nation? Have they ceased the discharge of nuclear wastewater? No, Dad. They haven't made a peep. What time is it? Su Yang sat up. It's 7 o'clock. Peering out the window, he noted that daylight had arrived. Dad, shall we initiate the Tokyo Doomsday scenario now? Tuan Tuan implored eagerly. Su Yang chuckled softly, replying, There's no rush. We have 2 more hours. Perhaps the little nation will capitulate at the last moment. Despite his words, Su Yang himself harbored doubts. It was improbable that the Neon government would yield to the demands of a hacker's ultimatum. Just wait and see in Akita District, Tokyo. Taxi driver Watanabe was preparing to head to work, his wife accompanying him to the door, a hint of worry etched on her face. Maybe you shouldn't go to work today. That clown on television issued an ultimatum. It's nothing to worry about. It's merely a scare tactic. Watanabe dismissed her concerns. What can a hacker do? The worst he can manage is to hack a few websites. It's not like aliens are invading Earth. With that, he stepped out of the house. On the bustling streets, traffic flowed like a river. Inside the taxi, Watanabe navigated the streets of Tokyo in his taxi, having just picked up a passenger, a young woman clad in a professional suit. As the traffic light turned red, the taxi came to a halt. Watanabe glanced at the time, 9:59, with less than a minute remaining until the jester's ultimatum. What was I thinking? The doomsday scenario was utterly absurd. A hacker could not possibly transform Tokyo into a wasteland. He dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. At that moment, the traffic light displayed a countdown, 30, 29, 28. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to well up within Watanabe. The ultimatum, the apocalyptic scenario, once again, these notions resurfaced in his mind. Why was I indulging in such fanciful thoughts? How could there possibly be an end of days? Watanabe removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes in an attempt to dispel the disquiet. Chapter 199. The first day of the Tokyo Doomsday Instance 8, 7. 6. The green light is imminent. Watanabe prepared to start the car. 3, 2, 1. The light turned green. Watanabe pressed the accelerator, and the taxi began to move. Just then, the green light abruptly shifted back to red. Instinctively, Watanabe slammed on the brakes. Bang! A deafening crash erupted as a vehicle behind him failed to stop in time, colliding with the rear of Watanabe's taxi. Bang! Bang! The sound of consecutive impacts rang out as several cars behind, unable to brake in time, crashed into one another. Baka! Damn it! How is the car ahead driving? Drivers leaned out, some cursing in anger. The situation was amiss. Numerous drivers quickly discerned the anomaly. Indeed, the chaos was palpable. At that moment, every traffic light in Tokyo was in disarray. Intersections that should have shown green glowed red, while those meant to be red blazed green. Some lights flickered between red and green, as if caught in a bizarre dance, plunging the entire Tokyo traffic into turmoil. Zzz, a harsh electric sound erupted from Watanabe's taxi. In the next instant, a figure wearing a clown mask appeared on the car's screen. The final ultimatum has arrived. Citizens of Tokyo, welcome to the Doomsday Instance. The clown's voice boomed from the speakers. Let us revel together. Watanabe sat frozen in shock, his gaze fixed on the eerie clown mask on the screen. The cold announcement reverberating in his ears. Doomsday, Doomsday Instance, he murmured, a chilling sensation surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The traffic lights remained unresponsive. Yet within Watanabe's heart, a colossal stone had been cast, stirring tumultuous waves of dread. In a frantic panic, he glanced around, realizing that all vehicles, in every direction, were gridlocked, an interminable line of cars stretching beyond sight. Horns blared incessantly, a cacophony of frustration permeating the air, igniting a wave of agitation among the drivers. Many opened their doors and exited their vehicles. The intersection was a scene of utter chaos. The once orderly flow of traffic had completely disintegrated. At the center of the crossroads, two traffic officers stood bewildered, grappling with the sudden turmoil. They frantically waved their batons, attempting to manage the traffic. Yet their efforts seemed futile against the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. Inside a bus, passengers fidgeted restlessly. Suddenly, a disheveled young man with glasses leapt to his feet. Cackling maniacally, "Doomsday! The end is here." Ha! All eyes turned towards the man, who had suddenly lost his mind. Whispers circulated among the passengers. "Is he insane? What do you mean, Doomsday? It's real. The end has truly arrived." The man's laughter grew increasingly frenzied. In the rear seat of a vehicle, a middle-aged man, his complexion ashen, trembled as he dialed his home. "Hello, my dear, listen to me. The situation is dire. You must not leave the house. Stay indoors. Do not go anywhere." His voice was saturated with fear and concern. Beside him, a young woman incessantly attempted to reach someone on her phone. Yet her efforts bore no fruit, her anxiety mounting with each repeated press of the redial button. At the Tokyo Traffic Command Center, the phones rang incessantly, the screens of numerous operators flashing red alerts, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "Hello, this is the Tokyo Traffic Command Center," a female operator answered. On the other end, a woman's frantic voice pleaded, "I need to catch my flight, but all the vehicles are stuck at the intersection. What am I to do?" "Madam, please remain calm. We are diligently working to resolve this issue. Kindly exercise a bit of patience." The operator endeavored to soothe her with a steady tone. After hanging up, the phone rang once more. "I wish to file a complaint. Your traffic lights are malfunctioning. My car has been rear-ended." A man's voice on the line carried a hint of indignation. "Sir, please do not be agitated. We will address this matter promptly. You may want to contact the police and your insurance company." The operator maintained her composure, striving to calm him. Nearby, another female operator answered a call. A man's voice, laced with panic, emerged. "All the vehicles are stuck at the intersection. What is happening?" A clown appeared on my car's screen, reciting an apocalyptic script. "What on earth is going on?" "Please do not worry. This is merely a prank," she reassured him. "When will traffic be restored? We are working tirelessly to resolve the traffic situation. Please rest assured." "You bastards, why are you discharging nuclear wastewater?" A short-haired female operator received a call from a furious citizen, whose voice erupted with rage. "What is the government doing? Tokyo is in chaos. You must cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater immediately." On the enormous screen in the command center, the map of Tokyo was awash with red markings, depicting the dire traffic conditions. All major roads were congested, vehicles lined up like colossal serpents, motionless upon the city streets. "Have all the traffic lights malfunctioned?" A middle-aged man in uniform scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowed in concern. He was Kato Masao, the commander of the Traffic Command Center. "Indeed, Commander. All traffic lights are experiencing failures," a staff member reported. "Contact the Cybersecurity Center and inquire about the situation." Kato Masao's tone shifted to one of stern authority. The head of the Cybersecurity Center, nearby, stammered, "The system has been infected with a virus. It is currently paralyzed." "Bakayuru." Masao Kato clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. "Damn hackers." Just then, a female assistant hurried over, holding a crimson telephone. Minister Abe's call. As Kato prepared to answer, a gesture materialized on the large screen in the command hall. "Haha. Welcome to the Tokyo Doomsday scenario. Let the revelry commence." The jester's laughter reverberated throughout the command center. Kato's lips twitched in irritation. "Damn jester." "Sir, the minister's call," the assistant reminded him once more. Taking a deep breath, Kato endeavored to steady himself before accepting the call. "Moshi Moshi, Minister Abe," he spoke with a tone of utmost respect. "Kato-kun, what is the situation?" Came the serious voice of Shinzo Abe, the Minister of Transportation, from the other end. Chapter 200. The Tokyo Doomsday Instance, a revelry together report to the minister. "The situation is dire. The entire traffic command network has been paralyzed by a hacker invasion. We are exerting every effort to restore it promptly," Kato stated. "You must do everything in your power to restore the traffic," he added. After ending the call, Kato turned to the head of the network center, Kintaro Matsuda. "When can we expect restoration?" "Approximately 1 hour," Matsuda replied, his voice wavering. "Matsuda-kun, you have only half an hour," Kato said with a grave expression. "Yes," Matsuda responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Half an hour later, the Tokyo Traffic Command System finally returned to normal. In the command hall, everyone exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with smiles of ease. "Wonderful. We are back on track. That damn clown has finally quieted down." However, before their smiles could fully blossom, they froze. In less than a minute, the Tokyo Traffic Command System faltered once more. Damn it! Kato exclaimed, his fist crashing onto the table, his face pale with fury. Matsuda-kun, what is happening? Matsuda stammered, struggling to find words. Haha, Daddy, they are so incompetent. Tuan chimed in merrily. It is not their incompetence. Rather, Tuan, you are simply too formidable, Su-yang smiled. Tuan was an artificial intelligence, her computational and learning capabilities far exceeding human limits. Even a top hacker like Su-yang found himself outmatched in certain aspects by Tuan. While he could achieve remarkable feats, he could never single-handedly control all the traffic lights across Tokyo. Such a task required a team. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. 2 hours slipped away, and Tokyo's traffic system remained in a state of paralysis. Watanabe sat in his taxi, stuck at an intersection, ensnared in the relentless flow of vehicles. The passengers had long since exited to continue on foot. Ahead, a mile away, atop a 60-story hotel, a group of people gathered, gazing down upon the city below. The streets below were choked with cars, forming a serpentine line, as all of Tokyo succumbed to this state of immobility. The sight was nothing short of staggering. Oh my goodness! The entire traffic system of Tokyo is in shambles, a blonde woman exclaimed, pulling out her phone to record a video. Captioning it, "The doomsday has arrived in Tokyo." Within a minute of posting on YouTube, the comments section erupted with hundreds of messages. It's truly insane. The clown is a genius. I believe the clown is real. He can do anything. Tokyo is in chaos. The clown is magnificent. Welcome to the Tokyo Doomsday Instance. Clown, unleash destruction. Tokyo's collapse. The mysterious hacker clown launches an apocalyptic attack, rendering the transportation system completely paralyzed. The New York Times. The hacker clown issues an ultimatum. Tokyo enters an apocalyptic replica. The Times. Breaking news. Tokyo's transportation system faces a hacker attack, descending into chaos. The Guardian. The news of the complete paralysis of Tokyo's transportation system swept across the globe like an unexpected tsunami, with major media outlets reporting on the incident, and in an instant, the name of the clown once again became the focal point of worldwide attention. Tokyo, Prime Minister's official residence. Inside a conference room, the atmosphere is tense. Prime Minister Kishio and several cabinet ministers are convening an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to the clown's assault. The cybersecurity forces are a bunch of inept fools. How could they allow a hacker to incapacitate our transportation system? This is an utter disgrace, bellowed a short, stout minister with a handlebar mustache. His face pale, and his eyes practically ablaze with fury. Mr. Tanaka, please calm down, Kishio interjected. Now is not the time to assign blame. We must devise a solution. Prime Minister, I believe we should immediately halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater, proposed a bespectacled minister, his demeanor composed. The clown is a profoundly dangerous hacker. We cannot gamble with the safety of Tokyo. Absurd. How can we capitulate to a hacker? That would render us the laughingstock of the world. Another minister vehemently opposed. We are a sovereign nation. Our decisions must not be subject to anyone's interference. However, before the bespectacled minister could respond, he was interrupted by the handlebar-mustached minister. There are no buts. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. Inside the conference room, the clamor of arguments echoed relentlessly. Kishio's expression grew increasingly grim. Little did these politicians anticipate that a mere hacker could bring them to such a state of helplessness. As the sun set and night descended, the sky over Tokyo was tinged with a dark crimson hue, seemingly heralding the onset of calamity. The transportation system remained unrepaired. The entire city appeared to have ceased functioning, with streets filled with immobilized vehicles, an interminable stream of traffic stretching as far as the eye could see. Akita District on the streets. An international YouTuber was live streaming on the streets, the camera focused on the paralyzed transportation system. Oh my god, this is insane. The entire city is paralyzed. It's like a scene from a disaster movie. In the live chat, foreign netizens flooded in with comments. Wow, this is unbelievable. The clown is a legend. This is the consequence of provoking the clown. Hail the clown. Japan rightfully deserves better. Cease the disposal of nuclear wastewater. In a rented room, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as Su Yang's fingers danced across the keyboard. The computer screen was awash with a torrent of dense code and data, as he fiercely resisted the relentless onslaught from the neon hackers. Tuan, eliminate them, Su Yang shouted. At that moment, he and Tuan were engaged in a solitary duel against the entire cadre of neon hackers. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the computer. Dad, another wave of attacks has emerged, and this one is formidable, Tuan exclaimed. What is the origin of the assailants? Su Yang inquired. The IP address traces back to the U.S. military base in Naha, Tuan replied. Are the Americans involved as well? A cold smile crept across Su Yang's lips. How delightful. It is just the opportunity one sought to confront them. When one's child is bullied, it is only natural for a guardian to intervene. Chapter 201, Disturbing the Emperor. The Electronic Warfare Command Center at the U.S. military base in Naha buzzed with activity. Over 100 American soldiers, skilled in the art of electronic warfare, furiously tapped away at their keyboards, creating a palpable tension in the air. The Americans were indeed formidable in the realm of cyber warfare. Their involvement immediately escalated the intensity of the assault by several magnitudes. Can you hold your ground? Do you need your father's assistance? Su Yang inquired of Tuan Tuan. A trivial matter. Tuan Tuan replied with a light-hearted tone. If it weren't for your instruction to conserve my strength, I would unleash my full power and eliminate them all right now. This was not mere bravado. Tuan Tuan possessed the capability to back up her words. As an artificial intelligence, her computational and learning abilities surpassed human limitations by a wide margin. Furthermore, she was equipped with an array of cutting-edge technological tools, procured from the system store by Su Yang, rendering her combat prowess exceedingly formidable. Su Yang was well aware of Tuan Tuan's capabilities, which was precisely why he had advised her to hold back. He did not wish to reveal all of his cards at once. His strategy was to take his time, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. There was no rush, especially on the very first day of the apocalyptic dungeon. The best was yet to come. Just then, Su Yang's stomach growled in protest. Having been preoccupied with directing Tuan Tuan's operations since morning, he had yet to eat. Father, go have a meal. I'll handle things here, Tuan Tuan assured him. Rest easy. I can manage them. Su Yang smiled broadly, feeling reassured by Tuan Tuan's capabilities. With her as his little assistant, his worries were significantly alleviated. He stood up, stretched lazily, and decided to head out for a meal. Descending the stairs, he arrived at the small convenience store at the entrance of the community. Before he even stepped inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of excited voices. Intrigued, he entered to find a dozen people gathered around a small television, transfixed by the news broadcast. Well done. Take them down. Wow, incredible. The entire traffic system in Tokyo is paralyzed. They deserve it for dumping nuclear waste. What a relief. Su Yang glanced at the screen, which displayed scenes of gridlocked streets in Tokyo. A smile crept onto his lips. Boss, I'll have a bottle of water and a bottle of cola, he said, paying for his items before stepping out of the convenience store and into the adjacent small diner. The scene was much the same there. Many patrons were glued to the news on the television. Su Yang ordered a takeaway of fried rice before departing. As he walked along the street, he noticed that nearly every passerby was engrossed in their phones, all viewing the news about Tokyo. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Su Yang glanced at his computer screen, where Tuan Tuan was still locked in a fierce battle with the hackers from Neon. Father, their attacks are fierce, but they are far from defeating me. Tuan Tuan exclaimed with excitement. Keep it up, Tuan Tuan. Su Yang encouraged with a cheerful demeanor. He leisurely enjoyed his meal, entirely unperturbed. There was no need for concern. Tuan Tuan's abilities were a solid reassurance. Moreover, the Meat Chicken Network boasted millions of computers spread across the globe, making them impervious even to a coalition of hackers from around the world. Moreover, Tuan Tuan is not fighting alone. Hackers from Longhua are also launching attacks on Neon's network. In fact, numerous hackers from around the globe have joined this righteous battle. The Neon government's discharge of nuclear wastewater threatens the well-being of all humanity. Those who cherish peace and value life must rise against this foolish decision made by the Neon government. Having finished his meal, Su Yang noticed that the sun had fully set. It was nighttime in Tokyo. The taxi remained parked at the intersection. Watanabe had been inside the vehicle for 7 or 8 hours. His stomach had long begun to grumble with hunger, prompting him to retrieve a cup of instant noodles from the storage compartment and prepare it. In front of him, a driver exited his vehicle, closed the door, and walked away. Many drivers could no longer endure the wait and had left their cars. Watanabe contemplated whether he should also return to his vehicle, but it was immobile for the time being. Beep. His phone rang. It was a call from his wife. Hello, dear, Watanabe answered. Are you still in the car? His wife's voice carried a hint of concern. When will you be home? Our son and I are quite worried about you. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me, Watanabe reassured her. It's just the traffic jam. Nothing else to report. You and our son should stay indoors. I estimate that I won't be able to return tonight. He had grown unhurried. There was no use in being anxious now, as Tokyo's traffic was paralyzed, affecting everyone equally, trapping them all within the city. Please be careful, his wife implored. I will. You needn't worry, Watanabe replied. What about our son? He has school tomorrow. What shall we do? She inquired. Oh, I just received a notification that classes are canceled tomorrow, he informed her. Oh, that's a relief. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Time passed slowly, and darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. At 7 in the evening, Tokyo's transportation system had been inoperative for 9 hours since the chaos began at 10 in the morning. This was an unprecedented traffic paralysis. Not only in Tokyo but across the globe had such a phenomenon ever occurred. A single hacker had brought an entire city's transit to a standstill for a full 9 hours. with his phone battery dwindling. Watanabe produced a charging cable from his pocket and plugged it into his device. While it charged, he opened a video app to stay informed on the latest developments. The traffic in Shinjuku, Tokyo, was entirely immobilized, with vehicles ensnared on the roads, unable to move. The first video he encountered showcased a driver filming from within his car, where a multitude of headlights resembled a fiery dragon coiling through the city streets. The second video featured a young man, hoarse from shouting, declaring, "This is the beginning of the end. It is a punishment for our discharge of nuclear wastewater. Humanity shall pay for its sins." The young man's frantic tone and exaggerated expressions intensified Watanabe's unease. Protest, protest, protest. In the third video, outside the Prime Minister's residence, thousands of demonstrators fervently raised their placards and banners, vociferously chanting slogans demanding the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. Simultaneously, within the Prime Minister's office, Kishida maintained a respectful demeanor as he answered a call from His Majesty the Emperor. The entirety of Tokyo was rendered paralyzed, and the situation had escalated to the attention of the Emperor. "Your Majesty, we are exerting all efforts to resolve this issue and shall never yield to the threats posed by a hacker. I hope you can manage this matter appropriately and not further disappoint the citizens," Kishida stated reverently. The call ended, and Kishida moved to the window, where he could hear the clamorous voices of the protesting crowd outside. "A group of ruffians," Kishida muttered under his breath before returning to his desk, picking up the phone to dial the number of the U.S. military command in Japan, seeking assistance from his benefactor. Chapter 202, The Apocalypse Instance. Entering the second day, regrettably, my benefactor is unable to assist this time. The Naha base is currently under siege from hackers worldwide, leaving the Americans in utter disarray. Tokyo, illuminated by a myriad of lights during the night, fails to dispel the profound fears and anxieties that dwell within the hearts of its inhabitants. It is a sleepless night, with the entire city enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. Inside a taxi, Watanabe glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Beep, beep. His phone rang. His wife was calling again. "Hello, dear," Watanabe answered, his voice tinged with fatigue. "You should come home," his wife urged. "Our son is already asleep, but he keeps asking when you'll return." Watanabe contemplated heading home, uncertain of how long he would have to wait. Just as he was about to reply, he heard a commotion from behind. Turning around, he saw a group of young men smashing the windows of a Porsche with iron rods. The owner had long departed, leaving the car vacant. Watanabe thought about intervening but decided against it. The youths did not appear to be benign. "Is everything all right?" his wife inquired. "It's nothing. I'll hang up now," Watanabe responded, ending the call. He observed as the young men shattered the Porsche's window, rifled through the interior, and then made their swift escape. At that moment, Watanabe decided against going home, fearing his own vehicle might be targeted. He texted his wife, "Dear, I'm fine, no need to worry. I'm safe in my car, but I suspect I won't be home tonight. I will manage here for the night." Having exhausted the bread and water in his vehicle, Watanabe noticed a shop nearby. He opened the car door and stepped out. Inside the store, several drivers were glued to the television news. "How is it that after a whole day, nothing has returned to normal?" One driver lamented. "Haven't you seen the hackers' ultimatum? They demand the government cease the discharge of nuclear waste. Otherwise, they will continue their attacks on our network systems. Does that mean we will be stuck here indefinitely? Is the end truly nigh?" At that moment, one driver became incensed, shouting, "Those bastards in the government. What on earth are they doing? It's been a day, and they still haven't resolved the issue. What a bunch of useless fools." Watanabe could not help but join in the condemnation. He purchased 2 bottles of water and a bag of bread, lingered for a short while, and returned to his taxi. Meanwhile, Suyang had just stepped out to procure some food and was returning to his rented apartment. "Haha," Suyang chuckled joyfully. "What is making you so happy?" "It's the points. The total has reached 300 million. An increase of 100 million points in just one day. The speed is astonishing. That is to be expected. The entire world is watching. Now, with sufficient points, even if we take down old Mi's aircraft carrier fleet, it will be adequate." As the night deepened, the clock unknowingly struck 2 in the morning. Suyang's eyelids began to droop, and he stifled several yawns. "Dad, you should go to sleep. I can handle things here." Tuan noticed that her father was weary. "Rest assured, I shall guard our position," she assured him. "Very well, I shall retire for the night," Suyang replied, rising to his feet, unable to endure any longer. Watanabe, similarly overwhelmed, felt drowsy. A slight crack in the car window allowed him to lean back against the seat and succumb to slumber. Suddenly, a piercing honk jolted Watanabe from his dreams. He opened his eyes to find daylight streaming in, the traffic lights unlit. The road remained congested, with vehicles immobile. Had an entire night passed without any progress? Watanabe retrieved his phone and accessed a group chat for drivers. "How long must we endure this?" he muttered in frustration. "Damn it, it's been a whole day?" He continued, his exasperation boiling over. Let it all be destroyed. I have had enough. The drivers in the chat echoed his grievances. Stuck on the road for an entire day, they were all feeling the weight of their frustrations. It's been a day. What is that useless government doing? They lamented. Bunch of trash. What are they even good for? Watanabe added his voice to the chorus of complaints, baffled as to how a single hacker could bring Tokyo's entire traffic system to a standstill for a full day. He pondered the inaction of the government. Let it all come crashing down. Akiyoshi, you scoundrel, step down. These politicians should take their own lives in shame. How has our nation come to this? This inept government must be obliterated. Let it all be destroyed. Across the internet, the citizens of Tokyo were venting their frustrations. The government's incompetence had ignited widespread anger. Early in the morning, protesters surrounded the prime minister's residence, demanding, no to nuclear wastewater discharge. Down with the inept government. The prime minister must resign. The clamor of dissent grew ever louder, with some in the crowd hurling water bottles and stones at the gates, expressing their fury. Inside the prime minister's residence, Akiyoshi's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night. He was plagued by a headache, unable to devise a solution. The fact that a hacker had left the entire government powerless was hard to believe. In stark contrast to Akiyoshi's restless night, Su-young slept soundly. Tuan, what time is it? He inquired upon waking. It's 7:30, she replied. After freshening up and having a light meal, Su-young settled in front of his computer. The screen displayed a countdown, 0:05:00. In 5 minutes, the second day of the Tokyo apocalypse scenario would commence. The first day's objective had been to incapacitate Tokyo's road traffic system. The second day promised an escalation. The target was now the Tokyo subway. 5 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. The countdown on the computer reached 0. Su-young pressed the enter key. 2400 hours, 00 began anew. Welcome to the Tokyo apocalypse scenario, flashed bold crimson letters on the screen. Tokyo, subway station. The morning rush hour was, as always, exceedingly crowded. Especially today, as the ground transportation has come to a complete standstill, an increasing number of individuals have opted for the subway. Each station platform is densely packed with a throng of people, and the air is thick with the scent of perspiration and anxiety. Alas, is the subway not excessively crowded today? On the platform, a man in a suit and tie, Sato, wiped the sweat from his forehead while lamenting. What choice do we have? The transport paralysis yesterday leaves us no option but to take the subway today. His companion, a professional woman clad in a business suit, Mizuko Tanaka, replied with a sense of resignation, wondering when the transportation would return to normal. It is truly unfortunate. Schools have closed for the holiday. Yet why has the company not followed suit? Sato expressed his dissatisfaction. At that moment, a subway train slowly approached the platform, and as the doors opened, the crowd surged forward into the carriage like a torrent released from a dam. Chapter 203. More captivating than a Hollywood disaster film, Sato and Michiko Watanabe exerted every ounce of strength, desperately squeezing into the crowded subway car. Oh dear, don't push. Please, stop shoving from behind. You're stepping on my foot. My shoe. Amidst the throng, a cacophony of voices erupted, interspersed with complaints and curses. At long last, Sato and Michiko managed to force their way into the carriage, emerging in a sheen of perspiration. The subway doors slowly began to close. Under normal circumstances, once the doors shut, the train would promptly depart the platform. Yet, a minute passed, and the train remained stationary. Why aren't we moving? A flicker of unease surged within Sato. This is odd. Why isn't the train started? Another agonizing few seconds slipped by, and still, the train remained motionless. The passengers within the carriage began to sense that something was amiss. Just then, a startled voice pierced the air. Look, the television screen. A passenger pointed towards the monitor inside the carriage. On the screen appeared a figure donning a clown mask. Good morning, citizens of Tokyo. I am your old friend, the clown. Did you enjoy your day yesterday? Ha. The clown's laughter echoed throughout the carriage, sending a chill down the spine of every passenger. Congratulations on surviving the first day of the apocalypse scenario. Today marks the second day. I hereby announce that all subway services across Tokyo will cease operations. Oh, by the way, it's the weekend. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend. Let us revel together in this extraordinary weekend. Ha. The clown's guffaws filled the air, leaving Sato feeling a sense of dread. This is it. We are truly finished. With the subway halted and traffic snarled, was Tokyo truly on the brink of an apocalypse? The passengers in the carriage erupted into a frenzy. In the front compartment, the train operator attempted various maneuvers, yet there was no response. Grabbing the intercom, the operator called out to the central control station. Central control, this is the operator of line 3. The train is unable to start. I request instructions. The central control station was engulfed in chaos as well. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend. Let us revel together in this extraordinary weekend. Ha. The clown's laughter reverberated throughout the control center. Simultaneously, numerous subway lines across Tokyo succumbed to paralysis. At Edo Station, the shrill sound of alarms resonated throughout the congested subway station, akin to a death knell that sent shivers down the spine. Alongside the alarm, the clown's laughter echoed. Let us revel together. Ha ha. The station's entry and exit lights, once green, had all transformed to red, and the ticket barriers ceased to function. Whether swiping cards or inserting coins, the barriers remained obstinately shut. The screens of all ticket machines had been overtaken by the clown's grotesque visage, its smile appearing particularly twisted and terrifying under the flickering lights. The passengers within the station exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. In the next moment, as if led by an unseen force, the crowd began to stir, surging frantically towards the turnstiles in a desperate attempt to escape the confines of the subway station. Some struck the turnstiles with force, while others vaulted over them, even toppling adjacent barriers in their frenzy. The entire subway station descended into chaos. Inside the train carriage, cries of "Open the doors! Help! I must get out! Open the doors! Open the doors!" echoed as the passengers pounded on the doors with all their might. Some individuals resorted to dialing emergency numbers on their mobile phones, yet all they could hear was the incessant busy signal, their calls failing to connect. With a resounding crash, a burly man, driven to madness, raised his briefcase and brought it crashing down against the window with relentless force. Bang! 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 Yet the bulletproof glass remained impervious to his assault. A young girl, overwhelmed by the horrifying scene, burst into tears. The atmosphere within the carriage was thick with despair and terror, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst this turmoil, a young man clad in a black t-shirt appeared peculiarly exhilarated. He brandished his phone, recording the chaotic scene within the carriage. A manic grin plastered across his face as he shouted, "The end is nigh. Let us revel together." Ha ha. Other passengers stared at him in shock, questioning his sanity. Suddenly, with two beeps, the subway doors opened automatically, revealing the escape route. It was a command issued by the father. Su Yang's objective was to compel the Neon government to concede and cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater, rather than to harm innocent civilians. The occupants of the carriage momentarily froze. Then, like a flock of startled beasts, they surged out of the carriage, fleeing the prison that instilled such dread within them. In the chaos, backpacks were dropped, phones were abandoned, and disorder reigned supreme. The surveillance cameras within the subway station faithfully recorded the tumultuous scene. Su Yang, from his rented room, observed the pandemonium of Tokyo's subway on his computer screen with clarity. It was a spectacle, akin to a Hollywood disaster film. Tuan promptly uploaded these videos to YouTube, TikTok, and Bilibili, inviting the world to witness and revel in the apocalyptic tableau of Tokyo. Su Yang chuckled, adding that it would also serve to exert some public pressure on the Neon government. Understood, Tuan replied, as he proceeded to disseminate the videos. In Long Country, at an internet CAF outside of Mountain City University, Duan Wei was slumped over his computer desk in slumber, having played games all night long. Suddenly, a bespectacled boy beside him gasped in surprise and nudged him awake. Duan Wei, quick, look. Birdman, why are you yelling? Duan Wei grumbled as he rubbed his eyes. Look, the apocalypse in Tokyo, the bespectacled boy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Duan Wei sat up, and before him on the computer screen unfolded the chaos of the Tokyo subway station. As the crowd poured out in hysteria, "What the? Is this the work of a clown?" he exclaimed, fully awake now. Indeed, the Joker has brought Tokyo's subway system to a standstill. Allow me to share this video with you. The bespectacled man opens the clip, addressing the citizens of Tokyo. Good morning. Congratulations on successfully navigating the first day of this apocalyptic scenario. I hereby declare that all subway operations in Tokyo will cease. How exhilarating. The bespectacled man exclaims with fervor. No way. Duan Wei gasps in astonishment. Incredible. The Joker is truly remarkable. At that moment, others in the internet CAF also catch sight of the video. Wow. Why does this make me want to laugh out loud? Haha. Let us put an end to the mundane. This is so entertaining. It's even more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. The atmosphere in the internet CAF instantly ignites with excitement. Chapter 204. Global netizens watching the drama Seoul, South Korea. Kim Dae-young had just prepared breakfast and, while savoring his meal, turned on the television. The news broadcast was underway. Our station has just received breaking news. This morning, Tokyo's subway system has fallen victim to a hacker attack, resulting in a complete shutdown of all subway lines across the city. The female anchor's expression was grave as she prepared to show footage from the scene in Tokyo. The television displayed chaotic scenes from a Tokyo subway station, with crowds frantically pouring out. Kim Dae-young stood up, approached the television, and widened his eyes in astonishment. The Joker is quite formidable. He was aware of the Joker and had been following the news from Tokyo. It was unexpected that this hacker, having already disrupted Tokyo's road traffic yesterday, had now incapacitated the subway system as well. Meanwhile, in Paris, France, Pierre sat on the subway, holding a newspaper with the headline, Tokyo under hacker attack, transportation paralyzed. Accompanying the article was a photograph of the Joker. After finishing the newspaper, Pierre took out his phone, opened TikTok, and searched for videos related to the Tokyo catastrophe involving the Joker. Similarly, in London, a black girl named Amy was on a bus scrolling through videos about the Tokyo news. She stumbled upon footage of the subway's paralysis, which resembled an apocalyptic scene. Amy clicked on the video. Seoul, Paris, London. The news videos of the Tokyo subway incident rapidly spread across global media and the internet, eliciting widespread astonishment. Has Tokyo truly transformed into a dystopian nightmare? How powerful is this hacker? This is akin to a real-life Hollywood disaster film. It seems to be divine retribution. Am I wrong to feel a sense of schadenfreude about this? Netizens around the globe were engrossed in the unfolding drama, showing little sympathy for the plight of the Japanese. They had it coming. At the Prime Minister's residence, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the tranquility of the bedroom, jolting Akihiro from a brief slumber. Having slept for scarcely 2 hours, he was awakened by the call from his secretary. Prime Minister, we have a serious situation, came the urgent voice on the other end. What is it? Akihiro's voice was hoarse. The subway. Every line in Tokyo has come to a standstill. The Joker has re-emerged. Akihiro's sleepiness vanished in an instant. Hastily donning his clothes without even washing his face, he rushed out of his bedroom toward a command room within the residence. Inside the command room, several officers wore troubled expressions. Prime Minister. One officer stood up promptly upon Akihiro's entrance and saluted. What is the current situation? Akihiro inquired, glancing at the large screen in the command hall. Reporting to the Prime Minister, just 5 minutes ago, numerous subway lines across Tokyo went down. Preliminary assessments indicate an attack by the Joker, and our technicians are working tirelessly to restore services. The expression on Akihiro's face darkened, as if it could drip with dismay. That damn Joker. The paralysis of ground transportation remains unresolved, and now the subway system has encountered issues, compounding the crisis. On the streets, Watanabe is still ensconced in a taxi. The Tokyo Metro Company has just issued a statement. Around 7 in the morning, the subway system has collapsed due to a cyber attack, halting all subway lines across Tokyo. The voice of a news anchor emanates from the vehicle's broadcast system. What? A look of disbelief spreads across Watanabe's face. The subway is down too? Has the apocalypse truly arrived? His mind conjures images from films depicting the end of the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, nuclear explosions. A shiver runs down Watanabe's spine. One street away, a YouTuber navigates through the gridlocked traffic. Viewers, it is currently 7:30 a.m. Tokyo time. Let us take a look at the state of the streets in Tokyo. The vlogger, wielding a selfie stick, weaves through the immobile vehicles. The previous day's traffic paralysis still unresolved, and the roads remain utterly congested. It's sheer madness. In the live chat, excitement erupts. Wow, this is real news. Tokyo has indeed entered an apocalyptic scenario. I just saw news that the subway is down too. The clown is truly formidable. Noticing the comments, the vlogger questions. The subway is down? Is that true? Indeed. I'm at the subway station right now. All lines are halted, a viewer comments. I'll check the nearest subway station. The vlogger exclaims, his face lighting up with excitement. The nearest station is only a kilometer away. I'm heading there now. With that, he strides toward the direction of the subway. Another Japanese YouTuber is live from a subway station, showcasing the chaos within. The floor is strewn with various items, bags dropped in haste by fleeing passengers, mobile phones, and wallets. The camera captures a cartoon-patterned backpack, evidently belonging to a child. This is terrifying. The vlogger's voice trembles. I've never witnessed such a scene in Tokyo. In the live chat, numerous viewers express their sentiments. Amaterasu. May this all come to an end swiftly. I just escaped from the subway. This is punishment for our nuclear wastewater emissions. What is the government doing? They must halt the discharge of nuclear waste immediately. That would put an end to all this. So frightening. The comments reveal a spectrum of reactions. Some pray. Some are terrified, and others are infuriated. Ground transportation has collapsed, the subway system is in disarray, and now, only air travel remains. No. The 2 airports in Tokyo have also ceased all flights. The clowns did not attack the airports, they have grounded themselves. Even if flights were to continue, passengers cannot reach the airports. Moreover, under such circumstances, they would not dare to fly, fearing that their planes might be hijacked by hackers, an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. It can be said that after the suspension of subway services, Tokyo's transportation system has come to a complete standstill. At 7:35, a helicopter emblazoned with the BBC logo hovered above the city, its camera lens surveying the entire metropolis. The streets, which should have been bustling with traffic, now appeared as though a pause button had been pressed, with countless vehicles densely stalled on the roads, forming serpentine lines of steel that stretched beyond the horizon. This spectacular sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the reporter inside the helicopter. "Oh my God, this is unbelievable," exclaimed the BBC journalist, gripping his headset as he spoke into the camera, his tone imbued with incredulity. The entirety of Tokyo's transportation network, including ground transport, subways, and air travel, had come to a grinding halt. This scene truly resembled a dystopian moment straight out of a Hollywood film. Chapter 205. The citizens of Tokyo in a state of panic in Nagoya. Within a household, a young boy, approximately 10 years of age, sat on the sofa, captivated by the television screen. Mom, come quickly and see this," he exclaimed, having just witnessed a news segment from the BBC. "What is happening? What is it?" his mother inquired, emerging from the kitchen, wiping her hands. "Look, Mom," the boy urged, pointing at the screen. The television displayed footage captured by BBC reporters, revealing a paralyzed Tokyo, its streets choked with immobile vehicles. The boy's mother gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, in the central news studio, the anchor addressed the audience. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 7:35 p.m. in the capital. It has been 24 hours since the Neon government announced the release of nuclear wastewater." The host's expression was grave as he continued. "Tokyo's transportation system remains inoperative. The government reports they are making every effort to restore order, yet no signs of recovery are evident." He paused before adding, "Reports indicate that citizens of Tokyo are beginning to panic, with many supermarkets experiencing a rush for food and drinking water." At that moment, the director's voice crackled through the anchor's earpiece. "We have just received the latest footage from Tokyo. Please switch to it." "Certainly," the anchor replied, addressing the camera. "Viewers, we have just obtained the most recent footage from Tokyo. Please switch to that feed." In an instant, the television screen transitioned to aerial shots of Tokyo captured by a BBC helicopter. "Wow, what a spectacle. It's apocalyptic. This footage is incredibly relieving. Perhaps now the citizens will understand the gravity of the situation." Comments flooded the live broadcast chat, in stark contrast to the amused demeanor of netizens from Long Country. The citizens of Tokyo were engulfed in panic. Inside a supermarket in Ginza, throngs of people surged, as every shelf had been ransacked, leaving only scattered items behind. "What on earth is going on?" a middle-aged woman exclaimed, staring at the desolate shelves in disbelief. The news said the transportation system in Tokyo has been crippled by hackers, plunging the entire city into chaos as everyone scrambles for food and water. Her companion, a young girl, spoke with a tremor of fear in her voice. "This is a supermarket, yet many residents are cowering at home, too frightened to venture outside, glued to their televisions, computers, or phones for the latest updates. The subway is completely paralyzed. A friend of mine is stranded at the airport, where flights have also been suspended. The supermarket downstairs is completely emptied. It feels like the end of days. When will this end? I am truly terrified. What on earth is the government doing?" Panic continued to spread throughout Tokyo. Whoever finds themselves in such a predicament would surely panic. The road traffic has been paralyzed for an entire day, with no signs of recovery. Now, the subway system has also succumbed to dysfunction, and reports indicate that flights have been halted at the airport. This effectively means that they are trapped within the confines of the city, unable to escape. Who would not be filled with trepidation? Protests, protests, protests. The government's incompetence is glaring. Cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater. At midday, throngs of demonstrators began to appear on the streets of Tokyo, brandishing placards and banners, vociferously demanding the government halt the release of nuclear waste. In response, the Tokyo municipal government, under pressure, resorted to a rather inept solution, abandoning the restoration of the transportation system and instead employing manpower to manage traffic, with individuals replacing traffic lights to direct vehicles. Consequently, the self-defense forces were dispatched, positioning soldiers at various intersections to regulate traffic. "Dad, the Tokyo government has begun to manage traffic manually," reported Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan activated a surveillance camera capturing an intersection, revealing a dozen soldiers in camouflage uniforms directing vehicles. "Huh." Soo-young glanced at the footage and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the situation had compelled even the Japanese to resort to such clumsy methods. Yet, the politicians of the Neon government remained obstinate, preferring to use such ineffectual means rather than cease the discharge of nuclear waste. They are truly determined to follow their misguided path to the bitter end. Very well, let us continue to engage in this contest of endurance. "Dad, shall we upgrade to the Doomsday instance?" Tuan Tuan suggested. "You little rascal, such impatience." Soo-young replied with a smile. "No rush. We shall adhere to our original plan, step by step." In the afternoon, with the assistance of the self-defense forces and a substantial police presence, traffic on most streets of Tokyo finally began to return to normalcy. Watanabe navigated his taxi through the gradually stabilizing city, yet his heart remained heavy with unease. It was not until dusk, as the sunset cast a golden hue over the city, that he wearily returned home. "I'm back," Watanabe announced as he pushed open the door. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back, his wife responded swiftly, taking his briefcase. Today was truly frightening. I was worried all day. Watanabe sank into the sofa, exhaling deeply, yet his mind remained restless. Although traffic had resumed, he felt an inescapable gloom hanging over the city. Perhaps we should stay at Grandma's for a couple of days? He suggested, glancing at his wife. Grandma's house is in the suburbs, far removed from the city's chaos. Is it really that serious? Hasn't the government already managed the traffic? His wife replied. Look, everything on television appears to be back to normal. Are the traffic lights functioning? Is the subway operational? Watanabe's tone turned grave. The government has spent an entire day and still hasn't fully resolved the issue. Don't you think that hacker is formidable? I have a foreboding feeling that something even more significant looms ahead. His wife, feeling the weight of his words, began to worry. Shall we leave now? Indeed. Let us depart at once. Hasten to gather your belongings. Watanabe has made his decision. Rather than remain in a state of trepidation, it is wiser to retreat to the outskirts for a couple of days, returning only once the turmoil has subsided. Watanabe is truly apprehensive. Half an hour later, his family drove away under the cover of night, escaping Tokyo. The calendar turned a page. The following morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, illuminating the room. Su-young awoke, having retired to bed past 2 o'clock the previous night. He rose early yet felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated and radiant. Living a simple life truly invigorates the spirit. Chapter 206, Press Conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Glancing at the countdown on the computer screen, 1 o'clock, 00. There remained only 1 hour until the conclusion of the apocalyptic scenario's second day. Tuan, please provide an update on the public sentiment in Tokyo, Su-young inquired. Currently, the Tokyo metropolitan government is under tremendous pressure, with an increasing number of protesters taking to the streets. Opposition party members have submitted a proposal to the National Assembly for a reassessment of the nuclear wastewater discharge plan, Tuan reported. However, the Tokyo government remains resolutely defiant. After a brief pause, Tuan continued. Moreover, the Tokyo government has issued a protest statement to our Foreign Affairs Department, condemning our cyber attacks on their network system and demanding that we cease such actions immediately. What has been our Foreign Affairs Department's response? Su-young asked with a smile. There has been no response so far, Tuan replied. In half an hour, our Foreign Affairs Department will hold its routine press conference. I have linked the live broadcast to your computer. On Su-young's computer screen, the image of the Foreign Affairs Department's press conference hall appeared, already bustling with numerous media reporters from around the globe. Inside the press hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the bright red national emblem on the podium. Below, journalists from various corners of the world sat attentively, armed with cameras and microphones, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Click, click. A lively sound of footsteps approached, and a female spokesperson clad in a deep blue suit, white shirt, and red tie, with a warm smile, ascended the podium. She gracefully placed the documents she held onto the lectern, scanning the room with poise as she commenced the press conference. Good morning, esteemed journalists. Welcome to today's routine press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As her words faded, hands began to rise among the reporters. The spokesperson surveyed the room with a smile and pointed to a journalist from the Associated Press seated in the front row. Thank you, spokesperson. The Associated Press reporter, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual wearing gold-rimmed glasses, began. I am a journalist from the Associated Press, and my question pertains to the Neon government's discharge of nuclear wastewater. What is the stance of the Long Kingdom's government regarding this matter? Will any actions be taken to prevent the Neon government from proceeding? With a composed smile, the spokesperson replied, the Long Kingdom's government strongly opposes the Neon government's decision to discharge nuclear wastewater, disregarding the international community's objections. The repercussions of such discharges on marine environments and human health are incalculable, and the Long Kingdom expresses grave concern over this issue. We urge the Neon government to sincerely heed the voices of the international community, to fulfill its international obligations responsibly, and to address the nuclear wastewater dilemma in a manner that avoids irreversible harm to the global marine environment and human health. May I inquire, spokesperson, what specific measures will the Long Kingdom's government take to prevent the Neon government from discharging nuclear wastewater? A Reuters reporter pressed further. The government of the Dragon Nation will persist in closely monitoring the developments in collaboration with the international community and will implement all necessary measures to safeguard the marine environment and human health, the spokesperson stated. Subsequently, several journalists raised inquiries regarding the nuclear wastewater issue, hoping to receive a definitive response from the Dragon Nation government. However, the spokesperson deftly sidestepped these sensitive queries, merely reiterating the government's stance without disclosing any specific action plans. As the press conference progressed, the spokesperson pointed toward a journalist from Asahi Shimbun, seated in the back row. Thank you, spokesperson. The Asahi Shimbun journalist stood up, his expression solemn. My question pertains to the recent cyber attack incident in Tokyo. The Neon government has lodged a protest with your country, demanding that the Dragon Nation government cease its hacking activities. Can you provide a response to this inquiry? Upon the utterance of this question, the atmosphere in the press hall grew tense, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the spokesperson's reply. Unfazed, the spokesperson acknowledged the statements made by the Neon government. The Dragon Nation government consistently opposes and combats any form of cyber attacks. We also call upon the international community to work collectively to maintain peace and security in cyberspace. She paused, her gaze piercingly sweeping across the room, her tone becoming more resolute. What I wish to emphasize is that the root of this cyber attack incident lies in the Neon government's insistence on discharging nuclear wastewater, disregarding the voices of the international community. If the Neon government could halt this erroneous behavior, then all issues would be readily resolved. Implied within her words was the notion that if they ceased the discharge of nuclear wastewater, all would come to a swift conclusion. A profound silence enveloped the press hall as all contemplated the deeper meaning of the spokesperson's remarks. In a rented room, Soo-young was watching the live broadcast of the press conference. Witnessing this exchange, he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, how right they are. The little country still hopes to exert pressure through diplomatic means. It seems they haven't yet felt the sting, so let's continue. He glanced at the countdown on his computer screen, 0:10:00. There were still 10 minutes left until the third day of the Doomsday instance. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting a warm glow in the room and illuminating a family portrait of three displayed on the table. In the photograph, the man named Kimura wore a deep blue suit paired with a white shirt and a dark red tie, his hair meticulously styled, and a gentle smile gracing his face, a quintessential Tokyo white-collar worker. Are you really going to work today, Kimura? His wife approached, her brow furrowed with concern. Don't worry, Mahiko. Everything will be fine, Kimura reassured her. Look, traffic resumed normalcy yesterday evening, and there shouldn't be any issues today. His wife remained somewhat apprehensive, but ultimately relented. Just be careful on the road and come back early. All right, I'm off, Kimura replied, turning to exit their home and driving out of the community. The streets outside indeed appeared to have returned to normal, with traffic flowing and people bustling about, as if the chaos of yesterday had merely been a fleeting dream. But has normalcy truly been restored? As Kimura drove along the familiar road, a subtle unease lingered within him. Not far into his journey, he spotted an armored patrol vehicle stationed by the roadside, surrounded by a dozen soldiers clad in camouflage, fully armed. Continuing a few hundred meters further, as he passed a subway entrance, Kimura noticed a conspicuous sign that read, "Service suspended." The subway had not yet resumed operations. All of this indicated that the ordeal was far from over. Chapter 207. High Intensity. Tokyo Blackout. Kimura glanced at the clock. It was 7:59. An unsettling sensation coursed through him as his eyelids twitched. For 2 consecutive days, at precisely 8 o'clock, the Joker had made his timely appearance, bringing with him a fresh wave of surprises. The familiar crackling sound of electricity echoed from the car's audio system. Here it comes. The Joker reappeared on the vehicle's screen. Good morning, citizens of Tokyo. Welcome to the third day of the Doomsday replica. Let us continue the revelry and engage in an even more exhilarating game. Ha ha ha. A chill ran down Kimura's spine. The first day had wrought havoc on the roads. The second day had seen the subway come to a standstill. What calamity awaited on this third day? A kilometer away, a shopping mall bustled with activity. Shoppers were engrossed in selecting from an array of goods, and long queues formed at the cash registers, creating an atmosphere of order and normalcy. Suddenly, the lights, televisions, and cash register computers of the entire mall went dark. Indeed, the entire mall had lost power. In a nearby skyscraper, on the 12th floor, employees were diligently working at their computers, the air conditioning humming softly to mitigate the summer heat. At that moment, without any warning, all computer screens went blank, and the air conditioning ceased to function. The power was out. Not just in this company, but the entire 60-story building had succumbed to darkness. Elevators became immobilized mid-journey, trapping occupants in their confined spaces, who frantically pounded on the doors, calling for help. The scene shifted to a residential home. A housewife was heating breakfast in the microwave when, the microwave halted its operation. Assuming a faulty connection, she checked the outlet, only to find it in perfect condition. Soon, she noticed the television in the living room had also shut off, the silence enveloping the room as the lights extinguished. Had the power gone out? At Waseda University, in a student dormitory, one student was charging his phone when he quickly realized it was not receiving any power. He switched on the dormitory lights, but they too remained dark. Is there a power outage? He pondered aloud. Just then, a student in basketball attire rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "The power's out. All of Tokyo is blacked out." What? All of Tokyo is blacked out? Surely not. Indeed, the power was out, The Joker had sabotaged the Tokyo Electric Power Company, and news spread across the internet, with videos surfacing on the university forum. Several students in the dormitory hastily pulled out their phones and logged into the school forum. The power's out. The entire school is without power. Tokyo is in darkness. The Tokyo Electric Power Company had just issued a statement, reporting a virus attack that had crippled the entire power system. Nanny? The students were taken aback, never imagining it would be this Joker once again. With citywide transportation still incapacitated, now the power had failed. Could this truly be a harbinger of the apocalypse? Fear and anxiety began to take root in the hearts of the students. The car came to a halt by the roadside as Kimura retrieved his mobile phone and opened the company's workgroup chat. His eyes were immediately met with a flurry of messages regarding a power outage. The power is out. The company is without electricity. My home is also in darkness. The entire area has lost power. What is going on? Could it be an earthquake? Surely not, as I felt no tremors here. What on earth is happening? The Tokyo Electric Power Company had just issued a notice stating that they had suffered a virus attack, causing the entire power system to collapse. Kimura's heart raced, and he quickly inquired in the group, "Is everything down?" "It seems so." I asked a few friends, and they are also without power. Without hesitation, Kimura dialed his home. After a few rings, his wife, Miho, answered, her voice tinged with panic. The Kimura household is in darkness. The entire neighborhood has lost power. And everyone is saying that all of Tokyo is out. I'm so scared. Miho, don't be afraid. I'll return home immediately. After hanging up, Kimura turned his car around, driving swiftly towards his home. On the road, he noticed many other vehicles also making U-turns, clearly startled by the sudden blackout, as everyone hurried home to ensure their family's safety. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Soo-young sipped his milk tea leisurely, gazing at the videos from Tokyo streaming on his computer. "Dad, the entire Tokyo, except for hospitals, is without power," reported Tuan. "Good." Soo-young nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Tuan's diligence. This meant that aside from hospitals, the power supply across Tokyo had collapsed. Heh. Soo-young chuckled softly. I wonder how well the little days can hold up under these circumstances. The chaos brought on by the power outage was far more severe than a traffic paralysis. Traffic jams could be endured by simply staying indoors, but without electricity, nothing could be accomplished, plunging life into utter disarray. This blackout affected the lives of 14 million citizens in Tokyo, and its ramifications were indeed profound. Soo-young waited quietly, anticipating the Japanese government's capitulation under pressure. However, instead of witnessing the government's concession, he stumbled upon some dissonance circulating on domestic networks. Several influential figures were publicly denouncing the clown, asserting that his actions were a form of violence that jeopardized world peace, even going so far as to tarnish the clown's reputation as a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon reading these remarks, Soo-young furrowed his brow in perplexity, questioning why these prominent figures were attacking the clown. Something was amiss. It was evident that they were advocating for the little days, attempting to sway public sentiment. Tuan, investigate these influential figures, Soo-young instructed. Tuan promptly gathered information on these individuals and uncovered chat records and audio evidence of their receiving compensation from the Japanese government. It was indeed confirmed. They had been paid to voice support for the little days. A cold smile spread across Soo-young's face. The next steps were straightforward. Soo-young utilized the account of Little Boy to expose all the evidence, accompanied by the caption, "Brothers, take a moment to appreciate the performances of a few canines." Screenshot. Upon its release on Weibo, the post instantly stirred up a tremendous uproar. Goodness, these individuals are actually traitors. It was truly unexpected that these seemingly virtuous influencers would accept money to speak on behalf of the little son. I have long suspected there was something amiss with these influencers. Support the exposure. Let these traitors have nowhere to hide. Netizens flooded the comments section. Coincidentally, a prominent influencer known as Tech Youth, who frequently shares technological insights on Weibo and boasts millions of followers, had also received funds from the Neon government. He was poised to publish a post defaming the clown. Just as he had finished composing the content and was about to press the send button, he unexpectedly stumbled upon Little Boy's updated post. What a close call. He nearly sent it. In a panic, Tech Youth hastily deleted his freshly pinned post, relieved that it had not yet been published, for otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Chapter 208. Embracing resilience in ordinary life after exposing the individuals who had been paid to tarnish his reputation. Soo-young ceased to concern himself with them and redirected his focus back to Tokyo. Tuan, please provide an update on the situation in Tokyo, Soo-young instructed. The Tokyo government has deployed a significant number of diesel generators to meet the temporary power needs of essential government agencies and banks, Tuan reported. Simultaneously, the military has also mobilized generator units, with support from U.S. military bases. After a brief pause, Tuan added, however, These measures can only satisfy the electricity requirements of government departments and a few critical institutions, falling far short of addressing the needs of Tokyo's 14 million residents. In other words, the electricity situation for ordinary citizens cannot be resolved in the short term. Matsuda Ichiro, a resident of Setagaya, had just returned from the supermarket, burdened with 2 large bags of daily necessities, yet he had failed to secure a diesel generator. The generators had long been snatched from the shelves, and now even those with money could not procure one. Alas, without electricity at home, I cannot even prepare a meal, Matsuda sighed, placing the shopping bags on the floor and collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. It's so hot. He immediately felt the oppressive heat of his home in this sweltering summer. The lack of power was unbearable. At this rate, we might even run out of water, Matsuda muttered, unable to fathom the potential escalation of the situation. Ding dong. His phone chimed. It was a message from the community group. Let us take to the streets and protest. The government has become utterly incompetent. We can no longer remain passive. The messages continued to flood in. Indeed, if this persists, we will inevitably face starvation and thirst. It's unbearable in this sweltering heat without power. We must make our voices heard. I concur. When do we depart? Matsuda Ichiro read the messages in the group and replied, I will participate. We must compel the government to cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater and put an end to this nightmare. After sending the message, he donned his coat and said to his wife, the community is calling for a protest. I'm heading out. You stay here with the children and don't go outside. Although his wife was worried, she understood the gravity of the situation and replied, please be safe. As Matsuda stepped outside, he found a considerable gathering in the neighborhood. People were filled with righteous indignation, ready to march in protest. In the morning, the streets of Tokyo surged with crowds, the demonstrators converging like a tidal wave from all directions. They raised placards and banners, vociferously chanting slogans demanding the government halt the release of nuclear wastewater and bring an end to this impending crisis. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of individuals flooded the streets of Tokyo, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Faced with the overwhelming public sentiment, the Tokyo government remained obstinate, issuing statements through broadcasts and text messages urging citizens to endure and unite, claiming this was a war, and expressing confidence in their ability to triumph over malevolence. Good. Su-young mused, relishing the fortitude of ordinary life. Then let us intensify our efforts. On that fateful noon, the clown once again issued a proclamation, declaring a citywide water stoppage. The already dire situation of power outages was exacerbated by this new predicament. How could life possibly continue? In an instant, the citizens of Tokyo erupted in outrage. An increasing number of residents took to the streets, participating in protest marches, demanding the government cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater forthwith, or face resignation. Excuse me, sir, may I interview you? What compels you to partake in this protest? A television reporter inquired, microphone in hand, as she approached a middle-aged man amidst the throng. By sheer coincidence, the man was Matsuda. It is the government's utter incompetence, Matsuda exclaimed vehemently. They disregard our safety, insisting on releasing nuclear wastewater. And now look at the chaos that has ensued in all of Tokyo. We are without power, without water. How are we to live? The government must bear the responsibility for their erroneous decisions. What actions do you wish the government to take? The reporter pressed further. Cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater. End this madness. Matsuda shouted passionately into the camera. This is a live report from our station. The protests in Tokyo are escalating rapidly, with an ever-growing number of citizens joining the ranks of dissent. The reporter conveyed, as the camera panned over the procession, revealing an endless sea of dark-clad protesters. Do you think the Tokyo government can withstand this pressure? Su-young inquired, taking a sip of water. With both water and power cut off, such immense strain, my guess is they will not endure, Tuan responded. A rough estimate indicated that at least 2 million Tokyo residents had taken to the streets, demanding the government halt the release of nuclear wastewater. Moreover, Tuan elaborated, one of the primary motivations behind the Tokyo government's decision to discharge nuclear wastewater was economic considerations. Disposing of it directly into the ocean was deemed the most efficient and cost-effective method. Yet, merely 3 days into this crisis, the stock market had already evaporated over $100 billion. Tuan presented a set of data before Su-young, demonstrating that, excluding the stock market, the direct economic losses incurred from transportation halts, subway suspensions, and the cessation of water and power amounted to a staggering $1 billion per day. The losses far outweighed any potential gains from the wastewater discharge. Su-young nodded in agreement with Tuan's analysis. However, he held a differing perspective. The Tokyo government would not easily capitulate. They would persist in their stance. Why is that? Tuan asked, puzzled. Because the situation has transcended mere economic concerns and evolved into a political issue, Su-young elucidated. Should the Tokyo government compromise now, The consequence would be the collective resignation of the entire administration, which is utterly unacceptable to them. As for the interests of the ordinary populace, Suyang scoffed. They are of no consideration whatsoever. He continued, furthermore, the Tokyo government has not yet reached a genuine impasse. While Tokyo may be experiencing power and water outages, neighboring cities remain unaffected, providing them with the means to supplement their electricity and water supply. Suyang retrieved a map and, pointing to several cities surrounding Tokyo, remarked that although it would not fully satisfy the water and electricity demands of the 14 million residents of Tokyo, it could ensure the normal functioning of vital sectors such as government, banking, and hospitals. Are the needs of the ordinary citizens disregarded? Tuan inquired. I conducted a rough estimate. Even if they were to utilize all the diesel generators and draw power and water from nearby cities, there would still be at least 10 million residents whose access to water and electricity would remain unguaranteed. People can forego bathing, order takeout, and resort to candles. Suyang replied with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, politicians are utterly indifferent to the lives of the common populace. Chapter 209. The ATM machines of Tokyo erupt with cash. Father, what shall we do? Suyang's tone turned grave. We must orchestrate something monumental. Only when those politicians perceive their lives to be in jeopardy will they truly concede. With that, Suyang accessed the system store, entered the nuclear power plant attack code, and clicked to redeem. 10 million points successfully redeemed. What Suyang referred to as a grand scheme involved infiltrating the nuclear power plant of the small nation. Once he seized control of a nuclear facility, he would no longer fear the small nation's refusal to negotiate. Father, if they remain obstinate, shall we detonate the nuclear plant? Tuan inquired. Of course, we would never truly detonate it. Rest assured, the small nation would not dare gamble against us. Suyang replied confidently. In this game of cowardice, victory is assured. Tuan, it's time to get to work. Let us first test the nuclear power plant attack code. All right, Father, let us get to it. With a flurry of keystrokes, Suyang began testing the recently redeemed code. Testing required some time, and while waiting, he decided to entertain himself at the expense of the small nation. A playful smile crept across his lips as his fingers danced over the keyboard. Let us revel together, small nation. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the evening glow enveloped Tokyo in a golden veil. However, the citizens of Tokyo were too preoccupied to appreciate the breathtaking scenery, overshadowed by an ominous gloom. In the heart of Tokyo, Ichiro Tanaka stood in line at an ATM, ready to withdraw cash. Glancing back, he noticed two young girls also waiting to withdraw money. One girl, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a meticulously applied visage, was engrossed in her phone. The other, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was scanning the surroundings. Soon, it was Ichiro's turn. He inserted his bank card into the ATM and entered his password, pressing the withdrawal button. The ATM showed no response. What is going on? Ichiro wondered, pressing the withdrawal button forcefully, yet the machine remained unresponsive. Could it be broken? Just then, the ATM screen flickered to life, revealing a strange image, a figure cloaked in a black hood and mask, with only a pair of deep-set eyes visible. What on earth is this? Ichiro was taken aback. Without warning, the ATM began to dispense cash. Crisp banknotes erupted from the withdrawal slot, cascading down like a waterfall, scattering across the ground. Nanny! Ichiro was stunned, his mind paralyzed by the astonishing scene before him. The two girls behind him were equally bewildered, mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief. What is happening? The ponytailed girl stammered. I have no idea. The girl in glasses shook her head, equally perplexed. At that moment, a sudden shriek resonated through the bank lobby. There stood a middle-aged woman before an ATM, her bank card still lodged within the machine, which seemed to have gone berserk, incessantly spewing banknotes that blanketed the floor in a kaleidoscope of colors. The woman was in a state of utter panic. The other patrons in the lobby, equally startled by this unforeseen turn of events, gathered around, gazing in astonishment at the ATM that continued to dispense cash. Simultaneously, in another bank situated approximately a kilometer away, a similarly bizarre scene unfolded. In this bank's withdrawal area, a queue of 7 or 8 individuals formed. An elderly man, moving with considerable slowness and stooped in posture, stood before an ATM, taking an eternity to withdraw his funds. Frustration mounted among the queue, particularly from a middle-aged man in his 40s, who exclaimed loudly, "Hey, what's taking so long up there?" Others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this is infuriating. If you can't figure it out, step aside and don't waste our time. The elderly gentleman, already slow, became flustered upon hearing the complaints. Unable to contain his irritation any longer, the middle-aged man approached him and barked, "Old man, if you can't manage it, just move aside." I'm sorry. The elderly man stammered in distress. At that moment, a security guard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to the elder's side. "Sir, is there a problem?" he inquired, assuming the elderly man was struggling with the machine. He attempted to guide him through the operation, yet the ATM remained unresponsive. Manager. The guard called for assistance. What seems to be the issue? The manager asked upon arrival. You need to take a look. This machine appears to be malfunctioning. The manager approached the ATM, scrutinizing it carefully, but finding nothing amiss. Sir, please try again and see if you can make a withdrawal. The elderly man complied and attempted once more. Curiously, the machine still did not respond. The manager, perplexed, was at a loss. Suddenly, the ATM erupted in a frenzy, wildly ejecting banknotes that cascaded forth, quickly filling the withdrawal slot. The elderly man, the manager, the guard, and the queue behind them were all rendered speechless. At the same moment, on the campus of the University of Tokyo, sophomore student Kenta approached the ATM in the dormitory. Intending to withdraw some pocket money, he inserted his bank card, entered his password, and pressed the withdrawal button. However, at the instant he pressed the button, the ATM emitted a cacophony, and an avalanche of banknotes erupted from the machine, flooding the area like a breached dam. Kenta gasped, stumbling back in shock. People stood frozen in disbelief. The sound of cash raining down filled the air. At that moment, Kenta's mind went blank. Hadn't he done anything? Yes, he had done nothing at all. Realizing this, Kenta's first instinct was to shout at the surveillance camera above the ATM, "I didn't do anything. It's dispensing money on its own. I had no part in this." The ATM continued to release an unending stream of banknotes, not merely in the present moment. This sudden frenzy surrounding ATM machines unfolds chaotically across various locales in Tokyo. In the bustling Ginza district, a Mitsubishi Tokyo Bank ATM is engulfed in pandemonium. Good heavens! Has this machine gone mad? Among the onlookers, a middle-aged woman gazes in disbelief, her eyes wide as she witnesses the bills erupting from the machine like a fountain. At that moment, a young ruffian with bleached hair bursts forth from the crowd, racing towards the cash-spewing ATM, his hands grasping for notes and shoving them into his pockets. "Seize it!" Someone shouts, and in an instant, the crowd descends into chaos, as a dozen individuals rush towards the ATM, scrambling for the scattered bills on the ground. "Oh, don't push. You're stepping on my hand." My phone. The frenzy escalates. It is utter disarray now, with dozens vying for the cash, descending into a state of tumult. Chapter 210. A frenzy together, a revelry together, hacker live streaming. On this day, an extraordinary hacker system emerged in Su Yang's mind, where points could be exchanged for an array of hacking tools. Thus, Su Yang donned a mask and a hood, embodying the enigmatic hacker persona, and initiated a live stream. With 10,000 viewers online, he connected with a beautiful anchor and disabled her beauty filter. 100,000 spectators bore witness as he infiltrated the wedding of a viewer's ex-girlfriend, exposing scandalous secrets of a gold digger. 1,000,000 viewers observed as he unveiled the hypocritical facade of a public intellectual. Intrigued, he decided to host a live stream to capture a spy for added excitement. This chapter was mistakenly published. It was merely a draft, and the true content awaits in the next chapter. Unfortunately, due to technical limitations, the chapter cannot be deleted, which poses a challenge. Below is the unedited draft. Please skip ahead to the next chapter for the actual narrative. The bank security personnel rushed to the scene, attempting to regain control over the chaotic situation, yet their efforts resembled a fragile vessel battling tumultuous waves, ineffectual and feeble. "Step back. Everyone step back." The security chief shouted hoarsely, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Meanwhile, in a nearby district, a similar scene unfolded. An ATM of the Mitsui Sumitomo Bank transformed into a veritable fountain of wealth, drawing countless avaricious gazes. "Good heavens! I've never beheld such an abundance of money in my life," a modestly dressed elderly woman murmured, her murky eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as she gazed at the bills that appeared as if conjured by magic. Unlike the frenzied mob around her, she stood quietly, observing the chaotic scramble for cash as if watching an absurd theatrical performance. However, she was soon jostled aside by the throng. A young woman, adorned with meticulous makeup that failed to conceal her greedy desires, cursed the people obstructing her path while bending down to collect the money scattered on the ground. "Move aside. Don't block my fortune." With a resigned sigh and a shake of her head, the elderly woman turned and departed from this den of discord. The scene shifted to another university in Tokyo, Waseda University. At 2 in the afternoon, the campus, which had been shrouded in silence due to a power outage, finally welcomed the restoration of electricity. Inside the library, students immersed themselves in their studies, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. A student named Daiku, wearing headphones, was listening to music while scrolling through his phone when suddenly, a video notification popped up on his screen. The title boldly declaring, "Citywide ATMs spitting out cash, system malfunction, or human manipulation." Curiosity piqued. Daiku clicked on the video, and in the next moment, he was astounded by the footage displayed. "My goodness," he exclaimed, hastily removing his headphones and nudging his companion seated beside him. Quick, look. This is utterly outrageous. What is going on? His companion replied, startled by Daiku's sudden outburst, turning to him with a puzzled expression. Daiku turned his phone screen towards his friend, pointing at the video and exclaiming, "Look, our school's ATM is also dispensing cash uncontrollably." What? My companion's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the familiar scene on his phone screen. Is this real? Is this truly our school's ATM? Absolutely. This is a video just posted on the school forum. Daifu asserted confidently. Please refer to the next chapter for the main text. Chapter 211. A bit of welfare for the citizens of Tokyo. Upon hearing the commotion, the bank's security rushed to the scene. Do not rob. Step back. Everyone retreat. This is the bank's money. Do not seize it. The head of security shouted hoarsely, as several guards attempted to intervene, but their efforts were in vain against the surging crowd. In a bank a block away, the Mitsui Sumitomo Bank was similarly besieged by looters. Amaterasu, what is happening? A modestly dressed elderly woman observed the chaos, watching as the ATM continued to spew cash. Utterly bewildered, Tokyo had witnessed too many events in recent days. The woman refrained from joining the frenzy, instead gazing at the mad throng, where individuals fought vehemently over the bills strewn on the ground, the scene absurd in its entirety. Soon, she was jostled aside by the crowd, where a young woman, adorned with intricate makeup that could not mask the greed in her eyes, disregarded her image and crouched down to collect the scattered money. Waseda University. At 2 in the afternoon, the campus, which had been engulfed in silence due to a power outage, finally regained electricity. Students flocked to the library, relishing the coolness provided by the air conditioning. In a corner, a sophomore named Daifu, donned with headphones, was engrossed in his phone while reading. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. Come and see. Our school's ATM has gone berserk, dispensing money wildly. Intrigued, Daifu clicked on the video, and in an instant, he was taken aback by the footage. Nanny, he exclaimed, hastily removing his headphones and nudging his companion seated beside him. Quick, look. This is outrageous. What? His companion replied. Bewildered, Daifu showed him the video on his phone. Look, our school's ATM is spewing cash. What? His companion's eyes widened as he scrutinized the video. Is this real? Is that our school's ATM? Absolutely. This was just posted on the school forum, Daifu affirmed. At this moment, other students in the library began to notice the video as well. Wow, our school's ATM is dispensing money. Seriously? This is utterly insane. Let us go check it out. I'm going to. Count me in. Driven by curiosity, numerous students abandoned their books and surged out of the library. Daifu and his companion could hardly contain their eagerness and followed suit, making their way briskly to the bank's entrance. Upon arrival, they found the entrance swarmed with students, forming impenetrable layers of bodies. Daifu stood on his tiptoes, straining to catch a glimpse of what lay within the throng. Wow, he gasped, witnessing the unbelievable scene. Inside the bank, an ATM was wildly dispensing cash, and the floor was already piled high with bills, resembling a small mountain. Goodness, this is beyond exaggerated. A boy beside Daifu exclaimed, astonished. What on earth is going on? Is it a system malfunction? A girl inquired, curious. Who knows? So much money. It's exhilarating. A young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, a student in the crowd suddenly cried out, wow. The latest news from the school forum reveals that all ATMs in Tokyo are dispensing cash. Really? Is that true? Students hurriedly took out their phones and opened the school forum, where indeed, discussions about the ATMs spewing money dominated the conversation. My goodness, what on earth is happening? Who is responsible for this? Could it be that clown again? Surely not. It seems this time it's not the clown's doing. Then who could it be? A hacker? Perhaps? Oh no, is the apocalypse truly upon us? The students debated fervently, some unable to conceal their panic. If the end is truly near, who wouldn't he be alarmed? Well done, they cheered. In their rented apartment, Su Yang and Tuan Tuan high-fived in celebration. Let us pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Oh wait, no champagne. A soft drink will suffice. Su Yang rose to fetch a beverage from the refrigerator in the living room, returning to his computer to revel in the live footage from Tokyo displayed on the screen. This was far more exhilarating than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Previously, there had been a show on CCTV featuring an ATM dispensing cash, but this was an unprecedented large-scale event happening live in Tokyo. Much more thrilling. Tuan Tuan, post the video on Weibo, Huajiao, Bilibili, and across the entire internet, Su Yang instructed. Sure thing, Dad. Tuan Tuan replied. Let the whole nation enjoy this spectacle. After all, sharing joy is better than indulging alone. Su Yang chuckled. After a brief pause, he added, Tuan Tuan, use the little boy account to tweet about this incident, declaring that it was the work of the illustrious little boy. Understood. A few days prior, Su Yang had utilized the little boy account to hack several Japanese websites and expose a scandal involving the Tokyo Electric Power Company. However, This was merely a prelude. The account's notoriety had once rivaled that of the clown, and such trivial antics were unworthy of the Little Boy moniker. Many fans had left comments expressing their anticipation for Little Boy to undertake something grand. Disappointment was not an option. "Dad, the Weibo post is live," Tuan reported. "All set?" Su Yang inquired, picking up his phone to verify the successful publication. Soon, a flurry of comments flooded in. "Awesome. The boss is incredible. Finally, you've made your move. The spectacle of all Tokyo's ATMs malfunctioning is magnificent. Living the good life is immensely satisfying. Hail the boss. Please accept my admiration." The online community erupted in applause for Little Boy's audacious feat. Pleased, Su Yang smiled and opened Bilibili, where videos were already available. "Now this is what I call a celebration." Su Yang beamed. Tuan, isn't this fun?" "Dad, it is entertaining, but can we perhaps escalate the intensity a bit?" Tuan suggested. "Absolutely." Su Yang nodded, contemplating how to amplify the excitement. "Ah, an idea struck." Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, Tuan, "I have an idea. In the past few days, we have established a connection with the citizens of Tokyo, haven't we? Perhaps we should bestow upon them some gifts or benefits." "Gifts?" Tuan questioned, her expression one of confusion. With a smile, Su Yang elaborated. "Many citizens of Tokyo are burdened with mortgages, car loans, and various debts. Let us alleviate these financial burdens for them." Pausing briefly, he continued, "I believe this gift would be immensely appreciated by the citizens of Tokyo, and it would surely bring them great joy." Realization dawned on Tuan, and with excitement, she exclaimed, "I understand now. Daddy, let us get to work." "Indeed, let us begin." Chapter 212, Citizens of Tokyo, congratulations on your win. Tokyo, the world-renowned metropolis, now seems shrouded in a pall of gloom. A sudden cyber attack has pushed the city's order to the brink of collapse, plunging many citizens into turmoil. In an aging apartment in Shibuya, Tomoya sits at home, his brow furrowed in worry. In merely 2 days, the unwavering deadline for his mortgage payment looms. Yet with the pitiful balance in his bank account, he and his wife have been sleepless for several nights. To make matters worse, Tomoya is now unemployed. The wretched power outages have rendered him unable to dispatch even a single resume. Frustrated, he slams his laptop shut. Ever since the hacking incident 2 days prior, Tokyo has been plagued by intermittent blackouts and erratic internet connectivity, exacerbating Tomoya's already heightened anxiety. "I truly wish the apocalypse would arrive soon, so I wouldn't have to fret over these damned mortgage payments," he quips bitterly to his wife. She sighs helplessly, offering no response. Just then, Tomoya's phone unexpectedly lights up. On the screen, a figure cloaked in a hood and mask appears. It is none other than the hacker known as Little Boy, responsible for the morning's chaos of ATMs spewing cash throughout Tokyo. "Congratulations." A synthesized electronic voice booms from the phone. "You have won a grand prize." Tomoya is momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. This is the very individual who instigated the pandemonium in Tokyo's banking system. What now? He anxiously stares at the screen, anticipating what may unfold next. However, after several minutes of silence, nothing occurs. Tomoya is left utterly bewildered. What is going on? A prize? Is he implying that I have won something? With a head full of questions, he checks his social media feed and discovers that many others are discussing this very matter. Numerous posts reveal that others have also received the message of winning, yet the specifics of the prize remain shrouded in mystery. Does anyone know what the prize is? I'm dying of curiosity. Another user chimes in. Me too. Are the hackers toying with us? Could it be a virus? Why is my phone suddenly overheating? At that moment, a group member with the username Lucky Star sends a message. "Ha, I've won. I know what the prize is." "What is it? Tell me." Tomoya replies eagerly. "Ha ha ha, my mortgage has been wiped clean." Lucky Star responds excitedly. "What? What do you mean your mortgage has been cleared?" Tomoya is confused. "I mean my bank mortgage has been erased by the hacker. That's the grand prize they mentioned." "What? That's impossible. You must be joking." Tomoya exclaims. "I assure you it's true. I have no reason to deceive you. I work at the bank, and the system has been breached by hackers. All mortgage information has been altered." Lucky Star insists with unwavering certainty. "If any of you are in debt for a mortgage, swiftly check your accounts to ascertain whether they have indeed been emptied. That is all I can divulge." Jia also wished to inquire how one might investigate this matter. Yet at that moment, the screen of his phone dimmed. It turned out to be out of battery. Hastily, Jia located a portable charger, connected his phone, and awaited its revival. At last, the screen illuminated once more, and he eagerly posed the question in the group chat. "Lucky Star, how does one check mortgage information?" However, Lucky Star did not respond. A suggestion arose in the chat. Why not inquire directly at the bank? Indeed, a visit to the bank would provide clarity. Conveniently, there was a bank situated near Jia's home. With this thought, he excitedly announced to his wife, "Darling, let us make a trip to the bank. Perhaps our mortgage has truly been cleared." His wife looked at him in astonishment, wondering if such a thing was even possible. Everyone in the group is saying it must be true, he insisted. But dear, do not get your hopes up. I find this rather implausible. His wife remained skeptical. I believe it is quite possible. This morning, ATMs across Tokyo were dispensing cash, as reported by the news, attributed to the actions of a hacker. This hacker is remarkably skilled. It was mentioned in the group that he even breached the bank system. The bank's operations must be in disarray. It is entirely possible that our debts have been erased. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Though his wife was still doubtful, she ultimately decided to accompany him. Upon arriving at the nearby bank, they observed a substantial crowd gathered at the entrance. Wow, why are there so many people? Jia pondered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the bank's doors were firmly shut, with a line of security personnel forming a human barrier to prevent entry. What is going on? He inquired of a passerby. The individual replied, the bank system is malfunctioning. Operations are currently suspended. Jia was taken aback. How could he check his mortgage now that the bank was closed? Just as he felt lost, his wife interjected. Dear, several of my friends on social media are also discussing the mortgage situation. Jia leaned in to see, and indeed, his wife's friends were engaged in conversation about it. One mentioned that his car loan had been cleared, stating that many people's mortgages and car loans had been wiped clean. Sweetheart, could you ask this friend how to check mortgage information? She did inquire. After a brief moment, she received an answer. The bank's mobile app could provide the necessary information. Jia logged into the bank's app and navigated to the mortgage information section. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the mortgage details. To his astonishment, it truly reflected a balance of zero. Jia exclaimed in excitement, hardly able to believe his eyes, as he confirmed the information multiple times. Indeed, the mortgage information unequivocally indicated a balance of nothing. This is incredible, he shouted, his exhilaration palpable as he leapt into the air. In contrast, his wife appeared much more composed, cautioning him. What if the bank's system resumes operations? Jia paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. Indeed, the banking system has been restored. Does that mean we must continue repaying this mortgage? Ji raised his head, glancing at the firmly shut doors of the bank, then looked at the mortgage details displayed on his phone. Suddenly, a sense of confidence surged within him. He reassured his wife, saying, do not worry. This hacker is remarkably skilled. Just look at how the bank's ATMs have yet to resume operation. It seems the banking system will take quite some time to recover. Perhaps, just perhaps, our mortgage might be erased entirely. At that moment, Ji genuinely wished for the hacker's formidable prowess to be true. Chapter 213. The Ecstasy of Tokyo. At the same time, 32-year-old office worker Yuji Miyamoto remained blissfully asleep, entirely oblivious to the monumental upheaval occurring in the world outside. Darling, wake up. Something big has happened. His wife shook him vigorously, her face alight with excitement. Miyamoto groggily opened his eyes and mumbled in confusion. What is it? Is it the end of the world? Wake up quickly. This is serious. His wife's voice was charged with urgency. Yawning, Miyamoto replied, oh dear. If it's not the end of the world, what is all the fuss about? Let me sleep a bit longer. Really, it's a big deal. It's all over the internet that a formidable hacker has breached the banking system, wiping out many people's mortgages and car loans. His wife raised her voice. We have a car loan too. What? A hacker has cleared our mortgages and car loans? Are you speaking nonsense? Miyamoto's face reflected disbelief, thinking his wife was merely jesting. I'm not joking. I swear. It's on the news. They say the hacker is called Little Boy, and he has caused the banking system to crash. Many people's loan records have vanished. The internet is in an uproar. His wife explained rapidly, fearing Miyamoto would not believe her. Is this for real? Don't trick me. How could that even be possible? Miyamoto remained skeptical, as such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. I'm not lying. Look at your phone. His wife handed him her device. See, I received a message from the hackers saying we VE1. Miyamoto took the phone and saw a text from an unfamiliar number that read, congratulations, you've won, little boy. Instantly, all remnants of sleep dissipated as he sat up. Is this really true? Has our car loan truly been eliminated? It must be true. So many people online say their loans have been cleared. Let us quickly check our bank account. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto logged into his mobile banking app. A few seconds later, his screen displayed his car loan information. His eyes widened in disbelief. Darling, has it really been cleared? His wife asked eagerly. Yes. It's truly gone. Our car loan information has vanished. This is beyond incredible. Miyamoto could scarcely believe his eyes. Wow, this is amazing. We really don't have to repay the loan anymore. His wife jumped up in exhilaration, overflowing with joy. Miyamoto remained in a state of astonishment. At the University of Tokyo, in the male graduate student dormitory, room 808, a student clad in a t-shirt adorned with a gaming character, wearing black-framed glasses and carrying a backpack, burst into the room with exuberance. Inside, another student sat intently at a computer, engrossed in a game. Hearing the commotion, he removed his headphones and turned to ask, who won? Did you buy a lottery ticket? This is even better than winning the lottery. Can you guess what it is? The young man who entered bore an air of mystery, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Stop being so enigmatic. The gamer was left utterly bewildered by his antics. Hey, let me tell you, our loans have all been cleared. The bespectacled youth finally unveiled the astonishing news, his tone brimming with incredulous excitement. Loans? What loans? The gamer was even more confused. Oh, the student loans. We don't have to repay them. They've all been wiped clean by a hacker called Little Boy, exclaimed the bespectacled boy. No repayments? Is such a thing even possible? Don't pull my leg. The gamer replied. Why would I deceive you? Just check online and you'll see. It's spreading like wildfire. Upon hearing this, the gamer pulled out his phone. Let me take a look. It's true. My goodness, this is utterly unbelievable. Our loans have truly been cleared. See, I told you so. We've hit the jackpot. The bespectacled boy rubbed his hands together in excitement. This is fantastic. We no longer have to worry about repaying our loans. The gamer shared in the exhilaration. The scene transitioned to a rooftop of an old apartment building in Tokyo. Under the sweltering sun, a middle-aged man stood at the edge of the roof, his expression one of despair. His name was Fujiwara, just one of the countless ordinary citizens of Tokyo. At this moment, he was facing the most hopeless moment of his life. Nearby, his phone lay on the railing, incessantly ringing, but he paid it no heed, allowing it to ring again and again. Yet, the screen displayed his wife's name, the person he loved most and felt most guilty towards at this moment. The phone continued to ring relentlessly. With a twitch of his lips, Fujiwara finally answered the call. He was mentally preparing to bid farewell to his wife and family. On the other end, his wife's ecstatic voice rang out. Darling, listen to me. Our loans don't need to be repaid. Really, not a single penny. Fujiwara paused, thinking his wife was merely trying to comfort him. He replied with a bitter smile. Don't be silly. How could that be possible? It's true. You must check the news. It's gone viral online. A hacker named Little Boy has cleared everyone's loans. I even checked our account. It's really empty. His wife's voice was filled with fervent excitement. Fujiwara felt his heart race uncontrollably. Could it be true? He recalled the news about ATMs dispensing cash earlier that day. With that thought, he hurriedly logged into the banking app. In the next moment, Fujiwara's eyes widened in disbelief. It was true, truly cleared. All loans, all debts had vanished without a trace. An overwhelming joy surged within him like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing Fujiwara. Weak in the knees, he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Finally, he was free from despair. He could start anew. Fujiwara gazed up at the sky, grateful for this insane twist of fate. At the Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, the headquarters tower in Tokyo, the current scene within the bank starkly contrasts with the usual orderly ambience, replaced instead by utter chaos. The bank employees flit about like headless flies, disoriented and frantic. How could this happen? How could all the data vanish? And the backup data is nowhere to be found? This is inconceivable. It's over. Everything is lost. President Matsuda, a man in his 50s with graying hair, stands in the data center's hall, his face as pale as parchment. Chapter 214 Control of the Nuclear Power Plant. Part 1. It is all over. The president, we still have hope. Our technical team is attempting to recover the data. A young assistant reassured. A glimmer of hope flickered in Matsuda's eyes. Really? Is there still a chance to recover the data? Yes, President, we are doing everything we can. The assistant nodded firmly. However, before the flame of hope could ignite, it was mercilessly extinguished. Zing! A piercing sound of electric current pierced the silence of the control room, accompanied by a whiff of burnt odor as a server emitted wisps of smoke, sparks flying. This is bad. The server is destroyed. A technician exclaimed. Matsuda felt darkness engulfing him. This is truly the end. The loss of hundreds of billions of dollars would become the final straw that broke the back of Sumitomo Bank. Thud! Matsuda could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. President! Quickly call an ambulance. Quickly fetch the heart-saving pills. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, the atmosphere in the office was equally tense. Akio paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in distress. A secretary cautiously approached Akio, softly suggesting, Prime Minister, the situation is extremely grave. Should we consider a compromise and suspend the discharge of nuclear wastewater? No, absolutely not. Akio abruptly turned around, decisively interrupting the secretary. Now is not the time for simple halts. His words trailed off. The secretary realized the gravity of his misstep, bowing his head and refraining from further comment. While it is indeed possible to halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater, the Prime Minister's position would likely be at stake. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. The secretary hurriedly answered the call. Soon after hanging up, the secretary's complexion changed. Prime Minister, the opposition is convening an emergency meeting in Congress and has initiated impeachment proceedings. Bang! Akio, unable to contain his fury, slammed his palm on the desk, causing the water in the teacup to splash. Bastards! Akio seethed, grinding his teeth, at this critical juncture for the survival of our nation. Instead of uniting to weather the storm, they are engaged in internal strife. After the surge of anger, Akio gradually calmed down. He knew this was not the time for outbursts. He must swiftly find a solution to the problem. Immediately arrange for me to go to the U.S. military base. Akio commanded decisively. Prime Minister, we are currently surrounded by angry citizens outside. Our vehicle cannot exit. The secretary hesitated. Then arrange for a helicopter. Akio replied without hesitation. When faced with difficulties, his first thought was to seek assistance from the Americans. In a rented apartment, Soo-young watched the continuous live footage from Tokyo on his computer screen, chuckling. Haha. The citizens of Tokyo must be quite pleased with the gift I sent them. Indeed, Daddy, they are all very happy right now. Tong Tong chimed in with a childish voice. After laughing, Soo-young glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Soo-young rubbed his eyes and yawned. Having not taken a nap at noon, he felt drowsy. He decided to have a quick rest, instructing, Tuan, I'll take a short nap. Wake me if anything comes up. With that, he approached the bed and lay down, quickly drifting off to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when Tuan called out to him. Dad, it's time to get up. Soo-young groggily opened his eyes and sat up. What is it, Tuan? He yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Dad, look. Tuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the computer screen. The little country's parliament has erupted in chaos. Soo-young instantly perked up. The screen displayed a video of Prime Minister Akiyoshi delivering a serious address. Suddenly, a member of parliament leaped from his seat, angrily pointing at Akiyoshi and shouting. His emotions were palpable. In quick succession, another member rose and hurled a shoe at Akiyoshi. Startled, Akiyoshi ducked beneath the table, narrowly avoiding the flying shoe. This shoe seemed to act as a catalyst, igniting the entire parliamentary scene. Members from both the ruling party and the opposition sprang into action, engaging in a chaotic brawl. And the situation spiraled out of control. Haha, this is delightful. Soo-young laughed heartily. He was thoroughly entertained. The video depicted members tugging at each other's hair, throwing punches, and some even leaping onto tables to stomp across. The spectacle was nothing short of a raucous market dispute. Soo-young relished his role as a spectator, engrossed in this farcical display. Eventually, the commotion was quelled by security personnel, who escorted a disheveled Akiyoshi out of the meeting room. Soo-young laughed until his sides ached. What a dog-eat-dog situation. However, after his laughter subsided, a serious expression took over his face. Despite the turmoil, the little country showed no signs of compromise. They were resolute in their stance. Glancing at the computer screen, Soo-young noted that the nuclear power plant's test code was complete and ready for action. Dad, what shall we do now? Tuan inquired. Patience, we must wait a little longer, Soo-young replied in a low voice. Let's reassess tomorrow. If they remain stubborn, we shall not hesitate to take action. The following day, upon waking, Soo-young immediately sought Tuan's report. A day had passed, and the little country still exhibited no willingness to yield. Damn it, Soo-young could not help but curse. These people won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. They are forcing my hand. Then let us proceed. In Tokyo, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a gentle drizzle falling, saturating the air with an oppressive atmosphere. Suzuki, a man in his 50s, sat in his living room. His brow furrowed as he anxiously stared at the television, nervously rubbing his thigh. Occasionally, he glanced at his wristwatch, noting the time, 7:55. The hour approaches. Will the clown make an appearance today? A terrifying figure adorned with a bizarre clown mask loomed in Suzuki's mind. For the citizens of Tokyo, each day had become an eternity. Ever since the enigmatic hacker who dubbed himself the Joker emerged, the entire city has been shrouded in a veil of panic. First, the city's transportation system ground to a halt, followed by the suspension of subway services, water supply, and electricity. Scenes that once existed solely in the realm of cinema have now manifested themselves in the daily lives of every Tokyo resident. Chapter 215. Control of the Nuclear Power Plant, Part 2. Today marks the 4th day, yet the government has failed to present any effective countermeasures, leading Suzuki to lose all faith in the authorities. Must they truly allow a hacker to manipulate them? Exhausted, Suzuki slumped onto the sofa, gripped by genuine fear. As time ticked away, the clock struck 8, and his heartbeat quickened as he fixed his gaze upon the television screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered erratically before revealing a flurry of static, followed by a familiar image. The Joker reappeared. Good morning, dear citizens of Tokyo. The Joker's voice was laced with the same mockery as ever, yet to Suzuki, it resonated like a summons from the abyss. Have you missed me? The Joker chuckled. It is now the 4th day, and after all this, I must admit, I am quite disappointed. Your government is utterly indifferent to your plight. It seems that only through serious threats will they act. However, in the spirit of humanitarianism, I shall grant you one last chance. By noon today, If the Tokyo government fails to enact change and does not cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater, the Joker deliberately paused, enunciating each word with gravitas. The true apocalypse shall descend. As his words echoed, a countdown timer appeared on the screen, its vivid red digits starkly displaying 4 o'clock, 00. Suzuki stared blankly at the television, his anxiety mounting. As seconds trickled away, a suffocating atmosphere spread across the city. At 10 o'clock, many citizens of Tokyo could no longer endure the oppressive fear and despair, spilling onto the streets to protest, demanding that the government confront the issue and take action to halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater. From above, a helicopter hovered over Fuji Television, capturing the scene of millions gathered on the streets, their voices merging into a powerful tide, creating a breathtaking spectacle. By 10:30 a.m., the atmosphere within the Prime Minister's press room was tense. All eyes were fixed on Prime Minister Kishio, whose grave expression and resolute tone commanded attention as he addressed the multitude of cameras and microphones. We will never bow to hackers, nor will we compromise with any threats. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we can overcome all challenges. With those bold words, Kishio turned and exited the press conference, leaving behind a cacophony of noise. Meanwhile, Soo-young sat at his computer, watching the live stream of the press conference. To him, Kishio's bravado was nothing more than a farce. Huh, the little devils still cling to their bravado? Soo-young chuckled, shifting his gaze to the monitor displaying real-time surveillance of a nuclear power plant in Tokyo. At this moment, the facility was entirely under his control, ready for action at any moment. There was no rush. Time was still on his side, and it was not yet noon. At the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. At 9 o'clock, Engineer Kubo entered the facility as usual. The plant appeared as it always had, or perhaps not. Upon entering the office, Kubo immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The typically vibrant and carefree ambience had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of unease. A few colleagues huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. And Kubo overheard them discussing the Joker's doomsday, the Joker, and 12 o'clock. At that moment, a bespectacled engineer, visibly distressed, remarked, "In just a little while, it will be 12 o'clock. I fear the true apocalypse is upon us." Another bald engineer dismissed the concern, saying, "How could that possibly be? Don't let rumors get the better of you. The Joker is merely a scare tactic. At most, we might face a power outage or water shortage. Do not be so optimistic." The bespectacled engineer replied gravely. In recent days, the Joker has already commandeered Tokyo's transportation system, the power grid, and even breached government websites. Who knows what other tricks he might have up his sleeve? The bald engineer shrugged. Those are merely pranks, unless he can seize control of a nuclear power plant. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence. The bespectacled engineer's face turned pale, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Suzuki's expression also shifted, noticing the unusual reactions of his colleagues. The bald engineer felt a pang of foreboding surge within him, and he forced himself to maintain composure, asking, "What is the matter with you all? Surely, you cannot believe the Joker could take control of our nuclear power plant. That is absurd. Better safe than sorry." Suzuki interjected. The bald engineer was cut off. All right. Stop scaring yourselves. How could such a thing happen? Am I scaring myself?" After a moment, several engineers made their way to the chief engineer's office. "This is nonsense. Alarmist talk. You are all senior engineers. How can you believe such absurdities? The safety systems of the nuclear power plant are as solid as a fortress. No mere hacker could breach them." The engineers left the chief engineer, Hideyuki Sada's office, chastised and dejected. However, Sada's mind was not as composed as his exterior suggested. Though he verbally dismissed the possibility, a subtle unease lingered within him. To be prudent, he exited his office to personally inspect the entire safety system of the nuclear power plant. After completing the inspection, everything appeared normal. Sato exhaled a long sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "I told you it was just a case of overactive imagination. Everything is fine, everything is fine." Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 11:59 a.m., with less than a minute remaining until the so-called doomsday countdown. Everything is fine, he reassured himself once more, preparing to return to his office. Just as he turned around, beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the control room. Chapter 216. Major Incident, Nuclear Leak Alarm Suddenly. An ear-piercing alarm blared without warning, its shrill sound shattering the tranquility of the control room and reverberating in Xiao Tianying's ears, leaving them buzzing. A jolt of fear surged through him, a chill climbing from his feet to the crown of his head. Whirling around, Xiao Tianying was horrified to find that all the computer screens on the control panel had turned a blinding red, glaring warning messages flickering like venomous serpents. As the chilling alarm echoed ominously around him, on the main screen, a striking red warning box appeared, indicating that the core protection device of the nuclear power plant was being forcibly activated. 1. 2. The numbers continued to climb, each increment striking Xiao Tianying's heart like a heavy hammer. Quick! Shut it down! He screamed hoarsely. The technicians were paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, standing frozen in place, mouths agape as they stared at the ever-increasing numbers on the screen, momentarily forgetting to react. Hurry! What are you waiting for? Xiao Tianying bellowed, rushing towards the control panel and frantically pressing the emergency stop button. The button was pressed, yet there was no response. The progress bar for the protection device continued to advance. 3. 4. Damn it! What is happening? Why is there no response? Despair surged within Xiao Tianying as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. A report. All systems are out of control. We cannot shut down the protection device. A technician shouted in panic, his voice laced with fear. Cut the power. Quickly cut the power. Another engineer yelled, insisting that only by cutting the power could they stop it. No, we absolutely cannot cut the power. Xiao Tianying exclaimed vehemently, turning sharply to oppose the suggestion. If the nuclear power plant lost power, the cooling system would cease to function, leading to a catastrophic rise in reactor temperature, an unimaginable disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Tianying's cheeks as he fixated on the large screen, which displayed the progress of the protection device opening. 4. 5. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second dragging on like a century. The harsh alarm reverberated throughout the nuclear power plant. Alarm! Alarm! A nuclear leak has been detected in Unit 1. Repeat, a nuclear leak has been detected in Unit 1. All personnel must evacuate immediately. All personnel must evacuate immediately. The shrill alarm echoed through the control room, the red warning lights flashing frantically, casting a pallid hue over every face present. The control room erupted into chaos. Engineers in disarray, unprepared for such a harrowing catastrophe. Xiao Tianying grasped a walkie-talkie, loudly declaring, "This is Xiao Tian. This is Xiao Tian. Emergency! Emergency! Immediately force shut down the protection device. Repeat, immediately force shut down the protection device." A cacophony of noise erupted from the walkie-talkie, followed by an anxious voice responding, "Mr. Xiao Tian, the metal doors of the protection device cannot be opened. We cannot enter." A heavy weight settled in Xiao Tianying's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. Immediately, a cacophony of terrified shouts erupted from the radio. "Run! Run! There has been a nuclear leak. There's no time left. Everyone flee." The transmission abruptly ceased, leaving only the chilling hum of static. Hidetaka Morita's mind went blank as he mechanically set down the walkie-talkie. The desperate cries of the technicians still echoing in his ears. There's no time left. In that moment, visions of a molten nuclear reactor filled his mind. Billowing clouds of smoke soaring skyward, staining the heavens a terrifying shade of dark crimson. "Mr. Morita, we must go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." A young engineer rushed towards him, gripping his arm tightly in an attempt to pull him from the chaos. Morita, dazed, lifted his gaze to meet the engineer's eyes, which were filled with palpable fear. It dawned on him that death had arrived. "Run! Quickly!" the young engineer shouted, dragging Morita towards the exit of the control room. A similar scene was unfolding at the Fukushima Daini nuclear power plant. The blaring alarms, flashing red warning lights, and panicked personnel fleeing painted a grim picture, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The nearest U.S. military base, situated closest to the nuclear station, was the first to receive this spine-chilling news. The shrill alarm shattered the base's tranquility. Red warning lights flashed erratically in the corridors as soldiers awakened from their slumber, instinctively grasping their weapons and rushing from their quarters. Swiftly and orderly heading to their battle stations along the designated routes practiced during drills. "Report, sir. An emergency has occurred." A young soldier burst into the command center, breathless as he approached General Williams, who was studying a map. "What is it? Why the panic?" General Williams inquired sternly, his brow furrowed. "Sir, Fukushima. The Fukushima nuclear power plant." The young soldier's voice quivered with anxiety as he took a deep breath and declared, "Nuclear leaks have occurred at both the first and second Fukushima nuclear power plants." "What?" General Williams' expression shifted to one of horror as he sprang to his feet, striding towards the large screen positioned in the center of the room. The screen displayed alarming red text. "Nuclear leaks have been detected at Fukushima Units 1 and 2. What is happening? How could a nuclear leak occur?" General Williams demanded, his complexion turning ashen. "Sir, we suspect a hacker attack." A communications officer hurried to General Williams' side, reporting with palpable tension. "A hacker attack?" General Williams repeated in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the chaotic images on the screen. Security footage from the Fukushima plant showed staff fleeing in panic, the scene in utter disarray. "Indeed, General. According to the latest intelligence, the control systems of both the Fukushima Units 1 and 2 have been entirely compromised by hackers and are currently out of control." An aide reported loudly, positioning himself beside General Williams. The general's countenance transformed repeatedly, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Chapter 217, Alarm. Alarm. Nuclear leak. At the Prime Minister's residence, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Within the spacious cabinet meeting room, Akio's expression was grave. The previously solemn meeting had descended into chaos due to a series of cyber attacks, with ministers arguing heatedly, hurling accusations at one another, their voices escalating to a near-deafening crescendo. What on earth is your cybersecurity department doing? The nation allocates such a substantial budget each year, yet in critical moments, it proves utterly ineffective. An elderly official, his hair gray and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at a cyber department head seated in the corner. In light of this major crisis, you shall bear the full responsibility. The chastised official lowered his gaze, silent, as spittle flew in his direction. At that moment, a sharp ringing of a telephone pierced through the tumult of the meeting room. The bright red phone before Akio rang like a harbinger of doom. This phone was directly connected to the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office, and it only rang during significant emergencies. A chill gripped Akio's heart, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Taking a deep breath, he answered the phone, his voice steady yet commanding. This is Akio. What is the matter? An anxious voice crackled through the line. Prime Minister, it's bad. Fukushima. Fukushima Daiichi and Daini nuclear power plants have experienced a nuclear leak. What? Akio's face paled instantly. He sprang to his feet, nearly dropping the phone from his trembling hand. His mind blanked, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ministers stared at Akio, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What is happening? A nuclear leak? How could this occur? Akio struggled to contain the tempest of emotions surging within him and demanded firmly. The voice on the other end grew increasingly frantic. Prime Minister. According to the latest intelligence, both nuclear plants have been subjected to a cyber attack. Their control systems are entirely incapacitated, and we have lost control. With a resounding thud, Akio could no longer maintain his grip on the phone, which fell onto the table with a dull thump. His complexion turned ashen. His body trembled as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The individuals in the meeting room exchanged fearful glances, each face reflecting sheer terror. In Tokyo, within the living room of an ordinary household, a television news anchor sat upright, delivering the latest international news. Suddenly, the television signal crackled and faltered, the screen flickering with static before abruptly shifting to surveillance footage from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. Panicked staff members raced through the corridors, the blaring alarm resonating throughout the facility, while a scrolling emergency notification in bold red letters declared, Nuclear leak alert. Nuclear leak alert. Watching the broadcast, a middle-aged man named Ichiro Kobayashi's complexion changed dramatically as the remote slipped from his trembling hand with a clatter. His voice quivered as he called out, Everyone, come quickly. Watch the news. Something terrible has happened. His wife and children rushed from their rooms, and upon seeing the scenes on the television, their faces drained of color in sheer fright. Trembling, the wife inquired, Is this nuclear leak real? With a quivering voice, Kobayashi Ichiro replied, I don't know. But it appears quite dire. The television reports that the nuclear power plant has leaked. The family huddled together in terror, their eyes glued to the flickering images on the screen, as a palpable sense of panic permeated the air. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tokyo, Citizen Kawamura was en route home. The car filled with the light-hearted strains of music when suddenly, an urgent news bulletin interrupted. Attention, listeners. Breaking news. A severe nuclear leak has occurred at the Fukushima Daiichi and Daini nuclear power plants. The abrupt announcement sent a jolt of fear through Kawamura, causing his hands to tremble upon the steering wheel. Bang! Before he could comprehend the situation, his vehicle suddenly veered off course, leaving Kawamura no time to evade the impending disaster, as his car collided violently. Bang! 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 A series of collisions ensued, disorienting him further. As clarity returned, he realized that a chain reaction of rear-end collisions had transpired on this street, with numerous vehicles entangled, obstructing the entire roadway. Several panicked drivers exited their cars to assess the situation. Some cursed, while others frantically dialed for emergency assistance, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. A middle-aged driver emerged from his vehicle, shouting in terror, The apocalypse is upon us. A nuclear leak. We are doomed. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, exacerbating the already uncontrollable scene. In Ginza Square, throngs of people bustled about, and the massive electronic screen, previously displaying advertisements for renowned brands, abruptly shifted to real-time surveillance footage from the Fukushima nuclear plant. The sudden change captivated the crowd, compelling them to halt and observe. In the footage, plant personnel were urgently evacuating, the piercing sound of alarms sending shivers down spines. Simultaneously, several individuals received emergency alerts on their phones. Emergency alert. A nuclear leak has occurred at the Fukushima plant. Repeat, a nuclear leak has occurred. All citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some ran about in a frenzy. Others cried out in despair, while frantic individuals reached for their phones to contact loved ones. Amidst the turmoil, one person began to laugh maniacally, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it. The end of the world has come. Ha ha ha." Chapter 218. Surrendering to the ordinary days. Halting the discharge of nuclear waste. The sudden nuclear leak incident, reminiscent of an apocalyptic prophecy, plunged this bustling metropolis into despair as the entirety of Tokyo succumbed to chaos, with panic spreading like a contagion. Upon witnessing the news, the Ichino's family resolved to flee the city. The father, Koji, hastily packed their belongings while urging, "Hurry. We must leave this place at once." His wife, Michiko, clutched their young daughter tightly, her brow furrowed with worry as she lamented, "I wonder if we will ever return." "Rest assured, as long as we escape Tokyo, we shall be safe." The news reported an imminent nuclear leak. "Do not frighten yourself. Quickly, gather your things, discard what is unimportant. We must act swiftly." In a flurry, the Ichino's family hurriedly prepared. Meanwhile, the Tanaka family, residing in a luxurious residence in Minato, made no preparations at all. Outside their villa, a helicopter awaited on a flat expanse. The family rushed aboard the aircraft. "Quickly, start the helicopter. We are heading to Hokkaido." The head of the household, Tanaka, urged. With the whir of the rotor blades, the helicopter gradually ascended, carrying the Tanaka family away from their villa, distancing themselves from Tokyo, the city on the brink of doom. Not all affluent families, however, possessed a helicopter like the Tanakas. Upon learning of the news, real estate magnate Yamamoto Takashi attempted to flee by car after hastily packing, only to find the roads leading out of the city clogged beyond measure. Damn it! How could this happen? Yamamoto pounded the steering wheel in frustration as despair and fear surged within him. There is no choice but to return home. He turned the vehicle around, retreating to his villa, where his family sought refuge in the basement. "Daddy, are we going to die?" His daughter, Keiko, timidly inquired. "Do not be afraid. We will be safe in the basement." Yamamoto feigned calmness while his trembling voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Simultaneously, within the conference room of the Prime Minister's residence, what was once orderly had devolved into disarray. Papers lay scattered across the floor as officials paced anxiously, their voices raised in heated debate, the incessant ringing of phones adding to the cacophony. Kishi, slumped in his chair, stared blankly ahead, seemingly detached from the surrounding chaos. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. An elderly minister, his hair gray and his expression fraught with anxiety, pounded on the table, striving to rouse Kishi. "We must cease the discharge of nuclear waste immediately. The consequences are unimaginable." Seeing Kishi remain unresponsive, the elder minister shouted in exasperation, "At this moment, what is there to deliberate? Will you stand idly by as millions of citizens in Tokyo face their doom alongside you?" Kishi remained indifferent, as if the tumult around him were of no concern. Just then, an urgent phone rang, and a secretary rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Prime Minister, a call from the U.S. military commander." At last, Kishi stirred in response. He abruptly straightened his posture, seizing the phone with a trembling voice, uttering, "Hello, this is Akiyoshi." A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end, commanding with an undeniable tone, "Cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater immediately." "Yes, yes, I shall attend to it at once," Akiyoshi replied, meekly acquiescing, reminiscent of a wayward child receiving a reprimand from a parent. After hanging up, he inhaled deeply and bellowed to the assembly in the conference room, "Cease the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Executed at once." Upon uttering these words, he felt as though all his strength had been sapped, collapsing into his chair like a deflated balloon. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's directive, the officials in the conference room erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. They embraced one another, exchanging congratulations, their faces radiant with the joy of survival. Meanwhile, the streets of Tokyo were filled with blaring alarms, and vehicles crowded the thoroughfares as people fled in panic. Suddenly, the alarms ceased, and broadcasts on radio and television announced the government's decision to halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Concurrently, the nuclear leak alarms at 2 power plants were lifted. The apocalypse had been averted. Tokyo was saved. The entire city seemed to have pressed the pause button, time standing still in that moment. Moments later, hooray! The end of the world has been averted. Splendid. It is all over. Finally, it is over. The cheers surged like a tidal wave as people emerged from their vehicles, celebrating in the streets, some embracing one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. In a rental apartment, Su-young and Tuan joined in the exuberant celebration. "Hooray! Haha, Daddy, we have won. We are victorious. The little devils have surrendered. Indeed, we have triumphed," Su-young exclaimed, bouncing around the room in exuberance. It had been a challenging 4 days, But the little devils had capitulated and ceased the discharge of nuclear wastewater. A resounding victory. Daddy, we can continue to control the little devil's nuclear power station and have some fun with them, Tuan said, still eager for more play. All right, but let us not forget our true objective, Su Yang replied with a smile. Since the goal had been achieved, further games were unnecessary. Continuing to play might truly frighten the little devils. We could play them to their demise. Hee. Tuan chuckled mischievously. Chapter 219, Breaking News. The domestic situation is boiling over. The little one playfully blinked. Daddy, we have accumulated so many points now. Can we buy a new server for Tuan? Su Yang chuckled. All right. If you wish to purchase a new server, we shall heed Tuan's request. As they jested, Su Yang summoned the system interface. Total points. 223 billion. Indeed, the points had exceeded 2 billion. Although the Doomsday Plan had consumed around 50 to 60 million points, the earnings had been even greater. With such an abundance of points, it was time to exchange for something worthwhile. His daughter exclaimed that they could indeed purchase a server. Su Yang, too, longed for a high-performance server. He accessed the system marketplace and searched for servers. Soon, he discovered a server priced at 10 million points. Is it so expensive? He pondered. Indeed, it was costly. However, points were no longer a concern. Let us buy it. Su Yang clicked the exchange button, and a brilliantly wrapped package materialized before him. Wow, it's the server, Tuan exclaimed, eagerly wanting to unwrap it. Su Yang smiled and opened the box, revealing a brand new server. Wow. Su Yang marveled at the server's sleek and futuristic design. Daddy, hurry and set up the server. Let's boot it up. Tuan could hardly contain her excitement, shaking his head with amusement at her impatience. Su Yang proceeded to place the server on the table, connected the power supply, and pressed the power button. With a hum, the server came to life, its indicator lights glowing. Yay! Tuan clapped her little hands in delight. The server quickly booted up, and Tuan's adorable cartoon avatar appeared on the screen. Tuan, this server will be your new home from now on. Do you like it? Su Yang inquired with a smile. I love it. Tuan nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy. I adore my new home. Seeing his daughter's happiness, Su Yang's face radiated with a gratifying smile. He took a seat to test the server's performance. With a flurry of keystrokes, Su Yang ran various testing programs. The more he tested, the more astonished he became. The server's performance far exceeded his expectations, displaying impeccable speed, stability, and security. He tested the decryption speed. Previously, using a laptop to crack the encryption algorithm took him 2 to 3 hours at best. Yet this server accomplished it in mere seconds. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. This is truly a computer fit for a hacker. Su Yang was utterly enamored with the server. Simultaneously, he recalled that the system marketplace also offered the remarkable quantum computer, available for 200 million points. Should he exchange for one? Not just yet. The quantum computer was large, and there was no space for it in his current rented accommodation. Su Yang contemplated relocating, perhaps even purchasing a home. After all, money was no longer a constraint. He decided to go house hunting in a few days. Tuan, shall we seek out an exhilarating game to play? Su Yang said with a smile. Absolutely. What thrilling game is it? Tuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You'll see, Su Yang chuckled as he opened the system's marketplace. System. Exchange for the F-35 fighter jets exploit code. Dad, are we going to take down the American F-35 jets? Tuan asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed. Our target is the F-35, Su Yang replied, grinning. Isn't that exciting? Isn't it fun? Very fun. Tuan exclaimed. Dad, shall we proceed at once? Not so fast. We must first gather information, Su Yang responded. Why the sudden interest in the Americans? It was during this period that Su Yang had been launching attacks against Japan's network, and the Americans had been up to mischief as well. They first sent 2 warships to flaunt their might in the South China Sea, and just yesterday, the news reported that a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier fleet was set to conduct military exercises. Previously, Su Yang had refrained from targeting the Americans due to insufficient points. After all, they were the world's foremost superpower, possessing unparalleled cyber capabilities. He had attempted to breach the White House's official website, but that was merely a minor skirmish, hardly significant. Now, with ample points and the assistance of Tuan, a super artificial intelligence, Su Yang felt confident, sensing he could challenge the world. It was time to confront the Americans. Just as Su Yang was exchanging for the F-35 fighter jets exploit code, Japan, under mounting pressure, finally made the decision to halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater. The news struck like a thunderclap, rapidly reverberating throughout the country, igniting a frenzy on the internet. In the editorial office of Penguin News, Editor-in-Chief Wang was reclining in his office chair, savoring a rare moment of respite. Suddenly, the vibrations of his phone shattered the tranquility. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, retrieved his phone, and upon glancing at the screen, his drowsiness vanished. Chief, breaking news. Japan has announced the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. A mere line of text detonated in his ears like a bombshell. Wang rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misread, but upon scrutinizing the message, he confirmed its accuracy. Is the news verified? Wang hastily replied. The editor stationed in Tokyo promptly responded, affirming the authenticity of the news, stating that the Tokyo Foreign Affairs Ministry's official website had published the announcement. Upon hearing this, Wang immediately opened his computer and logged onto the Tokyo Foreign Affairs Ministry's website, where he indeed found the relevant announcement. This was explosive news. Wang swiftly rose from his chair and exited his office. Calling out to a young male editor in an adjacent office, Xiao Li, quickly, issue a news release. Breaking news. Japan has announced the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. Chapter 220, a universal celebration. At the same time, on the Douyin platform, the military blogger Iron-Blooded Veteran was live streaming, engaging with his fans about the recent international situation. Dear friends, the international landscape has been tumultuous lately. At that moment, the camera assistant exclaimed, "Oh my." Iron-Blooded Veteran furrowed his brow and glanced at the assistant. Boss, big news. Monumental news. Assistant Xiao Zhang said excitedly, Little Japan has surrendered. What surrender? Iron-Blooded Veteran did not quite catch it. It's Little Japan. They are scared. They have surrendered, and they have ceased the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Xiao Zhang spoke rapidly with excitement. Little Japan has stopped discharging nuclear wastewater? Upon hearing this, Iron-Blooded Veteran quickly stood up from his chair, then sat back down, picking up a phone on the table to search for news. Wow, it's true, Iron-Blooded Veteran exclaimed. Looking at the news on his phone, his expression animated as he shouted to the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, this is monumental news. Little Japan has announced the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. Wait a moment, let me check again to confirm it's not fake news. I don't want to be overly joyous for no reason. Iron-Blooded Veteran sat down, continuing his search. The live stream was in an uproar. Is the anchor's information reliable? Wow, CCTV has reported it. It's real. What wonderful news. Little Japan has announced the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. Really? Are you serious? Has Little Japan given in? Where did you see this news? Fenyu Network reported it. Penguin News also reported it. It's true. Ha ha, great. What delightful news. Meanwhile, major domestic media outlets prominently featured this explosive news on their front pages. Breaking. Little Japan announces cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. Fenyu Network breaking. The Little Japan government has decided to halt the nuclear wastewater discharge plan. Penguin Network. Little Japan announces the cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge into the sea. Xinhua Network. Breaking news. Little Japan halts nuclear wastewater discharge, provoking strong reactions from the international community. Inlang News. Wow, universal celebration. Has Little Japan surrendered? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Righteousness prevails over evil. Is this really surrender? I was waiting to see the Tokyo apocalypse. Wow, they really surrendered. The clown is remarkable. Ha ha ha, we have one. The Clown Lord is impressive. All hail the Clown Lord. The internet was ablaze. Netizens were jubilant, with some even setting off firecrackers and fireworks. At Xiaonan University, in the dormitory of second-year male students from the finance department, 2 students were engrossed in a gaming session, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Another bespectacled young man reclined on his bed, engrossed in the latest news on his mobile device. At that moment, he stumbled upon a news alert with a striking headline. Japan announces cessation of nuclear waste discharge. Goodness! He exclaimed, abruptly rising from his bed. Goodness gracious! This is monumental news, my friends. Ha ha! His exuberance was palpable. Xiangzi, what has got you so worked up? The 2 boys occupied with their games turned their attention to him. You must see this news. The little son has ceased the discharge of nuclear waste. They have surrendered. Really? Is that true? Indeed, it's all over the news. Xiangzi replied, showing his phone to his classmates. No way. The little son truly surrendered? The 2 boys hurriedly checked their computers. Before long, all 3 were aflame with excitement, exclaiming in disbelief, incredible. What a twist. The little son, what took you so long? You really asked for it. Not far from Xiaonan University, within a residential building, Yang Bo sat on his living room sofa, intently watching television. It was the weekend. A rare opportunity for him to unwind. The screen displayed a live broadcast from CCTV's international news channel, covering the latest developments in the Tokyo nuclear leak incident. The streets of Tokyo were in turmoil, with people frantically fleeing, the air thick with panic. The anchor reported the situation with a grave tone, intermittently providing expert analyses and predictions regarding the nuclear leak. Yang Bo wore a smirk of schadenfreude, nearly reaching for a bag of chips. The little son deserves this. Ceasing the discharge of nuclear waste would have resolved everything. Even now, still stubbornly persisting with the discharge, such a reckless choice, they have no one to blame but themselves. While pondering this, a staff member handed the anchor a note, and upon glancing at it, the anchor's expression shifted to one of surprise. Taking a deep breath, The anchor looked up and spoke urgently. Dear viewers, we have just received an emergency bulletin. The Japanese government has announced the cessation of nuclear waste discharge. What? Yongbo sprang to his feet. The television then switched to the Japanese Prime Minister's residence, where a spokesperson hurried to the podium, addressing a throng of journalists with a solemn expression, declaring, Dear friends in the press, in response to the concerns of the international community and to avert a greater environmental disaster, we have decided to immediately cease the discharge of nuclear waste. Wow. Yongbo was ecstatic. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the little son's stubbornness, and now this news arrived. Dad, come see the television. He called out to his father, who was tending to the flowers on the balcony. Big news. The little son has announced the cessation of nuclear waste discharge. His father, engrossed in his gardening, remained oblivious to the commotion. Upon witnessing the moment, Yongbo hastily rushed to the balcony and grasped his father's arm with fervor, exclaiming, Father, extraordinary news. The small days have surrendered. They have declared a cessation of nuclear wastewater discharge. The elderly father, whose hearing had waned with age, struggled to comprehend his son's words. He gazed at Yongbo, perplexed, and inquired, What did you say? Yongbo raised his voice, reiterating, Father, the small days have surrendered. They dare not release the nuclear wastewater. Only then did the father fully grasp his son's revelation, and he too was filled with excitement. Promptly setting aside the kettle he held and following his son into the living room to watch the news together. Chapter 221, The Clown's Showcase. A billion-dollar bounty emerging from his rented apartment, Su-Yong stepped outside to savor the fresh air. Just as he reached the ground floor, his phone rang. It was his classmate, Gao Meng. Yang, have you seen the news? Little Japan has surrendered. They have ceased the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Can you believe it? Gao Meng's voice brimmed with excitement. I'm aware. I'm watching the news as well, Su-Yong replied with a smile. The clown is absolutely incredible, Gao Meng exclaimed. He took control of 2 nuclear power plants, forcing Little Japan to capitulate. Unbelievable. Indeed, quite remarkable, Su-Yong chuckled in agreement. Shall we gather for dinner tonight to celebrate Little Japan's surrender? Gao Meng proposed. Such joyous news certainly calls for a celebration, Su-Yong readily concurred. They arranged to meet in the evening and ended the call. No sooner had Su-Yong placed his phone down than his daughter, Tuan, called out, Daddy, I have wonderful news. What news? Su-Yong inquired. I saw on the dark web that there's a bounty on you, Tuan declared cheerfully. What kind of news is that? Su-Yong responded, somewhat speechless. This was not the first time he had been targeted. Daddy, just listen. This bounty is extraordinarily high, $10 billion. Tuan exclaimed. $10 billion? Su-Yong was taken aback by the staggering figure. Yes, indeed. $10 billion. Tuan confirmed emphatically. Look. She sent him a screenshot displaying a dark web forum page with a pinned post. A bounty of $10 billion for any information regarding the clown. It truly was $10 billion. Daddy, you are now the highest bounty hacker on the dark web, she added gleefully. Indeed. Hee. Su-Yong chuckled. I suspect I'm not just the highest on the dark web, but globally as well. What a reputation to boast. Tuan, do you know who posted this bounty? Su-Yong inquired. Not yet. Tuan shook her head. The dark web employs decentralized blockchain technology, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the identity of the poster. Even I would require considerable time to uncover that. Actually, we need not investigate. It must be Little Japan, Su-Yong surmised. They've been utterly devastated. In just 4 days, the Tokyo stock market evaporated $500 billion. The city was paralyzed for 4 days, resulting in direct economic losses amounting to tens of billions. If they can capture the clown, they would willingly pay not just 10 billion, but 20 or even 100 billion. Tuan, does the FBI's wanted list feature my name as the clown? It should have by now, Su-Yong asked. He referred to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which maintains a global list of wanted hackers. Those who make it onto this list are considered the most elite and dangerous. Not yet, Daddy, Tuan replied, shaking her head. Your name has not appeared on the list. Really? Su-Yong was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that with his current notoriety, he would have already made the list. Yes, it's true, Tuan confirmed once more. It should not be the case. Su-Yong raised an eyebrow, expressing his disdain for the FBI's apparent snub. Why should a clown be excluded from the list? It is clearly a matter of condescension. Meng Tuan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, it is a matter of disrespect, father. We are currently the most sought-after hackers globally, and they haven't even issued a wanted notice against us. Su-Yong chuckled. Now that is quite self-important, isn't it? Meng Tuan, relay a message to the FBI. Is the clown not worthy of their wanted list? How do I send the message? Meng Tuan inquired. Hack the White House's official website and send the message, Su-Yong instructed. Understood, Meng Tuan replied. Shall I proceed now? Su-Yong nodded in affirmation. Meng Tuan got to work. 10 minutes later, the homepage of the White House's official website was compromised, displaying a signature clown mask alongside a message. FBI, why is there no mention of me on your wanted list? Am I not significant enough as a clown? I am quite unhappy. Please rectify this promptly. As soon as the White House website showed any signs of disturbance, it immediately captured the attention of the global hacking community. Wow. In a dimly lit room in Moscow, a burly man with a thick beard stood up from his swivel chair, astonished as he gazed at the clown mask on the White House website, unable to suppress a whistle. Cool. In a CAF by the Seine River in Paris, a French hacker murmured in admiration, his slender fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, attempting to trace the intruder's digital footprint. Haha, what a clown, utterly audacious. I love it. In a basement in Brooklyn, New York, a hefty African-American man laughed uproariously, his substantial frame shaking with mirth. Meanwhile, in Berlin, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl hacker displayed an expression of excitement. Across the digital realm, countless eyes were fixated on the White House's official website, filled with astonishment, admiration, and adoration, with even more expressing a thrill of eager anticipation. I am Anonymous, Clown. Welcome to join us. Hey, Clown, are you interested in joining the hand of God? Who is this person? Utterly arrogant. Is this a declaration of war against the FBI? I bet 5 cents this individual won't last 3 days. Various discussions and speculations spread like wildfire across the internet. The news swiftly crossed oceans, returning to the homeland. The largest hacker community in the country, the Red Hacker Base, promptly reposted this sensational news. The comments section of the website erupted like boiling oil meeting a drop of water, instantly exploding with activity. Incredible. This operation is simply divine. Clown, forever a legend. Idol, please accept my reverence. Clown, the eternal deity. Worship the Great One. Please take me along. The FBI is nothing. How dare they look down upon our great clown? The comments surged, a tide of admiration, awe, and playful jests flooding the entire forum. Soon, the news ascended to trending topics. This is the allure of the clown. A seemingly insignificant action has sparked a global upheaval, illustrating the profound influence of elite hackers. Chapter 222. Gathering information on the Nimitz carrier fleet after taking a stroll around the neighborhood, Su Yang stretched his somewhat stiff body and returned to his rented apartment. Upon entering his room, as he removed his outerwear, he casually inquired, Tuan, could you check if Dad has made it onto the FBI's list yet? Not yet, Dad. Tuan replied, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Does the FBI really look down on us? Should we show them our prowess and make them aware of our capabilities? With a chuckle, Su Yang responded, haha, no rush. We will have plenty of time to play with them later. For now, I'm going to grab a snack. With that, he headed to the bathroom. Time passed swiftly, and soon summer vacation arrived. The school was on break, and his 2 close friends from the dormitory had returned home, while Su Yang chose to stay behind. He decided to move out of the rental and purchase a home. He found a lovely community just 2 kilometers from the school, boasting a beautiful environment and convenient transportation. That morning, the real estate agent took Su Yang to view a 3-bedroom apartment within the complex, spanning 135 square meters and exquisitely renovated. The balcony offered a view of the Xiang River. This apartment is one of the best layouts in our community, the agent enthusiastically explained. It has excellent natural lighting, a broad perspective, and is fully furnished, ready for you to move in. Pleased with the apartment, Su Yang promptly decided to buy it for a total price of $2.6 million. Contracts were signed and payments made, and that very evening, he settled into his new home. In his newly acquired abode, Su Yang prepared a simple dinner, using ingredients he had bought from a nearby supermarket before moving. Though uncomplicated, the meal was delightful, as it marked the first dinner in his own home, a moment of great significance. While enjoying his dinner, Su Yang perused the materials Tuan had meticulously organized. She had gathered various accident records of the F-35 fighter jet over the years, including flight incidents, mechanical failures, and even cases of friendly fire. Su Yang contemplated the idea of orchestrating a crash by infiltrating the F-35 system. The process needed to be discreet, ensuring that the Americans would perceive it merely as another mechanical failure. Of course, engineering a natural crash of a fighter jet posed considerable challenges. I have a rough plan, but whether it can be executed remains uncertain. Tuan, we are embarking on a high-difficulty challenge, making the F-35 crash appear as an accident, which is no small feat. Su Yang articulated. Dad, just controlling and intercepting the F-35 is already quite challenging, and to further complicate it by ensuring the Americans see no flaws, believing it to be yet another mechanical failure, is immensely difficult. Tuan acknowledged the complexity. Exactly. It is precisely because of the difficulty that we must take on this challenge. Are you confident? Su Yang asked with a smile. I am confident. Tuan replied emphatically. Challenges are exhilarating. You're absolutely right. That is my Tuan. Su Yang laughed. Let us do this. Let us do this. Tuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Setting aside the documents, Su Yang continued his meal. After taking a few bites, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire of Tuan Tuan. Where is the Nimitz aircraft carrier at present? Tuan Tuan swiftly responded, according to the latest intelligence. The Nimitz is currently docked in Singapore and is expected to arrive in the South China Sea in a week. A week's time. Su Yang pondered for a moment. It was ample time, and they needed to expedite their preparations. As he spoke, he quickly finished his meal, put away his dishes, poured himself a cup of coffee, and returned to his study. System. Su Yang summoned the system marketplace, exchanging for a toolkit. Nimitz aircraft carrier internal communication data chain password. For 50 million points. Account number X23456. Military Satellite Super Administrator account of the U.S. Military's Pacific Command, also for 50 million points. In one breath. He spent 100 million points, and combined with the previously exchanged F-35 vulnerability attack code, Su Yang had nearly expended 200 million points in his endeavor against the American Nimitz carrier fleet. It matters not. Taking down an F-35 is worth it, he mused, albeit with a hint of regret. What is it that you regret, Daddy? Tuan Tuan inquired, having overheard him. It is a pity this cannot be made public. The world must not know we are behind it, Su Yang elucidated, lamenting the lost potential points. If it could be announced, the sensationalism would be akin to the Tokyo Doomsday Crisis, and I estimate it would yield at least another billion points. Indeed, Tuan Tuan nodded. However, it is of little consequence. Su Yang quickly adjusted his mindset. We still have the account of the little boy, which can generate points. It had been nearly 3 weeks since the little boy account had gone live. Tomorrow, we shall commence the live stream. With this thought in mind, Su Yang continued to search for information regarding the F-35 and the Nimitz carrier fleet. The night passed in silence. The following day, the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Su Yang from slumber. He stretched, sat up with several yawns, and then donned his slippers to step onto the balcony. Standing there, he took a deep breath of fresh air and instantly felt invigorated. The environment of his new community was indeed splendid, with lush trees and fresh air, a stark contrast to his previous humble rental dwelling. There is nothing quite like living in one's own home, Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Returning to his study, he habitually powered on his computer and logged into the Huajiao livestream platform, counting the number of fans displayed on the back end. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Su Yang couldn't help but break into a grin. 12 million fans now. Chapter 223. The unexpected appearance of an FBI spy. Splendid. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. The platform Huajiao Live was no match for the leading giants like Douyin and Kuaishou. Yet having amassed millions of followers on this platform was indeed impressive. Had he been on Douyin, would his follower count not have multiplied several times? Perhaps 50 million? Conservatively estimating, 30 million should be within reach, he mused with confidence. Having not broadcasted for 3 weeks, he imagined his fans must be yearning for his return. With that thought in mind, Su Yang donned a mask and hood, activated his voice changer, and recorded a video. Brothers, there will be a live stream this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Let us not miss it. At the video's conclusion, Su Yang flashed a radiant smile at the camera. Okay, time to publish the video. Before long, the comments section erupted. Wow, the big shot is finally going live. I'm back. Big shot, you finally come back. I thought you were done for. Captured a big shot. Worshipping the big shot. 6666. Finally waited for you. Good thing I didn't give up. Big shot. If you didn't go live soon, I would have called the police. Su Yang witnessed the fervor of his fans. They truly missed me, he thought. Indeed, during the past few weeks, while Su Yang busied himself with life's little pleasures, he hardly had time for live streaming. Not only did his followers miss him, but he himself longed for the thrill of broadcasting. Ding. A message from the work group, sent by Ouyang. Boss, are you preparing to go live this afternoon? Yes, I'll be going live this afternoon, Su Yang replied promptly. Fantastic. Boss, during your absence, the fans have missed you dearly. Su Yang chuckled. By the way, boss, on to serious matters. I've received 2 invitations, one from Tsinghua University and Peking University for you to give a lecture on cybersecurity, and another from Alibaba Cloud Services inviting you to conduct a white box test on their servers. Ouyang continued his report. Not a problem, I'll accept both. Su Yang replied readily. Tsinghua University and Peking University rank among the top institutions in the country. Their invitations signified that the little boy account truly held influence. He was not merely a hacker or an internet celebrity. Even a tweet or a post could garner media attention. It could be said that following the Tokyo Doomsday instance, the most renowned figures in the domestic hacker community were undoubtedly the Joker, followed closely by Little Boy. If it were to be revealed that the Joker and Little Boy were one and the same, it would surely cause a sensation. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Ouyang sent over the invitation letters from Tsinghua and Alibaba. This invitation from Alibaba marked the second time a major domestic internet company had sought his expertise as a hacker to test their products, following Huawei. In addition to Alibaba, Ouyang sent a message stating that several other major firms had also extended invitations. Domestic enterprises were finally beginning to acknowledge the importance of cybersecurity. It was indeed the clown who stirred up chaos in Tokyo, bringing to light the significance of cybersecurity to countries across the globe. As Su Yang concluded the conversation and set his phone down, Tuan Tuan suddenly emerged, sounding an alarm. "Father, I have detected that Uncle Ouyang is under surveillance." Upon hearing this, Su Yang furrowed his brow. Hadn't those three little rascals dismantled their surveillance? Had they returned? "It's not them, Father," Tuan Tuan replied, projecting several photographs onto the computer screen. The images depicted a few blonde, blue-eyed individuals of Western descent. "Who are they?" Su Yang inquired. "We have yet to ascertain their true identities. We only have superficial information. A few are employees of a foreign company stationed in China, and one is a reporter," Tuan Tuan added. "They appear to be from different organizations." Su Yang began to form a hypothesis in his mind. "Moreover, Father," Tuan Tuan continued, "I have also detected that the owner and director of the Huajiao platform are under surveillance." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's suspicions were confirmed. These individuals were indeed targeting him. It was no surprise, as Little Boy had also participated in the Tokyo apocalypse scenario. Although he made a flamboyant entrance like the clown, he was deeply involved, particularly in the paralysis of Tokyo's banking system and ATM network, a feat attributed to Little Boy. "Tuan Tuan, investigate thoroughly and uncover the organizations behind each of them," Su Yang said with a hint of a cold smile. "They dare to wreak havoc in our dragon country, thinking us mere soft persimmons? We shall deal with them one by one." "Father, I have already identified one of them. He is an FBI spy." Tuan Tuan's efficiency was remarkable. She had swiftly uncovered one. The computer screen displayed a photograph of a middle-aged man of Asian descent, appearing utterly ordinary and nondescript. On the surface, he is a Chinese-Australian residing domestically, with no suspicious traits, Tuan Tuan explained. "Had I not delved into his online activities, I might have been easily deceived." "The FBI? Huh, they truly overestimate my capabilities." Su Yang chuckled. Just days prior, they had contemplated giving them a taste of their own medicine, only to find that they were the ones seeking to challenge him first. Pausing for a moment, Su Yang continued, "Tuan Tuan, maintain surveillance on them without alarming them. Once I have the opportunity, we shall engage with them thoroughly." "Understood, Father," Tuan Tuan responded. Su Yang momentarily set aside these bothersome individuals as he contemplated his upcoming live stream that afternoon. "I have an idea," Su Yang mused, deciding to target the Americans. However, which target should he choose? Perhaps it would be best to commence with the major American corporations. The account known as the Joker operates in the shadows, allowing it to audaciously target the military assets of the old and decrepit, such as aircraft carriers and warships. In contrast, the account referred to as the Boy, which operates in the open, cannot act with such reckless abandon for fear of inciting unnecessary complications. Chapter 224. Targeting major American corporations. Let us commence with the formidable giants of American industry. Su Yang's fingers gently tapped the surface of the table, contemplating his first target, Microsoft. As the undisputed sovereign of the PC operating system realm, over 90 of the world's personal computers operate on Microsoft's Windows. The mere thought of compromising Microsoft conjured images of countless computers worldwide rendered inoperative, eliciting a faint smile from Su Yang. Indeed, Microsoft it shall be. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the floor. Su Yang drew the curtains, dimming the room's illumination. Donning a mask and hood to obscure his identity, he settled before his computer. A glance at the clock revealed it was precisely 3 o'clock. It was time to go live. As the live stream commenced, a torrent of viewers flooded into the virtual space, with comments cascading across the screen like falling snowflakes. "The big shot has finally begun. I've been waiting since morning. 66,666. Please notice me. What do you have in store for us today? We eagerly await your broadcast. Just for you. I'm a fan. Hurry up and entertain us." Su Yang chuckled. "Brothers, have you missed me?" Almost as soon as his words had left his lips, whoosh, a carnival rocket shot through the virtual night sky, exploding in a dazzling display at the center of the screen, its effects nearly engulfing the entire live stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A succession of carnival rockets ascended, heralding what resembled a grand fireworks display within the live stream. "Wow, you guys are incredibly enthusiastic." Su Yang marveled at the myriad of gift effects illuminating the screen. But it was not over yet. A viewer, under the username Lowkey Big Shot, proceeded to gift a staggering 100 carnival rockets in one go. The screen was awash with golden light, so blinding that Su Yang feared his computer might stall under the weight of such extravagant effects. More and more viewers joined in, showering the stream with gifts. Carnival, carnival, carnival. One after another, the gifts inundated the live stream's chat, obscuring all other content. "Incredible generosity, my friends," Su Yang exclaimed, exhilarated. "I can feel your enthusiasm. Thank you all for your support. That's enough now. please stop gifting. Yet the gifts continued unabated. For a full 5 or 6 minutes, this grand spectacle of donations persisted. The backend indicated that the total revenue exceeded 8.6 million. Suyang was momentarily stunned. I initially intended to entertain you. Yet you have overwhelmed me with this grand gesture, he remarked with a smile. Indeed, he was taken aback, as the moment he began broadcasting. He was inundated with gifts totaling over 8 million. Thank you, everyone. Now, allow me to showcase my talents. The conversation shifts to the realm of live streaming. At this moment, a connection request emerges in the chat. Not just one, but 3 requests appear simultaneously. Suyang accepted all of them. The first to enter the live stream was a bespectacled gentleman, appearing to be in his early 30s, clad in a sharp suit that exuded an air of astute professionalism. The second connection was a familiar face, the streamer known as Big Eagle, who had last connected a month prior. The third connection was a young woman, adorned with exquisite makeup, who flashed a sweet smile at the camera, revealing her pearly white teeth. Hello, everyone. Suyang greeted with a smile. Big Eagle, do you have time to connect today? Boss, I've been eagerly awaiting your live stream, always hoping for another opportunity to connect with you. Big Eagle enthusiastically responded. Suyang chuckled. It's been a month since our last connection. Indeed, Big Eagle continued. I have been following your exploits with small ventures, where ATMs across Tokyo dispense cash. I was utterly astonished by the video. It was remarkable. Big Eagle exclaimed, giving 2 thumbs up. Not finished yet. Big Eagle sent a carnival gift. Hey, what is that for? Suyang inquired, laughing. What gift are you sending? The carnival represents my respect. Big Eagle explained. Haha. Suyang responded cheerfully. Your sentiment is appreciated. There is no need for gifts. Despite the insistence on not sending gifts, both the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man each sent a carnival gift. Oh dear, please stop. Thank you. Thank you. Suyang was at a loss for words, clasping his hands in gratitude. Boss, the carnival gift is nothing. Your live stream is particularly refreshing, remarked the woman. You watch my live streams too? Suyang asked with a smile. I'm a fan of yours, the woman replied with a grin. Thank you for your support. Suyang inquired. Are you a streamer as well? Yes, I'm a singing streamer, the woman nodded. Before proceeding, Suyang turned his gaze to the bespectacled gentleman. The man cleared his throat and introduced himself. Hello, boss, my surname is Lee, and I am a reporter for a newspaper. It's evident from your demeanor that you are a journalist. Suyang smiled. Boss, may I interview you and inquire about some details regarding the Tokyo apocalypse incident? I hope this is convenient for you, Reporter Lee said. Of course, feel free to ask, Suyang readily agreed. Thank you. Reporter Lee adjusted his glasses and asked. As a first-hand witness to the event, I would like to inquire whether the clown truly gained control over the 2 nuclear power plants. Could you share some details? Chapter 225, Target, the dominant Microsoft PC. Reporter Lee then added, there are various opinions circulating in the media. Some claim that the Joker has taken control of the nuclear power plant, while others allege that a leak has occurred. The Japanese authorities have tightly sealed off information, leaving us in the dark about the truth. Upon hearing this, Suyang smiled. Ah, so you are inquiring about this insider information? Reporter Lee nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the Eagle interjected, I too am curious. The internet is rife with information, diverse and plentiful, yet none of the authoritative media have confirmed these claims. After a brief pause, the Eagle continued, I believe the Joker must have indeed seized control of the nuclear power plant. Otherwise, the discharge of nuclear wastewater would not have persisted until the very end. I am aware of certain details, Suyang responded. Indeed, the Joker has taken control of 2 nuclear power plants. Really? The nuclear power plant has been compromised? The beautiful anchor expressed her astonishment. Is it possible for hackers to infiltrate such facilities? Implicit in her words was the curiosity about the high security standards a nation's nuclear power plants should possess. Absolutely. Suyang elucidated. In this age of technological advancement, everything hinges on electronic devices. Anything controlled by electronics, including nuclear power plants, is susceptible to hacking. Wow, that is terrifying. If a nuclear power plant were to fall under the control of hackers, it would indeed be catastrophic, the beauty lamented. Suyang nodded in agreement. Thus, cybersecurity is of paramount importance. This is precisely why I conduct live broadcasts to promote awareness of cybersecurity, hoping to instill a sense of urgency regarding its significance from the highest levels of our nation downwards. I have another question. Do you know the Joker personally? What kind of person is he? Is he male or female? Reporter Lee asked. As soon as this question was posed, both the Eagle and the beautiful anchor perked up, while many viewers in the live stream expressed their curiosity through comments, eager to learn more. This is a question I believe the entire world is keen to know. Especially the Japanese, Suyang chuckled. I am merely curious. You need not answer if you choose not to, Reporter Lee quickly clarified, not wishing to be misconstrued as a spy. Actually, like you, I am also eager to know, Suyang replied with a smile. Wait, you don't know the Joker either? Reporter Lee asked, astonished. The identity of the Joker remains shrouded in mystery, Su Yang stated. Not only are you curious, but everyone in the hacking community is equally desperate to uncover who he is. To this day, no one knows whether the Joker is male or female. Su Yang continued. It is understandable, given the audacity of the Joker's actions. If I were in his position, I too would not reveal my identity, for once exposed, it would lead to troublesome repercussions. Indeed, reportedly nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, the Eagle spoke up. So, do you have any plans for today? Indeed, Su Yang replied with a smile. I was just about to engage in some activities when you all connected. Wonderful. I relish watching you in action. The Eagle exclaimed joyfully. Do hurry, we await your performance. The viewers chimed in, eager for the show to begin. The viewers in the live stream were eagerly awaiting his performance. What are you going to do today? Asked Big Owl. Well, I presume everyone here is using Microsoft's operating system on their computers, replied Su Yang. Big Owl nodded, his expression brightening with excitement. Are you going to tackle Microsoft? Indeed. Today's endeavor is related to Microsoft, Su Yang said, his smile fading. I believe everyone is familiar with the Windows operating system from Microsoft, so I need not elaborate further. 90% of personal computers worldwide operate on Microsoft's system, which holds an absolute dominion in the global market. Thus, its security vulnerabilities concern us all. As he spoke, Su Yang's fingers danced across the keyboard, and intricate lines of code swiftly appeared on the screen, mesmerizing the audience. Few could comprehend the complexity of it all. This is a vulnerability within the Microsoft operating system, Su Yang explained. This flaw can lead to a blue screen error. Are you going to demonstrate it live? Big Al inquired. Yes, a live demonstration, Su Yang confirmed. Can you make my computer blue screen? Big Al asked. Are you eager to experience it? Su Yang teased with a smile. Haha, indeed. I've never encountered a hacker in real life, only seen them in movies. Please, satisfy my curiosity, Big Al replied with enthusiasm. All right, I'll use your computer for the demonstration, Su Yang nodded. But remember, this is your request. Wait a moment, will my computer be rendered inoperable? Big Al asked hastily. No, it won't be, Su Yang reassured him. I will merely showcase the blue screen. A simple reboot and downloading a patch will suffice. I have already provided the patch download link in the stream. Oh, Big Al responded. Do you need me to tell you my computer's IP address? No need. I have already located your computer's IP address, Su Yang replied. Is that possible so quickly? Big Al exclaimed in disbelief. In the span of just a few exchanges, Su Yang had acquired the IP address. Chapter 226, The Global Countdown to Windows Blue Screen. Don't blink. With a subtle smile, Su Yang extended a finger and gently tapped the keyboard. The Eagle mobile camera focused on a nearby desk, where a laptop lay. In the live stream, 100,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on the laptop screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, oh my. The laptop screen flickered momentarily before succumbing to a blue screen. Wow. The Eagle sprang to his feet, astonished, exclaiming, Ah, it really blue screened. The beautiful host gasped, covering her mouth, her lovely eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible, exclaimed reportedly. This is the prowess of a top-tier hacker. He blacked out your computer, and in the next moment, it truly went dark. The live chat erupted in a frenzy. Impressive. 666666666 amazing. Mobike Tycoon. The Eagle moved the mouse, clicking on the computer screen, but it was unresponsive. The machine had frozen. Clasping his hands together, the Eagle sighed in admiration. Almighty One, allow me to pay my respects. He was genuinely in awe, having personally experienced this marvel. Frankly, he believed such scenes were beyond the realm of cinematic imagination. All right, you should restart your computer and don't forget to download the patch, or it will blue screen again in a few minutes, Su Yang advised. At that moment, reportedly inquired, is this blue screen vulnerability applicable to all Windows systems? Indeed. Su Yang affirmed, nodding. As you have just witnessed, I merely conducted a simple demonstration. Now let us escalate things. Su Yang slowed his speech. By executing the blue screen vulnerability attack program, I can cause millions, even tens of millions of Windows systems worldwide to blue screen. Would you like to see me pull off something grand? If so, flood the screen with one. The barrage of ones filled the chat. You truly have no fear of chaos. Su Yang feigned surprise. You genuinely want to witness millions of computers worldwide blue screen? Haha. Many netizens laughed in response. All right then. Since you wish to see me take on this challenge, let us proceed. However, Su Yang added, before we commence, we must remind institutions across the globe and netizens to download the patch. After all, the implications for the worldwide Windows systems are far-reaching and significant. We shall give countries around the world an hour to prepare. After that, we shall begin. In the live stream, one viewer, upon hearing Su Yang's words, couldn't he help but harbor doubts. Could he be exaggerating? Claiming a global impact where millions of computers would simultaneously blue screen? Wouldn't that cause a worldwide sensation? However, netizens reconsidered. The little boy was, after all, a top-tier hacker who had indeed witnessed the Tokyo ATM incident, through video footage. With that in mind, anything seemed possible. Su-yang continued his discourse, addressing the audience. There are likely many journalist friends in the live stream. I kindly ask you to help disseminate this message. After a brief pause, he declared, in 1 hour, the Windows systems across the globe will experience a blue screen. I urge all institutions and individuals utilizing Windows systems to promptly download the patch. He added a playful touch, mimicking the Joker with a countdown. Following his words, a striking countdown appeared on the screen. 1 o'clock, 00, a friendly reminder. In 1 hour, global Windows systems will blue screen. All users of Windows systems, particularly those in foreign aviation, banking, and other institutions, should urgently download the patch to avert unnecessary losses. But that was not all. Su-yang proceeded to post a tweet, tagging Microsoft China, stating, in 1 hour, the global Windows system will succumb to a blue screen. I have already sent the patch to you. Boss, I have a question. Reported journalistly. You mentioned that domestic institutions are exempt. Does that mean our domestic entities will not be affected? Indeed, journalistly, Su-yang replied. Domestic airports, banks, and similar institutions will remain unaffected. Why is that? Journalistly pressed on. Did you exclude domestic IPs in your vulnerability code? Not quite, Su-yang clarified. The reason domestic institutions are unaffected is that vital sectors like aviation and banking in our country have long adopted domestically produced operating systems. Understanding dawned on Lee. He promptly shared this explosive news on his social media account. Almost simultaneously, other media colleagues in the live stream began to retweet. A ripple effect ensued. The news of the impending global Windows blue screen rapidly ascended to the top of trending topics. Wait, is today April Fool's Day? Is this for real? Will the global Windows systems really blue screen? Oh no, I'm a bit anxious about using Windows. A salute to the boss. Wow, if this is true, it would be absolutely epic. It's like the apocalypse. My computer runs on Windows. Where can I download the patch? Seeking the patch. The patch address is here. HTTP. I've already downloaded it. Microsoft must be in tears right now, huh? Chapter 227. Global media attention. Meanwhile, at Microsoft's China headquarters, the head of the security center, Chen Jie, anxiously dialed the phone of President Smith. The phone rang incessantly, yet no one answered. Chen Jie paced restlessly, like an ant on a hot skillet. Damn it. Why can't I reach the president at this critical moment? After several attempts, the call finally connected. Hello, this is the office of the president of Microsoft China. A sweet voice answered, but Chen Jie felt no joy. I am Chen Jie, head of the security center. I have an urgent matter to report to President Smith. I apologize, Director Chen, but the president is currently in a meeting with a very important client and cannot take your call, the assistant replied. I truly have an urgent issue. Director Chen, please call back later, or you can tell me what you need to report, and I will convey it to the president, the assistant said calmly. No, this matter is of utmost urgency and must be communicated to the president immediately. Chen Jie insisted. I'm sorry, Director Chen, but I am truly powerless in this situation. Chen Jie wanted to say more, but the line went dead with a dial tone. Damn it. They hung up on me. Chen Jie was furious. In truth, he had another option. He could bypass the president and directly initiate the emergency plan. However, he hesitated. What if this was merely a farce? Even if it wasn't, and he made the right decision to mitigate the company's losses, he would likely face criticism and punishment afterward. Perhaps he would even shoulder all the blame for acting independently, without consulting superiors. Such inefficiency is a common ailment in large corporations. In the live broadcast studio, the atmosphere was lighthearted. With an hour remaining, Su Jie interacted with the female host, smiling as he said, many friends in our live stream have expressed a desire to hear a song. How about you sing one? The female host smiled charmingly and replied, sure, I'll give it a go. What song would everyone like to hear? The chat flooded with various song titles, lively and bustling. After a moment's thought, the host selected an upbeat pop song and began to hum softly. Her voice was sweet, and her singing was melodious. Su-yang smiled, gently keeping time with the beat. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the studio, creating a joyous atmosphere. In stark contrast to the merriment within the studio, the outside world was abuzz with the sensational news of Microsoft's blue screen announcement. Abroad, the first to report the incident was CNN, which almost immediately placed the announcement of the Microsoft blue screen on their homepage. Following suit, major international media outlets such as Yahoo and Reuters also disseminated the news. In no time, the Microsoft blue screen bug announcement became the focal point of global news attention. Yet, the protagonist of the event, Microsoft, remained unresponsive. The scene shifts to Kennedy International Airport, where a blonde-haired, blue-eyed male passenger idly browses his phone while waiting for his flight. Suddenly, a news notification pops up, breaking news. In 1 hour, a blue screen bug will affect Windows systems globally. What news is this? The passenger clicks on the notification to read further, only to discover it is a warning issued by a hacker. He smirks, muttering, this is clearly a prank. Who are they trying to scare? with a dismissive gesture. He closes the notification and resumes scrolling through other news articles. A similar scenario unfolds in a bank on Wall Street, where employees glance at the news and scoff, deeming it an impossibility. How could a hacker possibly cause a global Windows blue screen? This is not a fairy tale. It is not a Hollywood script. Little Boy's notoriety on the international stage is indeed minimal, with few outsiders being aware of it. As the countdown dwindles to 10 minutes, Microsoft finally can no longer remain idle. They belatedly post an urgent announcement on their official website, replete with denunciations of Little Boy, employing stern language. They condemn the act as a blatant cyber attack, a grave threat to global cybersecurity, asserting that they possess irrefutable evidence and will pursue legal action against Little Boy to the fullest extent. At that moment, Soo-young promptly notices Microsoft's announcement, yet he finds no mention of any remedial measures regarding the blue screen vulnerability. If Microsoft had genuinely prioritized the issue, they could have issued an upgrade patch for Windows systems worldwide before it was too late. However, they chose not to act. Thus, they cannot blame anyone else. Brothers, have you seen Microsoft's announcement? They dare to threaten me, huh? This isn't the first time I've received such a notice. Soo-young chuckles, entirely unconcerned. Indeed, he remains indifferent. After all, he is a hacker who cares little. Even the entire Neon government acts similarly. Why should he be concerned about a single corporation? Let them brace for impact. In the live streaming room, the countdown ticks away, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. An hour has finally elapsed. Brothers, the hour is up. Microsoft has been afforded ample time to respond. They failed to seize the opportunity, so they must not complain. Let the game begin. With that, Soo-young pressed the enter key. Chapter 228. The Global Windows Blue Screen Storm in Manhattan, New York. The once orderly office of AST Design Company was suddenly thrown into chaos. Oh my god, what has happened to my computer? Exclaimed a blonde white-collar worker as his screen inexplicably turned blue. Why is my computer blue screening? Asked a colleague from the adjacent desk, who was experiencing the same issue. Damn it, the computer has blue screened. What on earth is going on? Are all our screens blue? Exclaimed another. Cursed be it. My design drafts. The office buzzed with complaints and expletives as every computer succumbed to the blue screen fate. Meanwhile, in a bustling Tokyo subway station, the throngs of people seemed to have forgotten the apocalyptic scenes of just days prior. Suddenly, without warning, the ticket machines, turnstiles, and all electronic displays transformed into a blue screen in an instant. This scene felt eerily familiar to the citizens of Tokyo. Tokyo's apocalypse. A passenger shouted. Is it hackers again? Oh Amaterasu, is the end of days upon us once more? Panic rippled through the subway station, and in the next moment, everyone rushed towards the exits, plunging the station into disarray. At Paris airport, a steady stream of passengers maneuvered their luggage amidst the hustle and bustle. In the control room, through the expansive windows, numerous aircraft were poised for takeoff. Suddenly, this tranquil scene was disrupted as the computer screens at the control console flickered erratically before turning blue. Damn it, a controller exclaimed, abruptly rising from his seat. Quick, activate the backup system. Another controller shouted. Despite the frantic efforts of several controllers, the screens remained stubbornly blue. The entire system had crashed. In the departure hall, a couple of passengers awaited boarding when an announcement suddenly interrupted. Attention, all passengers, due to a system malfunction. All flights have been suspended until further notice. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. What is happening? Why the sudden delay? One passenger protested. Damn it. I need to make it to a meeting. Confusion reigned not only among the passengers, but also among the airport staff, who were equally bewildered. A similar scene unfolded at New York's Kennedy International Airport, where a young traveler stood before a ticket vending machine. Just as he pressed the confirmation button, the screen abruptly turned blue. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, vigorously tapping the screen, but the machine remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the airport. In London, within a bank, the alarm continued to blare. In the Grand Hall, all computer screens simultaneously turned blue, leaving the bank employees exchanging bewildered glances. Utterly at a loss. My goodness, what is happening? Has the entire system collapsed? Quick, contact the technical department. Meanwhile, patrons within the bank were engulfed in confusion, uncertain of the unfolding events. Less than a kilometer away, at the world's largest futures trading center, the London International Financial Futures Exchange, hundreds of computer screens also succumbed to the blue screen, bringing the entire trading system to a standstill. The once boisterous trading hall fell into an eerie silence. Good heavens, what could possibly be the cause of this? Has the system crumbled? Traders stood aghast, witnessing an unprecedented scene. This sudden blue screen tempest swept across the globe, affecting millions of Windows systems from the Americas to the heart of Europe, and from East Asia to the southern tip of Africa. In this calamitous technological disaster, only a select few nations, such as the Dragon Country, remained unscathed. The reason was simple. Several years prior, government agencies and significant institutions in the Dragon country gradually transitioned to domestically produced operating systems, thereby evading the repercussions of this incident. Naturally, the general populace and private enterprises predominantly continue to utilize Windows systems, resulting in some individuals inevitably falling victim to the crisis. A netizen, a primary school student, found himself caught in the turmoil while watching the news. Ironically, the very report detailing the global outbreak of blue screen failures. He marveled at the prowess of hackers. The next moment, his computer screen turned blue. Goodness! The primary school student was dumbfounded. Could this be mere coincidence? Simultaneously, netizens, dubbed the onlookers, were engrossed in the live stream of Little Boy while scrolling through news videos on their phones, one of which showcased an airport abroad. The footage revealed that all computers at the airport displayed blue screens, halting all flights, leaving travelers anxious amidst the chaos. Wow! The onlookers quickly captured screenshots of the video to share in Little Boy's live stream. Incredible! My goodness, the big shot has truly gone all in. I just came across videos of airports and banks abroad experiencing blue screen failures on YouTube. I am in awe. Just as I stumbled upon footage of the Tokyo subway ceasing operations due to the blue screen incident, citizens in Tokyo were horrified, fearing an impending apocalypse. I also just saw that flights were suspended at Paris airport due to the blue screen. London's airport followed suit. I am currently at Seoul's airport. Providing a glimpse of the situation, a netizen shared several photos, prominently displaying the message that all flights had been cancelled. Wow, I'm so glad I didn't venture out today. Amazing, the big shot is phenomenal. Incredible. Universal admiration ensued. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. In the aftermath, it was reported that this blue screen incident impacted millions of computers worldwide. Major institutions worldwide, including banks and airports, have raised alarms regarding the security of the Windows system in light of this incident. However, that is a matter for another discussion. Chapter 229. The Nimitz carrier fleet. While at the University of Cambridge, I encountered a blue screen on the computer in the lab. Meanwhile, in Berlin, the train station came to a standstill. My dear friends, despite having downloaded the patches, they still seem ineffective. The updates from upstairs need to be executed. At the airport, everything remains unaffected. However, several bus systems on my end have collapsed. The situation is indeed alarming. In the live stream, the audience count has surged beyond 1 million, with a flurry of comments cascading like snowflakes, nearly obscuring the entire broadcast screen. Brothers, how do you find this endeavor? Are you satisfied? Suyong chuckled heartily, his laughter transformed by a voice modulator into something mysteriously enchanting. Absolutely incredible. The voice of the eagle resonated from the connection window, filled with admiration. You are truly my idol. The eagle continued to engage. Impressive indeed. Journalist Lee also remained present, hands clasped in a gesture of respect. 6666. We bow in reverence. I am kneeling for you. My mother inquired why I was watching while kneeling. Remarkable, exclaimed the viewers in the live stream, expressing their awe through an influx of comments. Suyong beamed at the sea of 666 and impressive, his smile radiant. Once again, I believe you all have witnessed the multitude of vulnerabilities within the Windows system. Moreover, I must disclose that foreign companies, particularly those in the Western tech sector, are exceedingly unreliable. They have even embedded backdoors within their systems. In times of peace, these backdoors remain dormant. Yet should we find ourselves in a state of war with Western nations, they could exploit these vulnerabilities to incapacitate our network systems at any moment. Suyong raised his voice. Thus, I urge our enterprises, especially the major players in the internet industry, to support our domestic systems and shoulder this responsibility. He continued. As many of you know, I serve as the Chief Security Testing Officer for the Chrysanthemum Corporation, and I am pleased to announce that the Harmony OS will soon be commercialized, including the forthcoming release of the Harmony PC version. Anticipation is high. When the Harmony PC is available, I shall be among the first to switch. Support domestic products. Harmony OS forever. The viewers expressed their eagerness in unison. All right, my friends, this concludes today's live stream. Thank you all for your support, and I look forward to our next gathering. Suyong clasped his hands in front of the camera. Until next time, dear friends, I eagerly await your next brilliant performance. The host has worked hard. When is the next live stream? I hope to receive a response from the esteemed host. Numerous viewers showered gifts upon the streamer. Thank you, my friends, for your unwavering support. Until we meet again in the next live stream. The broadcast ended. Amidst a flurry of gift effects, Suyong concluded his live broadcast. The backstage data refreshed, revealing staggering statistics. Peak online viewership reached 1.2 million, with a remarkable total of 13.82 million in donations. How extraordinary! Such a sum was beyond comprehension, far too immense to be exhausted. Suyong chuckled with delight. Even more gratifying was the surge in points during this session. Points skyrocketed by over 10 million, culminating in a total of 1.15 billion. This was merely the beginning, as he anticipated an increase of at least 30 to 40 million points throughout the day. However, his estimates fell short. By the day's end, the points had surged by 50 million. The reason for this remarkable rise was the global impact of the blue screen incident. Affecting over 10 million computers, its influence was undeniably colossal. In the evening, Su Yang dined at a Hunan restaurant outside his community. He ordered several dishes along with a bottle of beer. A television in the establishment broadcast news regarding the blue screen incident, and the patrons were abuzz with conversation. Did you catch the video? Today, the Windows systems worldwide crashed, allegedly due to a hacker named Little Boy, remarked a middle-aged man, sipping his beer while chatting with friends. I saw the video too. This hacker is quite formidable, a young man expressed in awe. Indeed, millions of computers have been impacted, fortunately. We are using a domestic system. Little Boy is quite renowned. I frequently come across his videos. There's also another hacker called Joker. Yes, Joker. Even more impressive. Not long ago, Su Yang overheard their chatter and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Little did they know, the very Little Boy they spoke of was right before them. After finishing his meal and returning home, the night had already settled in. Su Yang powered on his computer, perusing the latest updates on the blue screen incident. The news continued to unfold, with Microsoft stock plummeting by over $100 billion, a staggering loss, one might say, well-deserved. Earlier in the afternoon, he had received a letter from Microsoft's lawyers, but he dismissed it without a second thought, tossing it into the trash. Tuan, where's the Nimitz aircraft carrier now? Su Yang inquired. The Nimitz carrier will arrive in the Philippine Sea in 4 days, Tuan promptly replied. Very well, let us resume our work, Su Yang declared, continuing to gather intelligence on the American carrier movements. Microsoft was but a small fry. The carrier fleet was the true prize. As the calendar turned a page, for days swiftly passed, the fervor surrounding the Windows blue screen incident began to wane. The Philippine Sea became bustling with activity as the American Nimitz carrier fleet converged with another carrier group, forming a superfleet comprising 2 aircraft carriers and over 30 warships. A truly luxurious assembly. In an instant, the entire Asia-Pacific region's gaze was drawn towards this spectacle. Chapter 230. Successfully linking to the Nimitz aircraft carrier in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, tumultuous waves roared and the sea breeze howled. The U.S. Navy's Nimitz carrier strike group advanced through the waters like a colossal steel beast, exuding an imposing presence. 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, Nimitz and Reagan, stood proudly at the heart of the fleet, resembling mobile fortresses of steel. Over 30 various warships, akin to loyal sentinels, surrounded the carriers, forming a formidable defensive network. On the flight deck, an array of aircraft was meticulously lined up, while pilots engaged in intense takeoff and landing training. The thunderous roar of engines reverberating in the air. On the bridge, a young officer peered through his binoculars, surveying the surrounding waters. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot in the distant sky, gradually approaching the fleet. A drone. The officer lowered his binoculars, his expression shifting as he muttered under his breath. Damn it, another drone from the Dragon Kingdom. Since the fleet had entered the waters of the Philippines, they had bolstered their air defense. Yet, they still had no effective measures against such drones. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang sat before his computer. Tuan, let us get to work. Tuan's avatar materialized on the screen. Dad, let's do this. Let us take on the Americans. Tuan was eager to begin. Tuan, I authorize you with the account password. Su Yang provided a segment of account credentials he had previously exchanged in the system mall, belonging to a military satellite of the U.S. military, granting him super administrator access. Received, Tuan chirped. The next moment, a prompt appeared on the screen, connection successful. Tuan had successfully linked to the military satellite of the U.S. Armed Forces. At the same time, in the command control center of the U.S. base on Guam, a captain sat leisurely at his computer, sipping coffee and perusing a magazine. He was entirely oblivious to the unfamiliar link that had appeared in the satellite control system's access logs. Even if he had noticed, he would have found it challenging to detect any anomaly. Prior to the intrusion, Tuan had already camouflaged the link, rendering it indistinguishable from other legitimate connections. Moreover, at that moment, the system was inundated with hundreds of links, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to identify the abnormal one. Before long, Su Yang's computer screen displayed real-time footage from the satellite. The expansive sea revealed the Nimitz and Reagan aircraft carriers, along with over 30 warships scattered across the waters, resembling pieces on a chessboard, clearly visible. On the flight deck, aircraft, pilots, ground crew, and even the catapults were rendered in exquisite detail. Truly impressive for a military satellite. The resolution is astounding. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, Dad, I have accessed the command center of the Nimitz. Tuan's voice chimed in his ear. Project the footage, Su Yang instructed. In the next moment, the display on the computer screen shifted, and Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The screen displayed a map densely marked with various icons representing different military units, such as warships, aircraft, and submarines. This was the real-time image on the command center's large screen aboard the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. Besides the visuals, Su Yang could hear the conversations emanating from the command center. Report. A crisp female voice called out. Commander, we have detected the movements of the Longwolf fleet. They are 120 kilometers away. A calm male voice responded. Order the EA-18G electronic reconnaissance aircraft to take off immediately and proceed to the target area for reconnaissance. As the command was issued, an EA-18G electronic reconnaissance aircraft on the deck of the Nimitz swiftly ignited its engines, roaring into the sky towards the direction of the Longwolf fleet. Moments later, the reconnaissance aircraft relayed real-time images back. The visuals revealed that the Longwolf fleet consisted of an aircraft carrier accompanied by over a dozen warships, among which 4 formidable 10,000-ton Type 055 destroyers stood out prominently. Upon sighting these 4 Type 055 destroyers, the commander of the Nimitz exhibited a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the Type 055 destroyers, equipped with 112 vertical launch systems and boasting tremendous firepower, rendering them akin to floating fortresses. The simultaneous launch of the 4 Type 055 destroyers posed a significant threat even to the 2 American carrier fleets and their 30-odd warships. Our Type 055 is indeed magnificent. Su Yang could not help but feel exhilarated at this scene. Unfortunately, our aircraft carrier still falls short, he remarked. Father, our new aircraft carrier equipped with electromagnetic catapults is already undergoing sea trials and will be operational soon, Tuan reassured him. Indeed, our pace of development is not slow. We will catch up. Su Yang continued to watch, engrossed in the moment, for this was not merely news but real-time monitoring, providing an immersive experience. As time passed inexorably, it was soon 9 o'clock in the morning. Tuan, the time has come. Execute Plan 1, Su Yang commanded. The so-called Plan 1 entailed the elimination of an F-35 fighter jet. In preparation for this plan, Su Yang and Tuan had devoted a week to meticulous rehearsals, refining every detail. At this moment, it was finally time to execute the plan. Inside the Nimitz's hangar, pilot Donnie was engaged in pre-flight preparations. He boarded an F-35 fighter jet, initiated the engine, and performed the final system checks. Suddenly, the onboard screen flickered momentarily. Donnie assumed it was an optical illusion and paid it no mind, continuing with his checks. Just then, the voice of the tower controller crackled through his headset. Donnie, prepare for departure. Received. Donnie replied as the hangar deck gradually ascended to the level of the aircraft carrier's flight deck. Chapter 231. Sudden Incident, F-35 Crash. On the deck, ground crew members were busily engaged, directing Donnie's aircraft as it slowly maneuvered to the electromagnetic catapult platform. Donnie, everything is ready for launch. The voice of the tower controller resonated in Donnie's earpiece. Okay, Donnie replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself, then activated the aircraft's engine. In the next moment, the electromagnetic catapult was engaged, propelling the aircraft with tremendous force, akin to an arrow released from a bow, as it sped across the deck. Donnie felt the powerful thrust pressing him firmly against his seat. He pulled back on the control stick, and the aircraft soared skyward. Suddenly, disaster struck. An ear-piercing alarm blared within the cockpit, and a red warning box flashed on the onboard computer screen. Warning. Warning. Hydraulic system failure detected. Flight control system malfunction. The aircraft began to shake violently, as if it had lost control. Donnie's complexion turned pale in an instant. He struggled to stabilize the plane, but the control stick seemed unresponsive, frozen in place. Damn it, Donnie cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this point, the aircraft had already departed from the carrier's deck, but at an altitude of less than 10 meters, it had lost all power. Without hesitation, Donnie pulled the ejection handle, and his seat propelled him out as the aircraft plummeted from the sky, crashing into the sea below. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Dragon Country, Su Yang leaped from his chair in excitement as he witnessed the event through satellite imagery, pumping his fist in triumph. We did it. We succeeded. He exclaimed. We did it, Dad. We succeeded. Tuan echoed enthusiastically. Su Yang could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the computer screen. He had indeed brought down an F-35 fighter jet. Though it was merely one F-35, its significance was monumental. It is essential to note that the F-35 is the most advanced fifth-generation fighter jet in the United States, heralded as the world's most formidable aircraft, costing over $100 million. Yet, Su Yang had accomplished this feat using nothing more than a standard computer. If this news were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves across the globe. All of this was made possible thanks to Tuan's formidable cyber intrusion abilities and the tools exchanged from the system marketplace. The process began with linking to military satellites, which then connected to the internal command system of the USS Nimitz, and subsequently linked to the F-35 fighter jet. While it may sound straightforward, each step was fraught with challenges. Without the system, each action would have been nearly impossible to execute. The imagery relayed by the satellite showed the F-35 losing control in midair before plunging into the ocean, disappearing without a trace, not even a splash to mark its descent. The ground crew on the deck stood in stunned silence, and the officers in the command room were equally dumbfounded. It took them several moments to grasp the situation. What the hell? What just happened? The F-35 has crashed. Quick, rescue the pilot. The commander bellowed hoarsely, as the officers hurriedly rushed out of the command room and onto the deck to ascertain the situation. After ejecting from his aircraft, pilot Donnie's parachute deployed in the air, gently drifting downwards. Moments later, he splashed into the sea, where a rescue boat swiftly approached to retrieve him. Still shaken, drenched to the bone, Donnie gazed at the ocean's surface, where his aircraft had vanished, disbelief etched in his eyes. As a seasoned pilot with several years of experience flying the F-35, he had never encountered such a predicament. Damn, the F-35 had been plagued by malfunctions in recent years, and he never expected to be caught in such a situation. As for the cause of the sudden failure, he was equally bewildered. The only recourse was to analyze the aircraft's black box. However, the jet had sunk thousands of meters into the abyss, and whether it could be salvaged remained uncertain. Even if recovered, it would likely be rendered inoperative. A single F-35 fighter jet, valued at over $100 million, had been lost. Moreover, this incident occurred during an exercise, right under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Nation. This was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace for the U.S. military. In the Philippines, at a base in Manila, Fleet Commander General Rag was engaged in a meeting with Filipino leaders to discuss joint military exercise plans. The atmosphere in the conference room was grave, with General Rag fervently delivering his address. Suddenly, a secretary hurriedly approached him, whispering a few urgent words in his ear. In an instant, General Rag's countenance darkened, and he abruptly stood up, calling for an immediate suspension of the meeting. After leaving a terse remark, he exited the conference room. The Filipino dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to what had transpired to elicit such an uncharacteristic display from the senior American officer, causing the meeting to be abandoned. Minutes later, the Filipino side received the news. An F-35 fighter jet from the USS Nimitz had crashed during the exercise. The American side had initially intended to keep the information under wraps, but numerous media reporters were present in the exercise fleet, making it impossible to contain the story. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's drones and naval vessels were in the vicinity, observing everything with clarity. The news rapidly spread across the globe. Breaking: an F-35 fighter jet from the U.S. military crashed in Philippine waters during an exercise. The frequent accidents involving American-made F-35 aircraft have exposed significant issues in production and supply chain management. The F-35's reputation has been shattered by its persistent malfunctions. In no time, the headlines regarding the F-35 crash dominated media outlets, igniting a wave of global scrutiny. Chapter 232, The Crash in the Dragon Country. In the bustling metropolis, a blogger sat before his computer, perusing the latest news. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an explosive headline. Breaking news. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What a monumental event." The military enthusiast was filled with excitement and promptly clicked on the article to read more thoroughly. A few minutes later, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm and opened Douyin to record a short video. "Brothers, rejoice," he exclaimed into the camera, his voice brimming with exhilaration upon seeing this news. "I immediately recorded this video to share my joy with you all." As soon as the video was published, it ignited a frenzy online. "Incredible. What delightful news. The blogger's speed is truly remarkable. I just saw the news, and you've already posted a video." The atmosphere in the comments section was jubilant, akin to a festive celebration. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Nimitz aircraft carrier, the air was thick with an unsettling tension, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. Each breath was taken with caution, for it felt as though any misstep could shatter the oppressive silence. An invisible weight, akin to the claws of a colossal beast, gripped each throat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Technicians were fixated on the flickering screens, their fingers dancing rapidly across keyboards, striving to extract any clue from the vast sea of data. The green glow of the code illuminated their anxious faces, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Unnoticed by anyone, some technicians furrowed their brows, fingers hovering above the keyboard, lost in profound contemplation. The lines pulsing on the screens appeared as intricate mazes, leaving them feeling perplexed and helpless. The captain strode heavily back and forth across the command center, the sound of his polished shoes striking the floor resonating like a relentless drumbeat, jarring everyone's nerves. His expression was grim, reminiscent of the sky before a storm, ominously dark. As time slipped away, the atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, the pressure becoming unbearable. Hours passed, yet the technicians remained without answers. The cause of the incident remained an enigma. An air of anxiety spread like a plague throughout the command center. Exhaustion and despair etched on every face. What on earth is happening? One technician lamented, his expression filled with distress. The only solution is to locate the black box. Another technician suggested, but the black box lies thousands of meters beneath the sea. All right, everyone, let's call it a day for now, Su Yang declared. We shall resume our efforts tomorrow. He stretched, his knuckles cracking softly, as if awakening long dormant muscles. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he felt the dryness and fatigue from staring at the screen for too long. After pressing the power button to turn off his computer, his stomach grumbled, signaling hunger. Patting his belly, Su Yang decided to step out for a quick bite. Rising from his desk, he made his way to the door, slipped on his shoes, and stepped outside. Su Yang whistled a cheerful tune as he walked, his spirits lifted. The sun poured its warm rays upon him, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Upon checking the screen, he saw that it was a call from his elder sister. Chapter 233, A Rare Leisure Moment. Hello. Sister. Su Yang answered the call. Yang, come over for dinner tonight. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. His sister's voice resonated from the other end. Really? That's wonderful. Su Yang exclaimed with delight, envisioning the tantalizing aroma of the sweet and sour ribs wafting towards him. Then it settled. See you tonight. With that, his sister hung up the phone. A smile graced Su Yang's lips, and his steps became significantly lighter. The evening sun cast a warm golden hue over the streets, painting everything in a comforting glow. As time slipped by unnoticed, Su Yang arrived punctually at his sister's doorstep in the early evening. Ding dong. He pressed the doorbell. Coming. His sister's voice chimed from within, accompanied by the sound of her swift footsteps. The door swung open, and as Su Yang stepped inside, he was enveloped by an irresistible aroma. The sweet and sour scent of the ribs mingled with the fragrance of rice, stirring his appetite. Wow, it smells amazing. His sister, wielding a spatula, smiled and said, Yang, have a seat for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. After changing into slippers, Su Yang entered the living room and instantly noticed an array of snacks and fruits adorning the coffee table. Wow, so many delicious treats. All prepared for you. His sister chuckled, I know how much you love snacks. He picked up a slice of watermelon and took a generous bite, the cool and sweet juice flooding his mouth. Delicious. Where's Xiaojia? Su Yang glanced around, not seeing his nephew. In his room. I think he is studying, his sister replied. Studying? That little guy is quite diligent. Su Yang remarked with a grin. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Uncle. Xiaojia peeked his head out upon hearing Su Yang's voice. Hey Xiaojia, how's your programming going? Su Yang inquired, knowing that Xiaojia had been immersing himself in programming lately. He had even bought a few programming books for him. I've completed the basics of C language, Xiaojia responded. Oh, that's great. Su Yang encouraged, let me see what you've learned. Sure, uncle. Xiaojia led Su Yang into his room, pointing at a segment of code on the computer screen. This is a small program I recently wrote. Su Yang examined Xiaojia's code closely and discovered that he had created a simple database software. Though its functionality was quite basic, the code structure was clear, and the logic was sound, revealing that Xiaojia had indeed invested considerable effort. Very good. Su Yang nodded appreciatively, affirming Xiaojia's progress. Keep it up. You might become a programming expert in the future. Yang, it's time to wash your hands for dinner. His sister's voice called from the kitchen, interrupting the discussion about programming. Coming. Uncle, let's go eat. They both replied as they exited the room to wash their hands. After washing up, Su Yang eagerly approached the dining table. On the dining table, an array of dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, has been meticulously arranged. The sweet and sour ribs glisten enticingly, while the fragrance of the braised fish wafts through the air. Accompanied by vibrant green vegetables and steaming hot rice, this tableau forms a mouth-watering spectacle. Su Yang inhaled deeply, exclaiming in admiration, wow, what a sumptuous feast. He picked up his chopsticks and deftly lifted a piece of sweet and sour rib to his mouth, savoring its delightful tangy sweetness. Chapter 234. The Americans have withdrawn, sister. Your culinary skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Su Yang exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Upon hearing his praise, a smile of satisfaction graced his sister's face. If it's delicious, eat more, she said, serving him a piece of fish. Little Jia, you should eat more too, Su Yang added, offering a piece of pork rib to the younger boy. The siblings conversed as they dined, but halfway through the meal, his sister suddenly set down her chopsticks and inquired, Yang, have you found a girlfriend at school? With his mouth full, Su Yang mumbled, "Not yet. I haven't graduated, so why would I look for a girlfriend?" His sister chuckled, "But it's quite normal to date in college." Su Yang shrugged, choosing not to elaborate, and continued to focus on his meal. She decided against pressing further. The dinner concluded in a light and cheerful atmosphere. Su Yang, patting his round belly, sighed contentedly, "I'm so full." He rose to leave and said to his sister, "Sister, I'm heading out. Thank you for the meal. It was exquisite." She stood up and walked him to the door. "Be careful on your way," she advised. "Got it," Su Yang nodded, turning to leave his sister's home, fading into the night. Upon returning home, Su Yang settled in front of his computer. Tuan, is there any new development?" "Father, the Americans have halted their exercises, and their warships are withdrawing," Tuan reported. "Oh, how delightful," Su Yang replied. "Let us take a look." Tuan transmitted real-time satellite images to Su Yang's screen, revealing the previously dense fleet of American ships now retreating like a receding tide. "Haha, they truly are withdrawing." Su Yang chuckled at the sight. "Well, after such a significant incident, the exercises surely cannot continue. This calls for a celebration." He fetched a bottle of champagne. With a crisp pop, the sound echoed through the quiet room, akin to a triumphant horn. Su Yang forcefully removed the cork, which spun through the air, striking the wall before bouncing back and rolling across the floor. A rich aroma of wine enveloped the room, accompanied by foam splattering across Su Yang's face, body, and even the ceiling. "Wow," Su Yang exclaimed, caught off guard by the unexpected champagne shower. What was meant to be a celebratory toast had turned into a mishap. Instinctively closing his eyes, he wiped his face with his hand, the viscous liquid slipping through his fingers. "Haraha. Father, this is too amusing," Tuan remarked at the comical scene. Su Yang shook his head in resignation, joining in the laughter. He grabbed a clean towel to wipe the wine off his face, then carefully poured the champagne into a goblet. The golden liquid shimmered enticingly under the light, resembling liquid gold. "Here's to victory, cheers." Su Yang raised his glass, addressing Tuan. The virtual cup Tuan generated mirrored his father's, and they gently clinked their glasses together, proclaiming, "Cheers." Su Yang tilted his head back and drained the champagne from his glass. In the Dragon Country, nestled in the mountainous city, the sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a golden hue upon the buildings of varying heights, painting a picturesque urban landscape. In a corner of the city, within a small community, the room of the vlogger DeLong remained shrouded in darkness, the curtains tightly drawn to shut out the clamor of the outside world. After a live broadcast that stretched into the early hours of the morning, DeLong was now immersed in the sweet embrace of slumber, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the insistent ringing of a mobile phone, its shrill tone piercing the silence with an almost jarring intensity. The relentless ringing, akin to a death knell, bombarded DeLong's eardrums, rousing him from his dreams. Groggily, he opened his eyes, still tethered to the remnants of his slumber, and instinctively reached out to the bedside table, locating his phone. As DeLong slowly awakened and picked up his device, he noticed messages flooding in from his fan group. "DeLong, wake up. DeLong, the Americans are retreating. It's hilarious. DeLong, you must get up and share your analysis." Upon reading the messages, all traces of sleep vanished from DeLong's mind. He clicked on a video link shared by a fan, where the footage revealed the American fleet in the midst of withdrawal. "Haha," DeLong chuckled, surprised by the reality of the situation. He hastily got out of bed, powered on his computer, and began to verify the authenticity of the news online. Chapter 235. The Americans swiftly refute rumors and suppress the heat upon checking the trending topics. The first entry that caught the eye was explosive, with the U.S. fleet's withdrawal prominently displayed, accompanied by a striking red explosion icon. Delving into the topic, major media outlets were abuzz with reports on this unexpected event, inundated with an array of videos, images, and analytical articles. How amusing it is that the Americans have found themselves in such a predicament. Their antics are truly laughable. The joy is palpable as the citizens of Heiha extend their congratulations. The online community erupted with jubilant comments, filling the comment section with exuberance. What a delightful turn of events. Observing the reactions of netizens, DeLong could not help but chuckle. In Shanghai, at Pudong International Airport, a flight from the capital city descended gracefully. A robust man clad in a military green t-shirt exited the aircraft. His name was Zhao Lei, a former major who transitioned into a military blogger after his service. His visit to Shanghai was prompted by an invitation to a military enthusiast forum. As Zhao Lei walked, he retrieved his phone, only to be taken aback by the sheer number of unread messages displayed on the screen. So many notifications. He opened WeChat, where a message from a friend piqued his interest. "Old Zhao, check the news quickly. The Americans have retreated." The message was accompanied by a news link. Zhao Lei hastily clicked the link, which redirected him to FNU's official website. What greeted him was a photograph depicting the withdrawal of the American fleet. How amusing. Zhao Lei could not suppress his laughter. Zhao Gu, what is so amusing? Inquired his assistant, Xiao Wang, who was trailing behind. Take a look for yourself, Zhao Lei replied, handing his phone to Xiao Wang. After a brief glance at the news, Xiao Wang joined in the laughter. In the study, a voice called out, Dad. It was Tuan Tuan, who brought the latest news to Su Yang's attention, claiming that the incident was attributed to their actions. Reports suggested that their electronic reconnaissance vessel was nearby, emitting electronic interference. Tuan Tuan shared several links to news reports and analyses on Su Yang's computer screen. The articles presented their arguments with compelling logic, likely deceiving those unfamiliar with the truth. Had Su Yang been unaware of the actual circumstances, he might have been swayed by such analyses. In truth, these reports were merely speculative fabrications, devoid of any substantiated evidence. The Americans themselves were still investigating the cause of the incident. Thus, it was implausible for such rumors to circulate online. It was evident that someone was deliberately spreading falsehoods to incite discord. However, Su Yang was taken aback by the Americans' rapid response. They swiftly issued a refutation the very next day, asserting that the incident bore no relation to Long Country. Why would the Americans take the initiative to dispel the rumors this time? The answer was simple. The naval strength of Long Country had dramatically transformed, while the Americans' power was waning. Should the Americans refrain from refuting the claims and instead accuse Long Country, it would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen consequences. It was imperative for them to take countermeasures. On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, measures of counteraction will undoubtedly be undertaken. Thus, the situation may escalate, potentially leading to conflict. Consequently, the Americans hastily issued a denial, attempting to alleviate the tension surrounding the incident. Father, do we still have a chance to implement Plan B? Tuan Tuan inquired. There is no longer an opportunity for Plan B to be executed, as the military exercises have been suspended, he replied. It matters not. If this time is unfeasible, there will always be a next time, and opportunities will arise, Su Yang remarked. Tuan Tuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 236. The joint military exercise concludes abruptly the following morning. At the break of dawn, Su Yang rose and made his way to a breakfast establishment outside his community, where he ordered an array of delectable dishes. He savored every bite, filled with delight. After finishing his meal, Su Yang returned home and powered on his computer to peruse the latest news. The entire internet was abuzz with reports about the hasty conclusion of the American military exercise. Moreover, the Americans had not officially announced the termination of the exercise. Su Yang speculated that they must have felt too embarrassed to do so. A chuckle escaped him as he recalled the scenes of toying with the Americans over the past few days. Do continue, he lamented with a hint of regret. I was just getting started. Dad, we have another chance to deal with the Americans, Tuan Tuan remarked. What opportunity? Su Yang inquired. This morning's news, Tuan Tuan replied, sending a link to the article to Su Yang's screen. Glancing at the news, Su Yang let out a mischievous laugh. This old witch is truly stirring up trouble. Is the news credible? He asked. Indeed, it's a statement from Nancy's office, Tuan Tuan confirmed. Excellent. Su Yang exclaimed. Tuan Tuan, gather detailed information about Nancy. A surge of energy coursed through him. He had long harbored disdain for this old witch, and now, it was time to take action. While Tuan Tuan collected information, Su Yang glanced at the clock. It was 8 o'clock. He donned a black suit, masked and capped, and sat before his computer. Are we going live? No. I had previously accepted an invitation from Ollie to test their cloud server center. With that, Su Yang opened his laptop and connected to a video call with Ouyang. Boss. The screen illuminated with Ouyang's familiar smiling face, attired in a sleek black suit, looking invigorated. I'm already at Ollie Cloud, just waiting for you. We can commence. Let me introduce you, Ouyang said, turning the camera toward a middle-aged man beside him. This is Dr. Wang, the head of the security department at Ollie Cloud. Hello, Dr. Wang, Su Yang greeted politely. Little boy, greetings. I have long admired your reputation, Dr. Wang responded, clasping his hands in respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Wang led Ouyang into Ollie's headquarters. Upon entering, they took the elevator to the 12th floor, which housed the Ollie Cloud Server Center. As the elevator doors opened, Su Yang felt nothing unusual, while Ouyang appeared as if a country bumpkin had entered a grand mansion. The spacious and well-lit server room featured rows of sleek black server cabinets, with various indicator lights flickering incessantly, resembling a scene straight out of a science fiction film. The hum of machines echoed like a heartbeat within the chamber. Mr. Little Boy, this is the core server room of Ollie Cloud, one of our major data centers globally. Dr. Wang proudly gestured towards the rows of server cabinets before him, stating that they had implemented multiple security measures to ensure the safety and stability of their data. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further comments. He walked directly to a desk, took a seat, opened his laptop, and candidly remarked, Dr. Wang, I have conducted preliminary tests on your cloud servers and discovered several security vulnerabilities. As he spoke, Su Yang sent a document to Dr. Wang. highlighting a particularly severe flaw that, if not promptly addressed, could potentially lead to data breaches. At this point, Soo-young no longer needed to rely on the system marketplace to exchange for vulnerability information. Firstly, this approach saved him points. Secondly, with his formidable hacking prowess, he was capable of uncovering any system's weaknesses. Mr. Su, the vulnerabilities you mentioned have already been tested by us, and we found no issues. Dr. Wong adjusted his glasses, skepticism evident in his tone. The engineers surrounding him shared his doubts. After all, Alibaba Cloud Server Center was reputed to be one of the most secure in the nation. How could a hacker easily uncover vulnerabilities? Even though they were aware that little boy was a top-tier hacker. Soo-young smiled and replied, Dr. Wong, hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Shall I demonstrate? Of course, Dr. Wong nodded, having invited little boy to test the server's security. He instructed his team to prepare a spare server for Soo-young's testing. Soo-young approached the backup server, inserted a USB drive into the server's USB port, and began his operations. Moments later, an alarm blared from the server, and a warning message appeared on the screen. Illegal intrusion detected. The firewall has been activated. The engineers present were perplexed. This so-called elite hacker seemed underwhelming, unable to even breach the firewall. However, in the next instant, they realized their mistake. And it was a grave one. The server screen abruptly went black, and then, a cartoon avatar donned with a mask and hood appeared on the display, unmistakably depicting Soo-young's persona, little boy. Chapter 237. Is my title of jester ineffective? The engineers were momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Before they could fully grasp the situation, the server's indicator lights began to flash wildly, and various data scrolled rapidly across the screen. In less than a mere 10 seconds, Soo-young had breached the server's defense system, obtaining the highest level of access. The entire process was seamless and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. The server room fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. After a considerable pause, thunderous applause erupted. It was only at this moment that the engineers from Alibaba Cloud conceded their admiration. Following this, Soo-young was invited to a conference room to impart his knowledge of cybersecurity to the engineers. Over 100 engineers from Alibaba Cloud sat attentively in the conference room, earnestly absorbing Su's explanations, occasionally raising questions, resembling a class of eager schoolchildren. Soo-young employed accessible language to elucidate complex cybersecurity concepts, illustrating various network attacks and defense techniques through practical examples. The presence of such a top-tier hacker conducting a cybersecurity drill was a rare opportunity, and the engineers were thoroughly engaged, reaping substantial benefits from the session. After 2 hours of enlightening discourse, the lecture concluded successfully. As days turned to weeks, the last military vessel of the U.S. Navy departed the region. This grand joint military exercise ultimately ended in farce. On a Tuesday morning, at 9 o'clock local time, in Washington, D.C., a CNN reporter named Millie awaited in the corridors of the Capitol. She had been stationed there for nearly an hour, hoping to secure an interview with the enigmatic figure. Since whispers of her impending visit spread from the office of the enigmatic figure, the media had been keenly attuned to the matter. However, the figure herself had not made any definitive statements, often providing ambiguous and evasive responses to media inquiries, further igniting public curiosity. At long last, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Pelosi emerged, surrounded by a throng of aides. Millie quickly approached, Madam Speaker. Can you confirm your upcoming visit in 3 days? Pelosi paused, looking at the reporter with a faint smile, yet refrained from addressing the question directly, instead stating, We have many important matters to attend to today. Thank you for your concern. With that, she sidestepped the reporter and entered her office. That very morning, the video of this interview circulated across the global internet. Various opinions erupted, and the online atmosphere brimmed with tension. Soo-young sat before his computer, perusing news reports and analytical articles regarding the enigmatic figure's visit. He was aware that the visit was indeed confirmed. Days prior, his team had infiltrated the internal meeting system of her staff, monitoring a session that explicitly outlined her itinerary. In the guise of jester, he commented on her Twitter account, expressing, We await her arrival. Soo-young chuckled, knowing that the enigmatic figure would not be intimidated by a hacker's mere remark. It was simply a playful endeavor to tease her. At the same time, he sought to generate some buzz and accumulate a few points. It was settled. The group responded. Soo-young accessed the old hag's Twitter account, refreshed the page, and indeed, he found a new message. I heard you were coming? A warm welcome awaits you. The Joker. Several minutes passed. Yet the message garnered little attention, with few likes and comments. Soo-young furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat surprised. Could it be that my title of the Joker has lost its charm? Soon enough, Soo-young pondered the reason. It was likely that no one had associated this message with the hacker Joker. After all, there were countless individuals online who bore the name Joker. Chapter 238. The old hag's threat. Let us leave a message on the official White House website, suggested Soo-young. If Twitter won't suffice, then a direct message on the White House's official site will do. Understood, replied Tuan Tuan. Moments later, the homepage of the White House website was compromised, a striking red pop-up emerging at the center of the page, proclaiming, "Old hag, the frog people welcome you." The Joker. This should do the trick. Indeed, the message quickly captured the attention of global media. That morning, the heat of keywords such as the Joker, White House, and old hag surged across major forums and social platforms worldwide. On a domestic military forum, a user, aimlessly browsing through posts, was startled as a new thread appeared with the eye-catching title, "The Joker strikes again, warning the old hag." Is this the hacker known as the Joker? The user thought, hastily clicking on the link. The content of the post confirmed it was indeed the Joker, expressing disdain for the old hag. Bravo. Well done. It's about time someone stood up to this old witch. The Joker is magnificent. I've long found that old lady intolerable. I eagerly anticipate the Joker teaching her a lesson. The old hag's misdeeds will echo through eternity. The post quickly garnered several comments, with users openly expressing their contempt for the old hag. Simultaneously, a bespectacled young hacker was perusing the Red Hacker Base forum when a news alert suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of his screen. Breaking news. The Joker has appeared, once again hacking the White House and addressing the old hag. Oh, news about the Joker? The young hacker adjusted his glasses, intrigued, and clicked the link. He was redirected to a news page displaying a screenshot of the hacked White House website. "Old hag, the frog people welcome you." The Joker. Incredible. The last time he appeared, he also hacked the White House, and now he is treating the official site like his personal blog. The White House website seems rather vulnerable. No, he has attacked it before, but it's not that fragile. The Joker is just exceptionally skilled. He scrutinized the message in the pop-up. "Old hag, the frog people welcome you." The Joker. What does it mean? The young hacker furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed. He hadn't paid much attention to the news about the old hag's visit to the frog people, which naturally left him confused. Searching for news, he stumbled upon a plethora of articles. Ah, the young hacker suddenly grasped the situation. So that's it. The old hag is up to her tricks again. The Joker is issuing a warning. However, is a warning truly effective? If the old hag is determined to come, can the Joker really stop her? What can a hacker accomplish? Unless he were to bring down the old hag's plane. Goodness. The young hacker was taken aback by his own audacious thought. That is utterly insane. Is that even possible? He reconsidered, pondering the possibility of other hackers. It was unthinkable. However, if it were the Joker, it seemed plausible. After all, if he could breach Tokyo's nuclear power station, what was beyond his reach? This netizen speculation was partially correct. Su Yong indeed devised Plan A, targeting the old witch's landline. With Plan A in place, there naturally existed Plans B and C, the details of which remain confidential for now. In the Capitol building, within a highly classified chamber, 7 or 8 impeccably dressed men and women gathered around an oval conference table, their expressions grave and the atmosphere somber. These individuals constituted the old witch's senior advisory team, engaged in deliberations regarding a scheduled visit to Frogland. "Mr. Speaker, I recommend we cancel this visit." An elderly gentleman with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses spoke first. He was the chief security advisor to the old witch. The Joker's message on the White House official website is not mere hyperbole. We must take it seriously. As the world's most dangerous hacker, his public challenge indicates he will target you. We cannot gamble with your safety. His tone was earnest, pausing briefly before adding, "The Joker is no ordinary hacker. We cannot afford to be complacent." As soon as the security advisor finished, another aide interjected, "Mr. Speaker, I too advise you to cancel this visit." The reactions from Dragon Country have been exceedingly intense. They have issued stern warnings multiple times, even hinting at potential military intervention to intercept you. "We are under immense pressure, which could precipitate a diplomatic crisis or even military conflict." The aide spoke gravely. "I believe there is no need for such alarm," countered a tall aide, his hair meticulously styled. "You are exaggerating the capabilities of a hacker. We have meticulously planned this visit for a long time, with arrangements in place from all angles. Should we abandon it due to a hacker's message? If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. We, the United States, are the world's preeminent power. Can we truly fear a mere hacker?" His tone was resolute, clearly opposed to canceling the visit. "Indeed, that is the case. My opinion is to enhance security measures in the conference room." The aides voiced their opinions, struggling to reach a consensus. The old witch remained silent, listening attentively to the debate. "Enough." She suddenly raised her voice, interrupting the aide's discourse. "My decision will not be swayed by a hacker." The old witch's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The room fell silent. "I understand your concerns, but I am not one to retreat easily. When I make a decision, it will be executed," she stated firmly. "The original plan remains unchanged." "Mr. Speaker," the security advisor attempted to persuade her further, but was cut off by a wave of the old witch's hand. "I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. The old witch spoke with an undeniable authority, insisting that you must bolster security defenses to ensure absolute safety. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 239. A major event. The old witch arrives a day later, Andrews Air Force Base. A Boeing C-32A, the personal aircraft of the old witch, rests quietly on the tarmac. A dozen agents clad in black suits and sunglasses patrol around the plane, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Inside the cabin, a 6-member cybersecurity team conducts a thorough security inspection of the aircraft's electronic systems. These 6 individuals are elite hackers from the National Security Agency, each possessing exceptional cyber skills, representing the pinnacle of cybersecurity in the United States. Jack, what is the status? Have you detected any anomalies? Inquired the team leader, a burly bald man, addressing a young individual engrossed in his computer. Boss, so far, there are no irregularities, Jack replied while typing away. I have comprehensively scanned all electronic systems, including the communication, navigation, and flight control systems, and found no signs of intrusion. Excellent. Continue your examination, commanded the bald man. We must ensure absolute security, leaving no room for oversight. Understood. Jack and his fellow hackers resumed their diligent work, repetitively scanning the aircraft's electronic systems in pursuit of any potential security vulnerabilities. 3 hours later, the inspection concluded. Boss, we have completed all checks and found no issues, Jack reported to the bald man. Very good. The bald man nodded, transmitting the inspection report to headquarters. Then we can withdraw. Soon after, several hackers gathered their equipment and disembarked from the aircraft. The security around the plane intensified, with an additional squad of armed soldiers joining the original agents. As night descended, Washington, D.C. sparkled with lights. At Andrews Air Force Base, a convoy of black armored vehicles silently approached, halting beside the Boeing C-32A, accompanied by several agents. The old witch emerged from the vehicle, ascending the stairway and vanishing into the aircraft's entrance. With a roar, the private jet gradually rolled out from the tarmac, accelerating into the night sky, heading eastward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in the Dragon Country, it was 5 in the morning. The dawn light began to break outside the window. Ding ding ding. A mobile phone alarm chimed. Papa, Papa, wake up. The melodic voice of Tuan Tuan echoed in Su Yang's ear, brimming with excitement. The old witch's plane had taken off. Su Yang groggily opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them as he sat up in bed. Has it just taken off? He asked. It just took off less than a minute ago, Tuan Tuan replied. Su Yang threw off the covers, rose from his bed, and walked to his computer, launching an aviation tracking software. On the software map, a red dot representing the old witch's aircraft was moving along the predetermined flight path towards Australia. Flight route, tomorrow night. The old witch will arrive in Seoul, and the following early morning, she will depart for the Frog. The hour is still early. Su Yang closed the software and opened a folder containing the vulnerability codes of the old witch's private jet system, painstakingly discovered by him and Tuan Tuan over the past few days. Vulnerability 1, X, invalid. Vulnerability 2, X, invalid. Vulnerability 3, X, invalid. Vulnerability 4, X, invalid. Vulnerability 8, operational. A faint smile crept across Su Yang's lips. The CIA's cybersecurity team is indeed formidable. The old witch's private jet system has nearly been fortified with all patches. Out of the 8 vulnerabilities that Su Yang and Tuan Tuan diligently uncovered, astonishingly, 7 had already been rendered ineffective. Fortunately, there remains one vulnerability they had not detected. Even if all vulnerabilities had been patched, the system mall offers more advanced vulnerability attack tools. However, for dealing with the old witch's private jet, these tools may prove unnecessary. Tuan Tuan, the artificial intelligence, has grown increasingly powerful. Given sufficient time, there is no fortress it cannot breach. With Tuan Tuan, this time, there is no need to expend points. Tuan Tuan, continue to monitor the old witch's private jet and report any developments to me immediately, Su Yang instructed. Understood, Daddy. Tuan Tuan replied. Su Yang shut down the computer and returned to bed, resuming his slumber. The morning sun filtered through the window, casting its warm glow upon Su Yang's face, gently rousing him from his dreams. He stretched languorously and glanced at his phone. It was already 10 in the morning. Su Yang rose to freshen up, stepped out of the community, and made his way to a noodle shop he often frequented, ordering a bowl of beef noodles. The shop was sparsely populated. The proprietress busily attended to the customers while the television broadcasted the news. A breaking news segment interrupted the program. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, disregarding widespread opposition, embarked this morning on a visit to the Asia-Pacific region, with the first stop in Australia, planning to fly to Frog the day after tomorrow. On the television screen, the old witch's private jet descended at Sydney Airport, where she, donned in a red ensemble and wearing a smile, descended the steps, flanked by several bodyguards. Chapter 240. Shooting down the old witch's private jet? Outside the airport, several officials from the opposing side had long been awaiting the arrival of the old witch, warmly greeting her and accompanying her to review the honor guard. Speaker, will you exacerbate regional tensions? Speaker, there is a fervent public reaction online. Have you considered canceling your itinerary? Speaker, may we have a word? The old witch merely smiled, offering no answers. With her bodyguards escorting her, she proceeded directly towards a black sedan waiting on the tarmac. Speaker, please respond to our inquiries. Speaker, the journalists, unwilling to relent, attempted to press further but were rudely obstructed by the bodyguards. They could only watch helplessly as the old witch's convoy departed the airport. That old witch is truly infuriating, complained a young man in basketball attire at a nearby noodle shop. His loud voice drew the attention of others in the establishment. Unfazed, he continued conversing with two fellow university students at his table. What good does protesting do? We should be direct. Zhang Wei, keep it down. One of the bespectacled students interjected, tugging at his sleeve to remind him to lower his voice. The bespectacled student continued in a hushed tone. This old witch is deliberately being obnoxious. I believe the higher-ups surely have countermeasures. What countermeasures could there possibly be? The young man in basketball attire retorted, taking a slurp of his soup with frustration. Exactly. It's about time we took a firmer stance, chimed in a girl with a ponytail seated beside the bespectacled student. Indeed. The basketball-clad youth agreed. This old witch is utterly despicable. Absolutely. She is far too arrogant. The three students expressed their indignation. On the internet, the uproar mirrored their sentiments, with countless netizens fervently discussing the related news across various forums and groups. Time passed silently, and 2 days slipped away. The darkness before dawn enveloped the earth as the clock struck 4 in the morning. Su